Hello everyone, welcome to What If Dante Got Teleported to High School DXD Movie 2. Before we start, please go support lucifer-ficks for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken characters' gender, but of course Dante is a male. Chapter 11 Mission 11 Sacred Swords Part 1. At what point did this happen? Our hero asked himself the above while he was inside his room, sitting on his bed while wearing only underwear, and for some reason, he was grabbing his neck while his face slowly acquired a blue tint while a piece of pizza for some reason was stuck in his mouth. Zooming out a bit to widen the perspective, the reason for its blue tint was because he was being choked from two directions by two women. To his right was Ria's Gremory, completely naked, and to his left was Rainer, in her Yuma form, wearing her school clothes, both of them lying on their knees on the bed, staring at each other with eyes full of killing intent, while abnormal auras filled with the same instinct erupted from their bodies. What had happened? Well, those two had started another fight again, because Rainer did not accept that the Redeed slept in the same room as her boss, and even less so in such a blatant way, so when she visited the Sparta's room in the morning and realized that Ria's had sneaked out again, it caused her to start another fight, in which they were using the half-breed's neck as if it were a pellet to appease their anger while they continued arguing. Both had not realized that they were killing him. Well, it's not like it was possible to do it that way anyway. Incidentally, at least on this occasion the door to the room was completely closed. Previous days. The next heir to the Gremory family managed to convince the half-blood's foster parents to allow him to stay in their home for a while. It should be noted that Yuma and Erika were not at all happy with that decision, almost seeming like they wanted to set fire to the Redeed and, in the process, Dante. To top it all off, the Sparta's adoptive parents, instead of imposing restrictions, cried when they thought that more women would be around that son whom they thought was a hexwell, and who until recently they thought would never leave the house and or get married. Either that or probably the magic used on them previously had also clouded their judgment a bit. In any case, they decided that the new tenant would stay in the last available guest room. His sister wasn't very happy with this decision, so she quickly complained and said she'd keep an eye on them, which made the Gremory giggle at such overprotective behavior. It's worth noting that throughout the conversation, Dante kept sighing in sadness while thinking, what have I done? In this way, the days passed while an atmosphere of hostility between Yuma and Ria's was perceptible in the air. Up until that moment, the Redeed had been sleeping in the guest room, but apparently she couldn't stand the loneliness of that room any longer. By the way, speaking of school, now Dante was skipping classes more than ever. Well, that's no surprise. The only new thing was that Ria's had finally returned to her cheerful self, something that pleased the Sparta. Returning to the present. At one point in the fight, the mixed-race man was rendered unconscious from the strangulation, which continued as he was being shaken by the women at his sides. It's worth noting that his slice of pizza was still held in his teeth. Okay. Don't ask me how he got there in the first place, because I don't even know. Shortly after she fainted, when the Fall and the Demoness finally stopped yelling at each other, they finally realized that the hunter was no longer conscious, so they decided to end the fight. However, neither of them decided to leave the room. Bang! The next action they performed was to throw the Sparta with all their strength in the middle of the bed, as if it were a sack of flour. His piece of pizza then flew through the air. They hadn't done that because they were angry with him, but because they were still flooded with anger towards each other, so having treated the hunter's body like that, so to speak, was a way of releasing their fury. Later, the Redeed stood on the right side of the mixed-race man, while the black-haired woman stood on his left side, their backs to each other with Dante between them. Feathered, by the way, you took off your clothes again almost by inertia after you entered. Ria said with a mocking tone as a smile appeared on her face. Until that moment, the Fall had realized that she was only wearing her underwear. It seemed that instinctively, this was another way of competing with the Redeed. I still don't know how to do this, but if it's the boss, I guess it doesn't matter. That last thing he said in a whisper. And at least I'm not as shameless as you. Shameless? You're misunderstanding. I'm not ashamed of my body, so if you want to stay in your underwear, that's fine by me. Hearing his mockery, Yuma couldn't help but unleash his murderous aura. However, instead of restarting another fight, he chose to take several deep breaths to try and calm down, of course, not before complaining. Phew, sigh, I don't know how I'm going to tolerate you. But I don't plan on losing to you. Again he finished his sentence with a whisper only audible to her. After that verbal fight, they both fell asleep. The next day. Nero, I've changed my mind. Give me back Yamato. You don't know how to use her. You're more like a log than a tree. Dante, who was still asleep, was talking about what was next in the kingdom of Morpheus. Hey, by the way, what do you mean you haven't moved to second base with Kira yet? You're taking too long there, kid. Give him a sweet surrender, washa wasa. At the end of that sleepwalking sentence, he had stammered a little. "Shut up, old man. You're a pig. My relationship with Kiri is none of your business." Slash. In the Sparta's dreams, a white-haired young man younger than our hero complained to him while he tried to hit him with his strange right arm, while with his other hand, he tried to cut him with a katana that he was holding, all while Dante laughed while he dodged the blows and cuts of that sword called Yamato. "Morgan, wait. I didn't force you to drink. And besides, it's not my fault that you're a succubus wahahaasa. In fact, I should kill you for being a demon, but I won't because of the incredible night you gave me after I defeated Galak, that giant guy dressed in purple clothes Washa 1. You were supposed to die after having Hex, you old fart. What are you? You know, just getting into bed with you was hard for me." Suddenly the hunter's dream fantasy changed and now a beautiful green-haired demon was trying to vaporize him by throwing huge blocks of demonic power at him, which Dante dodged while imagining himself being naked in his dreams. After these soliloquies, the Sparta woke and found himself facing an unusual sight. A good pair of breasts right in front of his face. Upon seeing them, it didn't take him long to realize who they were. However, he couldn't remember when he had gotten into bed. In any case, after a mischievous smile, he didn't miss the opportunity to squeeze one of those snowy mounds with one of his hands. "Dua." At that moment, as she yawned and stretched her arms, Riaz had woken up. "Your dreams are still the strangest I've ever heard." She looked at the white-haired man, who casually and without any remorse, continued kneading one of his cotton balls. Strangely, she didn't push him away, but instead seemed embarrassed. When he heard her, the hunter met her gaze, then smiled nervously. He didn't think she was awake, but that didn't stop his hands from pushing against the snowy mountain. If he was going to be punished, at least let it be worth it. "Lady Butchu, have we gotten drunk again?" "I've already told you that we're not old enough to drink yet," he. I see, even so, this is suspicious," squinted his eyes. "Why aren't you killing me for having taken your breast?" "I'm not hitting you because I already allowed. After what you did, it's another reward." With clear embarrassment in her tone of voice, she said as she looked away and blushed. "What a great deal." A lascivious look immediately appeared in the hunter's eyes as he slowly brought his mouth closer to a small pink bud in front of him. "Ah. Don't even think about that." The she-devil's scream was accompanied by a reddish color that spread across her face, and at the same time she directed a strong punch at the Sparta's head. With this punch, she managed to avoid that action. Once the Grimoire's fist hit the white-haired man's head, he closed his eyes and turned around, while rubbing the bump that had formed on his forehead with one of his hands, while with the other, did he accidentally grab another breast. Unexpectedly, this snowy mountain was almost the same size as the Redeeds. A second later, the hunter raised his eyelids and looked at the annoyed face of the person to whom those attributes belonged. "Rere. What the hell?" The Uma, who had woken up from that contact, interrupted the hunter's prayer by punching him right in the face. "Don't go too far." She roared with noticeable annoyance, however a bit of embarrassment filtered through her face, which was flushed. "Hey. What's that kind of greeting for? No, wait, what are you doing here naked?" Dante rubbed his head and face once more before continuing. Speaking of which, what are you two doing here naked? Not that I'm complaining." He smiled lustfully and sat on the bed. "Although it would be perfect if they didn't keep hitting me in any case, how did we get to this situation? And why are they naked?" "We accidentally knocked you out and fell asleep." They both responded in unison, looking at each other, filled with killer intent as they remembered yesterday's fight. Dante narrowed his eyes when he remembered that he had ended up fainting after being vilely strangled. For a moment, he thought that if the two of them continued living here, he would soon die, again. A breath later, the Redeed opened her mouth again. "I feel more comfortable sleeping here and this way, so I've decided to move my sleeping spot to this spot. This googly-eyed crow just stuck to me." "Shut up, succubus. I'm not going to let you be alone with Dante. You're going to suck the life out of him." The auras filled with hostility manifested again in those two, so. "I'd better not say anything else." The mestizo preferred to remain silent, as rarely. "Understood." With a little nervousness, the half-breed said as he slipped out of bed and quickly stood on the floor. "You know what? Let's go to school, it's getting late. First time I've said that as an escape phrase in my entire life." With that, the mestizo gave them a nervous toothy smile and then began to dress quickly, an act that was followed by those two women who couldn't help but look at each other hostilely once more before looking for their clothes. Finally, when the three of them finally put on their clothes, both women took a quick look at the messy room and then exclaimed in unison. "This place is a mess, if I'm going to be here you have to clean it up." At the end of their prayer, the women exchanged annoyed glances. They hadn't expected the other to still refuse to give in to the idea of sleeping here. "Ah no. I don't do that." "Oh, they look." In less than a blink of an eye, the half-breed disappeared from the room through the window as he became a blur using his godly speed. Oof. The red and black-haired women sighed wearily upon seeing this. Afterward, they decided to leave the conflict between them for today. In the underworld. On a certain day during this week, the Demon King Sursich Lucifer was currently in a room within his castle. He was staring at a blackboard in front of him, appearing to be very thoughtful. Incidentally, his attire consisted of a very formal ensemble. The board had various information and photographs glued together, like a detective's whiteboard. This information consisted of a variety of data about a particular person. Daniele Tanasi, born in Italy at Turin General Hospital, former appearance. Black hair, light brown eyes. Human parents moved to Japan later in a car accident at age 11, resulting in multiple fractures and severe head trauma, coma for 6 months. Diagnosed brain dead 2 days before impossible recovery. Diagnosed with a rare form of albinism years later. Current appearance. White hair, blue eyes. Another piece of information linked to this data said. I felt a powerful demonic presence unknown in Japan the year of that accident, which disappeared almost instantly. And the data continued to unfold. Evil trigger, according to information from the previous war that could be gathered, is a word used on several occasions by the heavenly devilish thunder and the scarlet assassin of the heavens that they mentioned before increasing their strength and skill. One was enveloped in an intense yellow aura and the other turned into a kind of humanoid bird with white feathers. In addition, the wielder of the lightning carried with her a strange sword that had to be taken extreme care of. In another area of the board, there was information about the 72 pillars. Ancient texts from some extinct houses of the 72 pillars speak of dimensions beyond the underworld, beyond the limits of our world, and which are not Hades. The texts continually mention a demon world. The existence of such dimensions remains a mystery and has never been proven. Other texts left behind by the first 4 demon kings deny the existence of such places. And at the end of the blackboard, a message was written. He said that in this era, demons were weaker. He wears a red trench coat, carries swords and a shotgun, and has white hair. Is that possible? Who are you? Sursich thought in frustration as he firmly placed the palms of his 2 hands on the blackboard. However, a faint smile adorned his face. My lord, are you well? The faithful servant of the Gremory clan inquired with concern, having just opened the door to this kind of research room. Yes, Grafia. Don't worry. Sursich turned around and after smiling refreshingly, continued. Is this all the information we have on the boy? Has Riaz told you nothing else? No, my lord, she says she won't talk about the private things you've told her after everything you've done for her. She spoke politely as he shook his head. I understand and you are right. The Crimson Satan nodded calmly and then walked out of the room, Grafia following beside him. Soon they arrived at another room, which once its door was opened by the Mau, revealed a room with a child-sized bed and several toys, among them some guns, a small red trench coat, a sword, among other things characteristic of a room made for a child, or rather, for a prince, because the room was extremely elegant. By the way, on the portico before entering this room there was the title. Little Sursich's room. In addition to the aforementioned, inside the room there was a chair with a table placed in front of it, both of which were normal size for an adult. Turning his attention to this spot, Lucifer walked a little and then sat down on the chair. On the table were placed several books, whose titles were the following. On the cover, Children's Stories by Uriu Marbas, on the cover, Adventures of the Strongest Swordsman. Immediately after seeing them, the Redeed began flipping through these stories, quickly flipping from one page to the next. Various titles emerged from the pages as the stories changed. There were also several poorly drawn drawings resembling islands and terrifying demons with horns or distorted faces. These appeared to be drawings by a child, but were actually the drawings of the book's author. Some of the titles that came across while browsing its pages were the following. The Legend of the Dark Knight Spada and the Confinement of Mundus II. The Demon King continued to make his way through the pages until he reached some sub-stories that were titled. The Adventure of His Children and Grandson. Seeing this title, the scarlet-haired Mau smiled nostalgically. It seemed like he had read them a lot as a child. While Grafia watched him from the side of the entrance door, Ria's brother continued to look through the book as more topics came to light. The Legend of the Fastest Swordsman. The Legend of the Fist that Destroys Everything. Seconds later, he stopped browsing at the beginning of a new story titled. The Legend of the Strongest Swordsman and the Fastest Gunslinger. I continue on this topic and come to a subtitle that said. His First Great Battle, Tegmi Nigru. In this little story there was a terrible drawing in which a tower appeared that had a large door at its top. Above the drawing of the tower at what would be its top was a little person with white hair dressed in a blue outfit, and on the base near the door of the tower, there was a drawing of a little person with white hair who apparently carried 2 pistols, a large sword on his back, and apparently wore black pants and a red trench coat. In the paragraphs at the beginning and end of this story, the following was written. And the hero of the red trench coat entered the tower after facing what looked like grim reapers which, along with the hero himself, emitted a strange demonic power. The young man with white hair used his great sword with unparalleled mastery and shot at these beings without missing a shot at the top of the tower. The hero gave a terrifying scream as he transformed into a strange creature, then the heavens opened and red bird-shaped creatures came down. Then from the top of the tower the hero ran down its walls. He went at an incomparable speed while exterminating the strange birds. Later, Sursich moved on to another subtitle of the story that said, His last great battle. The confrontation against acid hex. After reading quite a few lines of this part of the story, he came across a line that said, and after his battle against acid hex, the hero in the red trench coat never appeared again in the human world. My lord, you're not thinking, what about that boy? Lucifer's thoughts were interrupted by Graphia, who didn't let the maid finish her sentence as she suddenly stood up and then looked at her and put on her typical smile. Of course not, Graphia. I know it's impossible. It's just stories. Let's continue doing our jobs. Before leaving this room where he had spent his childhood, a look full of joy appeared in his eyes when he thought of that storybook and how its author had formulated such splendid ideas. Back to the present. At the occult club. Sparta, who had been saved from those two young women who wanted to put him to clean their sanctuary, arrived at the academy before them and later entered the occult club with the objective of taking a good morning nap in one of the armchairs. Needless to say, he had no intention of attending classes V. A minute after she lay down on one of the chairs, Akeno finished showering in the CIO's bathtub and stepped out, wearing only a damp bathrobe that covered her mid-chest to her thighs. After opening the shower curtains, I noticed the white-haired man leaning back on the couch, who quickly sat down after taking a look at the girl, while thinking about how beautiful she was, as his gaze turned lascivious. Moments later, the Himejima approached him provocatively until she sat next to him while taking one of the Sparta's hands. Hello, nurse. With mischief in his tone of voice, the half-breed exclaimed while giving the Himejima a once-over. If you want, I can be whatever you want. With that, he smiled suspiciously before beginning to lick one of the half-breed's fingers erotically. Holy shit. How does he know how to use his tongue so well at this age? As our hero continued to look at her with a big pleasant smile, a nagging little voice in his head soon appeared. Isn't it enough for you to have two in your house? And you like one of them? Yes, Ria's is the one I like the most, but, just look at her, how can I refuse this? You would never have reached nirvana being like that. Who wants nirvana when you're surrounded by hexy girls? You're hopeless. Well, at least I think I finally found something you have in common with the current demons. No? Himejima inquired after she finished massaging the white-haired man's fingers with her tongue and then straddled his legs and then removed his shirt. Obviously, Dante didn't object to this action. His smile full of happiness continued to grow in size. Ni siquiera te pones nervioso. Eres todo un hombre. She continued speaking as she brought her body close enough so that her breasts were in contact with the mestizo's pecs. She continued her sentence just as she placed her lips next to one of the white-haired man's ears. If you want, I can give you a little more service. You can continue with whatever you have in mind as far as I'm concerned. Upon hearing this, the black-haired girl smiled in exactly the same way as the hunter, in a very suspicious way. I have you in my dearest thoughts. Again she said those words with a whisper next to his ear. Nobody open that door. Out of the corner of his eye, our hero glanced at the CIO door for a second and sent that wish to the ancient gods so that he wouldn't be interrupted at the moment with the black-haired girl, who seemed to have more experience in this kind of thing than the others. Rias would be upset if I put my hands on you, he. A moment later, she said as she hugged him tightly and giggled playfully. No. He won't do it if he doesn't find out. Dante closed his eyes and continued enjoying the body-to-body contact while he continued wishing that she would not stop. Two girls in my bed in the morning, and now her. The hits are well worth it, V. Could I finally get lucky with women? But you're still a great man. With that, she licked one of the man's fingers erotically again, until after a few seconds she got up from the chair, leaving the Sparta disappointed. However, the lascivious look in the woman's eyes was still present, as well as a smile from ear to ear. You crashed the president's engagement party to save her. In your battle with the Phoenix, you demonstrated incredible power that rendered her immortality useless. After seeing such a brave and strong man, I'm starting to feel strange. In the middle of her prayer, she touched and slid her index finger down the mestizo's chest until she reached his abdomen. Is this love? The brunette's gaze suddenly changed, becoming tender, and her comment was accompanied by a gentle smile. All of this caused the Sparta to become deeply disconcerted and uncomfortable. Wow. Wait, princess. You're going too fast. Ahaha, your forbidden word is out. Before anything else could be said, Dante was saved by the academy's morning bell, signaling the start of classes. It had rung an instant later. "See you later, he." The violet-eyed girl didn't wait for any response after that comment, so when she heard the bell, she said goodbye while smiling warmly at a half-breed with eyes full of fear. Fear for having heard her forbidden word. "What happened today? This was different from the other times we flirted with each other." "And what do you mean, love?" "I think you'll definitely either get engaged one of these days or die again." "Never." "What a fear of commitment you carry, cuckoo." Once he finished his internal dialogue with the entity of his sacred gear, the half-breed sighed heavily and quickly put on his clothes to later leave the occult club. Later, at Issei's house. A meeting was held between Riaz and her entourage where various topics were discussed, such as the kind of contracts they had made, among other things. Among the activities carried out, photo albums of Haidu were observed, which left the Red Dragon in shame, while Asia was happy with it. Riaz liked the idea of being able to take a look at her servant's childhood, and in turn, she was excited with the idea of being able to see photographs of the Sparta's childhood, so when she got home she would ask her parents if there was an album with photos of Dante as a child. On the other hand, Yudo looked at an album where Issei was playing next to a boy with light brown hair. Behind those two was a large sword wrapped in a sheath. Seeing that, for some reason the blonde placed eyes with complicated feelings while angrily mentioning that it was a sacred sword. At night, on the streets of the city. The boosted user had just made another contract with a man with black hair and golden tips. Driving through the city streets, he ended up encountering the Sparta, who had also recently completed a mission for his business. Haidu was carrying a picture on his bicycle, which the hunter found curious, so he asked his friend what it was all about. Issei was quick to tell him about the summoner's physical appearance and the strange contract he had made. Well, this game must end. Having listened to his comrade, the hunter became a little serious. "Tomorrow, along with Rere, I'm going to see him to find out what he's up to. I waited for him to call to arrange a meeting, but I'll have to bring it forward." While Dante was immersed in his thoughts for a moment, Issei received a call from Riaz, where she asked for support to kill a stray demon. Later, in an abandoned building. The hunter accompanied Haidu, so in a short time they arrived at the outskirts of an abandoned building where Riaz and the rest of her entourage were already. Everyone thanked the Sparta for coming, except for Kiba, who seemed lost in his thoughts. Iridi then explained the plan of attack, and once it was conveyed, the hunter gave his opinion. "I'm going in too. I want to see how weird that stray is. And if anything happens that they can't fix, I'll help." "Thank you Dante-san Dante-kun." The girls thanked him for his help. Seconds later, the half-breed entered the abandoned building with the others, not before noticing that Yudo seemed distracted. Inside the building, they encountered a female demon whose appearance was like that of an insect, which was able to walk on the walls and ceiling. During the course of the fight, Yudo being distracted did not follow an order from Kaneko, so the creature while on the roof threw a piece of spiderweb with acidic properties towards the Nekomata, who was not injured because the Sparta destroyed that spiderweb with bullets charged with demonic power with Coyote. The few remains of spiderweb that remained fell on some pipes and corroded them on contact. After Kaneko thanked him, Dante finished off the demon with several stabs of his sword, then sent its remains with a kick towards the ceiling, which they passed through the large windows. The remains of the stray demon ended up being incinerated by a lightning bolt from Akeno, who took charge of the cleanup once she saw the pieces of the rebel leaving the building. Later, when they left the building, Issei made a comment about Kiba being distracted, so he was scolded by Riaz, who after slapping him, asked for an explanation. However, the blonde at first insulted the Grimoire, then apologized and began his game without giving explanations. "Kiba, what happened? You're acting really weird. You'd never say that to Butchu. I'm worried." Dante and Issei caught up with the blonde in the middle of the street outside the building, and the latter inquired after holding him by the shoulders. "It's none of your business. Are you worried?" "I'm surprised. Demons are too self-centered for that. However, I apologize for what happened. See you later." Without looking back, Kiba exclaimed as he walked forward. "Wait, tell me, what's got you like this? We're friends, right?" "Friends?" Udo turned around and faced the brown-haired boy. "You're so passionate. You know, I just remembered why I'm alive because I'm fighting. I live for revenge, the destruction of the sacred sword Excalibur is what I live for." Saying that last thing, the blonde's gaze was filled with hatred. "Kiba, revenge will lead you down a lonely path. If you need our help, just ask. I know what you're going through. It's not in your best interest to distance yourself from your friends." The hunter understood part of the feelings of the Grimoire Knight, so he gave his honest opinion. "Dante-senpai, I highly doubt you know what I've been through." But that said, Yudo didn't want to listen to them anymore, so after clicking his tongue in disgust, he turned around and left. "Oh Kiba, if only you knew that revenge was my middle name when I was young." Dante understood very well what it meant to let yourself be possessed by revenge, because after the death of his mother, that was the feeling that led him to become a solitary demon hunter. About 20 seconds later, the half-breed's questions about Yudo stopped when he felt a strong demonic presence behind him. Said presence, for some reason, left him quite surprised and with beads of cold sweat all over his forehead. "Hey idiot." A moment later, a woman's scream was heard, and when Dante and the others turned their heads and focused their eyes in the direction of that voice, they noticed that there was someone standing on the roof of the abandoned building. That someone was a rather attractive woman with blonde hair and wearing dark glasses. She was wearing a black leather corset with matching leather pants and high-heeled boots. A gun holster appeared to be hanging from each side of her waist, and what appeared to be the hilt of a sword was protruding from her back. She looked at them all while having her arms crossed. "Eyes, run or you're going to die." Dante exclaimed hurriedly and a bit sarcastically as he stood in front of everyone. His gaze never left that woman. "Who is she? Do you know her?" Ria seemed quite bewildered, so she quickly inquired with concern. "I feel like he has a strange demonic aura about him. If he's an enemy, I'll help you." At first they couldn't defeat her, even I sometimes had difficulties when fighting her. The white-haired man interrupted her, signaling them to step back with his hands. Incidentally, his comment surprised the Grimoire and her servants. "But don't worry too much. She's not an enemy, she's a friend of mine." "A friend? So what did you do to her? She seems pretty upset." "Well, it's only natural that this happens, I think. I broke a promise and I owe him a lot of money. I'm sure he's going to get it all today." When the woman's body on the roof was covered in a yellow demonic aura as small golden lightning bolts ran through her body, while she smiled ironically, our hero thought for a moment that perhaps it hadn't been such a good idea to have sent her that letter. The magical presence of that woman in a short time surpassed that of Riaz and Akeno when they got serious, something that surprised the Grimoire group widely. "I'll see you tomorrow, don't worry, I'll have to talk to her for a while to calm her down." With that, the half-breed turned his attention back to the stranger and a blink later greeted her. "Hola Trish." Trish. Wasn't she part of a dream? Hearing that, the Redeed was quite bewildered. Her eyes had opened completely. "How long has it been?" The rest of the Sparta greeting was not finished because that blonde named Trish came down from the roof at superhuman speed, almost looking like lightning, and then grabbed the white-haired man by the neck and then threw him in the direction of the abandoned building, forcing him to enter it. The next moment, the Sparta's back impacted against a metal pillar. Needless to say, the Redeed and her entourage were left speechless by that scene. A second later, the blonde charged at the half-breed like lightning and once inside the building, about 10 meters away from the Sparta, who had just gotten back on his feet, she threw electric shocks at him that would make a mockery of the Himejima's lightning. At the same time, the building began to shake, slowly falling apart. Is that what an angry friend does? Why doesn't Dante defend himself? I don't know. Maybe Dante wants her to get even, but even so, it's too much for a fight. Riaz asked her vice president with bewilderment, who responded with worried eyes as she watched those flashes of yellow light in the distance. "We must help him." Everyone nodded in agreement with what their president said and then began to run towards the entrance of the building, however. Devil trigger. The young men's steps stopped dead in their tracks just before the building's entrance when they heard the golden-haired demon scream, immediately enveloped in a yellow aura a dozen meters long. Cold sweat ran down their faces as they felt the woman's power surpass even the half-breeds when using his transformation. "What? Did I hear that right? Isn't that technique supposed to be only possessed by him?" Even more bewildered, the Grimoire glanced at the white-haired man, who was still standing next to the metal pillar without having defended himself until now. "Everyone get away from here. This whole building is going to explode. I'm going to be okay. That's how we talk." At the same time he shouted, the Sparta signaled them to move away, and strangely instead of looking worried, he was smiling while still being sarcastic as he continued to be electrocuted from time to time as he avoided most of the lightning bolts by dodging them using his godly speed. After Riaz and her servants' confused faces appeared when they thought about how the hunter was so calm, the atmosphere was filled with electric energy. Sparks fluttering everywhere. A blink later, instinctively everyone in the Grimoire group used their wings to retreat 10 meters back until they landed on one of the city streets. A millisecond later there was a golden explosion that came from that abandoned building. Said explosion blinded everyone for a few moments. At the same time they heard how the abandoned building collapsed. "Dante." Screams filled with fear and concern were not long in coming from the Grimoire group when they finally realized how the entire structure of the building was in pieces. Dust was swirling everywhere. "SSSS, I'm still alive." Behind the curtain of dust, a gasping pained scream was heard in the distance. "ITSSSS already ITS calming down, D don't come closer." Hearing this, Riaz and her entourage calmed down for a few moments. Meanwhile, in the center of what was once that building, the white-haired man, whose skin and clothes were charred after shaking off the electric shocks that still ran through his body, approached Trish, who had abruptly stopped her attacks and was now smiling sincerely as a tear ran down her left cheek. Incidentally, she had also stopped using her devil trigger. "Trish, I'm really sorry." Once he arrived right in front of the demon, the Sparta hugged her, and after a few seconds the blonde returned the gesture after taking off her glasses, revealing blue eyes filled with a few tears stuck on her eyelids. As their heads rested on each other's shoulders, the Gremory group slowly drew closer as the curtain of dust dissipated. No longer feeling that overwhelming power, they felt calmer. "You didn't keep your promise, you said you would come back that same day." The hunter's former colleague opened her mouth after a few seconds of hugging. "Idiot, you took too long. I told you to take the Sparta or ask Yamato to Nero, and maybe with that. I didn't even find Nero before going to that island, and I don't really know how to use Yamato to open portals, I didn't have time to think." They, who were still hugging each other, smiled nostalgically as they spoke. "But hey, come back, right?" The nostalgic smiles turned to joy after Dante exclaimed the above. In turn, our hero narrowed his eyes for a moment in annoyance as he thought the following. "And besides, how was I supposed to know I was going to die and that time flowed differently there? Yes, you finally came back, but why do you look so young? What the hell happened?" "It's a long story, but don't ask any more questions today or the boys will hear us. It's a secret. I'll tell you later when we're alone." The blonde, still with tears in her eyes, raised both eyebrows in surprise and nodded after hearing that. But the dust already dissipated, the scene that Riaz and her entourage saw was like all that remained were rubble of what was once that building, and they also noticed how in the distance the half-breed and that blonde demon were embracing, making them even more confused by the fact that a few moments ago, she seemed to want to kill him. However, seeing them that way calmed the Redeed and Himejima, because now they truly seemed like friends, or even more. "I missed you." The Sparta and the blonde exclaimed in unison as they separated and took each other's shoulders. "Idiot. Crazy. Come, I'll introduce you to some friends." With that, Dante signaled for her to accompany him. Hearing this, Trish raised her eyebrows in intrigue and surprise, knowing that those accompanying him were new generation demons. She didn't have a very good relationship with them, although after the war, she only dedicated herself to killing rogue demons or renegade fallen angels from time to time. However, what surprised her most was that her former colleague called demons friends. After wiping away her tears, the blonde put on her glasses and followed the hunter towards the CIO members. "I missed you. Idiot. Crazy. I'll introduce you to some friends." Those last words were heard by everyone who was still bewildered by the situation. Akeno and Riaz noticed how the demoness wiped away her tears, so they thought that both of them must be very important to each other, despite the strange fight. Because of that, a small feeling of jealousy filtered through their bodies. Later they were thoughtful when they felt that that woman had a demonic aura as strange as that of the half-blood, in addition to the fact of possessing a devil trigger that had not transformed her. "Hey. Sorry for the mess, I was really mad at you." Already in front of the young men, Dante was the first to speak casually. His comment made tears appear on the backs of their necks as they looked at the smiling blonde, who didn't deny it, while thinking, is that a furious friend of hers? How much money does she owe her? She tends to overdo it with electric shocks even more than Akeno. She's a little crazy. Hearing this, Trish placed a hand on his shoulder and immediately electrocuted him. "Sigues in aprender después de todos estos años." "Ah. Yes. Stop." Trish chuckled and released the half-breed, whose hair was already ruffled by the electricity. Finally, phew, sigh. Anyway, her name is Trish, an old friend and colleague from DMC. Once again, the blonde gave our hero an electric shock, which left him trembling. Apparently, he hasn't learned that this lady shouldn't be insulted. Stop doing that. Hello everyone. The blonde ignored the hunter's complaint, then waved her hand in greeting and continued. "So you're friends with this crazy guy. Nice to meet you, Trish." The Gremory group greeted the blonde in unison. It's worth noting that Riaz, upon taking another look at her, narrowed her eyes for a moment, remembering the dream in which the Sparta mentioned that they kissed. This, coupled with how well they got along, made her suspect that they might have a relationship beyond friendship. "Shit, Trish, you ruined my clothes. Do you know how much the tailor charges me for each outfit?" At the same time as he complained, the half-breed magically changed his clothes into another, intact and exactly identical set. Until now, he had found clothes torn to shreds, half destroyed, and burned in several places. Seeing that, the golden-haired devil held up her glasses and made a slightly surprised expression before saying sarcastically. "Wow, looks like you've learned to do more than just use swords and shoot. It's a miracle. And that's not all, look at this." Ignoring the woman's mockery, the half-breed proudly puffed out his chest and in a flash, summoned a slice of pizza, which he immediately began to devour. All of this left the others, including Trish, with tears on their necks. Only you would think of doing that, what a waste of magic. Hahaha. The blonde couldn't help but laugh happily for a moment after continuing to watch him eat magically summoned pizza. Hey, was it really necessary to use the devil trigger? That was excessive. The hunter's complaint didn't seem to bother his former DMC colleague, as she simply shrugged her shoulders as she said. That's how we greeted each other the first time we met, right? At least you didn't end up impaled this time. Besides, you deserved it for taking so long to come back. By the way, how did you come up with the stupid idea of sending me that letter through that means? Well, it's you, why do I ask, phew. She closed her mouth when she remembered she was surrounded by those teenagers, whose eyes widened in surprise upon hearing about the impalement. What kind of strange friendship do they have? They thought simultaneously. Then she changed the subject when she remembered how she had been contacted. Hey, I already apologized for that. Trish shrugged and turned a deaf ear to the Sparta's new complaint, who decided to forget what had just happened after a tired sigh. By the way, what are you doing with Red Queen? Why did you bring her? I have some business to take care of and I want to feel safe. Anyway, I'm off, I'll see you later so we can talk. Where's DMC? As he asked, he put his glasses back on. At home, I still don't have the money to build the business, it's only by cell phone at the moment. With a sad tone, the Sparta exclaimed while putting on an ironic smile. Hearing that, the demon with an appearance almost identical to her mother couldn't help but fall to the ground, only to get up later, while carrying a huge drop of sweat on her neck. Home? Cell phone. What the hell? She gave a long tired sigh before continuing. Forget it, I'll be around here for a while, I'll find you to talk or… Wait, I'll give you my number. Dante interrupted her and gave her DMC's number. Trish pulled out her own cell phone and wrote down the digits. You can also find me in the mornings at Kuo Academy, I study there, I suppose. With that, she plastered a wry smile on the back of her head, cupping her hand as if expecting a peculiar reaction from her former colleague, who immediately gasped and shook her head at what she'd just heard. She then covered her mouth with her hand to keep from dying of laughter. With that, Trish had even more questions, but decided to leave them for later, so after extending one of her hands to the side of her, she created a magic circle, which after emitting its glow, made a black motorcycle appear. She had summoned a Cavalier brand motorcycle. A bit of surprise appeared on the Sparta's face upon seeing a motorcycle appear in that way. When Trish got into her vehicle, she said. I also learned new tricks. At that moment, a crimson flash appeared from Ria's neck, which the golden-haired demoness caught a glimpse of out of the corner of her eye. When she noticed the jewel on the Grimoire's neck, she was utterly shocked, so she quickly focused her attention on the half-blood, who was saying this in disbelief. Ooh. Are you? Even though it was a short sentence that had no structure, the half-breed seemed to understand what he was referring to, so Dante just shrugged and smiled bitterly, almost as if he was saying, believe it or not, by the way, Ria's didn't understand what was happening. Hey, why force edge? It's in a safe place. I didn't have time to bring it. Before leaving, Trish took another look at the redeed and said. We have a lot to talk about. She started her motorcycle and immediately left for some specific place, quickly arriving at a street in Kuo. By the way, you owe me a lot of money. That last thing was heard very far away. Hearing her, Dante grabbed his face and sighed in pain and frustration at the thought of everything he owed the golden-haired woman. His only hope of not dying of hunger was that she wouldn't charge him with 1,000-year-old interest for everything she owed him. When he left, Riaz and her servant stared at our hero for a moment while they tried to understand what had happened. So she's just a friend, huh? Are you going to tell us about her? Iridide inquired with a jealous tone while narrowing her eyes. She couldn't help but feel a little jealousy as she continued to think about the type of relationship the two of them had. Yeah, I'll tell you tomorrow. She's just a really crazy friend who I pissed off and I owe her a lot of money. Even more than the 50 boxes of pizza Issei already owes me. 50 boxes? Issei exclaimed in fear and surprise, his face turning blue and spirals appearing in his eyes. He then fainted. Seeing him like that, everyone else immediately laughed and ended up forgetting about today's incident. Moments later, Asia with the help of Kaneko, lifted Issei up and together with the others continued on their way to their homes. Later that night, at Issei's house. Before arriving at the half-blood's home, he along with Riaz went to Haidu's house and there the Grimoire explained to the Sparta, Asia and Issei what the sacred swords are capable of and how dangerous they are for the demons. She also told them about the Excalibur experiment in which Udo was involved, since only a select few are capable of using such weapons. Later that night, at Dante's house. Riaz used a magic circle to transport her and Dante to her house. When the glow of the magic circle disappeared, in an instant they appeared inside the Sparta's room, which was strangely clean. "Hey, stop cleaning." Our hero was quick to complain to Rainer, who was the one who had cleaned this place, as she was caught just as she was putting the finishing touches on the pigsty. "And what's that smell? You put perfume on it. You've taken my touch away from this place." But that last complaint said, the fall finally focused its attention on the Sparta. Your room stank. There were pieces of pizza everywhere and CDs scattered everywhere. "Dante, you don't even keep your underwear. If I'm going to be at your house, I don't want to come in and see this pigsty. And someone had to do it, that succubus probably doesn't even know how to clean anything." Of course I know how to clean." Auras filled with killer intent were felt again inside this room when those two women crossed their gazes. A second later, the violet-eyed one took her fallen angel form, while the Grimoire took out her demonic wings. They were preparing to fight. If only they would put oil, this would be worth it. Dante, who was in the middle of those two, sighed tiredly and thought about that after he looked at both of them with a tired look. "Enough. I just got hit with like 1,000 electric shocks, so can't we just go to sleep? I'll get you some oil tomorrow and you can continue with this." While he was talking, our hero took off his clothes and was left only in his underwear. Then he jumped onto his bed and waited for those two to calm down. "Did they attack you with 1,000 electric shocks? What happened?" The black-haired girl forgot about her fight with Riaz and inquired with concern until her attention was put back on the redeed when. "Hey, what are you doing?" "I watched as the high-class devil undressed. I get comfortable to sleep in my bed." Once she was completely naked, the demoness lay down on the white-haired man's right. Her demonic wings were still spread wide. Oh, when did this become your bed?" "Oh no. Then I'm not leaving either." Rainer jumped and lay down on the other side of the Sparta. She had also removed her upper garments, remaining only in her underwear, which would make her sleep more comfortable, although she was still not as shameless as the demon to sleep naked. Soon the two women turned their backs to the half-breed, who gave him a good look at their beautiful attributes. However, he was partially hindered by the pair of wings of both, which were squeezing him. If it weren't for the fact that they take off their clothes, I would have already run to one of them. This is already very complicated and the bed is very narrow. Well, the view is good though. The young man thought about what was compressed by the pair of wings of the two. "Dante, won't your friend Trish cause conflicts in my territory?" As her eyes were closing, Riaz couldn't help but express one of her concerns. "No lady but you. Even though she usually electrocutes everything, she is trustworthy and nothing will happen." "I understand, then I'll take your word for it, although I wonder if she's just a friend to you or something more." That was her last thought before falling asleep. "Trish." When Rainer closed her eyes, she also couldn't help but ask curiously. "I'll tell you later, Rere." After his answer, the mestizo took one last look at both women's backsides and thought. Maybe my luck with women has changed. God, was this your plan too? Lo dudo mucho, colleague. A while later, everyone finally fell asleep. The next morning. The white-haired man woke up with a big smile when he noticed that he was being hugged by the two women at his sides, who still had their wings spread out. "Ladies, good morning." With a lascivious look in between, he woke them up. A few seconds later, the women returned the greeting only to look at each other with annoyed eyes, although less intensely than in previous days. They then proceeded to dress and put away their wings. A few minutes later, while they were getting dressed, Riaz and Rainer somehow agreed to prepare breakfast and set the table. The Redeed was the first to leave, but before she could leave the room, the Sparta spoke to her a few words. "Rere, give me DMC's cell phone. Tonight we'll visit the leader of Grigori." Uma, still surprised by what she heard, handed her the cell phone. "What? You'll call him? But you told me you'd wait until he called you. Are you sure he didn't change his number?" "I'll try my luck with the call. Besides, I still know where he lives. Remember those contracts I told you about? He made me listen to his stories while I drank liquor. I hope he hasn't changed apartments." Dante winked at the violet-eyed girl, who was quick to smile after hearing what she had heard. "Understood." Later, at the academy. Upon arriving at the school, Dante noticed two strange young women at the entrance, concealed in robes. They seemed to have some sort of strange aura, especially the one carrying what appeared to be a sword wrapped in bandages. I only pay a little attention to them, as I end up accompanying Issei and Asia to the CIO, but not before passing through a place called the Forbidden Room, where our hero noticed another demonic presence inside said room. Later he would ask the Redeed who or what was staying there. In the occult club. A meeting was held where Riaz explained Kiba's entire story. Listening to her, Dante gained a better understanding of the blonde, as he hadn't had an easy childhood either. Minutes later, when Akeno arrived at the room, the Sparta was asked a few questions about his new friend. "I met her a long time ago. She helped me and Tony on several occasions, although she never officially joined DMC. Sitting in an armchair with his hands placed on the back of his neck, the white-haired man began his explanation. The next to ask while holding her chin thoughtfully was Ria's. And how come he has a demonic suspension and an aura similar to yours? I asked her several times and she never answered. She's probably from my same demonic house, but since she's become such a good friend, I let the matter go. Besides, I've already told you that knowing where I come from doesn't interest me. She smiled. I understand. As she nodded, the Grimoire thought that the blonde demon probably knew her origins, but was hiding them from her. So, what promise did you not keep to make him get like this? I promised her I would return from a mission, but it took me so long to complete it that she thought I was dead, and since then I haven't seen her again. The surprise in the teenager's eyes was evident when they heard that. In any case, I recently found out where she was, so I sent her a letter that, let's say, it made her angry too. I called her old after all. I think that's a little understandable, maybe I would do the same to you. When our hero saw Himejima's sadistic smile, an electric shock ran down his spine. Only you would think of sending a letter to make her even more angry. Riaz asked again with a suspicious attitude after she thought about whether he and the blonde were more than friends, something that didn't stop bothering her. So when did they kiss? Akeno was quickly taken aback by what she had just heard. Intrigued, the others continued to pay close attention to the conversation, wondering how their president knew this. How do you know? Dante immediately after Ria's comment put on an unpleasant face, then filled with surprise, until the Redeed reminded him that he was talking in his sleep. Oh yeah. I talk in my sleep, right? Well, he gave me that kiss after a job where we almost died. Almost everyone's eyes popped out of their sockets. They couldn't imagine a situation that would put the Sparta in a difficult position. Besides, Riaz and Akeno seemed a little jealous. She did it for the adrenaline. We don't have that kind of relationship. After the kiss, I told her not to do it again. It was disgusting. Remembering that moment, the hunter put on a face full of nausea. On the other hand, Himejima and Grimoire removed their jealous faces, confused by seeing him like that, while Haidu was dying of envy, since from what he had seen, that devil was a woman who rivaled his president and vice president in beauty, so he did not understand how she could seem nauseating to him. Because it was disgusting. Riaz and Akeno asked in unison as their eyebrows rose. Aside from the fact that I'm not attracted to her, the reason I'm disgusted is that she resembles an aunt I already have with some cousins. You can imagine what went through my head at that moment, right? Dante shook his head from side to side for a moment to try to get rid of that memory. Ah. Akeno and Riaz felt relieved and let out a small laugh after understanding the situation. But then what kind of missions did they carry out? With your strength and abilities, I can't imagine a situation where you could be in mortal danger. With intrigue the Redeed inquired again. Neither she nor I were that strong back then, although we were very adventurous, she smiled, so we didn't calculate the enemy's strength and ended up in a mess from which we barely managed to get out alive. Finally understanding how something could have caused him trouble to this extent, the others nodded in agreement with his comment. Sealing Mundus and saying you weren't strong, that's what you call humility, dude, I know, but what am I going to tell them? That I faced and sealed a demon capable of raping the world while an entire island collapsed. They're going to think I'm on crack. You sure do like danger, But that said, with a bit of irony from the Redeed, the conversation finally ended. Later, Sona and her vice president showed up at the CIO, as they had something urgent to discuss with Riaz privately, so the aforementioned Akeno headed to a sort of sauna created by Sona, where they would discuss matters related to the two strange women carrying sacred swords. Meanwhile, the others headed home, and in the Red Dragon's house, those two women from the church would end up appearing, but you already know that, so let's skip it. At night, outside an apartment. Dante and Rainer, in their fallen angel form, knocked on the entrance door of a certain apartment. A short time later, as the door opened halfway, a middle-aged man with black hair and golden tips appeared. This man seemed surprised when he noticed that one of the visitors was the half-breed, dressed in his battle attire. I didn't expect your call a few hours ago. I thought you'd come wearing your glasses and cap. I'm surprised you want to reveal your identity. The strange man, whose identity we all know, took his chin thoughtfully as he continued with half of his body behind the door. It seems that one of my is also with you. Is here, Dante interrupted the middle-aged man when he decided to listen to the violet-eyed woman next to him first. Yes, he is the leader of Grigori, as is Osama. Well then, will you let me pass as we agreed? So we can stop the surveillance game towards me and Issei. I also hope you keep your promise and answer the questions I have. As long as you also comply with what we talked about on the cell phone. The Grigori leader showed his wings for a moment, then sighed wearily before he fully opened the door. Show me your sacred gear and that other skill you mentioned. But that said in a tone full of interest, the white-haired man and the girl entered Azazel's apartment, who quickly sat down on one of the armchairs in his apartment and then drank some whiskey. Rainer and Dante settled into other chairs and then the conversation began. At first the fall seemed quite annoying due to everything that had happened with the orders he received from Kakabiel. However, after a while he calmed down when he heard what the Grigori leader was explaining to them. A while later, Dante showed him the first form of his sacred gear, with which the leader of the fallen angels was fascinated. "And have you already achieved balance breaker?" "Well, first of all, do you know what that is?" While taking a sip of liquor, the fallen man asked curiously. "Your question offends me. Of course I know what a balance breaker is, and no, I haven't awakened it yet. I've only managed to awaken the second release. I don't use it much, since I haven't yet adapted its abilities to my style." Dante also took a glass of whiskey that Azazel had offered him and took a sip. "Dante, you can handle alcohol really well for a teenager. I didn't think you'd even accept it." The leader of Grigori was already red in the cheeks from the liquor, as they had already had several drinks. "Let's just say I have a diamond liver. Boss, I'm not sure it's right for you to drink when you're underage." A little annoyed at seeing him drink whiskey, Rainer complained. "Boss. Does he work for you now?" "Yes, he already works for me unless you want to leave DMC and return to Grigori." The fall shook its head. "That's right, Azazel-sama. I'm working for him now. I'm not planning on returning to Grigori for the time being." Despite bowing her head in apology to the leader of that organization, the black-haired woman was smiling. "I understand. It's partly my fault, but I hope he's taking good care of you." After Rainer nodded, Azazel continued. "And so Dante, what is your style? Maybe you'll see about that later. Well, I've already shown and told you everything you wanted, and you've also kept your end of the deal. It's been a good conversation, and although I don't completely trust you yet, I'll let you get on with it. Will you stop me? Could you stop me?" The fallen man raised the corner of his mouth in a mocking smile as he took another sip from his glass of whiskey. "Probably. You don't know everything about me yet." Dante winked at Azazel, who remained thoughtful for a moment. "But I'll give you some extra information as compensation for the drinks. First, I'm not a kid. Second, this whiskey needed a few years of aging. And third, the reason I can handle liquor longer is because my liver is the same as this." With that, our hero summoned rebellion, took off his glove and cut it, then showed Azazel his healing abilities. He then made his sword disappear and took another sip of liquor while he waited for the fallen man's reaction, who almost immediately spat out the whiskey he already had in his mouth. "But what the heck? Almost instant regeneration, and not only that, but you also summoned that weapon without the need for magic circles. It almost seemed like the manifestation of a sacred gear. You're full of surprises." His eyes filled with hunger for knowledge just as he took another sip from the cup in his hand. "Anyway, thanks for the drink. It's been a while since I've had one this good." Dante stood up and joined Rainer, and they slowly started walking towards the exit. "See you later. By the way, if I run into Kakabiel, I won't send him to you alive," he said without looking back. His words left the Grigori leader wondering if he would be able to take down a cadre of his organization on his own. Locking someone up always fails, they end up escaping. "I'll send it to you as a metal paperweight, anyway." Those were his last words before opening the entrance door to leave with the violet-eyed girl, not without first scratching his chin to think for a moment. "And speaking of seals, I wonder if the seal I made for Mundus is still intact." The leader of the fallen angels remained in his chair, with a thoughtful face as he continued to drink alcohol. "And I thought he only had a strange sacred gear and a weird demonic power. This just got more interesting, but will he really be able to face Kakabiel if he shows up? I continue thinking about that for a short while, until I summon a certain demon with whom I plan to go fishing today, who usually arrived by bicycle to the summoner's house." Small spin-off. A day that would change the life of Urumarbas. We find ourselves in the time our hero lived in, when he was barely 18 years old and had just built his business, which didn't yet have a name. In the city where the Sparta lived, a handsome man with light blue hair, formally styled, was currently walking the streets. He was also wearing an elegant white suit. This man's name was Urumarbas, a demon born in the underworld. He belonged to one of the 72 pillar houses created by the first 4 demon kings. At that time, these new demons had barely existed for a century, so some were still trying to understand their role in the underworld. The government of that place was still primitive, and the demon kings were the undisputed absolute rulers. The true purpose of the creation of the pillars was to secretly form an army to fight against Mundus and seize his throne over the demon world, and then rule over all the dimensions of this place and the human world. The order to free him or revive him in some way if something were to happen to him while he planned how to exterminate what remained of Sparta's blood, they did not intend to obey, since they had found a better way to use humans, and they had other plans in mind. The first four Mayu kept this, along with everything related to the other dimensions of the demon world, Mundus, Sparta and/or their children, a secret from their creations. They gave orders to almost all demon houses to remain in the underworld, while others were given missions that consisted of discreetly obtaining human souls in the human world, among other things. Returning to Uryu, who was about 70 years old although he looked 40, he and his demonic house had been entrusted with the mission of bringing human souls to the underworld. He had to do it in secret, so he had to hide from all supernatural beings, because in addition to humans who were capable of sensing demonic auras such as magicians, he was told that there were dragons, gods, fallen angels and yokai. Although the real reason, which was not explained to him, is that he had to hide from the predecessor demons so that Mundus would not discover the plans of these first four demon kings. 3. By the way, at this time the fallen angels had not yet invaded the underworld to create Grigori. The blue-haired man was an expert at hiding his aura and went unnoticed in the city while he carried out his mission, and in addition to that, he also dedicated himself to studying human behavior and society because he was a very curious demon, apart from being peaceful and calculating. In fact, many demons of the 72 pillars did not have the violence of their predecessors in their blood. 4. He had been in the city where Sparta's son lived for 2 weeks. Today he was in a cafe, having a drink while reading some books and magazines he had bought in the city. Some time later, he felt strange demonic presences nearby, so he decided to leave the establishment to investigate, and after a few minutes of running, he arrived at a peculiar street. So, hidden in the shadows of a street corner, I observe a peculiar fight. But the stranger from the ruined business. Shit. They've left my place in ruins, and I haven't even had time to give it a name. Exclaimed with fury combined with sarcasm a white-haired man who was surrounded by strange creatures carrying scythes as weapons which were covered by blue robes. Behind this man a building had collapsed. I'm going to get paid for it. After that, the stranger threw a huge sword that charged upwards while putting on a stylish red trench coat. He then grabbed his sword again before it fell to the ground and sneezed, causing the building behind him to collapse. I hope you all can make it up to me for this. With that, he pointed the creatures with the edge of his sword and then began a fight against them. He used the sword he had and his pistols to confront them with unparalleled skill. Hanryu. Are they demons? Their presence seems demonic, but it feels strange. Even that young man also has an aura similar to those creatures, but at the same time I feel a human presence inside that boy. The blue-haired man, who was still sticking his head out, hid behind the wall of a building and with great interest and intrigue continued watching the fight. But the strange swordsman. The white-haired youth quickly eliminated the creatures, however, a creature similar to these, but larger, appeared later. It was an infernal vanguard that he easily defeated. The young man in the trench coat was about to deliver the final blow, but at that moment, an earthquake suddenly occurred, while in the middle of the city, a huge tower rose as if it were a newly born volcano. Hanryu. What is this? Did that tower emerge from the subsoil of the city? The young demon's eyes were almost out of their sockets when he saw that scene. There seemed to be more strange demonic presences inside that place. And what the heck is that flying animal? It looks like a whale. For a few moments, Uryu focused his attention on that demon called Leviathan, which was flying levitating around the tower. At that moment the blue-haired man summoned a special pair of binoculars using a magic circle, and with them he was able to clearly observe the top of the tower, where he saw a young man with white hair wearing a blue oriental-style trench coat. But the strange swordsman. Once that enormous tower appeared, the man in the red trench coat exclaimed ironically as he turned his attention to the top of the tower. Wow, it's been almost a year since we last saw each other, how time flies, right? A second later, the infernal vanguard escaped. The white-haired mongrel aimed his pistols at the creature, but it was too late, so the vanguard, leaping between the collapsed buildings, managed to escape. Later this young man began to walk towards the tower. I'm sure you've thrown me a good party, haven't you? Virgil. Later, before starting his journey towards the tower, when the half-breed saw the corner of a certain street, he noticed Uryu in the distance, however, believing that he was a simple human, he ignored him and then continued on his journey. 5. Hanryu. This is extremely interesting. This new generation demon, after witnessing these events, summoned a small notebook and a pen and began to write down what had happened. He also made some drawings, but he wasn't good at the art. Time passed and he continued to observe from the city with his binoculars the events that could be seen outside the tower. Some time later. Many hours passed since the great tower rose in the city from one moment to another. The white-haired man at one point in the early morning, just before the sun rose, walked outside the tower while loading a bazooka. A few minutes later, he encountered an attractive young woman with black hair wearing a white blouse, a miniskirt, and red boots. She had gun holsters strapped to her legs. Once the half-breed returned the bazooka to the girl, they exchanged a few words and were then surrounded by more strange demons using scythes as weapons. It didn't take long for them to eliminate them. Ryu, the blue-haired boy, who had been taking notes and drawing what had happened while still near the tower, noticed again the presence of the young man he had encountered many hours before. It was the same man he had seen descending one of the tower's walls while killing a large number of reddish birds, only to be eaten by the strange flying whale, which after a while crashed into the tower. When Ryu sensed the young man's presence, he headed close to the gunman. It's worth noting that, during the night, he had to hide from unexpected visitors, angels who had come to this city to exterminate demons, escaping from a massive portal that had opened in the heavens, but that's a story for later. When Ryu was at a suitable distance from the half-breed, he noticed that he was next to a girl who was helping him kill those strange demons. When those two finally eliminated those entities, he managed to hear a conversation while they continued on their way at the same time that the great tower began to descend into the subsoil, generating another tremor 6. As it seems the Tegmi Nigru is descending. The white-haired man took one last look at the large structure that was slowly disappearing into the depths of the earth. Was it lucky that you managed to stop this, or the portal to the demonic world would have opened and humanity would have been in a bad way? The woman with two colored eyes gave her opinion on the matter. With that, the two young men continued on their way, leaving Ryu thoughtful with their words. It's worth noting that, had Tegmi Nigru not been deactivated, it would have opened up to the human world all the other dimensions of the demon world, accessible only through secret paths in the underworld. The underworld was built near the dimensional gap, making it more accessible to the human world. Years later, after Dante sealed Mundus, the 4 demon kings that the Prince of Darkness had created entered the other dimensions of the demon world and exterminated all the predecessor demons because they did not want any unexpected rival to emerge who could take their throne. They kept this a secret and sealed the other dimensions. Some other members of the 72 pillars who went to the human world to harvest souls would sometimes encounter the few remaining lesser ancient demons, some exterminating them and others simply avoiding them. Several of them believing them to be just strange creatures with presences similar to their own, or demons from clans they didn't know about that had gone berserk. After all, demon-like creatures existed in other mythologies, such as the Asura or the creatures of Helheim. These new demons also felt demonic forces clashing with each other during the events of Marlet Island and/or Sid taking power from Abigail, Fortune Island and Doomery Island, but since there were still very few new demons who went to the human world, they never directly witnessed those events and downplayed them. Dante, along with his DMC comrades, occasionally felt the presence of these new demons, but so few of them appeared in the human world at that time that they never managed to find out who they were, so they ended up thinking they were just elusive lesser demons. When our hero was trapped in that dimension of the demonic world, Trish, Nero, Lucia and Lady discovered the existence of the new demons and began hunting them down, along with the few remaining ancient demons. On the other hand, Uryu Marbas, who had been completely intrigued by the events in the city where Tegmi Nigru was raised, began to collect the information he managed to obtain about the demonic world. This information was scattered throughout the human world. He also collected data about Sparta and his children, and learned about the events on Marlet Island, Fortune Island, and Doomery Island. However, the data he collected was somewhat erroneous. Later, the Marbas created a history book with this information. Having completed his work, he attempted to share his findings with his colleagues in the underworld, telling them that there were other demons besides them, among other things. No one believed him, not even the members of his own demonic house. Frustrated by his colleagues' foolishness, he kept his book in his house and was later killed by an emissary of the 4 demon kings who had learned of the information this demon possessed. A little over 2,000 years later, the war between the 3 factions of the demons belonging to the 72 pillars, the angels and the fallen angels, would take place. And with the first 4 demon kings dead, the government of the underworld and the 72 pillars was in crisis. Later, a member of the Marbas household found Uryu's book. He found the information contained in this work intriguing, but at the same time, it was unfeasible, so he turned it into a book of stories that he distributed throughout the underworld in an attempt to generate extra income for his demonic house. End. Chapter 12. Mission 12. Sacred Swords, Part 2. In the Occult Club. The day after Issei met with the leader of Grigori to go fishing without the Red Dragon knowing his identity yet, a heated argument was taking place in the occult club room between the Excalibur bearers of the church and Rias, along with her entourage. The half-breed was also there, but he was sleeping on the desk, snoring peacefully. This made the Redeed feel a little embarrassed, but this feeling was almost completely overshadowed by the anger she felt arguing with those 2 women who, when they saw the sleeping Sparta, couldn't stop the drops from appearing on the backs of their necks. Bang. At one point in the conversation, the white-haired man, after moving while he was sleeping, ended up falling on the floor of the CIO. After our hero fell to the ground, he rubbed his face and eyes as he got up. She woke up just as the Excalibur wielders began insulting Asia. Hearing the insults directed at the blonde, she frowned slightly, but she downplayed it shortly after when Riaz and Issei defended her. Shortly after, Kiba appeared and proposed a challenge to the women of the church, so they all ended up going to a place near the academy which was surrounded by trees. There the Red Dragon and Yudo would have a duel against the Christians. When they arrived at the battle zone, the women removed their robes, revealing black battle dresses. Zenobia removed the bandages from her sword, revealing a large sword, while Irina transformed a whip stuck to her arm into a katana. They know very well what Kiba and Issei did, so let's fast forward this fight a bit. Once the two Grimoire servants were defeated, Zenobia turned around and began to retreat. However, at that moment the half-blood changed his school clothes into his combat suit and summoned rebellion which appeared on his back. It should be noted that, throughout the course of the battle, the Sparta had a face that mixed boredom and disappointment at the same time, as he saw how his comrades were pressured and defeated so easily. The only thing that seemed interesting to him was how when he was wounded by a sacred sword, Issei's wound began to emit black smoke. As he took rebellion in one hand, he looked at Riaz and gave her a smile. She nodded, predicting what the half-breed was going to do. You know, religious fanatics, pride is a deadly sin. Before he left, he addressed those words to the blue-haired girl as she approached Yudo to help him up. Zenobia then focused her attention on the half-breed upon hearing those words. And even fanaticism can lead to madness, so it could be considered incorrect. Have you followed the gentleman's words correctly? A wry smile spread across the Sparta's face as his two eyes focused on the women of the church, who seemed annoyed at listening to him. After that, his attention shifted for a moment to Yudo and Haidu. I don't like being a teacher, but oh well phew, sigh. Kiba, you lost because your desire for revenge clouded your judgment, while you Issei lost because you were focused on your perversion. You forgot everything I taught you. Both of them lowered their heads in sorrow as they were being healed by Asia. Anyway, I'll have to take over so the team doesn't look so pathetic. He focused his attention again on the women of the church and continued. Now then, girls, what do you think if you both come at me at the same time? I take rebellion and place the flat part of his blade on his shoulder as he looked at the church girls. So I can show them they're no big deal. That way they'll see what a true swordmaster is. At the end of his prayer, he smiled with superiority. Heh, you just said I committed a deadly sin, but it seems you're also very proud. As Zenobia spoke, she approached the white-haired man with hostility while carrying her Excalibur sword. What could a demon like you possibly prove by using that huge sword? You'll just end up like the blonde. She sounded quite sure of her words, which was reflected in a confident smile. You are not proud when you are only telling the truth. Dante winked at the girl, which made her a little angry. In any case, it's better if you both come at the same time. Oh, and don't hold back. After challenging them with one hand, the white-haired man moved at superhuman speed and appeared behind Irina, who was unable to see his movements, just like Zenobia, who was impressed because she couldn't follow him either. Because if they don't fight seriously, they'll be left with a terrible reputation when they have to explain how a single demon defeated them both. At the end of her sarcastic sentence, Irina turned around and swung her Excalibur at the half-breed, who easily blocked it with rebellion. Zenobia then tried to slash him from the right side, however, our hero avoided the cut by acrobatically jumping upwards, which led to a spin in the air. When he fell to the ground he was behind Zenobia. A second later, the blue-haired girl turned around and clashed her sword with Rebellion's blade, causing a good amount of sparks to fly everywhere. The two continued trying to cut the half-breed, but he was far faster than them. He saw their thrusts and swings as if in slow motion, so each slash was blocked by Rebellion, who was being used only for defense. In a short time, they began to tire out as not only their body speed, but also the speed with which their rival wielded that enormous sword far surpassed them. At one point in the battle, when Zenobia performed another powerful thrust, in a split second the Sparta jumped and landed on top of the end of the Excalibur destruction blade. He stood with his boots on the blade of the sword, as if we were watching Master Pao Mei from Kill Bill 1. From here you can have a very good view of my foot. Dante said that while still on top of the sword, leaving the church girl speechless and annoyed at the same time. A blink later, the half-breed jumped back as his boot made contact with Zenovia's chin, delivering a low-intensity blow, just as he stopped standing on the blade of his sword. The brunette was a little dizzy after receiving the kick. His swordmanship is at best amateurish. It's pretty pathetic. When Dante's feet touched ground again, he quickly let out another mocking comment. All that was missing from the Sparta was a long white beard to scratch to be the spitting image of Pao Mei, who would have been proud to have seen him. Hearing those words the girl's fury increased, so they attacked with more force. The brunette sword swings flowed continuously without a specific pattern against a half-breed, while the blue-haired girl approached him and placed herself in a stance identical to the one she used when she created that crater in her fight with Kiba, so upon noticing Zenovia's stance, Dante kicked Arena with enough intensity to send her far away. A breath later, the brunette buried the edge of her sword into the ground, creating another crater as she tried to injure the half-breed. However, it didn't work, as when Zenobia blinked again, Dante suddenly appeared standing on the hilt of his Excalibur. He had jumped high enough to be out of the ground shockwave and had subsequently landed standing with both of his feet on top of the hilt. Zenobia, who was kneeling after using that attack, didn't understand how someone could be so fast with such a gigantic sword. But she had little time to think about that because an instant later the Sparta placed the edge of rebellion an inch from her neck. Decent attack, but if your opponent is strong enough to jump high enough, it will be useless. The half-breed addressed her more words, while his sword remained near her neck, the blue-haired girl lay motionless, kneeling on the ground. Incidentally, nervous sweat adorned the girl's forehead. By the way. You didn't realize it, but if you'd guessed right, you would have hurt your friend, comrade, or whatever you call her. She was right next to you. That's why I sent her away. He said this while, out of the corner of his eye, he glanced in the distance at Arena, who was barely standing up while she clutched her stomach. She had no internal injuries or fractures, since the half-breed had been gentle. Zenobia was embarrassed after that comment. A breath passed, and then our hero lowered the hilt of that Excalibur to then place Rebellion on his back. Meanwhile the blue-haired girl stood up nervously. She was no longer holding her sword, because she was no longer sure she could defeat him. When she stood up, Dante suddenly touched a cross she was carrying around her neck. He held it for a few seconds, during which nothing happened, so Zenobia was suddenly baffled because this demon wasn't burning up at the touch. Beautiful cross. A moment later he dropped the cross, his hand still unharmed. How is that possible? You definitely have the aura of a demon, and no one could touch a cross. Zenobia looked quite frustrated and confused. I don't know, maybe God doesn't hate demons that much. Her sarcasm enraged the blue-haired girl again, so much so that she forgot about her defeat a moment ago. She took her Excalibur again, and with a vertical swing, tried to cut the Sparta, who only did a 360-degree turn to evade her, while kicking her with one of his feet on his left side. Zenobia managed to resist, but due to the lack of air in her lungs due to the blow, she remained kneeling on the ground for a few seconds. 2 breaths later, Dante bent down to get a closer look at the woman. Anger is also a deadly sin. Today you'll have to pray a lot to ask for forgiveness for your sins. Wink. In the meantime, I'll give you redemption, Samani. Hearing the mocking Buddhist prayer of her enemy, the blue-haired girl was once again speechless as she was reciting it without suffering any harm. But how is that possible? But that done, Dante took a full look at Zenovia's sword. For some reason, the next thing he did was take off a glove and cut his left hand with the edge of Excalibur destruction, and unlike Issei, that dark essence did not manifest from his wound, so once again Zenobia and Arena, who was already back on her feet, did not understand what was happening. Riaz and her entourage were also disconcerted to see this, although less than the church girls, since everything coming from the Sparta was a surprise every now and then, and they were getting used to it. Interesting, it's taking longer to heal than with the light element. The half-breed thought about that as he looked at the hand that had been cut with the holy sword. They are weapons created especially for the new demons, but do not be confused, as your demonic part is essentially their predecessor. If the sacred aura of the weapon is strong, you will also end up like a current demon, with smoke coming out of your body and no chance of being healed. The power of light affects you less than them due to your healing ability and your inherent resistance to that element. However, if you were to receive many light attacks or a very strong one with that element, you could also perish too. I understand, he nodded. Well, I've already shown you that you still have a lot to learn. Sisters, may God have mercy on your sins. Having said his mockery, the half-breed turned his back on the blue-haired girl and then began his walk towards the Gremory group, but not before saying more sarcastic sentences to her and Arena, who was leaning against a tree several meters away. What if I told you that God is so kind as to forgive demons and that I was even revived by him? What if I told you that there was a demon who once saved humanity? Would you keep your faith intact? Would you be able to make peace with demons? Would you change sides? Zenobia and Arena were left furious, frustrated, and confused. They had never met a demon who was superior to them in the art of the sword, much less a demon who was able to withstand blessings, crosses, and holy weapons. Overwhelmed by all those feelings and with her desire to fight having been crushed, the blue-haired girl stood up, took her sword and, no longer wanting to fight, exclaimed angrily. What are you? Zenovia's angry scream was followed by another from Arena. Blasphemous. I'm just the half-breed who defeated them, but really no one important. He said without looking back. A few blinks later, our hero arrived at the side of Riaz and her entourage, who were happy to have seen how he had humiliated them, except for Kiba, who was frustrated for not having been able to do anything against the wielders of Excalibur. She's hurt and it takes more than 10 seconds to heal, I must avoid cuts from those swords. When he reached his friend's side, Dante gave himself a mental warning when he noticed how the wound on his hand had barely healed. On the other hand, Zenobia and Irina, despite feeling this mixed feeling, put away their swords and approached the group of demons again. Even with the confusion in their minds caused by the half-breed, they ended up commenting that despite what had happened, they would expect cooperation from them and not interfere with their crusade. They also revealed that Kakabiel had stolen several pieces of Excalibur. Hearing this, the Spartan knew something big was coming, as Azazel had told him a little about it. Seconds later, the church girls commented that they didn't mind dying on this mission as long as they destroyed those stolen swords. Kiba provided some information by telling them that a mad priest named Freed had murdered a comrade of the women and that he was wielding the sword Excalibur. That said, the Excalibur bearers turned around and began their departure, but not before receiving some other advice. You'll die in that mission of yours at your current level, you'll only make it worthless for all the effort you've put in so far. You should think that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Although that last part sounded sincere, Zenobia and Irina continued walking, but with a frown. Remember that pride is sin, and again they were filled with anger. Go pray all night, amen. They almost vomited blood upon hearing that last mockery that filled them with a rage that could barely be contained. A few moments later, they finally left, and after they left, Asia continued healing Kiba and Issei's wounds, while the Redeed turned her attention to the half-breed's hand, which had already healed. A few seconds later, Akeno and Riaz, remembering the half-blood's words, couldn't stop laughing funnily for a while. So your god is kind to demons. And you were resurrected by the Lord. And even a demon saved humanity. You told some great jokes, haha. This time you showed off with your words, wink at him. Riaz was the first to express the irony of the situation, followed by Akeno. You even gave them lessons on the deadly sins, he. The black-haired girl tenderly covered her mouth with two of her fingers to avoid dying of laughter, then the Gremory spoke again, who had just remembered how the Sparta's wound healed. And from what I see, weapons against demons don't hurt you the same way they do us, you're still a weirdo. Listening to them, Asia was partly very happy that the white-haired man said that God was kind even to demons, and even though it was a lie that she believed her friend had told, she had faith that it was possible. Yeah, I think I overdid it with the jokes, heh. Dante let out a slightly nervous laugh as he took the back of his neck in his hands. They can't say I didn't tell the truth anymore. You've indeed told them the truth between the lines. Although it's better if they continue to disbelieve you, because those church girls would surely faint upon learning how you returned to this world. Later, at the occult club. When the curtain of night fell, the club president tried to talk to Kiba, but he did not follow orders, so he left the club room to a certain place where he would try to carry out his revenge. When Yudo left, the white-haired man took Ria's shoulder to try to comfort her with a few words. He will return, he just has to sort out his ideas. The Redeed thanked him with a smile for that action. Later, when everyone was about to leave the club, the sound of a motorcycle was heard coming from outside the academy. A moment later, the white-haired man felt a familiar presence, so he looked out the window and saw Trish leaning against the school entrance. She had her attention focused on the CIO. It didn't take long for their gazes to meet, so after they smiled at each other, Dante left the club to see her. Riaz and her entourage accompanied him. When they finally all reached the golden-haired demon, they noticed two motorcycles on the street in front of the academy. A flicker passed, and Trish nodded to the Sparta to get on one of them. Well, I'll catch up with her. See you later. Hey, but you don't have a license. Besides, have you ever ridden a motorcycle before? Curious, the CIO president inquired. Yes, I've ridden a lot of motorcycles. And, are you serious about your first question? License for a demon? Dante raised an eyebrow as if that question seemed like the stupidest and most pointless thing in the world. Riaz sighed wearily at this. Explaining how the demon world works hadn't worked so far, so she decided to let the subject go for the time being. Shortly after, the hunter climbed onto one of the Cavalier motorcycles, while his blonde colleague did the same. The two were side by side. I'll lend it to you just for today. Don't ruin it or the debt will increase. An evil smile appeared on the face of the blonde-haired demoness. Don't talk about it for now. Phew. Dante sighed sadly before cheering up again when he caught sight of Trish out of the corner of his eye. He quickly put on a smile when she asked. Hellish speed. Hellish speed. Trish quickly smiled and nodded as. Rum 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 rum. Along with the Sparta, he increased the intensity of his aura, which passed towards the vehicles, making their exhaust shine with the color red and yellow. An instant later, they started their motorcycles and took off towards the streets at lightning speed. In their wake, only a trail of light with the described colors could be seen. The Gremory group was once again impressed after seeing that scene. I've never seen that possible with a motorcycle. Dante-san really knows how to use motorcycles. Riaz and Akeno expressed their surprise in their own way, the latter also placed a flirtatious look for a moment as she imagined being transported by the half-breed in one of those vehicles. Naturally, the only man in the Gremory group at the moment felt extremely jealous. I curse you, Dante. How can you not like a woman like that? In an abandoned church that night. The two Excalibur wielders were showering in a kind of bathtub which was no longer in use while they talked about what had happened that day. They also mentioned that they barely had any money for food because Irina had bought a painting. Later, as their stomachs growled with hunger, they remembered the white-haired man's words, grimaced, and began to pray. That night, in an apartment Trish had rented. The half-breed was explaining everything to the blonde, who was currently taking a sip of brandy from a glass while sitting next to the half-breed in an elegant armchair. Dante, as always, had his feet up on the middle table and was accompanying the devil with a hot toddy. She was amazed and intrigued by everything she was hearing. When the Sparta finally finished his story, Triss exclaimed in bewilderment after his jaw closed. No way. So you have a foster family. And about everything else I can hardly believe a crazy person like you was rescued by the biblical god. I wonder if he backed the worst horse on you, haha. Dante complained about the latter, however he ended up forgetting the insult when Trish offered to clink their glasses to toast his return. So, you only rented this place for a week. How much money have you accumulated? I'm sure you already have a castle or you're fluent in Chinese. Why do you want me to pay you? Yes, just for a week. I have other matters. I didn't just come to watch you eat pizza. As always, you're going to extremes. Ha. I don't know Chinese or own a castle, but I do have a lot of money. However, you still have to take responsibility for what you owed me. A serious look appeared after that sentence, causing the white-haired man's forehead to sweat as he thought about everything he owed Trish. Once a sigh filled with sorrow escaped the hunter's mouth, he curiously inquired the following after taking a sip of his drink. And how was the war? Was it a good party? The war was a complete disaster. Suddenly the woman became serious and with a nostalgic air. At first even the angels attacked me and Lucia when we tried to kill the former members of the 72 Pillars, however we never harmed the angels. We had no allies. Some time later Lucia was defeated by two demon kings, Asmodeus and Beelzebub. Trish's voice grew hoarse at the end of that sentence. Immediately afterward, Dante and Trish closed their eyes in sadness, thinking about the loss of the redeed. They observed a minute of silence, and then the blonde continued speaking. Well, at least he took them to the grave. In my case, thanks to carrying the Sparta sword that combined with my skill, I managed to survive. She took a sip from her glass and then followed up by banging her fist into one of her palms, as if she had remembered something. Oh yeah. By the way, take this. The blonde handed him a coin that had the same face on both sides. Seeing it, the Sparta was filled with surprise. Before she died, Lucia told me to give her to you. She never stopped believing, she was always saying that one day you would return. She smiled nostalgically when she finally handed him the coin. Lucia, I would have liked to spend more time can't, forget it, thanks Trish. Dante muttered to himself and then changed the subject after sighing in sadness as he glanced at his old coin before putting it in a pocket in his trench coat. How is it that this coin remains almost the same? I used magic to keep it almost intact. I understand. And Lucia, did she at least have a happy life before she died? Yes, she lived a good life. She joined DMC for a while and then left for V. de Marley. She spent much of her life with Meteor protecting the coasts of Casartas. I ran into her during the war and she told me she didn't regret the life she'd lived. Keep that coin safe, smiled. I will. Dante smiled again nostalgically, almost as if he wished he could go back in time for a moment. Later, Trish changed the subject after seeing that they were getting very melancholic. Well, continuing with what I was telling you. Some time after I continued fighting the angels, still doubting, began to support me, that was how I joined them in the beginning. Shortly after, when speaking with one of their leaders, I told him that I was friends with a son of Sparta. I gave them your name, your brother's name, and Nero's. He smiled. With that, the Seraph immediately told the others not to doubt that I was trustworthy. The highest-ranking Seraphim are the only ones who have access to that story. It seems they know about some adventures that your father and we carried out. God has probably seen us and recorded everything we did somewhere in heaven. She took another sip of her brandy before placing the glass on the middle table. And were you present at the end of the war? When the celestial lizards went crazy? I would have loved to participate in that show. Heh. I couldn't even come close to that fight. It was crazy. Anyone below the divine level was almost immediately wiped out by the shockwaves. The biblical god himself faced those dragons. Now that I think about it, it said I need help sealing them. So that was a real boss battle. Wait, did he need help? Yes, it is said that a powerful magician, the last arisen, accompanied by a strange demon, appeared at the decisive moment to support the biblical god. But forget it, they are just rumors, no one could truly confirm that. 3. Duo, that's true, those united dragons were certainly troublesome. Sounds quite interesting. How strong would they have been? As strong as Mundus or Argosax? Arisen. Who knows? Trish shrugged before continuing. Let's just forget about it or we'll be speculating about it all night. You're right. In any case, you did go through a lot of hardships, but I'm glad my father's name still serves a purpose. The Sparta also finished his drink and placed it on the middle table as he finished that sentence. And since we're talking about the Sparta sword, where are the rest of my devil arms? I'll just tell you that they are in a safe place, that answer is a surprise I have for you later. Smiling mysteriously, the blonde left the mestizo with doubts. Well, anyway, it's not like I won't be able to summon them. Anyway, one of the things that confuses me the most is how is it possible that Red Queen isn't rusted yet? She was built by humans, she should be dust by now. Dante pointed to that weapon, which was in a corner of the room. Red Queen. For a moment the devil lowered her head and seemed to become melancholic. I've maintained it. Nero lived a long life of a little over 2,000 years. When they were of a ripe old age, he gave it to his children, and they passed it on to me when they died. It got to the point where your family blood was no longer passed on. The white-haired man took the blonde's shoulder for a moment when he noticed her feeling down. At the same time, he also regretted what had happened with Nero. I keep using it because your devil arms only respond to your family's blood. The Sparta was very useful even if I couldn't unleash its full potential, however, it emitted an enormous energy that attracted unwanted demons, so I decided to keep it safe. That said, the blonde changed the subject again to forget about the sad topics. By the way, I already imagined you had returned, although I still didn't fully believe it. When they told me that sword had become Force Edge and the amulets had disappeared, I knew something would surprise me soon. Did they tell you? I raised my eyebrows, do you have subjects or where is that sword? Surprise for later, he smiled mysteriously, besides, what good would Force Edge be to you now? You've only found one amulet, but you still don't know where the other one is. Ah. Come on. I'm about to find Virgil's amulet. I've already spotted an area where it might be. He scratched his chin thoughtfully as he remembered something important after mentioning a certain name. Hey, is Yamato also with my other devil arms? I've never been able to summon her. No, that sword isn't there. I never knew what Nero did with it. How is that possible? Aren't they linked to the blood of a Sparta? Unless it was broken again, only the original owner would prevent you from summoning it, he scratched his chin. I understand. That's the strange thing, I don't know what's going on with that sword. Dante put on a face full of discouragement for a second because he was frustrated at not having been able to summon Yamato ever. What a mystery. Maybe it's a secondary reason why Nero had her in the Devil Bringer. Whatever. She downplayed the situation and got on with something that seemed to interest her more. Better tell me, why did you give your amulet to her? I still can't believe that a womanizer and lazy ass like you would do something like that. It's your mother's medallion, what does that redeed mean to you? He scratched his chin. Hearing that last thing, the white-haired man gave a long sigh and turned his head to take his eyes off Trish. She. Dante looked quite embarrassed. Well. He took the glass he had and filled it with more hot toddy, then took a long sip from the glass while continuing to avoid his colleague's gaze. Forget it. Don't even mention it, I still can't believe it. You've changed, even if it's just a little. With that, a small electric shock shot from the blonde's hands and hit the mixed-race man, who quickly complained to Trish as usual. After a few bursts of laughter that emerged out of nowhere after that action, they continued talking for a while longer, reminiscing about old times, among other things. Their old friends had returned, even if it was only for a little while. That night, at Dante's house. In a short time, Riaz had arrived at what was now her new home. After dinner with the other members of the Tanasi family and Yuma, the Sparta's parents asked where their son was, so the Redeed lied by telling them he had gone to play at Haidu's house. A little later, the Grimoire asked Elizabeth if she had any photo albums of the hunter when he was little. Her mother enthusiastically agreed and ran to find them. Meanwhile, her father and sister, uninterested in the matter, simply smiled at the sight and retreated to their rooms. Yuma, for the first time, agreed with the demon on something, as she also wanted to see those photographs. Soon, Elizabeth Masters returned with an album that she placed on top of the dining room table, then she sat between the Fall and the Redeed while they began to look at an album where she first showed them photographs of Daniel Tanasi when he was 4 years old, who appeared naked in a bathtub. Dante baby, Dante baby. The Redeed seemed quite excited when she saw the photographs. Yes, he was so cute. Just like the fall, who also added. Ah. Look, he had black hair. She pointed to a particular image in the album. When the Gremory focused on the image, she began to scratch her chin, deeply thoughtful. A multitude of thoughts and suspicions appeared in her mind as she observed little Danielle's black hair. Oh yeah. We took him to the doctor when he was 12. The reason was because he started to grow a white tuft of hair and his eyes also changed color. Little by little, they turned blue. After a while, his hair turned completely white. The doctor explained to me that it was a rare type of albinism. As I explained, Sparta's adoptive mother continued to look happily at the various photographs. The pages of the album continued to turn. After the age of 12, the half-breed began to show the change Elizabeth had mentioned. When they reached the age of 14, one of the photos made Riaz hold the medallion she wore around her neck, under her school clothes, for a moment. In that photograph, Dante could be seen smiling a little. He seemed to be at some sort of camp with his parents. He was wearing casual clothes and looked essentially identical to someone the Redeed had met, someone who was supposedly a colleague of Sparta. Tony Redgrave. Half his hair was white and the other half was black, and his eyes were a mix of brown and blue. At that moment the face of the high-class devil took on a serious expression, at the same time a great number of thoughts passed through her head as she continued to look at that impression. He's Tony. He lied to me. Why did he do it? After a sigh filled with complex feelings, Riaz continued to delve deeper into her thoughts. Although I may be jumping the gun. Tony may also be part of her demon clan, and this change in appearance is part of her nature. In my family, everyone has red hair after all. Some of that reasoning didn't quite add up, so his brow soon furrowed. But with Tony's demonic aura it felt different, and Dante told me that Tony wasn't able to create devil arms, something doesn't add up here. Ria's eyes filled with a tinge of sadness as a last thought came to her. However, he is identical. If he is Tony, why would he lie to me for so long? Are you feeling okay, Miss Gremory? Riaz, are you okay? Noticing the devil's face filled with complex emotions, Elizabeth and Yuma inquired with some concern. Yuma touched Ria's shoulder, trying to find out what was wrong. She looked a little sad. Despite their arguments, she didn't hate her. She just considered a rival. A few breaths later, the Gremory came out of her trance and looked at the falling while putting on a neutral face. Yeah, everything's fine. I was just thinking about something at school, nothing important. She smiled falsely to hide her true state. Open at that moment, with a creaking sound, the door of the house opened. The white-haired man had finally arrived and it didn't take long for him to stop by the dining room. Hi, what are you doing? Dante greeted them upon seeing them and curiously inquired as they seemed to be busy with something at the dining table. Hey, son. We're looking at photos from when you were a baby, when you weren't even a bum yet, you fufu. Mother, no, those photos. Yuma smiled at the Sparta's obvious embarrassment, while the Redeed faked a smile as her eyes looked at him with complex feelings. Seeing that look, Dante remembered that her changed appearance had appeared in those albums, so he immediately became suspicious. I never had that photo album in mind, or that she would see it. I think it's time to tell her the truth. Dude, he was going to find out at some point. Yes, but I never expected that with a photo album he would find out. I was going to tell him my way when the time was right. Well, I'll go to my room, have a good night. A nervous smile graced her face before she quickly climbed the stairs to her room. Yes, son, rest well. We'll keep looking at this album for a while longer, Despite remaining very thoughtful, with a feeling of suspicion and complex emotions, Riaz continued with the others looking at the photo album until after a while they finished looking at them. Moments later, each of them headed to the upper floor. Yuma entered the half-breed's room, however, Riaz was not in the mood to sleep in that place today, so she entered her own guest room, which left the fall confused. So you've already started to suspect it or you already know. You must be very upset or sad. The white-haired man thought about that with sadness when he saw that only Yuma had entered the room. He wanted to tell her the truth a long time ago, but something inside him had prevented him. When the fall finally lay down next to him, wearing only underwear again, as he had already grown accustomed to resting that way, this time he paid no attention to those good feminine attributes, as he was still immersed in his thoughts. Maybe he also thinks I've lied to him about other things. I hope when I tell him the truth he'll understand or he'll miss me leaving this bed cramped. A short time later, he fell deeply asleep. The next day at the academy. Dante and Yuma arrived at the academy, as Riaz had arrived first. It seems she wanted to avoid running into the Sparta, at least for today. Later Issei organized a secret meeting to try to help Kiba with his goal, and the rest happened almost the same as how you know it, so let's move forward a little into the future. When the demons invited the hungry church women to eat hamburgers at a random restaurant, they said a prayer to bless their benefactors, which gave migraines to 3 of the 4 demons present in this restaurant, who were sitting in front of Zenobia and Irina. That was good, girls. Dante gave the church girls a thumbs up, he seemed quite amused to see his classmates suffering from headaches. I also send you blessings regularly. The blue-haired girl and the brunette were surprised again that this half-breed was not affected by the blessings and prayers of the church. Your aura feels like a demon's, but are you really one? How could this happen? Yes. How is it that the Lord's prayers don't affect you? Zenobia and Irina were quick to express their doubts with great bewilderment. Who knows? Dante smiled ironically as he shrugged his shoulders. Maybe I am special, I wink at them. The two wielders of Excalibur remained in suspense for a while, until they were convinced to join forces against Kacabiel and the ex-exorcists who had stolen the other sacred swords. Later, as they walked through the streets, they met Udo, whom they managed to persuade to work together after a long talk. It's a shame that he's receiving approval to destroy the Excalibur of his wielders. Udo exclaimed with contempt when he looked at the women of the church in front of him. I heard you left the Gremory clan. If you're a stray dog, I can kill you here. The blue-haired girl slowly took the hilt of her sword and began to draw it from its sheath until the half-breed looked at her with a bored expression that said, "Do you think you'll achieve anything with me here?" So she quickly put away her weapon. A while later, Zenobia told them that they also hated the Sacred Sword Project and they talked about Valper Galilei, who was the author of those experiments, so he had been expelled from the church and was now working with Fried. Upon hearing that information, Knight Gremory finally accepted the help when the church's envoys retreated to prepare for battle. I'd like you not to get caught up in this. It's my personal quest for revenge. I don't want to drag you into it. Biba tried to dissuade his comrades, but it was useless, as Dante and Issei respectively refused in their own way. I told you the other day that it's always better to have a buddy by your side when you're hunting someone. But don't worry, it's up to you to take down the crazy exorcist. That's right, we're not going to let a friend get lost. Besides, this is also for Butchu. With that, the blonde explained to Issei, Saji, Kaneko, and Dante what he suffered in the church's experiments and how Ria saved him. With that, the Sparta finally fully understood the knight's desire for revenge. Well, that's it, let's kick their asses. Kiba, by the way, if you lose this time, I'll train you to silver level, and that will be 1,000 times worse than facing the wielders of Excalibur. I understand, I won't lose. When those words passed through Udo's ears, he began to tremble and sweat nervously like never before when he responded to the Sparta. When he trained him that time, they hadn't even reached bronze level. Haidu felt sorry for his friend when he remembered that training. I don't understand, what is Dante referring to? Saji didn't understand what was happening, so he questioned the red dragon, who with an electric shock in his spine began to tell. When Dante comes to train you, it's hell. If your president is mean to you when you misbehave, imagine that, but 100 times worse. He levels his so-called training, which technically amounts to trying to kill you while you dodge or block. I've only trained with him at the bronze level and for 5 seconds at the silver level, and I almost died. Saji's eyes widened as he heard it, while he felt a little scared just thinking about it. Now calmer, Haidu laughed nervously and spoke again. The good thing is that he doesn't like to act as a teacher or train anyone. So he only does it occasionally, Later that night, in the abandoned church. Dante, along with Ria's entourage, gathered at the abandoned church where Asia was kidnapped. The church girls wore their typical combat clothes, while the others, except for the white-haired man, dressed as priests to go unnoticed. They insisted that the mestizo disguise himself since he was wearing his battle attire, but he mockingly refused because not only would he never dress like that, but he also told them that they would surely be detected despite their poor disguises. With no way to convince him, they ended up continuing with the plan they had in mind. Further ahead, they separated into groups. The church girls on one side and the Sparta along with the rest were going to go another way, however, before leaving, the Excalibur bearers warned Issei that the white dragon had awakened, so upon hearing this Issei seemed worried. Outside a certain known place. The white-haired man and his companions soon arrived at the outskirts of where they had fought against a strange stray demon. Not here, please. The vagina-shaped stray with teeth was above my disgust tolerance. Vagina-shaped street. Saji was very confused by the hunter's prayer. It's a long story. Issei preferred to leave that story for later. By the way, those guys are already here. I told you pretending to be monks wouldn't help. Dante pointed to the roof of the museum-like building in front of them, where Fried was standing. He was holding a piece of Excalibur. Once the former priest appeared, he attacked Kiba with his weapon, who countered the mad exorcist with his own sword. They had a sword duel on the roof of the abandoned museum. By using that piece of Excalibur, Fried managed to move at the same speed as Udo. The sparks and impacts of the metal from both swords appeared from one side to the other as they became blurs that only the half-breed was able to follow with his eyes. When that fight seemed to reach a stalemate, Dante summoned Rebellion and Coyote. Damn, if we had a way to stop him, I would pass my power to Kiba. Issei said in frustration as he was loading boosteds into his red gauntlet while watching the fight. Understood, perverted boy. Dante patted his friend on the back as he came up with an idea to make the red dragon do what he had in mind, so he jumped up onto the roof, and as Freed charged Akiba again, Dante unexpectedly punched the exorcist in the stomach while sending him flying into a wall on the roof, where he ended up crashing. He hit him hard enough to not kill him, since he was leaving it to Kiba, knowing well that Kiba had to satisfy his desire for revenge on his own. That done, Freed stuck to the small crater formed in the wall. Now Issei. Once he had struck, the Sparta gave the order to the Sekiraiate, who was immediately thrown by Kaneko towards the roof in the direction of Yudo, ending up touching his back as he flew due to the momentum. Upon touching him, he transferred the accumulated power to him, with which Kiba charged again towards Freed, not without first having created a large number of swords, after having stuck the edge of the one he carried into the concrete of the ceiling, while saying, "Sword birth." Those swords that appeared in the concrete quickly headed towards the exorcist, with the aim of impaling him. However, Freed, who had just spat blood after having taken off from the small crater, managed to get back up in time and then break the blades of the swords with his Excalibur. But his rate of destruction could not match Udo's rate of creation, so he thought about escaping before being impaled. However, Saji managed to capture him with one of his absorption line, which held one of the lunatic's legs. A few moments later, as Freed desperately tried to destroy the swords created by Kiba, Valper appeared and gave him some advice on how to use the sacred sword. Upon hearing this, the exorcist concentrated the sacred aura around the blade of his sword, turning its edge into a golden color. With this, by slashing at Saji's line, he finally managed to cut it. The exorcist's next move was to charge at Kiba and try to slash him, but before that could happen, Freed's sword was stopped by rebellion. Kiba was still on one knee on the ground and couldn't have defended himself. A moment later, Dante kicked Freed again, sending him crashing to another part of the roof. Thanks Dante. After thanking him, the blonde stood up and took one of his swords. You're welcome. That psychopath is yours. But that said, Kiba smiled and went after the exorcist again, but he disappeared after using a white capsule that when thrown to the ground and breaking, emitted a blinding light with which he escaped after seeing that he was surrounded not only by those present, but also by Irina and Zenobia who had just arrived. He's always saying he's going to kill us and he ends up escaping. Dante could not help but express the irony of the scene. Seconds after the exorcist escaped, everyone on the roof descended to the ground. Udo became enraged and immediately ran to a certain place with the Excalibur wielders with the intention of finding that psychopath. Just when everyone was trying to find a way to find Kiba, behind everyone else appeared Sona, Tsubaki, Riaz and Akeno through a magic transportation circle. Wow, what naughty boys. Hearing the Grimoire's voice, they turned their heads and focused their eyes on her annoyed face. It should be noted that Dante was a little nervous as Riaz briefly saw him with a look full of rage directed only at him. Dante and Issei, could you tell me what's going on here? Explain it to me, Saji. Haidu and Genshiro hugged each other, trembling, knowing nothing good was coming. Meanwhile, the half-breed vanished his weapons and held his hands up as if a gun was pointed at him. I didn't plan anything, I demand a lawyer. Sarcastically, our hero defended himself. The Redeed couldn't help but laugh a little despite still being annoyed with him. Inside the abandoned building. Then, guided by the student council president and the CIO president, everyone entered the abandoned building. Inside, Sona went to a corner of the place to teach her servant a lesson, while Riaz did the same on the other side of the building. Dante was near the Grimoire group, leaning his body against a wall. It didn't take long for each president to scold their respective servants. Asitri punished Saji by spanking him with magic, causing him severe pain that made him scream like a baby. Meanwhile, the Redeed initially hugged her servants and then turned to look at the Sparta while still hugging them. Thanks for taking care of them, I was very worried about them. You're welcome Lady Butchu, whenever I can I'll give you a hand. Ria smiled upon hearing his sincere words, her angry eyes slowly fading into what she was thinking. If you're Tony, I don't know why you lied to me. She bowed her head sadly for a moment as she remained thoughtful. What hurts me the most is that you keep secrets from me after all this time we've spent together. However, it didn't take long for him to raise his face again to place cheerful eyes and a gentle smile when he focused his attention back on the Sparta while he touched the medallion under his clothes for a moment. But you've always been protecting me and my servants. You rescued me from Riser by using all your strength. I'm sure those words you said that day aren't a lie, I just hope you tell me the truth someday, if I'm not mistaken. His thoughts were interrupted once the half-breed opened his mouth to blame the Red Dragon by using his carefree and sarcastic way of speaking to play the victim. Lady Butchu, I tried to stop Issei, but he insisted so much that I decided to go with him. I think he's behaved very badly, aren't you going to spank him too? I think he deserves at least 2,000 spankings. My little sister, Kaneko, also insisted that we shouldn't come, but seeing that I wasn't thinking clearly, she decided to go with me to make sure I didn't do anything stupid. He was clearly playing a trick on the Sakurayate while trying to save the Nekomata. He's lie. With his index finger, the dragon exclaimed angrily, while his finger trembled nervously because he saw that Rias was seriously meditating on what the Sparta had said. You're right, Dante. Smiled, Issei, show me your ass. But aren't you going to forgive me? Nervous sweat trickled down Haidu's forehead. I can't do it. My job as your teacher is to teach you how to behave, smiled, and it'll be 2,000 lashes like Dante said. I'm sure you also involved Saji. Now show me your ass. Having heard her, Dante was covering his mouth to avoid dying of laughter. With that, the Redeed made a magic circle appear in one of her hands. However, before the punishment could begin, the Nekomata intervened, saying that she deserved a punishment too, so the Grimoire gave her a light spanking without using magic. How lucky she was. A minute later, Issei's suffering began, and he would receive 1999 spankings, since the white-haired girl had received one for him, so the lashes charged with magical power did not stop for a while. I hate you, Dante. As best he could, the red dragon managed to express himself in what was cruelly punished. Ahahahaha. Consider it a workout for your ass, hahaha. Just like Issei, Dante could barely speak, although in his case it was due to so much laughter that it even brought tears of joy to his eyes. After a while, Saji's beatings ended and Sona disappeared through an arcane circle along with Genshiro and his vice president. Some time later, Issei's beatings ended. He staggered to his feet, clutching his butt tightly. A moment later, Rias focused her attention on the white-haired man who put on a creepy smile. Now it's your turn. Even though you protected them, as my ally, you should have warned me about this incident from the start. Slowly she approached the Sparta who after sweating nervously quickly summoned rebellion to drive. Cutting the wall behind him, creating a vertical hole several meters wide through which he escaped. Running at full speed, he quickly disappeared into the horizon. If I ever allow myself to be spanked, it will only be in bed and in a different way. That whole prayer was heard in the distance. He kept running at full speed without looking back. Hearing that, Ria's face turned as red as her hair as a small laugh escaped her, as did Akeno, who couldn't help but say ara in what she imagined a whip, a Dante, and masochist-style clothes for some reason. Later, at Sparta's house. After escorting Issei home, Rias returned to her temporary home wearing an apron, as Asia had given her an idea that would make the Sparta happy. She appeared at the half-blood's house, who hadn't arrived yet, through a magic circle in the guest room. But this I'll beat that crow. Iridide exclaimed resolutely as she put on her kitchen apron. Incidentally, she wasn't wearing anything underneath the apron. But that done, he left his room and cast a spell to keep the Sparta's sister's door from opening, as well as a spell to put her and her parents to sleep. He then went down to the kitchen and began preparing food. Rainer, who was in her room, noticed the presence of the Grimoire in a short time, so when she went down to see what was happening. But what are you doing? I was stunned to see the way the devil was dressed, who was carrying a cooking pot with food. If she sees you like this, her sister will go crazy. Take that off. Rainer's murderous aura was slowly being expelled. This makes for a better dinner. Rias ignored the fall and continued with her work. She put the pot she was carrying in the oven and continued preparing more food while she continued talking to the other woman. I put his sister to sleep with magic and sealed her room for today. This way, Dante will have a really good dinner. I'm even making pizza. At the end of his prayer, he rudely stuck his tongue out at the Black Angel. Rainer, who had a twitch in her eye from so much fury, didn't take long to realize that he was planning so she wouldn't let him get away with it, so she also took an apron she found in the kitchen, and just like the Grimoire, she didn't wear anything under it. The fall wanted to choke her, but if they fought all that food would fall on the floor and it would be a waste, so she started preparing some strawberry and miso ice cream. Even though her rival played along, Rias continued ignoring her, and while they were doing all of this, neither of them looked into each other's eyes or leaned on the stove at any time. A little while later, the front door opened when the white-haired man arrived. He was greatly surprised by the scene he unexpectedly found in the kitchen. Girls, it's not because Buck. This never even happened to me in my past life. I only went through similar things in the exotic dance areas where I went for criticizing her splendid outfit. Dante couldn't help but look at them lustfully as he spoke to them. They listened to him with a smile as they continued preparing the dishes. But my parents are going to have a heart attack and my sister will probably take a knife and try to kill us all if they see this. We made your parents more permissive with magic. Except for your sister, we don't mess with her, but we put her to sleep with a spell for today. We wanted to prepare a nice dinner while we got comfortable. Rainer and Ria said respectively with a casual tone of voice while looking at each other with annoyed eyes while they continued preparing the food. That explains why they let Riaz stay. Well, putting my sister to sleep isn't so bad, I think I'll go see what they're cooking. The mestizo entered the kitchen as the two girls watched him out of the corner of their eyes as they continued preparing dinner. Dante noticed a homemade pizza brewing in the oven, miso soup, strawberry ice cream almost ready, beef stew, sushi, and other Japanese and Italian dishes. He was so amazed at the sight and smell of these delicacies that he briefly forgot about the outfits of the demon and fallen angel at his sides. Later, while he was still crouching down because he had been watching the oven, he directed his gaze again to the exuberant exposed backsides of those girls, so it was inevitable that a lustful smile appeared on his face at the same time that his instincts came to the surface when he touched both of their backsides at the same time. Hi. They immediately screamed when they were grabbed by the buttocks. Fine, soft skin, with well-defined proportions, a suitable size and firm, without being too. It didn't take them long to throw food from the pots of boiling water right in his face. Having received such an attack, the Sparta fell to the ground, writhing in pain as his third-degree burns healed rapidly. A blink passed, and they turned to look at him with angry eyes, their cheeks flushed. It was just so you could see, don't touch. You could just hug me. And the worst part is that you evaluated them again. Saying that last thing, the Grimoire's face turned the same color as a tomato. Dante heard the complaint while still lying on the floor with food on his face, which he began to lick and eat as he swallowed a miso noodle that was on his cheek while laughing through his teeth. Dante, you went too far. When did I tell you you could do that? And it's your fault the miso is ruined. They're exaggerating. I was just approving the situation also, lady, but you, isn't that hypocritical? You're allowing me to touch on the above. What's the difference? He exclaimed shamelessly as he continued to eat the food that was on his face. Not below. Riaz couldn't help but punch him a few times in the face while he was still lying down. I have to get even too. Boom Rainer supported the Redeed in the punishment with other punches and slaps charged with magic. While they were beating him, for a moment they both looked into each other's eyes and smiled at each other. They seemed to be getting along better after living with a crazy brazen half-breed. After his punishment, Sparta rubbed his face while the bruises disappeared. He wasn't going to comment, but since he was still on the ground, from his perspective, he was seeing under his aprons, which had him smiling the entire time they were beating him. Later, when the punishment was over, he stood up and, after a long sigh, said, while crossing his arms in an annoyed manner. Well, I don't regret anything. You. They were outraged by his comment. Auras of murderous intent quickly spread out, seeming as if they were about to strangle him if he didn't say something to calm them down. However, your food is delicious. He took another piece of spaghetti in his hair and took a bite. So thank you. But that said sincerely, I walked to the dining table to sit in one of the chairs. Those words managed to calm them down a little for a moment. They were still upset, but for the sake of dinner, after sighing wearily and wishing this man would be more considerate conscious normal, they finally prepared the food that hadn't yet been ruined. When they finished, they placed it on the table and then began the snack. Obviously what Dante enjoyed the most was the pizza and the strawberry ice cream. Seeing that their dishes were well received, the women smiled and forgot for the moment the butt squeeze from earlier. Later they went up to their room, but not before the Redeed removed the seal from the half-breed sister's door. They ended up going to bed as they usually did. With the white-haired man in the middle and the girls on the sides. It's worth noting that before Riaz fell asleep, she couldn't stop wondering if her feeling about Tony was true, and if she was right, when would the boy tell her the truth? I think the hits are worth it, huh? Bless my healing ability. Out of the corner of his eye, the mestizo glanced at the two beautiful women at his sides. If you didn't have that ability you would have died already. But that won't save you from suffering kukuku. By the way, if a third one joins this bed, your karma will surely continue to be terrible. There wouldn't even be room for a third one, and I don't think I'm that lucky. After those thoughts, the mestizo fell asleep while a big smile appeared on his face as he remembered them on those aprons. The next day. The white-haired man got up before the two women who were in his bed. He dressed in his fighting suit and called Trish because he would go with her on a mission. When Rainer and Riaz woke up, he told them he had some last-minute DMC work. He also told them that if anything happened involving Kiba and Kakabiel, they should contact him. He explained the situation to the fallen angel and asked him to help the occult club if anything happened. They nodded as they wondered what this mission was about. By the way, before the Sparta left through the window, the Redeed placed a magic intercom spell on one of his ears to make communication between them faster, since cell phones could fail. Later, Dante met up with Trish in a park and they soon headed to a mountainous volcanic area near the city. They traveled there on motorcycles. Trish was going to support him today in his search for his brother's medallion amulet. Dante already had an area where he thought it might be found, but it was a very large area and the two of them would cover better ground together. In the afternoon, that same day. Several hours had passed and Kiba hadn't called, so everyone sent their families to search for him. You already know this story, so let's skip all that. Sorry, this humble narrator has been very lazy lately. I hope I don't get fired v. In any case. After Kakabiel appeared and explained his plan with warlike objectives and then headed towards the Gremory Academy after expressing his concern. And just today he went on a mission. I use his magic intercom to make a call. So after a small magic circle appeared next to one of her ears, Sona asked curiously. Who are you calling? My ally. He responded hurriedly, his eyebrows sinking into an expression of anguish. In a cave near a volcano. Dante found himself approaching the end of the cave, the walls of which were built of volcanic rock. Upon reaching the end of the cave, I ended up in a circular structure several dozen meters in circumference by several dozen meters high. It was a kind of dome whose walls were surrounded by volcanic rock that let out steam. At the same time, it seemed that magma was running over these walls in some areas. In this place, in front of him, was a giant creature over 10 meters tall, resembling a harpy, albeit a super-developed one. The creature had enormous fangs, large claws on its feet and hands, and gray wings that matched a completely repulsive face whose shape obviously resembled a bird. However, the most interesting thing about the creature was that on its neck was what the white-haired man came to look for, the amulet that belonged to his brother. Screee. The harpy squealed loudly, causing a loud echo everywhere. At that moment, a small magic circle with a Gremory family symbol appeared next to Sparta's ear, so he immediately placed one of his hands on it to communicate. Dante. Kakabiel appeared. And he plans to start a war by destroying the academy and probably the entire city. Through the communicator, the Gremory sounded very nervous and full of fear. We need your help. I don't know if I should call my brother. Calm down. That's not going to happen, Lady Butchu. I'll be there before that bird does that. I'll rip off its wings. But at the moment I'm busy fighting a cockatoo and a bit far from the city, but I'll send reinforcements as soon as I arrive, smiled. While he was speaking he was dodging the claws of the harpy, which at the same time threw feathers from its body that looked like knives, because when it avoided them, they remained firmly embedded in the walls of the cave. Dante was jumping on the walls of the place, propelling himself everywhere. Cockatoo? Wait a minute, can you beat Kakabiel? Are you sure? He's a leader of the fallen. Sigh, I hope you're right. Well, who are you sending? Trish and Grunt. Maybe Trish will roast him a little before I show up. Also, talk to Rainer so she can help you. She hates that guy. Bang. Dante hit the harpy in her face with one hand as she continued communicating. You distract him for the time being. I'll be there before anything happens to you and the others. Bang. Now I kicked the harpy in her belly, which made her back off and get angry. Scree. What was that? It sounded like the cry of a huge beast. That's the cockatoo. Dante summoned rebellion, and after imbuing her with demonic power and swinging it at the harpy, he managed to knock one of her hands off. He then summoned his trusty pistols. Understood, they'll be a great help. I'll be waiting for you. The redeed now sounded a little calmer. Yes, you start the omelette so I can finish it. We'll do what we can then, over and out. That said, I cut off the communication. Hey Trish. Dante saw out of the corner of his eye the blonde who was standing with her arms crossed at the entrance of this kind of dome. The maniac finally appeared. He's headed to the academy. Can you go support them while I eliminate this cockatoo? Dante adopted a stance after talking to Trish, it looked a bit like a boxer's. Beowulf. I tried to summon those gauntlets, however they did not appear. What the hell? Beowulf. He tried again, but they still didn't appear. Apparently that devil arm didn't respond to his call. Unable to summon Beowulf, Dante increased the strength of his demonic aura and kicked the harpy again, then severed one of its legs with his sword and kicked it again with greater force, causing it to crash against one of the far walls of the compound. That done, he approached Trish and summoned Grunt in his small form. It's worth noting that the canine already had 2 heads. Why didn't Beowulf show up? So that's your familiar. Is his name Grunt? The blonde stroked the Cerberus's head, who immediately wagged his tail as if he were an ordinary dog. I have no idea what's going on with those gauntlets. Hey, look, it seems Grunt doesn't dislike you that much, despite you being crazy. Dante received a small electric shock from Trish, which was accompanied by a small freezing ray from Grunt, which was directed at his foot, which froze. Hey, you too. Dante kicked his frozen foot, destroying the ice and subsequently shaking off the electricity. I'm going to really like the Cerberus, ha. Go off. Don't wind him up, Grunt. Phew, sigh. Anyway, Grunt, when you're with the others, grow up and support them. I'm sure you've grown bigger, right? You even have a new head now. Dante stroked the Cerberus's other head and it moved its tail again. Go off. The canine nodded the mongrel's question in his own way. Well, we have to hurry. See you there, finished that parakeet quickly. But that said, Trish picked up Grunt and started running towards the cave exit. When those two left, the harpy stood up and became even more furious as blood gushed from her severed limbs. A second later, she unexpectedly began to surround herself with a grey aura as her power increased, while the claws on her remaining hand grew and became engulfed in light. The creature then took flight and showered the mongrel with sharp wings as it spread its wings. The white-haired man nimbly dodged all of his attacks and then said while pointing one of his pistols at him, the barrel of which was filled with dark red light. "I would have liked to play more with you, Mrs. Cockatoo, but I'm short on time-charged shots." At night at Kuo Academy. The golden magic seal suddenly appeared on the courts of the Kuo Academy and near it was Valper, who shortly after created, with the Excalibur swords he possessed, a beam of golden light that reached the firmament. A while later, Sona and her servants created a barrier around the entire academy while supplying it with energy so that it would not disappear. Riaz and her entourage were soon outside the barrier. Before entering the academy, Akeno told Riaz that she had contacted Sursich, who would send reinforcements within the hour. A minute later, Rainer appeared in her fallen angel form, ready to help. "Come back soon." Riaz muttered to herself before entering the academy with her servants and Rainer, who would have a difficult fight coming up. Chapter 13. Mission 13. Son of Sparta vs. Kakabiel. At night at Kuo Academy. Riaz and her entourage, along with Rainer, broke through the barrier covering the school and soon arrived at the main building, where they devised a plan of attack. They then exited the building and noticed the golden seal covering the sports fields, along with the man responsible for it, Valper Galilei. "I heard that this man was dying to fuse those 4 pieces of Excalibur into one." At that moment everyone heard a voice coming from above. When they turned their gaze upwards, they noticed that it was that cadre of the fallen called Kakabiel, who was levitating in the heights while sitting on a kind of throne. "Kakabiel. You're going to pay for what you've done." Riaz and Rainer exclaimed in surprise and anger at the same time when they noticed the fallen man. The latter seemed even more furious, as she hated him deeply for everything that had happened to her long ago. "Huh? Looks like they've brought one of my former soldiers with them. Did you think Azazel ordered all that? Ha ha ha." That maniacal laugh only made Rainer even more enraged. When she finished mocking, the fallen man focused his attention back on those present. "So, who's coming? Sursich, or maybe Seraphol?" Saying those names, he smiled like a psychopath. "Instead of my Ani Sama or Leviathan Sama, we have come. And besides, a surprise will arrive shortly." Remembering the hunter, Riaz became more confident. Hearing that, the Black Angel for some reason formed a huge spear of light which he then threw towards one of the school buildings, the gymnasium, which he completely destroyed in an instant. The resulting shock wave ended up knocking all the young people off their feet. All that remained of that structure was a large crater. "Oh well, then this will be boring. However, I'll try to have some fun before I eliminate them." Fear filled everyone's hearts as they realized the level of power this Black Angel possessed, however they gathered all the courage they could to not back down. "And since you came all the way here, why don't you play with my pets?" With that, a beam of light suddenly emerged from the bottom of Kakabiel's throne and struck the ground. It formed a giant magic circle, which, after emitting its glow, made 6 three-headed Cerberus appear. The creatures were approximately 12 meters tall. Their fur was black and flames flowed from the corners of their mouths. "Roar!" The hellish canids roared with rage the instant they appeared. "There are too many." Nervously, the Redite exclaimed and then explained that these creatures were the guard dogs of the gates of hell, and unlike the Sparta's familiar, these, who were already adults, used the element of fire. Even though everyone was scared, they adopted combat stances while spreading their wings to initiate battle. However, before anyone could make another move, a frigid atmosphere spread throughout, causing everyone present to shiver from the cold, while every breath they took seemed to be visible due to the sudden change in temperature. Roar! A blink later, another roar was heard, a little less powerful than that of those Cerberus, but it had more ferocity. Said roar came from behind the group of friends. Hearing it, they turned their gazes to see that the source of the sound was Grunt, who had already adopted his 2-headed Cerberus form. The mongrel's familiar was already 6 meters tall, a little larger than half the size of the other Cerberus. His ice armor already enveloped his body, a winter breath gushed from his snout into the air, and each step he took froze the ground beneath his feet. He glared at the other canines with furious eyes, who glared at him in the same defiant way. But he wasn't the only new guest at this fight. Walking next to this canine was Trish, who calmly approached them as everyone stared at her classic attire. In addition to her glasses and leather clothes, she was carrying Luce and Umbra in her arms and Red Queen on her back. Seeing the new allies, everyone smiled, although Rainer was a little confused because she didn't know the blonde's identity. "I'm sorry for the delay." Trish said when she arrived at the side of the others along with Grunt, who did not stop cooling the atmosphere around him, so everyone except the golden-haired demon trembled a little from the cold. Riaz, who is she? Rainer, she's Dante's friend. She came to help, smiled. Dante will arrive in a moment. But in the meantime, let's teach those rabid dogs a lesson. Trish explained to them as she smiled confidently as she watched a fire Cerberus. What the devil? When the Black Angel's eyes focused on Grunt, he couldn't help but be surprised. It's an ice Cerberus. They were supposed to be extinct, having disappeared after the last war. Whose Cerberus could that be? Anyway, it's just a cub. But this will make it more interesting. He thoughtfully scratched his chin for a few moments as he looked at that Cerberus and the blonde at his side. That new demon, she seems pretty strong. But why do I feel like I've felt that strange demonic aura before anyway? I won't get anywhere thinking it's time for me to have fun, hahaha. After finishing his psychopathic laughter, Kakabiel gave the order to his Cerberus to attack. With Rainer and the Gremories. In a short time the Gremory plus Rainer faced 3 of the Cerberus, and since you already know this fight, I will skip it because the only difference was the support of the fallen angel, who used magic and light attacks to give them support v. With Grunt. On the other hand, the half-breed Cerberus was facing one of its fire kin. The adult Cerberus was throwing flames at it that managed to partially melt its armor, however, it wasn't enough to hurt it. At one point in the battle, Grunt bit his opponent's leg, freezing it, then jumped onto his back with a great leap. Once on his back, he used the jaws of his 2 heads to bite the neck of one of his opponent's heads, gradually turning it into ice crystals. Your flames are inferior to my father's. He is a master of war. Grunt said in a language that apparently only beasts understand. With that, the Sparta's familiar bit down again on the neck of the partially frozen head, causing it to turn into 1,000 pieces of ice in an instant. Meanwhile, the fire canine tried to remove it from its back by burning it with the flames produced by its fur, but Grunt held on tightly with his large claws to the flesh of the Cerberus, freezing his rival's muscles and skin. In a short time the back of the flaming canine began to turn into a block of ice. I don't understand why you attack with ice, boy, but you'll never be able to beat me. You're just a puppy. The other heads of the fire Cerberus said to Grunt as he managed to get it off his back. Once on the ground, it threw flames and bites at him from its 2 remaining heads. One of those bites managed to reach Grunt, partially piercing his armor, while a small piece of the fang pierced the skin of the eye Cerberus, injuring its back, but that was not going to stop the Cerberus, because its tenacity was great, so it increased the intensity of its icy aura and managed to freeze the fang that injured it, which broke like glass. The bleeding on its back stopped almost instantly thanks to its icy aura. A breath later, Grunt's eyes flashed, and then, suddenly above the fire canine, blue magic circles appeared. From these arcane circles, 5 ice spikes several meters long fell, striking and wounding his opponent's entire body, while knocking him back. Immediately afterward, the ice canine, taking advantage of the fact that his rival was on the ground, used those valuable seconds to charge his most powerful attack. He opened his 2 snouts, and immediately after, a blue glow emanated from the inside of his throats, then 2 large blue rays shot out towards another of his enemy's heads, which froze almost instantly after having received such a shot. But that done, Grunt charged towards his opponent, while the last head of his rival sent a rain of fire that the Cerberus of Sparta managed to resist. Who are you, puppy? Cerberus don't throw ice. With a tone full of bewilderment, the last head of the fire Cerberus exclaimed in the canine language. I am Grunt. 1. The eye Cerberus responded as he continued running towards his rival, ready to attack him. Milliseconds later, Grunt emerged from the blaze that had completely covered him, only to end up ramming into the enemy Cerberus, who was thrown backward by the force, until he ended up falling into some trees, which he split in half. It should be noted that Grunt's ice armor was already partially destroyed. In the exposed areas there were places with burned fur and charred skin, however, despite the pain, his battle spirit did not wane. Moments later, his fiery rival, who only had 1 head left, stood up as quickly as he could, while the flames surrounding his body increased in intensity. There was a deathly silence as both beasts stared at each other for a moment, only to then run towards each other, while roaring with great intensity. Roar. In a flash, they charged head-on, each with their paws claws on each other's torsos. Behind the fire Cerberus, the trees and ground burst into flames, and behind Grunt, the ground, trees, and bushes turned into ice crystals. And so, the battle between those 2 formidable beasts continued for a little while longer. Aunt Trish. The golden-haired demon had already defeated a Cerberus by using Red Queen, which was swung just as its rotor had been used to its fullest, so when the beast's body received such a slash, it was cut in half, as powerful flames enveloped the extremely sharp blade of the sword. Upon dying, for some reason the body of the Cerberus disappeared into what was engulfed in a flame. She also faced another Cerberus, which she staked Red Queen right in the middle of the head, right in one of its eyes, which caused the animal to scream in pain. After that, while wrapping herself in a yellow aura, she quickly jumped to stand on top of the animal. Bang 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 bang. Once on top of the beast, he shot another of the heads with a large number of bursts of bullets, charged with electricity from his pistols, until said head ended up exploding. Then, in an acrobatic leap through the air, he took Red Queen again to bring the DXD to its maximum power, while swinging the sword, while still in the air, towards another of the heads. With this, that part of the beast was eliminated. Once Trisha's feet finally touched the ground, she took a quick look at the last head of the animal. "You must be nicer to a lady, dear doggy." After mocking the beast, he placed Red Queen on his back and took up his pistols again, which he loaded with more power than before, so that when he fired the first shot, a huge lightning bolt came out of the barrel of light and shadow. The lightning bolt knocked the hellish canine out of action as he fell to the ground without a single shred of strength. He could barely stay conscious as he watched the fearsome woman approach him. "I'll have to punish you for being so rude," he smiled. When she reached the beast's side, Trish slapped it hard with electricity on the head, instantly burning the hellhound's skin. "Learn from Grunt. He's a good dog." Out of the corner of her eye, the blonde caught a glimpse of the fight the Cerberus was having with his rival. Afterward, the Sparta's colleague took the sword from his back again and finally extinguished the life of the enormous animal. The last thing the beast saw was a block of demonic power mixed with fire and electricity being thrown toward him after Red Queen's final swing. That strange aura and that way of using electricity, I feel like I've seen it before somewhere. The Black Angel from above, having seen Trisha's fight, could not help but remain thoughtful again while scratching his chin with great interest. With Raynor and the Gremory group. At one point in the battle, Zenobia appeared to support everyone else. With her, the fight quickly turned in her favor thanks to her swords that had sacred power, which easily killed the Cerberus. Later, Issei transferred his power to Kiba and Akeno, just as Kiba also appeared. Raynor continued to support them with her light spears, and the rest of the fight went as you remember it, so again, let's skip ahead a bit. That was a great show. Bakabiel said confidently, still standing on his throne while smiling lunatically. After having stopped and redirected a decent block of destruction lightning power from the Gremory, and Akeno had stood up to subsequently address everyone a few words. "I see. The Red Emperor Dragon's power can make its attack stronger. It's interesting," he smiled, "as much as that Cerberus and the demon with the guns." The Black Angel glanced quickly at Trish and Grunt, who were heading towards his position. The Hellhound was limping and stripped of his ice armor, but he had already defeated his enemy by turning him into thousands of icy crystal pieces. It is really very interesting. Just at that moment Valper Galilei managed to join the pieces of the sword Excalibur, causing at the same time a block of golden light that headed towards the firmament. But that done, the Black Angel explained to the group that he had placed a spell on the Academy's land. It was a strange golden magic circle, imbued with the energy released from the sacred swords. With this, the Winged Angel planned to destroy Kuo and the surrounding city's regions. "I invite you to run because all of this would happen in 20 minutes, unless you defeated him." None of them had any intention of fleeing, so in a short time they started a fight against Bakabiel, who easily defeated Riaz, Raynor and Akeno, who were still on the ground and were about to receive a large sphere of energy made of electricity light power of destruction, since the Fallen One had returned their attacks. Devil Trigger. Before the energy sphere consumed Riaz, Raynor and Akeno, that scream was heard at the same time as a large wave of energy made of lightning and fire hit that sphere with force, causing it to explode immediately, thereby saving those two women. Trish was the one who had helped them. She used Red Queen along with her power to create that wave of power. Incidentally, a huge yellow aura filled with tiny lightning bolts was currently covering her body. Seconds later, Grunt finally arrived at the young women's side. He immediately focused his attention on Bakabiel, at whom he growled furiously. His icy aura was no longer present as he was quite injured, but his battle spirit remained intact. And when Asia came running to heal them all, Trish took the lead, ordering Grunt to stay out of this fight. Grunt reluctantly obeyed, as Dante had told him to follow his orders. "Thank you." The young man thanked the blonde from behind her for her help after managing to get back up. "You're welcome. The idiot told me to look after them until he arrived," Trish said in a neutral tone without looking back as she took off her glasses that she placed between her bust. Her gaze was focused on Bakabiel, who with a crazy smile, seemed to be excited about something. "Ooh. Your strength increased in just an instant. It seems you're above a high-class devil. This will make it more entertaining. Ha ha ha." Despite hearing his psychopathic laugh, Dante's colleague had a smile full of confidence. "Han Trish, why Bakabiel? Shortly after, Kiba attempted to kill Valper Galilei after hearing the information he had given him. Kakabiel threw a spear of light at him to prevent him from advancing further, but Trish created another wave of power by swinging Reed Queen, whose exceed was at its maximum. Both attacks cancelled each other out in the air when they caused a huge explosion, while also creating a strong wind that swept dust everywhere. The 10-winged fallen was slightly surprised to see his spear of light countered. At that moment, his attention returned to the blonde, who raised a smug eyebrow as she addressed him with another word. "Your opponent is me, bird." With that, the golden-haired devil seemed to suddenly turn into a flash of yellow lightning as she shot up into the air, where Kakabiel was flying. With dizzying speed, she leaped in front of the fallen man and immediately swung her sword down hard on his body. Clang, the sound of clashing metal echoed throughout as Red Queen's blade, wrapped in fire and electricity, struck Kakabiel's wings, who used them to protect his body. Those wings seemed to be made of strong steel as they resisted the cut. Swoosh! Immediately afterward, the Black Angel threw another of his spears of light that the blonde avoided by moving to the side while remaining in the air. Under her feet, a yellow magic circle with an unknown symbol served as a platform to keep her at the same height as her opponent. By avoiding this attack, the demoness's body transformed for a moment into a flash of lightning, allowing her to move with enviable speed. All of this was a product of the ability provided by her demonic suspension. The fight between them continued for a while. The Black Angel tried to destroy her with his light element attacks, while Trish continued to dodge them while using Luce and Umbra from a distance to try to fill him with lead, charged with incredibly intense electricity, which the Black Angel defended himself against with his wings. When the blonde managed to get close to him, she continued trying to slash him with her sword, the edge of which was usually aimed at his head or heart. A few cuts grazed the fallen man's body and face. Little by little, blood began to flow from his wounds. Parts of his body had also been burned by the lightning bolts that had struck him. All of this simultaneously surprised and enraged the Black Angel, who, inadvertently, fell to the ground at high speed thanks to a powerful kick from Trish. Who the hell is this woman? Kakabiel wondered with annoyance at what was coming out of a crater in the ground as a result of his fall. Immediately afterward, he took flight and resumed his fight with the woman. Explosions, lightning, and gunfire could be seen and heard everywhere on the battlefield as the two continued their fight. With Kiba, Udo didn't manage to kill Valper as quickly as he wanted because Freed unexpectedly appeared and started a sword duel with the blonde and with Zenobia, Issei, and Kaneko, who helped him with the reincarnated demon. You already know the events of that confrontation, so let's move on to the relevant part. Then why did they do it? With a great amount of mixed emotions, where fury predominated, Udo demanded answers from Valper Galilei, who had just explained to him how the church continued to use the results of his experiments and how the Archangel Michael could have trained swordsmen capable of withstanding the power of the Excalibur without the need to carry out those tests in which the blonde participated in his childhood along with other of his comrades. Well, they were just materials for those experiments. I had to find a use for them after all, the materials couldn't be wasted. We thought we were going to serve the Lord. We suffered all that, and yet. Kiba had his head bowed as he cried and clenched his fists. Were we just materials? Experiments? With eyes full of rage, Udo raised his head and looked at Valper. Different reactions filled with horror and disgust appeared on the faces of all those who heard those explanations, including Asia, who was healing Grunt, who had already adopted his Rottweiler form due to fatigue. A short while later, thanks to the despicable actions of Valper Galilei, Kiba managed to reach his balance breaker, and once he reached that state, the Gremory Knight managed to defeat Freed with the help of Zenobia, who unexpectedly summoned the sacred sword Durandal. With Freed out of the fight, Udo finally killed Valper after impaling him with his holy demonic sword right in the abdomen. All gathered together. Out of the corner of his eye, while he continued fighting with the golden-haired demon, Kakabiel had managed to capture the creation of the sacred demonic sword, as well as the death of his ally, just when, due to Trish's carelessness, he managed to hit her with a mallet with both hands that sent her flying into the distance. Crash! Trish ended up going through one of the walls of the main building of the academy. That woman is persistent. But she's still no match for me, TSK. Having finally taken it off for a moment, the Black Angel said that without believing it much, while he sighed tiredly and clicked his tongue in disgust after seeing the state in which the woman had left him. Several burns were evident in some areas of his extremities, he had 3 wings practically destroyed and some superficial cuts on his face and abdomen. Immediately afterwards, the Black Angel, while flapping its wings, approached Raynor and the rest of the teenagers. "Oh, I hadn't realized it until just now, but you are definitely Baraquiel's daughter. I could see that you have his powers." When he was already close to the boys while still flying a few meters from the ground, the fallen one said to Himejima while pointing at her with his index finger. Upon hearing this, everyone who knew who Baraquiel was completely shocked. Akeno's face was filled with disgust at hearing that name, and immediately afterward, she exclaimed in intense rage. Don't compare me to him. Oh, it seems the family problems continue. Haha. The Kabiel gave a mocking laugh and continued. Anyway. Let me tell you something I had forgotten, but that I remembered when I saw the creation of that holy demonic sword. The Black Angel smiled mysteriously after saying that, then for some reason he started laughing like a psychopath, which left the rest confused and full of nervousness about what he was planning to do or reveal. At that moment, something caught Ria's attention, as a small magic circle appeared next to her left ear. Hey Lady Butchu. Tell whoever's holding the barrier to open it right at the academy entrance. I'm going full speed ahead and don't have time to stop, so hurry up, or I'll leave you like broken glass. Dante. Having heard the Sparta through the magic intercom, Ria's nervous face disappeared for a moment. Understood. The Grimoire wasted no time and called Sona to inform her of the situation, so the Citri immediately opened the barrier in the aforementioned area. A blink later, Kabiel finally stopped laughing and said with a tone full of contempt and mockery. The reason the creation of that sword was possible is because God is dead. Ha 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 ha. He died in the previous war along with the previous demon kings. Ha 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 ha. Everyone was shocked to hear that. Asia was the most affected, almost fainting, so Issei had to hold her. Later, Rainer, flooded with hatred for the fallen, grew tired of hearing the cadre's maniacal laughter, so she took flight while throwing the largest spear of light she could create at him. However, Kabiel easily destroyed her attack and then threw one of his own at him. With Dante. An instant after Sona opened the barrier, a reddish flash from the streak began to speed toward the academy. A millisecond later, that red blur crossed through the opening in the barrier. Citri's eyes couldn't even follow it. The following happened in slow motion. The white-haired man, who had imbued all his demonic power into the motorcycle he had borrowed from Trish, arrived at the area where the boys were while continuing to drive the vehicle. It should be noted that rebellion was being carried on his back. A millisecond later, seeing the enormous spear of light directed towards Rainer, he took his sword and swung it in that direction, as a strong wave of red demonic power came out of the blade of the sword. Boom, that wave of power whose title is Drive, ended up making contact with the spear of light, causing it to explode instantly. Dante then transformed and adopted his demonic form while standing on the vehicle, and then jumping towards Kabiel using the motorcycle as support, which he grabbed by its handlebars at the moment of the jump, with which he continued holding it as he ascended towards the heights. At full speed, in the next movement the half-breed flew towards the Black Angel until he was in front of him, who had managed to follow him with his eyes, however the surprise of that attack produced by rebellion had left him distracted for a second. And because of that distraction, he couldn't avoid the Sparta's next move, who swung the Cavalier brand motorcycle like a sword towards his body, which was imbued with all his demonic power. Kabiel managed to cover himself with his wings, but the force of the impact and the subsequent fiery explosion of the vehicle sent him flying into the distance until he ended up crashing into a long, dusty court at the academy used for various sports. But that done, Dante, still in his demonic form, flew towards Rainer, who was falling to the ground due to the shock wave from the explosion of her drive against the spear of light. She had already closed her eyes thinking she would die, however, she was suddenly picked up by a strange creature who in an instant descended to the ground and returned to its human form. When the fallen angel opened her eyes, she noticed that it was the Sparta who was carrying her. Time returned to flow normally after the mestizo greeted the violet-eyed girl. Hooray. The Sparta smiled at her, causing the brunette to blush as she still didn't understand when he had arrived. He then helped her stand up while he greeted the others. Most of them, like Rainer, didn't know when he had arrived. In a moment, his figure was already hitting Kabiel with that motorcycle. Only Kiba could see the movements made by the Sparta more clearly. And hello everyone else, sorry for the delay. The cockatoo was more trouble than I thought. Seeing him, everyone except Zenobia calmed down. With him, the scales in this fight had just tipped in their favor. Incidentally, Zenobia was quite nervous being around him after seeing him in his demonic form. Cockatoo? Everyone except Riaz and Asia, who was half fainted, inquired in unison with confusion. I think it's a creature that I killed on the mission I told you about that I had gone on. After explaining to them, the Grimoire sighed with relief, having him close made her feel safer. Step by step, the half-breed approached them as he took a look at them. He noticed Asia half fainted and Zenobia still in shock from the words the fallen angel had said, words which he had also heard. In fact, everyone still seemed quite impressed by that revelation. When he made sure that no one had serious injuries, he stood next to his Cerberus and rubbed one of its heads, which caused the canine to wag its tail happily. I thought you were hurt. Woof. Brunt's bark was directed at Asia, whom he also focused on with his eyes. Asia, I'll take care of it. The Himajima sent him a smile as she answered him. Ah. I understand, thanks Asia. The Argentinian smiled weakly upon hearing her thanks, as Haidu continued to give her air so she wouldn't faint. Well, I also thank you, Grunt. You supported them very well, but now I'll take care of it. Go rest. After stroking one of its heads again while speaking confidently, the Cerberus emitted that strange bark, nodded, and then disappeared through a magic circle. When his relative left, he also congratulated the boys for their good work. They thanked him for the gesture, and Issei couldn't help but send him a complaint while he continued to hold Asia. You took too long. The job I did was a bit far from here. Besides, the protagonist always has to arrive at the last minute to save the day, right? The brown-haired man smiled wryly at the sarcasm in his words. It should be noted that the others were quite confused and intrigued by his comment, as they still didn't believe he could defeat a leader of the fallen. The next to speak was Riaz, who with a smile on her face asked curiously. I don't know if I'm hallucinating, but did you just crash Kakabiel's motorcycle? I don't understand how you sent him flying with such an attack. No, it's more how did you come up with such a crazy idea? Well, I've done that before. Let's just say attacking with a motorcycle is part of my trademark. As he held the back of his head with one hand, a burst of laughter erupted after uttering that carefree comment. Everyone except Asia felt a drop of water appear on their necks after hearing it. Dante continued explaining. I managed to hurt him because I had imbued that motorcycle with demonic power, and the blows with my devil trigger are not made for massages. With that, the Sparta approached the Redeed and took one of her hands. Then he asked her with some concern in his tone of voice. Are you okay? And? She smiled brightly as her cheeks blushed. And was your mission very important? The Redeed pondered the next thought that crossed her mind. She didn't know that work could be so important that she would be late at a crucial moment like this. By the way, Akeno and Rainer became a bit jealous despite the precarious situation they were in, seeing them holding hands. Yes, it was an important mission. At the same time he spoke, with his free hand he took out his brother's amulet that was hanging under his clothes. He already wore it around his neck. When he took it out, he showed it to the Grimoire, who, upon seeing the jewel's characteristics, was completely surprised. I went for the other amulet. The one I told you a while ago was my brother's. I'm sorry I lied to you all this time. I was always Tony. I'll explain later why I didn't tell you. Ria's eyes widened at that sight. It seemed that instead of being angry, she was happy that he finally told her the truth that she had sensed days ago. Akeno, to whom the Redeed had thoroughly explained what had happened that day, was also surprised. The other members of her entourage knew very little about the subject. Moments later, Dante put away his amulet as he let go of the Redeed's hand. He then turned his gaze towards the direction where Kakabiel had fallen, then made Rebellion disappear and summoned Ebony and Ivory, which remained in their sheaths on either side of his waist. An Iyrutra. The next thing he did was name those swords, which appeared on his back. Gilgamesh. Next, he summoned another devil arm. Its body was covered with gauntlets and boots that appeared to have rotors like large cowboy boot spurs. This entire devil arm was silver and had lines that constantly changed color, from purple to red and/or pink. It also had two tiny silver wings on its back with the same changing color lines. Surprise continued to appear on the faces of the others at the sight of such strange weapons. Ria's was the only exception, as she smiled brightly upon seeing those swords and guns, as if she had no doubts. It had been Tony Redgrave. You're crazy. Are you going to use Gilgamesh? Trisha's bewildered voice suddenly sounded from behind them. She had already approached them after the white-haired man finished summoning his demonic weapons. There were a few cuts, bruises, and scrapes on his body, but nothing that wouldn't heal quickly, thanks to his healing abilities. Red Queen was already on his back, her pistols holstered. She was quick to complain to the half-breed again. The Ulf would be a better choice. He concentrates power better and also possesses the element of light. Gilgamesh is equally powerful, but he disperses his strength too much. He'll tear this whole place and its surroundings to pieces. Everyone was shocked by such a warning. Focusing his attention on the blonde, the half-breed began to explain, but not before giving a nervous smile to Riaz, who he thought was upset, although strangely she seemed happy. I still can't summon Beowulf. He said in a somewhat frustrated manner while shrugging his shoulders. How strange, I understand. But wouldn't the devil trigger from Rebellion be enough and less destructive? I mean, you'd finish it in less than a second without needing a devil arm. My basic devil trigger hasn't reached its final form yet, it's still as strong as when I awakened it in that tower. Even my strength in my human form still hasn't returned. It's supposed to be back by now, I think anyway. I have no choice but to use other devil arms with stronger demonic forms to win. Besides, they won't be bad to defend myself from their light powers. Throughout the story, in which Dante seemed frustrated several times, Trisha's eyebrows were raised, not understanding why her colleague was in such a weak state. The night before the Sparta, he forgot to tell her about the situation he was facing with his strength. So your demonic suspension. Not mature yet. 2. Trying to find an explanation for her friend, the blonde inquired curiously. No. I don't know if it's because of the situation in which I returned or because the required time hasn't passed yet or maybe I haven't trained enough. Anyway. Dante sighed wearily and changed the subject. By the way, it seems you've gotten stronger over the years, it's about time. It was obvious. I could have defeated him if I made a mistake, but he's still a bit stronger than me, if only I had the Sparta. TSK. After the demoness's frustrated snap, everyone else, except Asia, was dumbfounded after hearing the whole conversation. How strong were they? Did something weaken Dante? They wondered. They would ask themselves this question once the crisis Kakabiel had created was over, if they survived, of course. Needless to say, they didn't understand many things from their conversation. Oh, hey. The mestizo hit one of his palms with his fist, having remembered something. Do you know how to create barriers? Yes. I see what your intentions are, I'll create one to protect them. Good. Because this party is going to get crazy. With that, the half-breed turned around and started walking towards that field, where he sent Kakabiel flying. However, at that moment the Himejima and the Redeed took him by both arms while in unison they stated with concern. Be careful. On the other hand, while smiling, Rainer also asked him to be careful. Beat him, boss, but don't do anything crazy. Don't worry, besides my strength I have several checkmates. He said as he turned around and winked at them. The confidence in the Sparta's gaze and voice managed to calm the women a little. Trish, who watched the three women while standing with her arms crossed, smiled happily at the thought of how her old friend had changed, even a little. With everything almost said, the half-breed stood in front of everyone, smiled at them with confidence so that they would stop being so worried, and then the mask of Gilgamesh was displayed. Shit. You look like Sub-Zero. The red dragon couldn't help but express that fact with a little surprise at seeing him with that mask. The others didn't understand the reference. You might be right. What about Sub-Zero? Dante extended his closed fist to his friend. Nobody beat Sub-Zero. Smiled. 3. The red dragon crashed his gauntlet against Gilgamesh's gauntlet, causing a metallic sound as they collided. Then the Sparta used the devil trigger of an eye and Rudra and made a great leap towards his enemy. On some dusty courts of the academy. After making his great leap, the Sparta landed in the area where Kakabiel was standing, right in front of him, but separated by a dozen meters. Dante continued transformed into his demonic form of an eye and Rudra. The fields where they were now standing looked like they were made for playing soccer. The ground was reddish dirt. This field was surrounded by trees and a few other school buildings. The fallen angel, still dressed in his black suit, had just finished getting up. A small crater had formed beneath his feet when he crashed into the ground. His face bore wounds from the impact he received from the motorcycle. It seemed that even covering himself with his wings hadn't been enough. Who or what are you? Kakabiel demanded an answer from the half-breed after noticing his presence. He asked cautiously while dusting himself off. He couldn't deny that he was surprised by the Sparta's strange appearance, as well as the great power it possessed, which was almost on par with his own. As our hero responded sarcastically, Kakabiel made his 10 wings appear and formed 2 swords of light, which he held in each of his hands, while placing a face filled with a deep thirst for blood. Wow, you do look like a psychopath. As Dante continued speaking, he took an eye and Rudra from his back and held them tightly with his hands. You look crazier than many of the demons I've killed. TSK. As he finished his sentence and before he made another move, he chuckled for a moment and thought with a smile. If I used Alistair I would finish him in an instant, but where would the fun be if we don't give drama to a function? Answering your question, I'm the cook and I'm here to prepare a crow on a slow fire. Clang clang. With it, our hero clashed his swords for a second, as if he were a cook about to cut meat. Perfect, finally a fight worth fighting for. I'll enjoy gutting you out while I wait for Cirsacher Seraphol to arrive, ha 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 ha. Suddenly, the Black Angel's maniacal laughter was interrupted when the half-breed managed to deliver a powerful kick to the fallen man's abdomen after appearing in front of the black-haired psychopath in a flash, having used his divine speed to move. Gilgamesh's boot buried itself in the cadre's abdomen, causing a closing sound as his spurs spun. Due to the power of that blow, the Black Angel was sent flying backwards, where he ended up crashing into a vast number of trees, which he knocked down as if they were standing chess pieces. Ominous crow, they won't even have to come. After mocking his opponent from a distance, Dante approached him at full speed again, turning into a red blur before the spectator's eyes. When he arrived again right in front of the fallen man, who was barely getting up and spitting blood, he burned and severed 2 of his wings with a slash of an eye, after the black-haired man had used them to protect his body. Playing the next swing of the half-breed swords managed to be countered by Kakabiel's lightsabers, who placed them in an X shape to avoid being sliced. The clash of the four weapons caused a strong shock wave that spread to the surroundings. The next move belonged to the Black Angel, who counterattacked using his wings, whose feathers seemed quite sharp and resistant, as if made of steel. One of the feathers managed to wound the Sparta in one of his shoulders and leg, while he was thrown back a dozen meters by the force of the wing's blow. By the time Dante's feet touched the court floor again, his wounds had already healed. A breath later, the fallen man was flying at full speed toward his opponent, simultaneously hurling a massive spear of light. Dante met the attack with a confident smile as he grabbed his swords and brought their hilts together, rapidly swinging them around his body, like a walking stick. A millisecond later, a huge explosion occurred, leaving half the court destroyed, a large crater and trails of dust everywhere. Near the main building of the academy. The Grimoire group and the others had moved to a safe distance from the fight and were watching it, while Trish continued to operate a huge yellow defensive magic circle that protected them. The explosion from a few moments ago generated a shock wave so strong that if they didn't have the protection of the blonde's barrier, they would have been sent flying through the air. Riaz, witnessing the explosion, held the red necklace she had between her clothes. Akeno and Rainer were also extremely worried since they had just sent a giant spear of light to our hero. The others were also nervous, while Zenobia was truly impressed by the strength of the half-breed. Now she understood why he was able to defeat her so easily. Back to the semi-destroyed court. No demon could stand a spear of light like that. I've already pulverized you. Hahaha. Laughing maniacally again, this leader of the fallen was watching the curtain of dust and destruction he had caused as he flew a few meters above the ground, but… impossible. It didn't take long for him to become disconcerted when he felt that the demonic presence of his rival had not weakened. Firewind shield. 4 seconds later, the Sparta's voice was heard as some of the dust on the battlefield dissipated, revealing the half-breed, seemingly enveloped in a sphere of energy, a mix of red and blue. This barrier had protected him from the spear of light created by rapidly rotating his two swords. Once the curtain of dust finally dissipated, Dante, who was standing in the center of what was a large crater, jumped with all his might and in less than a blink of an eye, he was right above Kakabiel. At the same time, he threw his swords upwards, while the metallic gauntlet on his right arm filled with dark red energy, all the while a sound similar to that of a saw was evoked from that gauntlet as it produced steam. Divine Dragon. Immediately afterwards, the white-haired man threw a punch with his right hand at the Black Angel, who defended himself by covering his wings. However, his defense was useless, since the punch with Gilgamesh's glove was so strong that it pierced his tough feathers as if they were paper, immediately causing a hole through which Dante's fist passed, which ended up embedding itself in the fallen angel's face, breaking all his teeth in the process while another mouthful of blood was expelled from his throat into his mouth. After receiving a tremendous punch, Kakabiel was sent hurtling towards the ground like a comet, where he ended up crashing with such force that another huge shock wave, along with an explosion filled with dust and rocks occurred. The half-breed then twisted his body in the air, his head facing the ground, and at the same time, he grabbed his pistols and pointed their barrels at the fallen man collapsed on the ground. Brainstorm. Bang. 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 Saying that, the white-haired man imbued his firearms with demonic power and then threw an almost endless burst of bullets loaded with demonic energy at him as his body continued to fall, while his body spun like a tornado. Less than a millisecond later, Kakabiel, whose face was severely injured, managed to see the shots coming at him as he was getting up from the crater caused by the impact of his body. He tried to protect himself with his battered wings, however, some of these shots managed to pierce his defenses through the area where his feathers were destroyed, so he ended up being wounded in many parts of his body. Bleeding holes ended up adorning many areas of his body. By the way, at this point in the fight, the court was already unrecognizable. An instant later, Dante landed on his feet on the ground a few feet in front of the badly wounded psychopath, who was still trying to stand by using one of his legs, and at the same time, with a previous Midwestern twist, placed his pistols on his hip, which adhered to it like a magnet. Then our hero extended his hands in front of him, and at that moment his swords, which were still descending, were grabbed by their hilts in his hands. About 2 breaths later, Kakabiel finally stood up, the blood draining from his mouth and wounds. He glared at his opponent, creating other lightsabers, and angrily shouted insults at Sparta as he ran toward him. Sparta ignored his words, putting a playful smile on his face after briefly lowering Gilgamesh's mask. Clang 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 clang. When Kakabiel was finally close to his rival, they began a double sword fight at a dizzying speed. They clashed the blades of their weapons for a few minutes, in which the overwhelming difference between the half-breed's technique and the Black Angel's was noticeable. During that exchange of metallic blows and sparks, Dante managed to cut part of Kakabiel's chest with an eye, simultaneously burning part of his torso, while with Rudra, he superficially cut the skin on one of his thighs. Minutes later, at a point where the two combatants separated a little, Kakabiel made a cross position with his swords and sent a strong discharge of energy, in the form of a beam of light, in the shape of an X to the mestizo, who covered himself from that attack using his fire wind shield. For a short while, those two were continuously doing this routine several times until they clashed the blades of their swords again. A short time later, the Fallen, using all his skill, managed to cut a small part of one of Dante's arms, causing a wound which healed very slowly. However, that did not stop the white-haired man, who a second later cut the skin of Kakabiel's abdomen, with which he made him throw away his lightsabers when the pain flowed through his body. That done, an opening in the Black Angel's defense was created, and the Sparta did not waste the opportunity. Fire Wind Tornado. After the mestizo said that, he spun his swords horizontally, as if they were the blades of a helicopter, causing a powerful gust of wind combined with a large flame in the shape of a horizontal tornado that ended up hitting the fallen angel, causing him to fly back 10 meters, while his feet buried themselves in the ground, leaving hollows in the earth as he tried to withstand the tornado that continued to drag him. Unfortunately, the fallen angel was not completely incinerated, since before the tornado hit him, he covered himself again with what was left of his wings, which this time ended up being extinguished as they were turned into ashes that scattered around the surroundings. Also, some parts of his clothes along with other areas of his skin were burned when his feathers vanished. Dante wasted no time, and as the tornado finished burning the fallen, he released a needle from Gilgamesh's gauntlet and moments later used his divine speed to approach his enemy, whom he directed the needle directly at his abdomen. However, he did not manage to pierce him, because Kakabiel avoided the sting by quickly moving to the side, but even so, in his escape, the tip of the needle ended up wounding one of his hands. A blink later, Kakabiel took advantage of the fact that the half-breed had his guard down after trying to do the above, so he managed to pierce Dante's leg with a lightsaber after having quickly created it. Our hero let out a strangled scream at being wounded by the element of light, and meanwhile the fallen one tried to create another sword of light with his other hand, but when he realized it, his fingers had turned into metal. What is this? Completely bewildered, Kakabiel cried out in great surprise at the state of his fingers. At that moment, taking advantage of his enemy's distraction, the hunter turned his body and gave a powerful kick to the fallen man right in his abdomen, which again sent him flying through the air until he ended up falling in the center of what was the now destroyed court. About 3 breaths passed and Kakabiel finally managed to get up, although only partially, as he remained kneeling with one leg while he continued to watch as 3 of his 5 fingers on his right hand were turned into metal. Then he saw with great surprise how the half-breed manually removed the lightsaber that had been stuck in his leg, which had left a large injury on his entire right leg, in which you could even see the things behind the Sparta through the wound. Despite the injury, Dante endured the pain and began to walk slowly towards the Black Angel, who was using all his strength to stand up. He was very badly injured. What happened to your hand a moment ago is called metallization. It's a skill of this needle. As he continued walking, our hero spoke while pointing to Gilgamesh's sting at the end of that sentence. Although it doesn't work well on strong guys, I just wanted to try it out a little with you. With that, Dante made the sting disappear and then casually placed a hand on the back of his neck. You know, I thought you'd be able to keep me entertained for a little longer, but you're already boring me. Don't you have any more tricks? He throned his neck with both hands and continued after seeing the Grimoire girls in the distance out of the corner of his eye. By the way, girls, if you're listening, even though God is dead, his blessings and everything he did must still continue. I think there's someone named Michael doing his job. So relax a little. The Grimoire group managed to hear that and ended up being greatly surprised, especially Zenobia and Asia, who had already awakened. How do you know that? The Black Angel angrily demanded an answer that never came. A second later, flooded with rage at being defeated in this way, a malicious idea occurred to him when he noticed the presence of the Grimoire group, whom he had practically forgotten about due to the battle. So he took the opportunity and created a spear of light that he planned to throw towards the Half-Blood's friends, who upon seeing this acted immediately and threw their swords at their enemy, as if they were throwing knives. In less than a blink of an eye and Rudra slashed and embedded themselves into each of Kakabiel's legs, but even so, the fallen man threw his spear of light. However, due to the pain that invaded his body upon being pierced by said weapons, his spear of light was thrown with an erroneous trajectory and ended up destroying the building that was next to the Grimoire group and Trish. The resulting shockwave when the building was destroyed caused a tremor and a massive gust of wind, sending large chunks of stone and other material flying through the air. Thanks to Trish's circular barrier, the group of teenagers escaped unharmed, although the resulting tremor caused everyone except the blonde to fall flat on their butts. Seeing that, the white-haired man felt relieved and knew it was time to stop playing around and get this over with before the Black Angel came up with another trick. Therefore, immediately after, the Sparta made use of his super speed and arrived in front of the Fallen in an instant. Afterwards, he quickly took his swords from his enemy's legs and prepared to swing them crosswise to cut the Fallen in half. However, before touching the skin of the cadre, he managed to kick him when the half-breed resented one of his wounds on his arm, so his cut was slowed down. The Black Angel's kick was strong enough to send him flying a good distance until he ended up going through one of the walls of the Academy's warehouse. A few seconds passed and Dante emerged from the warehouse only to quickly charge at the dark-haired man again. He remained in his demonic form with both swords in each of his hands. "It was a good encounter, kid. You gave me fun I haven't had in a long time and you even took my wings. But this ends here." With a lunatically furious voice, the Black Angel exclaimed just after having created other lightsabers, with which he had another fight with the Sparta, which was short this time, because after about 10 seconds, Kakabiel managed to pierce the half-breed's thorax with one of his weapons. Upon being impaled by the element of light, our hero immediately fell to the ground. The pain must have been severe enough that he couldn't stand. Seeing how his enemy seemed to have finally been defeated, the fallen man began to laugh like a lunatic while he continued to pierce him with his other lightsaber in the area where his heart is in his chest. He did this again and again, as if he were invaded by an uncontrollable thirst for blood. Then, as if it were the last action he could take, the white-haired man, while still lying down, pierced the right side of Kakabiel's chest with Rudra, causing the Black Angel to vomit blood. As a side note, strangely, the mestizo, despite having a mortal wound on his body, had a smile drawn on his face. "It's over, worm. Gau." Even as blood continued to flow from his mouth, the cadre couldn't help but shout their victory to the winds. Rudra remained firmly planted in his chest, Dante's hand still holding its hilt. "You only cut one of my lungs, I won't die with just this. I'm not going to wait for Sursich or Seraphol anymore, you've stalled me long enough, so I'll destroy this city and your friends at once. Ha 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 ha." But the Gremory group, Raynor and Trish, still at the side of what had been the main building of the academy, all of the aforementioned, except Zenobia and Trish, saw that scene and began to shed tears at the thought that a wound made by a weapon of light with the power of a leader of the fallen probably could not be recovered if it was given in a vital point. Trish, who looked serene but with a thoughtful expression, deactivated the barrier and together with the others, began to run towards Kakabiel. But Kakabiel, without him realizing it due to his self-proclaimed victory, and while he continued impaling his lightsabers again and again into the half-breed, who never stopped smiling, a red blur passed by the fallen man, and then someone's voice was heard coming from the back of this fallen angel. "Jackpot." That being said from an unknown source, if we were to view Kakabiel from a frontal perspective, we would have been able to see how a huge beam of red energy had pierced the fallen man's chest. This power block then destroyed half of the warehouse that was in front of the Black Angel. Despite all this, Kakabiel still remained standing, of course, with a huge hole in his chest that allowed us to see a reddish figure behind him. After the winged one looked at the ground beneath his feet filled with the blood coming from his chest, he watched with the last moments of his life as the demon he was constantly piercing with his lightsabers had turned into a smiling black shadow, which then vanished. A minute ago, inside the cellar where the Sparta had been thrown, Dante, who was lying face up among the rubble inside the warehouse, smiled mysteriously before speaking in a low voice for a moment. "You had the fight of your life, Psycho Crow, but it's time for the game to end, Doppelganger." As he said this, a shadow with eyes and a mouth emanating a red light suddenly appeared beside him. A moment later, this strange shadow transformed into an exact duplicate of the half-breed's demonic form. A second later, the two stood up and the real Dante looked at his copy for a moment, who nodded for some reason. Immediately afterward, this copy was the one who had left the building in the first place. Returning to the present moment. With a group of friends. They watched still with tears, except for Zenobia and Trish, how another Dante in his demonic form suddenly appeared behind Kakabiel with an eye and Rudra carried on his back and still wearing Gilgamesh. This Dante quickly pointed his two pistols at the fallen angel's back and then fired a large block of demonic power. At that moment Trish smiled and finally remembered that skill of her former colleague. With Kakabiel, with what strength he still had left, the fallen angel turned around and saw how the rival he thought he had defeated was giving Ebony and Ivory a western spin and then placing them on his hip with a victorious smile on his demonic face. "It's not possible. Gau." Kakabiel vomited more blood before continuing to speak. "I don't know how you did it, but I'm not leaving without you all going to hell." With that, the fallen man raised his hands and then began to create a large spear of light which grew and grew as the seconds passed. "Shit. Now I'll have to use my sacred gear to throw that thing away from here. Anyway, but first." When he thought that last thing, the white-haired man raised his power to the maximum in this demonic form, while the fallen angel continued increasing the size of his spear of light, with which his strength, which was about to be extinguished, continued decreasing with each increase in size of his creation, made the mask of Gilgamesh appear, took out his stinger from the gauntlet again, and then pierced Kakabiel's abdomen with the great needle. That done, I slowly withdraw the stinger from the black angel's abdomen and then unsummon his pistols and deactivate his devil trigger. Damn. Bakabiel vomited more blood after cursing the pain that spread throughout his body after that sting pierced him. Later, when his blurred vision focused on Trish who had already approached them, a thought crossed his mind. Now I remember, she is Heavenly Devil Thunder. Heavenly Devil Thunder. With confusion, the Redeed wondered what the fallen man meant. Crashed before Dante made Gilgamesh disappear when he no longer needed it, and when he was about to take charge of the Spear of Light, suddenly the barrier that covered the school crumbled into 1,000 pieces, and then a stranger appeared wrapped in white armor with blue jewels that looked like Issei's, only this armor had sky blue energy wings. An instant later, the stranger approached at full speed to where Dante and Kakabiel were, then floated behind the Sparta, while a sound came from his armor saying divide multiple times, with which at the same time that enormous Spear of Light became smaller rapidly. As a side note, Issei started to tremble instinctively at having that stranger near him. Vanishing dragon. Those were the last words the fallen angel spoke, which surprised Issei. These words were uttered before he finally died standing up, as Kakabiel remained standing while his face fell downwards and his eyes lost the light of life. In turn, when he died, the golden symbols he had placed over the academy rose into the air and vanished. Then, the strange armored figure charged forward and down at full speed, then slammed into Kakabiel's still standing body. The blow sent him flying until he crashed into a wall that remained in the warehouse. His body ended up embedded in a small crater in the concrete of that wall when he hit it. By the way, Issei along with the others had already approached Dante, and now they remained standing in what was once a court and was now just a pile of huge craters, uprooted trees, and rubble. My name is Albion, and that was just one of the abilities of my sacred gear, Divine Dividing. Every 10 seconds it halves the powers of anyone it touches and grants them to me. The stranger said after hitting the deceased Kakabiel, while turning his back on everyone. His voice sounded full of superiority, and it seemed that comment had been directed at Kakabiel's inert body. Dante obviously didn't care in the least who it was, however an eyebrow rose in amusement when he realized that Albion thought Kakabiel was still alive. This is boring, I thought I could enjoy it a little more, but Azazel asked me to take you back even if you screamed. Ha. Albion's prayer was interrupted by the laughter of the half-breed, who was still wearing the Gilgamesh mask. Hearing the laughter, Albion turned around to see who was laughing. Hey, tough guy, haven't you even noticed the huge hole in that crow's chest? Ha. Inside, the armor user got a little angry upon hearing their mockery. He's already been dead for a few moments. There wasn't even a need for Azazel to send you. By the way, did you really not realize you were talking to a corpse? Dante began to wipe away tears of laughter as this continued. Come on, take it. I told Azazel I wouldn't leave it alive. Oh. And it's already turning to metal, so it's going to be hard to carry. Tell Azazel it'll be the paperweight I promised him. After making a fool of Albion, Dante turned his back and started walking toward the group of friends, who were still teary-eyed from having thought he was dead. They still couldn't understand what he had done. Meanwhile, the user inside the white armor gritted his teeth as he finally heard all the taunts. He then approached the body stuck to the wall of the fallen man, and once face to face, he saw that he indeed had a huge hole in his chest, his wings destroyed and burnt, his face completely deformed by blows, and slash wounds all over his body, along with bullet holes. That guy with the mask, does he know Azazel? He never told me about this guy, it seems he killed Kakabiel easily. That strange demonic power. It can't be. After thinking for a moment how much strength that white-haired man had, and after being bewildered for some reason, Albion carried Kakabiel's body as if it were a bag of potatoes until he almost dropped it because the weight of the body suddenly increased when unexpectedly for the stranger, Kakabiel's body ended up completely turning into metal. What is this? The user inside the armor was completely surprised when that strange phenomenon occurred. In order to carry Kakabiel, he had to carry him in a different way since it was difficult to transport him once he was transformed into metal. He then sped to where the unconscious Freed was and carried him as well. Having done all of the above, he approached the group again, whose girls, except Zenobia and Trish, had already finished hugging the half-breed after his devil arms disappeared. We thought you were dead. Don't scare us like that again. Don't do such risky things. Riaz, Okeno and Rainer, who were looking the half-blood straight in the eyes, said the above with trembling voices filled with worry. Sorry, it's a clone generating skill I have. I don't talk about it much. It's a checkmate to completely throw off the enemy. While I explained, Dante smiled at them and ruffled the hair of the aforementioned. Then he received a small lightning bolt from a certain blonde, which left him trembling from the shock. "I didn't even remember you had it." Trish couldn't help but complain a little to the white-haired man. With that, she had admitted that she was a little worried about the half-breed. "Hey, I'm hurt, you know." "Well, anyway, maybe I deserve it for not telling you. Anyway, does anyone have a pizza? I'm starving." Everyone laughed a little at witnessing that scene and hearing the growl of his stomach. Once that brief, emotional, and comical moment was over, Albion addressed everyone. He said he would bring Priest Freed to answer some questions, and then Issei's gauntlet began to speak to the Albion armor. The conversation between the entities of those sacred weapons surprised everyone except Trish and Dante, who wasn't paying attention as he was watching the destruction their fight had caused, so his back was to everyone. When the dragons finished their conversation, Albion flew away at great speed, taking with it the statue of the fallen angel and Freed. At that moment, the white-haired man stopped admiring all the destruction and sat down on the ground, later leaning against a pillar that was still standing. He had to admit that the fight had left him a little tired. Incidentally, the wounds inflicted by Kakabiel had barely finished healing. "You seem a little exhausted. You're pretty rusty. If a fight like that tired you out, get training." Trish pointed out something obvious, but Dante shrugged, closed his eyes, and responded sarcastically. "Maybe one day if I faint, please don't kiss me again, that way I won't wake up." Riaz and the brunettes laughed when they remembered what she had told them. Then the others laughed except for Zenobia, who didn't understand anything. "You told them that?" The blonde's voice was laced with anger and sorrow as she complained to him. When he sighed deeply to calm himself, she spoke again. "I'd electrocute you again, but I'm in a hurry. However, be prepared because your debt has already accumulated the price of the motorcycle you destroyed today," she said viciously, adjusting her glasses as she walked out of the ruined academy. It should be noted that seeing her back to him in those clothes, Issei couldn't help but imagine perverted thoughts. Meanwhile, Dante cursed his luck after widening his eyes, which were filled with fear after hearing Trish. "Damn. No more DEEs." But that cry filled with mixed emotions. Tonight's event finally came to an end. The Gremory group had a lot of questions about their true strength and all the information that Dante had leaked during this fight, especially the redeed, but they would leave it for tomorrow, since for now they just wanted to rest. "Oh, that's right. How are they going to rebuild the school? They're not going to charge me, are they?" Worried about the little money he had, the mestizo inquired of Riaz after remembering the state of the academy. "Hahaha. It will be rebuilt overnight using magic, and don't worry, you won't be charged anything," smiled. Hearing that, Dante calmed down a bit and leaned back against the pillar. The others laughed again, having noticed one of the Sparta's few weaknesses. Later, Sona Citri arrived and chatted a bit with Riaz. She began to talk about the white dragon and asked if he had defeated Kakabiel. The redeed only pointed out that the half-breed resting on that pillar had defeated him. This left the student council president impressed, and with this information, she would undoubtedly try to convince him to join her entourage tomorrow, something she had already thought about doing since the day of the raiding game, but hadn't had the time. What a disappointment she would feel. And when Dante, Rainer and the Gremory group finally left the place, the student council began to rebuild the academy. Chapter 14 Mission 14 Open Classes. After the battle with Kakabiel. At night, while Dante and company continued around what was once the Kuo Academy, Kiba apologized to Riaz for having acted recklessly, and instead of scolding him, she just hugged him and told him that everything was fine. However, later she told him that she was going to start giving him 1,000 magic charge spanks as punishment. Udo, hearing what she said, nervously accepted his punishment, but Issei remembered what the white-haired boy had advised the Gremory that day and suggested 2 million lashes, to which the redeed accepted. So Kiba's suffering was worse. The student council then began to repair the school. On the other hand, Rainer and Riaz arrived home with Dante, who was the first to fall asleep when he got to his bed, where he headed once he was inside. That day the girls didn't fight, they ate dinner together and ended up lying next to Dante after he fell asleep. The next day. The white-haired man woke up to find himself being hugged by the 2 beauties around him, who were still asleep. After giving them a confused but lustful look, he wondered when these 2 had fallen asleep beside him. He also found it odd that they were both hugging him. Did we get drunk last night and I can't remember? No, they don't even drink. Or maybe Dante slowly separated their arms and then stood up slightly, placing his back against the bed frame. He then touched one of their breasts for a moment, causing them to wake up, and strangely, they looked at him with a smile when they opened their eyes. "Girls, did we have a threesome?" Dante inquired in a sarcastically playful manner as he leered at them. Both of their faces turned red upon hearing that. A moment later, both of them hit him so hard that his head slammed into the wall behind his bed, which caused the wall to crack a little. Ouch. Our hero rubbed his head as he settled back into bed until he was level with the girls. Of course we didn't have a threesome, and I never would. We're still virgins, how vulgar, what do you mean a threesome? Both of them exclaimed indignantly, their faces still quite upset, but the blush on their cheeks still hadn't faded. Okay, calm down by the way, why didn't you kill me for touching your breast Rere? Because you saved me yesterday again and… For some reason her red turned completely red again before she decided not to continue with her prayer. The white-haired man smiled mischievously upon hearing her and then focused his attention on the grimoire. And you, Lady Butchu? Aren't you upset that I lied to you? He inquired somewhat worriedly. By the way, the Fall didn't know about Dante's relationship with Aridid. A little bit still. Riaz made angry eyes and lowered her head for a moment. But you said you would explain to me and after seeing that yesterday almost. Before he could finish his sentence, they both unexpectedly hugged him again. Having realized the reason why this happened, he also gently hugged them. Oh, but how delicious now I understand. Don't worry, killing me is really difficult, he smiled, and if you see something similar happen, remember that it's my double. Hearing his sincere words, they stopped hugging him and smiled. Then, Dante, who was wearing only underwear, jumped from his bed and stood up as he continued to see them lying down, while giving them another look from head to toe in a somewhat thoughtful manner. Are you sure you don't want to have a threesome? With oil on your bodies it would be perfect. He was interrupted, as after their faces had turned as red as a ripe tomato, they threw whatever they found directly at his head, which made him fall to the ground. We won't have a threesome. Riaz and Rainer said in unison with great expressions of indignation. The white-haired man chuckled as he listened to them while he continued lying on the floor. He remained there until the women began to dress. It's worth noting that around our hero's neck were now the medium-sized locket he was carrying and his brother's medallion, which was exactly the same as the one the Aridid was wearing, only with gold chains. Maybe they don't want a threesome, but they didn't deny it seems they're thinking of doing it separately, huh? They blushed excessively again after hearing him, however, it seems that Dante did not learn his lesson, because after they saw each other smiling, the next action they took was to land a few blows imbued with magic, with which the Sparta lost his smile, when his face was filled with a few bruises. After about 10 seconds, the girls calmed down and finally finished their punishment. Then they finally got dressed. Uma was the first to leave the room. As Riaz was about to do the same, Dante stood up and took her by the arm. Wait. It's time to explain. The grimoire smiled upon hearing that and after closing the room, she sat on the side of the bed while she waited for the half-breed to finish dressing. When he finally put on his school clothes, he started the conversation when he sat down next to her. Why did you lie all this time? Just because I saw your album and yesterday's battle, you decided to tell me the truth. She put on a sad look for a moment. No few, sigh, Lady Butchu, I was already thinking of telling you, but those things happened before. When I met you, I had only fought against stray monsters and demons, and except for Trish, I had not met another demon like you. Like me? Another demon with a heart, smiled. Ria's happy face returned when she heard those words. And that despite the fact that you were very stubborn and made me angry several times. I'm wondering the same. Ouch. The grimoire pulled on his cheek for a moment before smiling happily. But there's something I don't understand. Your aura felt different and why did you give me this amulet? I don't believe it was to pay you back anymore. Even though she narrowed her eyes at the end of her sentence, she was still smiling. About the first, it's because as I grow up my aura ends up changing and about the second, I gave you the medallion because isn't it obvious? Aridid's eyes looked confused for a moment upon hearing his question. Because I wanted to see you again and bother you. The Sparta said in a sincere voice while smiling with his eyes and ruffling the grimorie's hair, who blushed and was very happy to hear that. But why didn't you tell me the truth before? Out of the corner of his eye he saw the amulet on his neck and continued. Don't you want it back? I'm complicated, I don't know why I hid it for so long. Dante scratched his cheek with a little discomfort before continuing. Not at the moment, you've taken very good care of it and as I told you, it suits you. But that said, I end up winking at the grimoire, who put on a thoughtful face for a moment that fluctuated at times with expressions full of jealousy as she thought the following. Despite having the attitude of a womanizer even though you're only 17 years old, I think I understand why you hid it, you're not one of those who open up easily. Well, at least I have this that the others don't. After placing a smile on that last thought, he said. I remember you said they were a gift from your parents and that they possessed a strange energy. May I know why they did that? They were a gift that was with me since I was born. When I met the brother who wanted to kill me, he told me that one of them belonged to him, which is the one I'm wearing. He carried with him a devil arm, with which they are used as a key that unlocks his power. I kept that weapon when I defeated him, but I have never learned to use it. Dante seriously said the first thing that came to his mind to hide the whole truth. I understand. Ria's eyes reflected surprise after what her brother had said. It still puzzled her. You really haven't had an easy life, she thought, while putting on a sad look for a moment. And what happened to your strength? From what I understood yesterday from your conversation with Trish, you were stronger. It's a long story, and I'll leave it for later, along with the information I know about God. Okay. Dante ruffled her hair again and quickly kissed her cheek, causing the Gremory to blush slightly, and she nodded. She was happy that he told her the reason he'd been lying to her all this time. She'd ask him about the rest later. Later, when Riaz stood up and started walking toward the door, she bent down for a moment to properly tie a shoe that didn't quite stay on. Then she suddenly felt a grab on her butt between her skirts, making her face as red as her hair. When she turned around, she saw how the white-haired man had grabbed her in that area. You let your guard down. The Sparta said boldly while winking an eye, which did not remain open for long, because immediately after a blow charged with magic ended up crashing it into the wall. For her part, Riaz opened the door and before leaving, she looked at him again while having an annoyed and sad face at the same time. I told you not there yet. The Gremory quickly covered her mouth as that comment had come out. Dante raised an eyebrow flirtatiously and said mischievously from the wall he was embedded in. Then someday it will be. Hearing this, Riaz shook her head furiously, left the room and slammed the door. It was worth it. Dante smiled as he thought about what was slowly sliding down the wall to the floor. Meanwhile, Riaz went downstairs to have breakfast, still feeling sad, but suddenly she started laughing at having left him like that. A short time later, the half-breed also came down to have breakfast with the girls and his foster family. Later, as they headed to school, curiously, there was no fighting between Rainer and the Redeed. Yesterday's battle had apparently smoothed things over. Later, at the occult club. While the Sparta was sleeping peacefully in one of the armchairs, a new member of the group was introducing herself. Zenobia. She had decided to join the Gremory's entourage and was now a new knight for Riaz. I would like to face you once more, bearer of the holy demonic sword. Zenobia said as she looked at Kiba with a smile. I would be more than delighted. And what was his name? The blue-haired girl pointed at the hunter as she questioned the entire group. She found it very curious how someone who had not only humiliated her, but had also just defeated a leader of the Fallen yesterday, could be sleeping so peacefully in the middle of their conversation. Dante. In unison, with enthusiasm, they responded. So Dante, huh? Still not recovering from yesterday's fight. He's already recovered from that. He's like that, he almost always comes to school to sleep, Issei answered Zenobia's questions with a wry smile. The next to speak was Riaz, who sighed wearily for a moment as a sad expression formed on her face. And now I'm getting into the habit of falling asleep at the club. Hearing them, Akeno covered her lips to avoid laughing out loud. I see. In any case, I'd like you to train me to become a better swordsman. At the end of his sentence, Issei began to wave his hands from side to side, forming a no with his gestures, and at the same time, he along with Kiba, began to tremble and sweat nervously. After that, the Redeed explained the situation to Zenobia. You'll have to convince him. He doesn't like training anyone, sigh, he charges Issei for training him, and he trained the others for a moment just because it was a special occasion. I understand. Then I'll have to save up to pay him or convince him somehow. Thoughtfully the blue-haired girl scratched her chin until she noticed the strange appearances of Issei and Yudo. Why do Kiba and the red dragon bear look like that? They were still pale-faced and sweating nervously, apparently having remembered something. Despite this, Issei and Kiba were quick to tell him the following. Because his supposed training is practically only wanting to kill you while you run or block or dodge him. He's terrible at teaching. By the way Kiba, you're lucky, if you had lost against Freed. Dante said he would train you in silver level, meaning in the demonic form he used against Riser. That's right. I didn't remember. More nervous sweat ran down Kiba's forehead as he exclaimed in fear. It may be harsh, but it worked for them. Riaz tried to defend the Sparta by stating the above while smiling happily. Now that I remember. Issei, I think there are already 60 boxes. At this rate, you'll only be able to pay the interest by becoming a high-class devil. Hearing his president, the young man with brown hair fainted for a moment, which made the others laugh for a while. Zenobia was a little confused by everything she had heard because she was unaware of most of those events, however, she was still determined that Dante would train her. That same day, at night. With Dante. While some CIO members went to Karayak with other kids from the class, Dante was hunting a stray demon in an abandoned warehouse. Meanwhile, Riaz and Akeno were trying on very revealing swimsuits for some reason, which apparently involved Dante, since at one point in the conversation between the two of them, the Gremory asked her friend which one Sparta would like the most. A few minutes later, they made a video call to the hunter. Ziogs. When the call began, the first thing they heard was a strange sound that seemed to be coming from a beast. Moments later, Sparta answered the call by grabbing his cell phone while kicking the demon he was fighting. The creature was easily sent flying into a wall. Yes? Good. He opened his phone and saw the screen as he kicked that demon and sent him flying into a wall. Holy shit. That was our hero's first thought as he looked at the video call screen with a smile from ear to ear as he watched Riaz and Akeno dressed in ultra-short swimsuits. Do you like them? In unison, those two women inquired while their cheeks blushed a little. Zai-I-I-I-I-Ogs. On the other hand, the stray demon, who had already gotten up, took advantage of the mestizo's distraction to pierce the hunter's abdomen with one of his arms, who despite the serious injury, continued to look at his cell phone while his enemy shook him. My liver. What was that noise? Ara. Dante-san, what are you doing? I'm in the middle of a job, hunting down a stray demon, but never mind. Keep showing me those swimsuits, they look great on you. While he was answering Riaz and Akeno, Dante continued to be whipped while still impaled by the creature's arm, however, he still did not take his eyes off his cell phone. Why don't you die? Zai-I-I-Ags. The stray demon with arms made of saws complained in frustration to our hunter, who still paid no attention to him. We're sorry. We will not continue to be distracted. No, it's no problem. I almost killed him. Go ahead, keep modeling them so I can tell you what I think of the outfit. Get out. When he finished speaking intelligently, our hero kicked the demon again, sending him flying into another wall. He managed to free the arm that had pierced his abdomen. He then began throwing lead at him with ebony without even seeing him, while continuing the video call. Later, in the department of Azazel. After Karek, the Sekirayate went to see the middle-aged man with black hair and golden tips. They played video games for a while until Azazel finally told the boy his identity. That done, the fallen man told him that he knew Kakabiel was up to something and that he had infiltrated the city, among other things. I had sent Albion to do the job, as it would be problematic for me to intervene directly, but… When he started that topic, a nervous bead of sweat appeared on his temple as he remembered the appearance of that white dragon who had taken Kakabiel to him. His body, which was made entirely of metal, had multiple bullet holes, plus a huge hole in his chest, wounds all over his body, his face unrecognizable, no wings. Your friend, Dante, ended up surprising me. Oh yeah. He told me he'd already spoken with the leader of the Fallen. So it was you. Issei narrowed his eyes suspiciously and then continued as a nervous smile appeared on his face. You're lucky I didn't turn you into metal too. And now that I think about it, that day I missed my chance to see Asia bathing again. Haidu drooled with lust a little after saying that last comment until he remembered that he only wanted to protect Argento. Hahaha. The fallen man couldn't help but laugh at the brunette's last comment. Seconds later, he regained his composure. Anyway, I'm sorry, but you weren't on his level. Dante told me he'd send it as a paperweight. I didn't think he meant it literally. Discouraged by hearing the truth from the fallen, Issei lowered his head in disappointment for a moment, during which Azazel thought that last thought as a drop appeared on the back of his neck. By the way, how did you do that thing of turning it into metal? The Black Angel asked with great interest while scratching his chin in curiosity. It's a weapon ability he has. He told me it turns organic matter into metal. Will this be his second release? I must investigate that. That boy has a huge repertoire of surprises and a level of strength even greater than what he showed me here, but damn. I really wanted to lock up Kakabiel. The fallen man was lost in his thoughts for a while as he tried to find out more about the abilities of the Sparta sacred gear until he thought of this last thing in frustration. Well, anyway, back to the point, a meeting of the three factions will soon be held here. Having said that, which left the brown-haired boy very surprised, Azazel let him go home. The next day, at the occult club. All the members plus Dante were already here, in a meeting. They were sitting in their respective places and were listening to the club president who was upset about how Azazel had appeared in her territory. And he even tried to lay his hands on my dear servant, Issei. Okay, calm down. It won't happen, Lady Butchu. Do you remember that when I stopped Rainer from being killed, I told you that I already more or less knew who Azazel was? Dante interrupted Riaz as he casually placed his feet on the middle table. Now that you mention it, I do remember, but why do you mention it now? Well, I managed to find out who he was and spoke to him before the fight with Kakabiel. That crow really didn't know what the other crow he plucked was up to. Everyone was surprised to hear the white-haired man's sincere words. Then the Grimoire spoke in a somewhat annoyed tone. And why didn't you tell me about that? I would have done it if he were a danger, but he's just a mad scientist researching sacred gears. That's why I didn't tell you anything, Issei. He'd been investigating me longer than that, and all he did was drink liquor while talking, playing, and fishing. Or am I wrong? Certainly. Dante is right, but he just does that. Still, you should have informed me of this at least. Ria's eyebrows twitched slightly as she complained again, still annoyed. Look, it was a mutual agreement between both parties. That's the only way I could get information out of him. That's why I didn't say anything either. I'm sorry about that. Anyway, he seems like a quiet old man, and I also warned him not to do anything wrong. I guess the message I left him with that metal statue got clear to him now. Dante took a sip of the soda he was holding after finishing that sarcastic sentence, which finally brought a smile to the Redeed's face. Besides, don't you have me here to finish off the crow leaders when they go crazy? He smiled. I understand your point, but your presence still bothers me. The Grimoire grimaced for a moment before continuing to speak more calmly. Well, I must admit that the statue's warning was good, and if it's you who says so, I'll trust your words, smiled. Later, talk began about a meeting of the three factions, which would be held at the academy due to recent events. This meeting would determine how relations between the three factions would proceed from now on. And the next day. In the academy pool. For reasons you already know, today was the Grimoire group's turn to clean the academy's pool. Dante obviously said it wasn't his duty, since he was only an ally, and that if he didn't even clean his room, he wouldn't clean a pool, much less. However, when they finished cleaning it, he would gladly take a dip. Ria sighed tiredly upon hearing this and had no choice but to accept his lack of cooperation. As a side note, before starting work, Haidu had his draconic arm hidden again with magic. Later, while the others continued cleaning the pool, the mixed-race man went to the locker room to change into a casual swimsuit. As she sat down on a bench in the locker room to finish changing, the door to the locker room suddenly opened as Akeno, still wearing her sports uniform, entered. Upon entering, the brunette made sure to close the door, and as she walked toward her hero, she had a lascivious look in her eyes. When she finally arrived in front of Sparta, she began to touch his pectoral muscles with one of her fingers until she reached his abdomen. Naturally, Dante didn't object. Do you want to go all the way? Whatever we do now, I'll keep it a secret from the president and Rainer. Akeno said that with a very flirtatious voice. You do understand me? Dante didn't speak, he just nodded his head and smiled as he thought about the above. A second later, the Himejima leaned closer and straddled the Sparta. Once on top, she wrapped her legs around our hero's abdomen as they remained on the bench. Doesn't this turn you on? A secret only the two of us will share, giving in to carnal desires with a man like you. Beside the half-breed's ear, Akeno spoke those words filled with a lustful tone, while continuing to touch his pectorals with the tip of a finger. She was also blushing. Dante nodded again at her question, his smile having grown in size. I wonder how it feels. With that, Akeno slowly brought her face closer and took the Sparta's head with the intention of bringing him closer to her to give him a kiss. However, before that could happen, the dressing room door opened. What does this mean? Riaz was the one who said with annoyance when she entered the dressing room and came across that scene. It's not what it looks like. He attacked me while I was defenseless. Immediately after, Dante raised his hands as if a gun were pointed at him while he tried to defend himself while a nervous expression took over his face. Ara. I was just showing him the locker room, he. As if she found it very amusing, the Himejima responded nonchalantly as she stepped aside as she was out of the half-breed's legs. I didn't think so, he narrowed his eyes. Dante. Are you telling the truth? Of course. I was lost and Akeno showed me the way to the dresses. Sparta's sentence was not completed as the Grimoire walked to stand next to our hero and then pulled his cheek with all her strength. I don't believe you. Were you deepening your relationship with Akeno? Weren't you? Is she the woman of your dreams? Ria's voice had a mixture of fury and jealousy. Agagag I was. Dante couldn't speak well because of the pinch on his cheek. It seemed he was going to try to defend himself again, but before he could find words, Riaz exclaimed again with a jealous and angry tone the following. Do what you want. But that said, the Redeed began to walk to the exit of the dressing room, and when she reached the door of this place, she closed it forcefully. Oh. Come on. I can't help it, wait. Sparta's nervous plea fell on deaf ears as when he shouted, the Redeed had already closed the door. Ara, I was jealous. How cute, Dante-san, this relationship is growing and getting stronger. Isn't it? After Riaz left, the Himejima inquired about the above while placing a tender look while smiling. What relationship? Dante didn't respond, he just opened his eyes wide, surprised and uncomfortable after hearing one of his forbidden words. Future engagement, Dante, future engagement. I'm not getting married. After our hero complained about the gods teasing of his sacred gear, he and the brunette returned to the pool. A while later, the girls put on their swimsuits. Akeno and Riaz put on the swimsuits they had previously purchased, while Asia and Kaneko wore full-body swimsuits. The men, on the other hand, only wore Bermuda shorts. When the pool was finally clean, Akeno filled it with water by using magic. Dante, do you like my swimsuit? Smiled. As the pool filled with water, the Redeeds stood next to the white-haired man and then asked him the above with a smile, which seemed strange to Sparta given the situation that had just happened. What's going on here? I was upset a while ago. Looking at her for a moment with suspicion, he thought about the above until he decided not to think too much about the subject. It couldn't be better. He winked at her at the end of his sentence. Seeing and hearing them, Akeno couldn't help but stand next to Rias to give an opinion. You must have waited quite a while for Dante-san to see you like this. The Himejima finished speaking when a giggle came out of her lips, which caused shame in the Redeed, who immediately began to argue with her friend, telling her that she wanted that too. Later, at the request of the Gremory, the Secretariat began teaching Kaneko and Asia how to swim. And meanwhile, the president and vice president began a swimming competition in which they thought the other was their rival in love. Dante also got into the swim shortly after, but not before having taken a good look at Rias and Akeno in those swimsuits underwater. Later, when our hero rested for a moment on the edge of the pool, the Gremory, who was lying face down on a towel, asked a half-breed to apply sunscreen on her. Dante didn't say a single word, he smiled and nodded his head as he decided to comply with that request. Rias took off the back of her bikini top and then the white-haired man began to skillfully apply the sunscreen to her back while thinking about how strange she was behaving today. And I don't understand anything anymore. She sees me with someone else and gets upset, then she calms down before she and Rere choke me and then they hug me naked and now Akeno is saying that is their relationship. Before, they would have all told me to go to hell. I don't get it either, mate. Maybe the pheromones you emit make them weird, or in demon culture, the fact that you're a womanizer doesn't matter to them, or this world just went crazy. Where did you learn to put on sunscreen like that? Rias interrupted the mestizo's thoughts when she asked with a voice full of pleasure for being massaged with a great technique. I didn't learn it. I have magic fingers, lady, but you, magic fingers. I see. You can put it on the front too, if you want. Saying that, she turned as red in the face as her hair as she turned around to show her ample bust to the Sparta, but before our hero could happily tan the front, at that moment Himejima hugged him from behind while she was without a bikini on her top. Naturally, Rias didn't accept that, so she got up angrily and told Akeno that Dante hadn't finished applying the sunscreen, yet they had a small argument about that. Meanwhile, the Sparta smiled pleasantly as he was hugged by the brunette who had her breasts pressed against his back with her hug. No, Akeno. He's mine. I won't let anyone else have him. The Gremory exclaimed angrily, who in that short fight had apparently already reached her tolerance limits. As a side note, upon hearing her, Dante thought the following, which made his eyes widen. When did I become her property? Tell me, Dante-san, the president, has she let you suck her breasts yet? With a seductive voice, Akeno said the above next to his ear while continuing to hug him from behind. Well, he hits me when I try to suck them. But satire and false sadness, the Sparta exclaimed as he shrugged his shoulders. Rias, whose face was as red as a tomato, was in shock for a moment after hearing that. Poor thing. What if I let you suck mine in return? Akeno said again with a seductive voice next to the half-blood's ear, but when she finished her sentence, she sucked on the earlobe of our hero, who put a smile from ear to ear while thinking. It would be an honor. He enjoyed Akeno's lips on his ear for a moment until he saw how Ria's fury increased in her expression. Dante, I think you're about to be killed. Boom. Seconds later, suddenly, Rias threw a blast of power of destruction to one of the structures of the pool with which it shattered it, and then she fought again with Akeno, who this time stopped hugging the half-breed because she began a battle with a Redeed in which they not only attacked each other with words, but also with electricity and power of destruction. After each of them settled on different sides of the pool with a great leap, they threw lightning bolts and demonic power at each other, which unfortunately fell on the Sparta since he was between them. Due to their fury, both women hadn't realized that the white-haired man was in the crossfire. Waves of destructive power hit our hero from one side as he flew towards Akeno, only for electric shocks to then send him towards Rias again and again, while a curtain of dust and smoke formed. Dante's swimsuit immediately tore to pieces as his body spun in the air in various directions, as each impact caused him to be thrown from one side of the pool to the other. Ouch. Why is this happening to me? A tired sigh was the next thing he did after thinking about the above. Jews wonder you'll die. You've even given Rias your amulet to look after. Yes, I like her the most and she's the one I value the most, but have you seen them? How can I decide? But on the other hand, hey, at least one of them is fighting while she has oil. While still in the middle of the fight, he glanced at the tanned Gremory. A playful smile immediately appeared on his face in the midst of that strange moment. How can you think about that while you're being charred? Later, in the midst of the commotion, he managed to fall into the pool water and began swimming very quickly while still naked. When he was finally away from the fight, while his body recovered from the burns in an instant, he walked to the locker room hallway and put on another swimsuit. Seconds later, she heard noises coming from the women's locker room, so curiosity got the better of her and she opened the door. And upon opening the door, she found Issei at the back of the dressing room, lying on the floor while on top of him was Zenobia, hugging him with her completely naked body. Seeing this, the Sparta shed a tear of joy and smiled with pride. The little pervert has done it, he's stopped being a prince. Dante whispered to himself as he wiped away the tear of joy. With his other hand, he gave the Sakuraiite a thumbs up, who managed to notice him for a moment, during which he didn't know what to do with Zenobia. Be the father of my children. Before our hero left them alone, Zenobia said the above seriously to the red dragon. She hadn't yet noticed Dante's presence. Oh. The Sparta and Sakuraite's mouths almost fell to the ground from the shock that comment caused them. Moments later, Riaz and Akeno arrived, who interrupted that Act 5 a little, while later, the others also arrived at the scene. Asia couldn't help but get jealous seeing Issei and the blue-haired girl like that, who seemed not to understand the context of the situation, since she kept telling Issei to have children with everyone here present. Later, at the occult club. After Riaz finished scolding Haidu for being so perverted, suddenly, a magic circle appeared in the room, from which came out Sursich, who was wearing an elegant suit and Grafia who was wearing her maid clothes. Having the Demon King here unexpectedly, everyone except the half-blood, Asia, Zenobia, and Riaz knelt. Immediately afterward, the Crimson Satan greeted everyone and said he had come for personal reasons, as well as for the open classes that would soon be held. Hearing this, Dante began to feel sorry for himself, knowing what he would soon have to endure. Later, Sursich commented that the celebration of the meeting of the three factions would be held in this academy, which surprised everyone except the Sparta, who began to think about it, so he began to scratch his chin, while the Lucifer continued speaking. By the way, Danielle-kun, I heard about your feat, thanks for taking care of my sister and her entourage. Oh. And thanks for the riser thing. Smiling broadly, the Redeed extended his hand to the mestizo to greet him. Ah. Of course. Dante seemed to be distracted until seconds later, he returned the greeting to the Demon King. You're welcome, lady, but you deserves more than fried chicken. Ria smiled and blushed a little upon hearing it. And about the fight with Kakabiel, killing the crow wasn't difficult, but don't give me too much credit. The boys also helped, it was a team effort where a fallen angel also helped us. The others were pleased to hear his comment. And by the way, just call me Dante. He said nonchalantly as he smiled at the Redeed. Dante, please. He's my Ani-sama and the Demon King Lucifer, have more respect when you talk to him. Riaz, it's okay, I'll allow it. Sursich smiled and scratched his chin thoughtfully before continuing. So, Dante-kun, didn't you find it difficult to defeat Kakabiel? That psychopath put up a bit of a fight, but I got him beat. Anyway, now he's a statue Azazel must have as an ornament. I heard you killed him, but what do you mean he turned into a statue? I turned Kakabiel into metal with a skill I have, so he became like King Midas only made of steel. I wish he was made of gold, and I had sold him to the highest bidder, hahaha. Ha. The Demon King was caught up in the Sparta's laughter for a moment, during which he thought the following. He's very carefree despite having so much power, I like him, I wish I knew who he really is, but I'll find out eventually. I'm sure they bought it from you in parts. I think I heard a moment ago that a fallen angel helped them. Yes, a fallen angel helped us. She works for me. I convinced her to work in my business, and I think it helped improve relations between the demons. We've gotten along well ever since, smiled. As those two continued talking, Riaz was still embarrassed by how Dante treated her brother, as if he were just any friend, and she was also nervous about how he would take Rainer's intervention in the aforementioned fight. That's unexpected, but how does he work for you? Do you have a business? Well, look, when I'm not allied with Lady Butchu. Irideed covered her face out of embarrassment. I run a business helping people with crazy creatures for decent pay. Oh, I understand. I think that was a very good idea, I look forward to meeting her. Your business also seems to be excellent. In any case, would you tell me about that skill of yours? With a smiling face, Lucifer spoke until he asked that last thing, while placing a curious look on what extended his hand to the mestizo again. My business is excellent. Dante thought about the above while smiling, he never expected someone to say that about his business. He immediately returned the Redeed's greeting. Well, I'm really liking you, so I'll tell you later. Perfect. Riaz was about to faint as she couldn't believe that the Sparta was so relaxed and informal with her brother, who seemed to have been infected by his way of being for a moment. Later, at Dante's house. Once they left the occult research club, Grafia and Sursich accompanied Riaz and Dante to the latter's parents' house. When they arrived home, the Demon King began to chat with the Sparta's parents about various topics, one of which was that his sister, Riaz, and Yuma were a good influence on his son, who was a lazy bum. Afterwards, the Sparta's foster parents drank some beer with Amau, treating him like any other person, and Dante even offered him tomato juice and pizza, which Sursich gladly accepted. As a side note, Rainer was nervous about having a demon king in that house, however, Dante convinced her to greet him by telling her that nothing would happen to her, as he was there in case anything happened, and that this could improve relations with the fallen. After thinking about it for a while, she also participated in the social event in her Yuma form. A while later, the Crimson Satan commented that he would stay at this house for today, and that he would look for a hotel tomorrow. Riaz felt quite uncomfortable with this, which was evident in her expression, which made the Sparta smile when he noticed that she could also have that type of expression. At night, in the Sparta's room. Hours later, the Demon King went up to the Half-Blood's room, which luckily Yuma had cleaned before Sursich arrived, and after putting on some pajamas, his tranquility was abruptly interrupted when Riaz, who was dressed in purple pajamas, opened the door to complain about something. It can't be. Not being able to sleep with Dante. I want to talk to him about some things, so I'll borrow him for tonight, okay? Interesting, doesn't it bother you if we sleep together? I wonder what would happen if I told you Rainer was joining too. As our hero thought sarcastically upon hearing them, the Redeed unexpectedly hugged the Sparta and began to ask the following with anguish. Dante? Will you be able to sleep without me? Because I won't be able to sleep without being by your side. Try it. Dante smiled ironically, and after hearing that last comment, he thought. Well, I'll miss you too, and you being stuck to my side, but I think he's exaggerating. Stop playing hard to get and tell him the same thing. Be quiet. Wow, I think commitment is the only thing in the world that scares you, hahaha. A minute later, Grafia took Riaz to the other guest room. It should be noted that Riaz said goodbye as if it were the last day that Dante and she were together, which left our hero with a confused face, since he still believed that it was an exaggeration. Then, Dante lay down on his bed without even saying anything to the Demon King, since there was no way he would lie down on the floor, even if a ruler of the underworld were in his house. The Crimson Satan understood the silent message, so he slept on the mats that Rainer had previously placed. He didn't mind lying on the floor, in fact, he seemed quite happy. A while later, the white-haired man turned his gaze from the ceiling of his room to the Demon King on the floor when he noticed that he had not yet fallen asleep. You know, you're weird, you're supposed to be like a president or something, yet you seem pretty relaxed. You even agreed to sleep on the floor without complaint. From the mat, Sursich was quick to respond while a smile graced his face. I'm actually grateful. No one treats me like a normal guest in the underworld. And you treat me like any other person without getting nervous. It's interesting. I think I understand you, dude. Many, because of the power I possess, try to be cordial or treat me as if I were a prince, but I don't care about any of that. Hehehe, you know, when Riaz was in the underworld, she was never as happy as she is now, it's all thanks to you. A mestizo opened his eyes in surprise upon hearing that, however, he then responded with a bit of sarcasm to hide that he felt uncomfortable with this topic. I'm flattered by your devilishness. Danielle, no, I mean Dante can take care of Riaz. Sursich raised his torso a little and, as he said that, he made his eyes happy. It seemed he meant it. Sparta also sat on the bed when he answered, although now he seemed a little uncomfortable, even though he continued trying to hide it. I understood. After all, I think I've been doing this for a while. Dude, I think you're referring to something deeper than that, hahaha. No, I'm not getting married. On that day hell freezes over. Well, there isn't much fire there, so it could happen. After the internal talk between those two, the Demon King spoke again. Thanks, by the way, you already referred to me by my name, but could you also call me brother? That comment left the mestizo not only uncomfortable but also a little nervous, and at the same time, a twitch appeared in his eyelid as the word wedding briefly came to mind. Seconds later, I regained my composure. Let's just leave it in your name, heh. As Dante smiled nervously, the Redeed put on a curious face and narrowed his eyes when he asked. Sounds good to me. Then they told me that. Did you meet Azazel? Yes, I met him briefly. He's just a dirty old man interested in researching sacred gears, but he never harms their users. He just watches them. He's a good guy, although I'm not sure I can fully trust him yet. In any case, if he's planning something, he already has a statue as a warning. Oh, that reassures me. I thought he was after Issei-kun's boosted gear. The Crimson Satan sighed and relaxed his shoulders before speaking again. After all, he is not a warmonger, he was one of the first to retreat in the war. I understand. Anyway, changing the subject. Your family doesn't know about your abilities, do they? Could you tell me how you defeated Kakabiel? Another look full of curiosity appeared in Lucifer's eyes when he inquired. No, they don't know anything about the supernatural world. What if I show you how I defeated him? Smiled. Hearing that, Sursich was pleasantly surprised. The half-breed then summoned his pistols and handed them to the Redeed, who carefully took them. Once done, he summoned Gilgamesh in his unassembled form, which he placed next to the Demon King, who was impressed by the power emanating from the demonic weapon. Later the Sparta told him a little about the fight and the capabilities of those weapons. So they're called Ebony and Ivory. They're good names. For a moment the Redeed looked at the pistols in his hands, before looking back at the half-breed. Were you telling me that their ammunition never runs out and that you put your demonic power into them for stronger shots? Yes, they are my favorite little girls. A friend made them for me one. For a moment, when he mentioned that last thing, the Sparta's face reflected sadness. But the Mai defeated that mutant crow. But that said, I unsummoned Gilgamesh. These weapons have a very high level of alchemy and magic that I don't know about. Rhea's brother, who was once again very intrigued by the sight of the pistols, immediately returned the weapons to the Sparta, who then made them disappear. Seconds later, Sursich summoned a book in his hand and passed it to the half-breed, who took it with a confused expression. Have you read it? My father used to read it to me when I was a kid. After his question, the Demon King narrowed his eyes in suspicion as he waited for the Sparta's reaction. Children's Stories by Uriu Marbas. Adventures of the Strongest Swordsman. After Dante read those titles on the cover in front of the book, he began to inspect its pages, smiling as he turned the pages when he got to the part about Tegmi Nigru. He was surprised because he thought there was no record of Sparta's lineage except in heaven. And now in the underworld they were stories for demons. Who was the one who wrote all this or even saw it? And how did it become a children's story? He thought about that for a moment. Even though half of the information was wrong and the drawings were terrible, laughter almost burst from his lips when he thought that he, along with his family, were now just a children's story. A minute later, he became alert when he remembered some of the words he said to Riser, so his face became serious, and he ended up returning the book to the Demon King, who was still secretly evaluating it. Yes, I've read this book before. I read it a long time ago, but a long time. I see, in any case, he smiled, keep taking care of my little sister, she's very well endowed, isn't she? Wow, he's one carefree brother, hahaha. Mine would kill me if she knew what's going on in this bed, you don't need to mention it, Fuea. Dante smiled amusedly, and after yawning tiredly, he lay back down on the bed, just like the Demon King, who had the following thoughts in his head, related to Dante's true identity. You're lying, this book is only printed in the underworld, and there is no record of you being there until the event of Rhea's engagement party, in which you mentioned Tiagemi and Ijiru. Your words and actions show that you are sincere in saying that you protect Rhea's, but where did you come from, Dante? The next day. The Demon King Lucifer left the house with Graphia and her sister to show him around the city. Later, he said goodbye to Yuma and the half-breed, but not before telling them he would see them at the open classes. On the way to the academy, Yuma went ahead, and along the way, Dante met Haidu before entering the school. Minutes later, at the academy. Just as they were reaching the entrance of Kuo Academy, Haidu's arm suddenly began to hurt for some reason, and meanwhile, the Sparta focused his sight with suspicious eyes ahead, where a few meters away, a young man with gray hair was leaning on the school gate. The young man was wearing a black jacket with a green shirt underneath, as well as red pants with chains around his waist. Hello, Albion. Upon seeing him, our hero casually greeted him with a hint of mockery in his voice. He seemed to know very well who he was, as Dante sensed a familiar aura coming from the gray-haired man. Although he tried to hide his demonic presence, it seemed to have been useless against someone like the hunter, who also deduced his human ancestry from his possession of a sacred gear. Was it difficult for you to carry the paperweight? An amused smile appeared on the hunter's face as he finished his sarcastic exclamation. Hearing this, the gray-haired man seemed a little impressed for a second, however, a moment later, when his eyes fully focused on the hunter's face, he went into shock for a moment in which he stared at him, thinking. It's impossible. Albion? That question came from Issei, who was still at the side of the Sparta. You mean that this pain in my arm and that guy over there? Just when the Sakuraiate seemed to have come to a conclusion, the gray-haired boy regained his composure and approached them a little, standing for a moment in the middle of the small bridge that connects the city streets with the academy. Wow, you seem to be very perceptive. From one moment to the next, the gray-haired man started a conversation, first speaking to Sparta, whom he still seemed to see at times, as if he were seeing a ghost for some reason. Indeed, this is our second meeting, white-haired youth and red emperor dragon. I am Vali, the white emperor dragon. Hi, do say. Vali forgot about the Sparta for a moment when he finally focused his eyes on the Sakuraiate, to whom he gave a confident smile before opening his mouth again. You look helpless, what would happen if I used a little magic? That said, while the brown-haired man continued to painfully hold his left arm, Vali approached at a superhuman speed and tried to touch Issei's forehead with his index finger, however, Dante took that arm with one of his hands while squeezing it tightly, which left Vali surprised again. Albino lizard, I must admit you've got guts. Do you want me to turn you into a statue too? The Sparta said sarcastically while placing a smug smile, and meanwhile Volley responded while trying to break free, which was becoming difficult for him. Maybe you do have the power to face me. After all, you defeated Kakabiel. Volley smiled defiantly as he said that, forgetting for a moment what had impressed him about the hunter's face. Later, when Issei took a few steps back, some members of the Grimoire group appeared from behind him. Asia, Zenobia, and Kiba. These last two put their swords near the gray-haired man's neck, however, the Sparta with his other hand signaled them to stop, silently telling them that he would take care of the white dragon, so they put away their swords and stood next to Haidu. But that done, Dante let go of Volley's arm, just as all the other members of the occult club arrived. Despite having so many enemies in front of him, Volley ignored them and immediately began to mock Issei's power, until Riaz asked him what his objective was, since he seemed to be allied with the Fallen. When Volley finished answering the redeed, he gave her a hint that annoyed her. You know, those associated with celestial dragons don't have a peaceful life. Oh? Is that so? Well, in my case, the lizards who mess with me or my acquaintances end up with lead between their eyebrows. If you don't want to end up like that, you better retire, deformed clone of someone I knew. Everyone else was pleased by the mestizos' defiantly mocking words. A blink later, the white-haired man stood next to Volley and whispered the following words near his ear. Because if you stay, you wouldn't be the first half-demon I've defeated, well, half-devil. Hearing those words, the wielder of divine dividing wasn't afraid, but rather was annoyed by the fact that the hunter had deduced his mixed blood, as he thought that none of them would be able to sense his hidden demonic presence. Because of this, he made an annoyed click with his tongue, and then, for some reason, began to walk beside everyone until he left them behind, while thinking with intrigue and confusion. This guy with the white hair and that strange demonic power, it can't be. I didn't come here today to fight, I'm too busy for that. Volley said without looking back, when he had already distanced himself about 10 meters. Come on. Go polish the statue of Kakabiel. The pigeons must have already messed it up. Watching the gray-haired man walk away, Dante couldn't help but raise his voice to send him a few last insulting words that made Volley grit his teeth in great annoyance as he continued walking until he finally disappeared from everyone's sight. A breath later, the redeed instinctively took the half-breed's hand. She was nervous and sweating. Nothing will happen. If he plans something, a tiger and a demon will have to hunt a dragon. The Sparta said confidently, trying to calm the Grimoire, who after several anguished breaths, finally regained her composure. Ooh. Would you use the Guardian on him? Narasimha seemed quite surprised by that comment. Maybe, although it seems like too much of an advantage to me, I think it's appropriate for a tiger to fight a dragon, right? Indeed, they are beings who, as a rule, do not tolerate each other. When they fight, one of the two almost always dies, of course, speaking of legendary tigers like Byako, although Narasimha is only one of my incarnations, I am a god, do not forget that. The conversation between those two was interrupted when the redeed let go of the half-breed's hand, only to then ask him curiously as they walked towards the academy with the others. The tiger? Have you never heard the Chinese story about the tiger and the dragon? Now that you mention it, yes. They are stories and beliefs from that country. How do you know about that? I didn't know you read books. The white-haired man narrowed his eyes, feeling a little offended by Ria's mockery. However, after a brief silence, they both laughed a little, knowing it was true. By the way, Issei, I'll train you to silver level so you can beat him. Before entering the school building, Dante addressed that carefree and mysterious prayer to the brown-haired boy, who immediately began to tremble and sweat upon hearing it. However, despite his fear of being trained by him, he nodded, as he was determined to improve, and he didn't like that guy called Volley at all. Later, Haidu was taken to the infirmary, where his draconic arm was hidden with magic, and meanwhile, Drake told him the story of the confrontation between the vanishing dragon. A while later, in the half-breed's classroom, Zenobia showed Issei some condoms that caused a commotion among the students, a commotion that Dante didn't notice because he was fast asleep at his desk. And the next day. Even Sparta's son felt uncomfortable with the class he was currently in, which was part of the open classes. Today, all the students sitting at their desks had come with their parents, including Sparta's. All the parents were filming the youngsters with cameras, while the students made figures with modeling clay. With no way out, after a tired sigh, the white-haired man molded a gun as best he could. It had turned out pretty badly, but in any case, that didn't matter to him. On the other hand, Haidu surprised everyone when he molded a perfectly naked figure of Asia, which caused a stir in the classroom in various ways. Seeing that, Dante smiled wryly and made an expression that said to Issei, "Of course, keep thinking that you just want to protect her." After this awkward moment, our hero along with the other members of the occult club went to the gym, where a bunch of teenagers were running to see a supposed magical girl. They followed the teenagers to the gymnasium, and upon entering the area where the small theater platform was, they saw from a distance a girl modeling, dressed as a magical girl. She had pink clothes and a magic wand with a star on its tip. Interesting, that Sailor Moon is also an imp and seems to be quite strong. While almost all the teenagers were taking pictures of that magical girl, Dante thought the above with a little curiosity while he ate a strawberry ice cream. A short while later, Saji appeared, chasing away everyone taking photos of the woman. Then, when Sona Citri arrived, the magical girl stepped down from the platform to speak to her, revealing shortly afterward that she was her sister. Sona found herself quite uncomfortable with his presence. When Dante and the Gremory group approached them, Riaz commented that she was a demon queen, the Leviathan, so the president of the occult club greeted her and began a conversation with the demon queen, who immediately noticed her entourage and the white-haired teenager. Riaz-chan, is that the rumored carrier of Dreg? Yes, he is the user of the boosted gear. Serafol pointed at Issei, and after Ria's response, she watched as the Sparta was eating his ice cream. Seeing our hero, for some reason the demon queen narrowed her eyes and put on a confused face. And who is the white-haired Riaz-chan? Adorably, the Leviathan tilted her head to one side as she inquired. He's an ally of mine, he's the one who stopped Kakabiel, smiled. Serafol was very surprised to hear that. Issei, Dante, can you introduce yourselves? Riaz politely asked the aforementioned. So Dante shrugged, and while he continued eating his ice cream, along with the brown-haired man, he approached the demon queen. Once in front of Serafol, Issei greeted her with a very formal bow, while the Sparta only waved his hand after finishing his ice cream, only to summon a pizza that he began to eat in front of the Leviathan. Mucho gusto, Shoy Dante. Dante said as he chewed his pizza. Again that week, Riaz was embarrassed, so she covered her face. However, Sona was the one who was most embarrassed, but it seems Serafol didn't care, since she smiled at our hero while returning the greeting, but not before doing a magical girl somersault that made the white-haired man smile. I like you, take that 5. When the white-haired man finished the pizza, he said the above with joy, while extending his hand to the Leviathan to high-five her. Eee. Serafol exclaimed enthusiastically and then slapped his palm against Dante's. Thank you for defeating Kakabiel and helping my little sister. With that, she did another magical girl somersault. Watching them clap their hands, the Redeed could hardly believe it, while Sona was breaking out in a cold sweat and her face looked completely embarrassed. Moments later, the demon queen began to do something even stranger. I look very closely at the Sparta's face and circle his body, inspecting it, then I return until I am in front of him, while I scratch my chin thoughtfully as I look at him face to face. Everyone was bewildered by what the demon queen had just done, including Sparta who had no idea what Serafol was doing. Because of that, Sona couldn't take it anymore, she fought with her sister and ran out of the gym completely embarrassed, which is why she even forgot to ask Dante to be part of her entourage, followed behind by the Leviathan, who was also running to catch up with her. It hurts to say it, but phew, sigh, each of the demon kings are that happy outside of work. Riaz put on a smile when she expressed the above with sadness. Well, I like them, let them continue being that way are those demon kings. Hahaha. I can't imagine Mundus and Argosax wearing magical girl clothes or drinking beer at night with your family. And you? How come you have no manners at all? At Ria's sorrowful question, Dante simply shrugged, causing the Gremory to let out a long sigh, while the others laughed subtly. A short time later, they left the gym and arrived at the main facilities, where Dante's parents were next to Ria's father, who thanked them both for taking care of his daughter. Thopo seemed to be doing well, until the Sparta's foster parents and the Gremory's father suggested they talk at their house and eat there, which left Dante and Riaz speechless. Later, Sursich appeared, who would also be attending the meal. What is this? Why is your whole family going to my house? Dude, she lives there. What did you expect? What did I do? As if you wouldn't like being between those two. At night, at Dante's house. After everyone arrived at the house, there was a banquet in which both parents, plus Sursich, began to drink beer. As a side note, before arriving at the Half-Blood's house, the Gremory woman explained Rainer's situation to her father, but he didn't seem to care either. Yuma was even more uncomfortable having another member of the Gremory nobility in the house. Some time later, Yuma, the Sparta and the Gremory were embarrassed when they showed videos of the things they did at school. At that moment the Sparta dropped a pizza from his mouth when he saw those videos. At the end of those videos, the Redeed couldn't stand it anymore and, pseudo-crying, went up the stairs to stand in front of the door of her guest room. Squatting down she looked quite sad. Dante followed her since he had never seen her like that. Seeing her crouch down, he smiled at her and told her to go to her room, where she lay down on her bed face down, while he watched her while standing in the middle of the room. Come on. I know it's embarrassing, but it's not that bad, I'll make you feel worse. Dante said nonchalantly as he held the back of his neck with one hand. Hearing this, the redhead cheered up a little, so she lifted her head out of the pillow to look at him. "You're right about that, heh?" Suddenly, after laughing a little, she asked in a melancholic voice the following. "Hey Dante, are you glad you met me? I'm so glad I met you." The Sparta sat on the bed next to her as she answered him uncomfortably. "Do you still doubt it? You're wearing something precious to me around your neck, aren't you?" Phew, sigh. The redhead became happy upon hearing that, while a blush appeared on her cheeks. But that said, Yuma brought his lips closer to the white-haired man while he held his head, however, the grimoire prevented the kiss as she hit the Sparta's head with magic to move it to one side. The problem was that she used so much force that she sent him crashing into the wall. Blah. 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 Moments later, Riaz and Yuma began to argue with each other until Sursich appeared next to the open door. Wow, they shouldn't fight. Hearing this, they both stopped their screams and quickly paid attention to him. "Riaz, I came here to tell you something important. It's time you freed your other bishop." Riaz's eyes widened in shock when she heard that. Raynor didn't understand what they meant while the Sparta remained stuck to the cracked wall, his expression frustrated and tired. The Demon King continued. "I've come to reconsider my position after seeing you fight with Rizer and Kakabiel. Your family has grown and you also have Dante-kun as an ally. Free him, Riaz." She smiled. With that, Sursich finally turned his attention to the white-haired man and a tear appeared on his neck as he saw him embedded in the wall. Meanwhile, the redhead followed her brother's orders and accepted. Shortly after, the Lucifer withdrew and closed the door, causing the half-breed to instantly peel off the wall and fall headfirst to the floor with a long sigh. Chapter 15 Mission 15 Peace Treaty Part 1. It had already been a day since Riaz had received the order to release her other bishop from her brother, so at this moment, as the curtain of night was about to descend, all the boys plus the Sparta were outside what is known as the Forbidden Room of Kuo Academy. This forbidden room consisted of a door sealed with a padlock and with multiple yellow tapes with the message, "Do not enter," stuck in front and on one side of its entrance. "Lady Butchu, ever since I arrived at school I felt a demon inside me. I forgot to ask you who was there." After asking, Dante began to drink a soda he was holding. "He's certainly a demon. He's been sealed because he has enormous power and can't control it. The seal is only active until midnight. After that, he's allowed to leave, though he refuses to use that privilege. And he's the one who makes the most money from us. It is a special contract made online." Issei was surprised by Akeno's comment, so Kiba explained the situation to him. Seconds later, the redhead broke the seal on the door and everyone went inside. Inside, it was a normal room with several armchairs, among other things, but it had a coffin in the middle. As a side note, the moment everyone entered, a child's frightened cry of no was immediately heard. Because of that last bit, our hero let out a sarcastic comment. "Now all that's missing is for them to say he's a scary vampire." "How do you know?" The white-haired man felt a drop of water on his neck when he saw the surprise in Ria's voice and eyes, who didn't understand how the Sparta had guessed that information. Haha, it was a joke, but it turned out to be real. Hearing this, the redhead smiled for a moment and then greeted the stranger inside the coffin, who was complaining about the door being opened. The grimoire then told him that the seal had been removed and he could leave, so Akeno opened the coffin. Inside the coffin, the embarrassed figure of a blonde girl was revealed, wearing a female school uniform. Immediately after seeing her, Issei was excited by the fact that she was a girl and imagined that the two bishops were blondes, but his fantasies did not last long because Dante took him by the shoulder while putting on a face full of disappointment when he said, "Friend, he's a boy." Upon hearing this, the rest of the group agreed with this comment and added that the blonde guy likes to cross-dress. This left the Sakuraite in shock for a moment, during which Dante burst out laughing. At that, Riaz proceeded to explain after hugging the transvestite blonde who was still inside his coffin. "His name is Gaspar Vladi. He's a member of my family, another bishop and a first-year student. He used to be half human and half vampire before becoming a demon. And I thought I'd already seen the strangest things in this world," Dante thought ironically upon hearing that as he took another sip of his soda. Later, when the lights came on, Haidu began complaining to the cross-dressing boy about his feminine appearance and behavior. That, coupled with Ria's insistence that Gaspar accompany them out of the room so they could continue talking, triggered a strange event when Issei grabbed him by the arm to pull him out. From one moment to the next, for everyone except the Sparta, Gaspar disappeared for a second. And at the same time, our hero's body acquired a shade of black and white, as if drawn in grayscale. Dante looked at his hands and the rest of his body the instant he noticed that while thinking. What the heck? I'm seeing in shades of black and white. I feel like my Quicksilver ability has activated on its own upside down. Colleague, I sense the presence of a massive steed protecting you from this. I believe the ability it gave you, it reversed. It also seems to drain a substantial portion of your stamina. Yeah, that horse gave me this ability. This is really weird, when I use it to slow down time I can last for a maximum of 10 seconds. I wonder how long I can last like this. 1. The half-breed then watched as Gasper walked from the coffin to a corner of the room, right behind a heart-shaped table. He then looked around at the others, who were motionless, and then focused back on the ex-vampire. A few seconds later, everything was back to normal. The Gremory group continued looking in the direction of the coffin, while the white-haired man focused on the corner where Gasper was hiding. Interesting. Dante smiled with interest, having realized the transvestite's ability. Lady Butchu, does this child have some control over time or something? When our hero said that, while pointing with his index finger at the ex-vampire's location, everyone else turned to see where Gasper had appeared, who was trembling like a woman, cornered in that corner. Incidentally, the ex-vampire, as he turned his back on our hero while fleeing, didn't realize that he hadn't frozen in time. Dante, how do you know that? Riaz gasped and inquired with great surprise, as no one besides her and her former entourage, who were also puzzled, knew that information. I don't know, intuition. Dante winked at a still bewildered Riaz. Will there ever be a day when you won't surprise me? He smiled. Who knows? I don't know how you guessed it again, but indeed, he has a sacred gear called Forbidden Valor View that allows him to manipulate time. To the Gremory's explanation, the Nekomata ended up adding the following. When he gets restless, he can paralyze everything in his visual range for a certain period of time. In the afternoon, at the occult club, everyone along with a new transvestite member went to the club room where they took their respective seats, and once everyone was comfortable, Akeno and Riaz began to explain the situation. Imajima was the first to speak. Gasper-kun can't control that power, that's why it was sealed. In addition, his ability and strength continue to grow. He may already have a balance breaker. While they were talking, without anyone noticing except our hero, the ex-vampire stopped time and pulled a box out of thin air and got inside. He then moved to a corner of the clubroom. Incidentally, the white-haired man held back a laugh upon seeing this, although an idea then popped into his head that he would implement later. I don't want them to talk about me like that, I don't want people to know. From inside the box and with a nervous voice, Gasper complained. A short time later, Riaz and Akeno left due to discuss the matters of the three-faction meeting. They took Yudo with them, however, before leaving, the Redede asked them to train Gasper in something she wasn't in. After taking Gasper out of the box, Zenobia tried to train him by chazzing him with Durandal, Kaneko offered him garlic, and he started chazzing him with it. Dante was dying of laughter seeing this. Later, Saji made an appearance, just before the leader of the Grigori appeared from the surrounding trees. Hi Azazel. Did you like the gift I sent you? Sarcastically the Sparta greeted the Black Angel when he saw him, unlike the others, the presence of the Winged One did not make him nervous. Hearing that mocking comment, the Grigori leader smiled wryly for a moment and replied as a nervous sweat formed on his temple. I think it was a bit excessive, I told you I was going to lock him up. And I told you that locked things always escape, personal experience. You, sigh, well whatever, and how did you turn it into a metal statue? After finishing his question, the Winged One scratched his chin with great interest. If you behave, I'll tell you how I turned it into metal, but it's not an ability of my sacred gear if that's what you're thinking. In any case Dante, the statue is full of holes and cuts, I don't even know what to do with it. Azazel smiled bitterly as he recalled the state in which he was given the statue of what had once been Kakabiel. I don't know. Send it to be restored and put it in a museum with a title that says, anyone who wants to start a war will end up like this or something like that. Azazel covered his head with his hands as he laughed after hearing that sarcastic comment. He had to admit that the audacity of that young man amused him sometimes. A few seconds later, he stopped thinking about the mystery of the Sparta's abilities. The Fallen unexpectedly began to explain what the sacred gears that were present consisted of and told Saji another use for his and Haidu, that if Gasper drinks his blood, he could control his abilities. At night, in the academy gym. Using the absorption line with Gasper, the group of students began to send volleyballs to him so that he would stop them with his sight, but it was useless. Later they told him to drink Issei's blood, but Gasper said that he hated that. At the end of the day, the ex-vampire entered his room at the academy, so Haidu and Dante followed him out. Riaz was also there, since the Securi had called her to help them. Before entering Gasper's room, the Redede explained the vampire's story and the Sparta felt a little identified with him. I don't want this ability, everyone stops. The ex-vampire spoke in a melancholic voice from inside the closed room. That's why everyone fears and hates me. I hate my power too, I've had enough of seeing the suspended faces of the demons and my friends. Gasper's sobs began to be heard from the other side of the door. Hearing them, Riaz lowered her head, sighed sadly and said. I'm a failure as a king, aren't I? You're not. The white-haired man took her by the shoulder and continued. I sort of understand what he's going through. He barely understands what he is and his powers, but I think I can help him, smiled. With those words the retard calmed down a little. A moment later, Haidu tried to cheer up the ex-vampire. I'll help too, since I finally found a cowhide. I understand, then I'm counting on you. Saying that with a big smile, Riaz disappeared through a magic circle. Hey kid, I think I can help you, since I have a similar ability. Would you like to talk without me taking you out of the room? Dante knocked twice on the door as he spoke, waiting for Gasper's response. Issei, on the other hand, was very surprised to hear that sentence. Dante, what do you mean you have a similar ability? Yes, I saved Asia with that ability, but this is a secret, so keep it between us, okay? It's another checkmate I have. The brown-haired man, still bewildered, nodded and said he would keep it a secret. A moment later, Gasper spoke again more calmly from inside the room. Do you have a similar ability? Do you also see faces that freeze? You could say so. A short time later, after a brief conversation between Dante, Haidu and Gasper, the latter opened the door and let them into his room after both of them told him their intentions that they wanted to be his friends to help him. Inside Gasper's room. Issei continued talking to Gasper and asked to borrow his strength. He also told him to drink his blood, but he refused since he was scared and thought he would lose control if he did. Meanwhile, Dante found some markers and placed them in his pockets. The red dragon then told the ex-vampire that he was jealous of his powers and that they could be used in perverted ways. Then he encouraged him to be strong and stop crying and then excited him with his lascivious desires by saying that he would use his sacred gear to transmit his power to Asia and Zenovia's breasts. Dante just limited himself to listening while he was having fun with his nonsense. By the way, all three of them were sitting on a cushion on the floor. The conversation between them continued until a little later Kib arrived, to whom Haidu told the plans he had made with Gasper. Then Zenovia, Asia and Kaneko arrived, so the ex-vampire could no longer bear being in the presence of all those people, so he went back into his box, which this time had the lid open. That moment was Dante's turn to do what he had planned. He quickly stood next to Gasper and touched his head. Gasper, do you remember what I told you about my ability? It's time I showed it to you. Although I don't know if you'll be able to see what I see, would you be brave? Smiled. As Gasper and Dante watched the others chatting among themselves, the latter asked the ex-vampire, who responded with a nervous voice. SSC, Dante-senpai. Well, then I present to you the world of Quicksilver. With that, our hero snapped his fingers and activated his time control ability, forming a large barrier around the academy that altered the flow of time. In turn, the entire room, along with every other person who wasn't Dante, changed the color of their bodies and/or surfaces, as if they were drawn and painted in grayscale, all while moving slowly, as if they were practically frozen in time. Gasper was also in grayscale, except for his eyes, which glowed purple. It seemed his sacred gear had been activated instinctively, perhaps as a temporary protection and/or resistance to manipulation. Whatever the case, the ex-vampire could move freely within the barrier formed by Quicksilver, so he left his box and began to observe his surroundings, still somewhat fearful and confused. Wow, he smiled, like me in the case of your ability, it seems that you are also able to move with mine, although it seems that your eyes react in a strange way. The half-breed exclaimed with a bit of surprise as he watched the color changes on Gasper's body. For a moment I thought I was the one who stopped time, but this is different, they can move, although only a little. Dante-senpai, what is this? It's an ability I have to slow down time, and because of what happened earlier, it also gives me some resistance to other people's temporal manipulation. I can also see you when you use your sacred gear, however, my ability has a time limit and consumes a lot of my energy. In any case, you're no longer alone in this frozen world. Dante explained as he smiled at the ex-vampire, who was happy to be able to talk and see someone move with time in that state. Gasper, follow me, I'll show you how much fun this can be. Besides everything Issei already told you, there are more ways to have fun with time frozen. The hunter extended his hand to the blonde, who gladly accepted it and finally left the box while smiling happily as he walked next to the white-haired man. Seconds later, when they arrived near the rest of the students, Dante pulled down Issei and Kiba's pants to leave them in their underwear, along with the markers he found. He drew mustaches on Haidu, while he placed one of his hands on Zenovia's breast, while he pressed his lips to Asia's in a kiss. Do you understand what I mean? Haha, yes, Dante-senpai, but… Gasper got a little nervous as he finished his sentence. Aren't you going to be angry when the weather returns to normal? Nah, something like that doesn't hurt anyone, besides, we'll deny everything, and it's certain that they'll only blame Issei. In a carefree and shameless manner, the mestizo exclaimed while chuckling. And if you do it with strangers they'll never know it was you, hahaha. Gasper, relax a little, it's not so bad to have this ability, like Issei told you, you can protect your friends with it. With that, the Sparta ruffled the ex-vampire's hair, who unexpectedly hugged one of his legs while crying with joy. Thank you, Dante-senpai. Well, now let's walk back to where we were so they don't get suspicious. Please don't tell anyone about this ability. For now, it's a secret between you, Issei, and me, okay? Oh, and try to be serious when I deactivate this, hahaha. Yeah, I'll try to be serious, hahaha. If Dante-senpai trains me too, I'm sure I'll be able to control her faster. Gasper nodded happily, and together with Dante, they returned to their original position in the room. I don't think so, Gasper, I'm not good at training someone, I control this ability of mine by instinct. Hearing that, the blonde seemed disappointed for a moment, so the Sparta tried to cheer him up again. But I'm sure Issei will find a way. I understand. It's okay, Dante-senpai. Even if you don't train me, I know I'll improve with your support. With that, the ex-vampire returned to his box, while the white-haired man stood to the side as they faced the group. Moments later Dante deactivated Quicksilver, and time finally returned to normal. When time returned to normal, that was the first sound that could be heard. It was Asia making the noise with her lips, which were pressed against Issei's as he kissed her. The ex-nun's face had already blushed deeply. Haidu had barely realized what he was doing. Oh, it seems you want to have children right now. Zenobia exclaimed strangely when she saw and felt that one of the brown-haired man's hands was touching her breast. Immediately after those comments, the red dragon released his lips from Asia and his hand from the blue-haired girl's chest, his reddened face reflecting enormous shame. Perverted Issei-senpai. Kaneko narrowed her eyes and was quick to complain in her own way to her superior. Issei-san SSS, if you wanted to give me a kiss, millimeters, you could ask me. Asia spoke with embarrassment while she continued blushing while she held her cheeks with both hands. I see, you definitely want to copulate, since you even have your pants down. I'm glad I came prepared, I brought these again. It was only at this point that Zenobia realized this fact, which for some reason made her take a large amount of condoms out of her pockets. That was the only word Haidu managed to utter. He kept wondering when his pants had fallen down while he was pulling them up. Kiba-san senpai-kun, you have your pants down too. Now it was Kiba's turn to be pointed at by all the girls. Udo was immediately taken aback and pulled up his pants as quickly as he could. Meanwhile, the Sparta and the ex-vampire smiled at each other as they continued watching the show. Haneko was the next to speak. When she noticed the red dragon's painted face, she inquired with a raised eyebrow the following. Issei-senpai, instead of training Gasper-kun, did you go to a fair? Why did you paint on a mustache? Hearing that comment, Issei went to a mirror and looked at his whiskers. He was already beginning to think that all these situations had been caused by the ex-vampire, but then he remembered what the white-haired half-breed had told him. Then, without the others noticing, Dante showed him a piece of marker from his hand, while placing his index finger from his other hand over his mouth, wanting to tell him, don't say anything. The anti. Upon finally discovering the criminal mastermind behind this, Haidu couldn't help but feel annoyed for a moment. However, he wouldn't comment on it because Dante told him it was a secret and after all, with that ability he had saved Asia and well, thanks to all this, he was able to kiss her and touch Zenobia without repercussions. Afterward, the girls tried to forget about the incident since they already believed Issei was an uncontrollable pervert, so they weren't too surprised by what he did. Later, they placed a bag of food they had brought over Gasper's head. They made holes in it so he could see, which made the blonde feel more secure. The next day, in a sanctuary. Trish had previously contacted Dante to arrange a meeting at a religious site on this day, as she believed she had something important to tell him and someone to see. Before Dante reached this Japanese shrine, he had to climb many stairs. And when I finally passed through the last staircase, a serene and warm voice that seemed to come from nowhere was heard around. Are you the half-breed Trish-san told me about? When he heard that, Dante raised his head and watched as, from above, a golden star appeared, radiating an aura that seemed familiar to him. God. Is that you? Our hero exclaimed sarcastically as the star shone brighter. A second later, the light of the small star faded and then an angel appeared with a golden halo on his head and 6 pairs of golden wings on his back. His appearance and clothing were fitting for a Christian mythological being. After appearing, this stranger flapped his wings until he landed on the ground and said politely. I'm not my father, but I am one of his sons. My name is Michael, the leader of the angels. I think he's talking about you. You look like him, only he had more wings, white hair and seemed stronger. That unexpected carefree comment impressed the angel who, upon asking another question, raised his eyebrows in confusion. Did you know my father? You could say that. That's right, Michael-san, that's why I called you and him. There are things we need to talk about. The half-breed's reply never came, as he was suddenly interrupted by a serious voice that seemed to come from a corner of the temple. Moments later, Trish emerged from one of the sanctuary's buildings, wearing her classic attire. I was wondering when you were coming out. Dante had noticed her presence for a while, so he didn't seem surprised to see her. Moments later, after everyone had introduced themselves, they entered one of the Japanese-style enclosures and chatted for a while, during which Michael continued to be amazed by the Sparta's stories. Well, that's part of the story. Tomorrow I'll continue explaining it in more detail. The leader of the angels was so bewildered that he could hardly believe what he had heard. If it weren't for Trish and the description she gave about the biblical God, he wouldn't have believed the half-breed's words. The next to speak was the aforementioned angel. It will be the best, thanks Dante-san. No saint, just call me Dante. Understood. Then I'll see you tomorrow, Dante. It will be. By the way, Michael, your father told me to tell you that it wasn't your fault. I don't know what he meant, but that was his message. The leader of the angels put on a sad expression for a moment and then regained his composure when he opened his mouth again. Thanks, Dante, I really needed to hear it, he smiled. Well, now I will receive the Red Emperor Dragon, he is approaching. Yes, it looks like he's already coming up the stairs. Then we'll see each other at the meeting, Michael. With that, the white-haired man extended his hand to the angel, who waved back. Afterwards, Trish left through the back door, but not before giving the mongrel an electric shock as a courtesy. The blonde's laughter could be heard in the distance as our hero's eyelid twitched in anger. The half-breed then opened the front door and left the room, only to find the red dragon and Akeno, dressed in priestess robes, standing there. Michael, meanwhile, waited inside the room. Hey guys, he's already waiting for you inside. Dante waved his hand at them in a conversational greeting that surprised them because they hadn't expected to find him in this place. Dante-san, should I call you too? Yes, Akeno, because of the matter with Kakabiel. Issei asked in bewilderment. And who is who in there? The divine dove smiled. The divine dove. Haha, Issei, just come by and be amazed. The white-haired man patted his friend on the back, inviting him to enter. He then started walking toward the exit until the Himejima spoke to him again, putting on a face that seemed disappointed as she gently held his arm. Ara, are you leaving already? Well, I was going to do it, but I'd better wait for you out here so I can go in good company. With that, Dante winked at the priestess, who smiled jubilantly upon hearing he would be staying. A few seconds later, she and the Sekirite entered the compound and closed the door. The Sparta waited for them, sitting on a stool while throwing stones into a nearby pond. Some time passed, and the boys finally left. Issei told our hero that Michael had given him the Dragon Slayer sword Ascalon, which he kept in his sacred gear. Shortly after, the Himejima told Haidu that she wanted to have some tea with Dante and talk with him alone for a while, so the Red Dragon left. Once the Red Dragon left, the Sparta entered another room of the shrine with Akeno. They soon sat around a small wooden table and started a conversation while drinking tea. Well, Dante used a food summon to drink a soft drink V. As they continued talking, our hero noticed Akeno seemed a little strange, so he decided to start a topic that seemed important to him. Akeno, I heard you're Baraquiel's daughter. Is that true? I thought you were really angry when Kakabiel's lunatic magpie called her name. Hearing that, the Himejima acquired a serious expression. That's right. I was born from the union of a human and a fallen angel. Baraquiel, my mother, was a priestess of a temple, and one day she found Baraquiel wounded and helped him. At that moment, I was conceived. Akeno's eyes moistened as they revealed mixed emotions. Anger, helplessness, sadness. I know that look. Dante noticed the emotions reflected in her eyes and identified with that look, as he knew that expression very well. For a moment, he wondered if something similar had happened to her. I understand, I'm sorry I asked. He exclaimed sincerely, just as the brunette stood up and turned around to show her back. With that, she removed her upper garments and revealed her wings, which now had a demonic wing on one side and a fallen angel wing on the other. I see. The hatred I felt for my dirty wings was what led me to meet Riaz and become a demon, but that ended up giving birth to a repulsive being with the wings of a demon and a fallen angel. Akeno closed her eyes in pain and made an expression full of pity she felt for herself. I guess this goes well with the dirty blood running through my. Akeno, you talk about being a repulsive being. She was interrupted by the half-breed, who stood up and invoked rebellion in order to acquire his demonic form. After transforming, he looked directly into the eyes of the black-haired woman, who was surprised and covering her breasts with both hands. The mestizo continued with his prayer. And you've already seen me like this, Akeno, it doesn't compare. With that, he returned to his human form. You're beautiful. Dante winked at a blushing Himejima and continued speaking. This transformation was what I received from my father. At first I hated him, but after a while I ended up accepting what I am, since only then did I gain the strength to protect what matters to me. Accept yourself and you'll see that not everything is so bad, smiled. Those words reached deep into Akeno's soul, who felt deeply relieved upon hearing them, however they were not enough to take away all her sadness and worries. But I'm still a fallen angel who hurt your friends and almost destroyed the city. She avoided our hero's gaze by lowering her face. Dante sighed for a moment upon hearing her. So, just because a part of you belongs to their race doesn't mean you're the same as them. Rainer, for example, has proven she can think for herself and follow her own ideals. I don't hate the fallen angels. To me, they're just like any other race. They can be good or evil. To be honest, I don't care about factions. I don't even understand why they've been fighting each other for millennia. Akeno was again surprised by his words. You know, even if you're a little crazy, you're unique, lift up that face that I like so much, oops. At the end of his sentence, Dante thought, shit, that's what I said, because he talked too much. With that said, Akeno vanished her wings and finally looked up, putting on a cheerful face and laughing like she knows how. Her eyes moistened, and then she said with a smile she had never shown before the following. But those words, you have me at your feet, look what you've caused. Tears of joy began to run from her eyes to her cheeks. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make you cry. Thinking that she was crying for other reasons, Dante nervously scratched his cheek, not knowing what to do. Unexpectedly, a moment later, she threw herself at him, straddling his body when they hit the ground, leaving our hero confused because a few moments ago she was crying. When I thought you were dead and your words today I've decided. She spoke those words to the side of his ear as she began to hug him while they remained lying down. I don't mind being third. Blushing and with her face just a few centimeters away from our hero, she said. The third one? Don't play dumb, I think you know very well what this means. The best thing of all is this feeling of adultery, it excites me. She said flirtatiously as she stuck her bare chest against the Sparta's face. If you want, you can use them as a pillow. Akeno, you do know. That's what the lucky man thought as he smiled under the priestess's breasts, whom he then hugged back. Ho, it seems I stole one of Ria's quirks, how do you feel? Better than ever. Dante gave the brunette a thumbs up as she continued talking while her breasts were in his face. I hope Lady Butchu doesn't see us, or I don't know what she would say. Apparently Dante summoned the devil with that phrase, because one said, the main door opened and Ria's appeared, who looked very upset. What would I say? Tell me, Dante. Hearing her, Akeno and Dante stood up and turned around to focus on her. Our hero immediately began to sweat nervously as a red aura filled with murderous intent was emanating from the body of the Grimoire, who was slowly approaching them. Hey, calm down a bit, I was just showing you the floor, the wood is very refined, gulp. Despite the blatant sarcasm, the white-haired man continued to sweat nervously and even swallowed with difficulty. Meanwhile, Akeno had already dressed and was subtly laughing at the Sparta's comment. This is infuriating, I can't let my guard down for a single moment. The Redeed seemed to calm down when she approached and pinched Dante's cheek with all her strength. And what are you doing here? Michael asked me for explanations about the matter with Kakakbil. The half-breed could barely speak because of the jerking of his cheeks, the nervousness in his body still hadn't left him, as Ria still seemed quite angry. And Michael has already left. Nodding his head, the Sparta replied. I see, so there's nothing else to do here, let's go home. Ria's finally let go of his cheek when she finished her sentence full of annoyance. Then Dante stood up and followed her carefully behind her, sweat still running down his forehead. He thought that when he got home, things would probably go very badly for him, again. I'm jealous Butchu, it seems she's the favorite, number one. But the whisper only audible to her, Akeno saw them off, watching as they walked towards the exit. Why can't you decide on one? If this continues, Ria's will kill you, and with that you would die again. On the way to the outskirts of the sanctuary, Narasimha mockingly questioned the Sparta. I do no, that's just how I am. If a nice girl pays attention to me, I find it hard to resist. And do you really like them all? Or are you just playing with them like you did with the women in your past life? It's strange, I like all three of them. Each one has something unique I don't want to play with them, but I also can't say no to them when they corner me alone. After Narasimha's serious question, Dante sighed wearily and sincerely thought about the above while shrugging his shoulders when he pondered the latter. Well, at least you've changed a bit in that regard, phew, sigh. Dante and Riaz continued walking until they reached the stairs, which they went down slowly, because at a certain moment, the Grimoire lowered her head and began to walk more slowly, until when they reached the middle of the road, she stopped and spoke to Dante with a somewhat melancholic voice, while turning her back on him. Tell me Dante, Akeno is Akeno. As? She's the vice president of my entourage, but is she Akeno? And what about me? Hearing her, the Sparta sighed wearily and scratched his head, not understanding what she meant, so he ended up answering her with a rhetorical question at the end of his sentence. Of course, Akeno is the vice president of the club and you are Lady Butchu. That's right. Lady Butchu, but I'm also Ria's. A grimace of sadness could be seen for a moment on the Retide's expression. Yes, that's your name, isn't it? Dante raised both eyebrows in confusion, unaware that those days when he called her by her name, like Tony in that forest and like Dante at the engagement party, he had fulfilled one of his dreams. To be called by who she was, to be recognized as an individual who was more than just her last name and her clan. Dante was absent-minded when it came to romantic relationships with women, which is why he didn't understand the importance of those questions and why he didn't remember the conversation he'd had with her before the ratings game with Riser. It wasn't as if he didn't have the courage to call her by her name. He called her by that nickname most of the time because he found it fun. Having heard his answer, Riaz lowered her head sadly for a moment as she held the jewel hanging under her clothes. Even though you gave me this precious jewel to take care of and everything you've done for me, I still feel very distant. After thinking that, she let go of the jewel and continued on her way, the half-breed still at her back. When they reached the top of the stairs, she stopped and spoke to the white-haired man again, her voice calmer. Tomorrow is the summit, I have to make the final preparations. Dante, what are you going to do? I guess I'll go see how they train Gasper, I like that kid, although he urgently needs to stop wearing skirts. I see. The Gremory looked at him again and said the following with a fake smile. Then, see you later. With that, he turned around again and walked in a certain direction while putting on a downcast face. Before she left, Dante managed to see through that fake smile and felt guilty, so he would talk to her later, hoping to work things out, although he had no idea how he would be able to stop flirting with the other girls. At night, in Dante's room. After going around the academy to observe the unique training that the CIO members were giving Gasper, our hero returned home, and after eating something from the refrigerator, he went into his room and fell onto his bed face up. Before falling asleep, thoughts of Riaz, Akeno, and Rainer crossed his mind as he noticed the 2 extra pillows on either side of him. Surely today, one of them wouldn't come to see him, or possibly from now on, the Redede would sleep in another room. Those thoughts worried him, he had to admit. Afterward, he pondered how Akeno smiled differently after their conversation and was a little glad that he had been able to help her with her suffering. The rest of his thoughts were cut off when suddenly the door to the room opened. The first figure to emerge from the open door was Riaz, wearing a pink nightgown. Behind her was Akeno, also wearing a beautiful oriental-style nightgown. Curiously, they both looked quite happy. Huh? In bewilderment our hero raised his eyebrows as he thought. What is going on here? Noticing that the Gremory no longer seemed angry. The meeting ended a little late. While she was speaking, Riaz walked to the side of the bed while Himejima stayed near the entrance. So Akeno will stay here for the night, smiled. With that, Akeno laughed mischievously as she walked into the room until she was next to her friend again. On the other hand, the Sparta sat on the edge of the bed and focused his confused gaze on both of them while thinking the following. Hey, big cat, any idea why Riaz is smiling so much next to the girl who had me between her breasts a few hours ago? I thought she'd tell me to buck off the next time she saw me. I have no explanation for this, mate, I also thought he would impale you, maybe demons like to share. Seeing the Sparta's bewildered expression, the Gremory and Himejima quickly explained. Akeno told me that she had to apologize for a certain situation. I'm sorry if I made you uncomfortable with all the things I said a while ago. Akeno lowered her head slightly in apology as she finished a sentence that left this confused odd in our hero. How could you call that uncomfortable? On the contrary, you made me very happy. It's okay, I'm not bothered. Dante stopped his words when he looked at the Redede out of the corner of his eye, with her here he couldn't say what he was thinking after all. Riaz spoke again seriously, but with a rather calm expression on her face. I know everything about what you heard and told Akeno. She made me. I'm not guilty. We were just checking the quality of the apartment. Hearing the half-breed's shameless defense, Akeno let out another subtle laugh, while Riaz shook her head and got a little annoyed, however, after a long sigh, she calmed down again and clarified along with Akeno. I mean before that. When you said you like me no matter who I am. What? And Riaz accepts that he said that. What the heck Narasinja, any ideas? Well, they're she-devils. Polygamy runs in many of them. Maybe they'd share you, since they see it's impossible for you to decide on one. I suppose only a female supernatural being could stand UV. Seconds after that offensive and sarcastic explanation from the divine entity, the aforementioned sat on either side of the mestizo. Riaz was the first to speak. Even though you're crazy sometimes and embarrass me all the time, sometimes you can say deep and moving words, you have a serious side that rarely shows, he smiled, and what you said to him was very kind of you, you should be proud of it, that's my Dante. Immediately after, the brunette took one of the Sparta's arms and hugged him tightly while saying, Riaz, from now on he will also be my Dante. Iridi didn't seem to agree with that because she took another of the half-breed's arms and also began to hug him tightly while she looked at the Himejima with annoyance. Wait Akeno, even if you are my best friend you should limit yourself. So now I'm their property. I won't complain so much just because they're fighting over me. Where's the oil when you need it? A few seconds later, the girls stopped hugging him and faced each other. Riaz, there's no reason to hold back in a competition. If you insist on going that far, then so do I. If that's the case, I won't lose. As he finished his challenging statement, the Gremory unexpectedly placed the Sparta's face on his chest, which surprised and at the same time made our hero very happy. Akeno then told him that he wouldn't lose either and did the same thing again. Dante was just going with the flow. What the hell is going on here? That was the voice of Yuma, who had just arrived at the room and came across that scene that immediately made him feel jealousy, combined with anger at seeing that his boss did not put up any resistance. I already told you, whoever falls asleep, loses. We are in a competition. Riaz and Akeno brazenly explained to Yuma, who briefly exuded a murderous aura. However, seeing the other women's calmness and the fact that they ignored her after speaking to her, she closed the door and, after a long sigh, removed her clothes, leaving her in her underwear. Finally, she approached the demonesses and stared at them defiantly. The boss Dante he won't end up enlisted with Succubi. But that said, the Black Angel took the white-haired man's head and performed the same action as the other two. If it's a competition, a fallen angel won't lose to demons. Those three exchanged glances that made it seem as though they were releasing lightning bolts that crossed each other and then continued their battle until the competition got out of control when they failed to measure their strength and ended up causing our hero to faint as they suffocated him with their chests. When they finally realized what they had done was when they noticed the bluish color of the half-breed's face. Seeing him like that, they felt sorry for a moment and then laughed while thanking him for having great healing abilities. With that, they ended the strange battle and settled into the small bed with him. As a side note, it took Rainer a long time to fall asleep, as having a third member fighting over the Sparta was already too much for her. The next day. Upon waking, Dante again didn't know how he ended up asleep in the middle of the bed. The last thing he remembered was being squeezed by the breasts of all three girls. Moments later, he noticed that the bed was tighter than usual, and then he took a look that left him confused, but with a big smile. On his left, Rainer was standing with her back to him, wearing only her underwear. On his right, Akeno was completely naked, hugging him, and between her legs, in a strange position, and with her head facing everyone's feet, was Riaz, as Lucifer and or Lilith had brought her into the world. I've never had so many beautiful girls in my bed, I think I fainted again because of them, but I think it's worth it, even if the bed is cramped. Buddha, this is Nirvana. That's not Nirvana. Don't be a killjoy. If you already had problems with 2, I can't imagine what will happen with 3, maybe they will achieve again what Argosax achieved. A short time later the girls got out of bed and looked at each other defiantly for a moment until they remembered that the time and place were not suitable for another battle, so they dressed and prepared for the faction meeting that would take place that night. When they were dressed, they said goodbye to the Sparta who had told them he would catch up with them later. Today, Dante didn't say a single sarcastic or offensive comment before they left, as he had more important matters to think about. When they left the room, he pondered the matters that were worrying him for a while until the time came for the meeting, so he left for the academy after putting on his classic trench coat and combat suit. As night falls, at Kuo Academy, Riaz and her entourage, along with Dante and Rainer, were in the Occult Club (OCC) room, waiting for the meeting to begin. A barrier was set up outside to protect the meeting leaders. Also, soldiers from each faction were defending the premises around the academy. Asper stayed inside his box, as he would be staying in the CIO along with Kaneko, who would take care of him. When the assigned time arrived, the others walked toward the room where the meeting would take place. As a side note, Dante looked more serious than usual. Riaz noticed and wondered if something was wrong with him. When they finally entered the room, the leaders who had attended this assembly were already waiting inside, along with their companions. Around a round table, seated in elegant chairs, were Sursich, Seraphol, Michael, and Azazel, all wearing robes that appropriately represented them. Curiously, there was a fifth chair empty between the Grigori leader and the Crimson Satan. Behind the leader of the angels was Irina, and to her right was a person who surprised with her presence everyone who had just entered, except for the Sparta. It was Trish, who was carrying Red Queen on her back. She seemed to be one of Michael's bodyguards. The leader of Grigori, Grafia and the Mau, seemed to know very well who the blonde demon was, but until now they hadn't commented on anything. On the other hand, Irina seemed to be uncomfortable next to her because she was a demon who was behind the leader of the angels and who seemed quite related to him. The rest of the members already knew them well. Sona, Tsubaki, Grafia, and Vali were also present. The latter, upon seeing the Sparta enter, put on a very thoughtful face for a moment. When everyone was finally present, Sursich introduced those who had just arrived and talked about how they defeated Kakabiel. Then the boys lined up next to a wall, and conversations between the leaders of each faction began. The conversation progressed as we know it well. Riaz and Sona explained what had happened, and then the Demon Kings and the leader of the Angels interrogated Azazel until he grew tired of so much talk, so suddenly a key topic began. Enough with this boring talk, let's sign the peace treaty. After all, that's what you want too, right? All the students at Kuo Academy except Dante were taken aback by that comment. Afterwards, the leaders continued talking for a while about the death of God and the first Demon Kings. Afterwards, Azazel asked Issei and Vali for their opinions on peace, and other things were said that we are again well aware of, until the leader of the Grigori focused his attention on the Archangel again and said. Well, Michael, it's your turn to explain. You still haven't explained why the Heavenly Devil's thunder is by your side. I think it's too protective. When the fallen angel pointed at Trish while saying that, it caused Riaz to think the following. Is Trish the person Kakabiel referred to that day? What does it mean? Azazel opened his mouth again, and out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the empty chair next to him. What he was going to say would cause the faces of every student in the academy, plus Arena's, to reveal more bewilderment than when Trish was singled out. Also, where is the missing member? But that said, Dante, who was standing next to Riaz, took a step forward, turned around, and focused all his friends and suitors on what he was doing with a slightly sad expression. So I spoke to them in a tone mixed with sarcasm and a bit of seriousness, trying to hide the guilt I felt. Hey, I'm sorry for lying to you all this time. I've only told you half-truths about who I am, but even if I had wanted to tell you the truth, you would have thought I had a screw loose and probably would have taken me to the demonic Arkham Asylum. I'm basically the same, but with a somewhat different past. In any case, I'm the missing member in that chair. I guess you didn't expect that, right? Smiled. Hearing this, everyone, except Michael and Trish, almost popped their eyes out of their sockets. On top of that, Riaz seemed very confused and worried. Seeing her like this, our hero gave her the locket he had been wearing around his neck and said a few last words to her before sitting down. Of the things I told you, I never lied about protecting you or why I gave you that amulet. If you don't believe me or still have doubts, open that locket whenever you see fit. With that, Dante rubbed his head and sighed deeply as he turned away. He seemed a little embarrassed. He wasn't good with words, or with women, or with romance, so he did his best to try not to lose their confidence. When she saw him sit down in the chair, Riaz held the amulet under her clothes with one hand, still bewildered and with several other mixed emotions by everything that said. As a side note, Trish, seeing him speak like that, was quite impressed because she felt again how her old friend had truly changed a bit, while Luceno and Rainer, despite still being confused, felt great jealousy when reconfirming who was the first. Continuing with the reactions of the others. Sursich was excited, as he was desperate to know the identity of the young half-blood, while Azazel and Seraphol still did not know what was happening. Hey, how are you? As he sat down in the chair, Dante casually greeted the leaders after taking a can of tomato juice out of one of his pockets, and after taking a sip, he opened his mouth again. Before we speak, Michael, I want to ask you a favor. Again, almost everyone was left speechless by the way he addressed the leader of the Angels, in addition to the fact that he was casually sipping a non-formal drink at this gathering, as if it were just a regular get-together with friends. Trish facepalmed at that. Returning to the conversation, the Archangel calmly asked her to say what she needed, which left Arena even more confused, as she called the half-breed without any suffix in his name. Tell me, Dante, what is that favor? That kid over there. Dante pointed at Vali with his thumb, without even seeing him. I don't like him very much. He threatens my comrades, and his face resembles a toilet bowl. He reminds me of a certain guy I used to know, like he's a deformed clone. Vali gritted his teeth angrily at this, while the others had mixed reactions to his manner of speaking. Seraphol began to chuckle subtly at how he behaved in front of them, as she continued to stare at him, as if curious about his face for some reason. Sursich was still eager for him to get to the point, and Azazel, despite being thoughtful, smiled at the fact that he was even more carefree than he was. Anyway, what I mean is, I don't trust him, so I don't want him to hear what I'm about to say. Michael, is there some kind of spell or barrier, so he can't read our lips or hear the rest of our conversation? With that, he took another sip of his drink, just as Michael created a barrier between Vali and the rest, understanding that the white dragon wasn't very trustworthy, which made the gray-haired man even more enraged. Seeing how Vali was treated, his friends laughed internally for a moment, except for Riaz, who was embarrassed, so much so that she forgot her concern from a few moments ago. She covered her face seeing him behave that way in front of the leaders. The barrier being placed, the mestizo spoke again. Okay, then everything's ready. Since I'm tired of pretending to be a 17-year-old and since I'm supposedly brought back because of a latent threat, here's the truth. He took another sip of his juice and looked at the leaders with a smile. My real name is Dante Sparta and this is the story of my past life and how I returned to this world. Sursich, answering the question you asked me a few days ago, yes, your suspicions were well founded, I already knew the story of Tegmi Nigru. No, in fact, I was there that day. But that said, the Sparta winked at the Crimson Satan, who paid close attention, well the only thought that crossed his mind at that moment was, could an apostrophe T it be him? To be continued. Amik. The Phantom Dante. After Riaz left with Akeno and Kiba to make preparations for the meeting of the three factions. While still in the occult research club and before the ex-vampire was taken away to train, our hero came up with an idea to make Gasper more confident in himself, so he approached the box where he was hiding and looked with a smile from one of the openings of the box inside it, with the intention that Gasper would see him. Hey kid, do you like video games? Have you played Metal Gear Solid? Yes, I play some, but I don't know that one. From inside the box, the ex-vampire spoke. You know, there's a skill you use with a box. It would suit you perfectly. You wouldn't have to leave it and you'd be like some kind of spy, an infiltrator. That would help Lady Butchu. Do you think I should teach you how to use it? Does such a thing really exist? Yes. Show me. Immediately after, Dante told Issei to get him a box for his size. So the brown-haired man, who was laughing out loud at the mongrel's plan, went and got that box and took it to the club. Now with his own box, the hunter convinced the vampire to turn the box upside down so that his feet could stick out of the opening at the bottom. Dante then did the same and then they both left the occult club while still inside the boxes, all the while their feet were visible under the cardboard as they walked. Incidentally, the boxes had an opening in the front to observe their path. They continued walking like that for a while until they arrived near where Zenobia was, who was in one of the academy's hallways. She had gone to buy a soda from a vending machine. After they saw the blue-haired girl, they stopped at a corner of the hallway as they watched her closely, the boxes were side by side. Suddenly, a timeless sound that seemed to indicate an alert was heard by the Sparta and the ex-vampire. Said source of sound seemed to come from Zenovia's location, and it could be sworn that this symbol could be seen near the back of her neck. After the timeless sound was heard, the blue-haired girl turned her head and looked around, as if looking for someone, however, it seems that she did not identify any enemy because she returned to her activities, although strangely she felt a presence, but could not find its origin. That said, she managed to observe a few meters away some boxes that seemed strange to her, however, she ignored them almost immediately and continued drinking her soda. Dante-senpai, what was that sound? With great curiosity, Gasper inquired from inside his box in a whisper to the box next to him. It's an alert sound, an ability you gain when you use a box this way. She suspects someone is nearby, but she doesn't yet realize who it is. When you hear that sound, you must not move until the target calms down. Dante explained quickly, whispering through his box. Understood Dante-senpai. Seconds later, Zenobia began walking down the halls until she reached one of the classrooms to grab her backpack that was on the furthest bench from the entrance of the classroom. Dante and Gasper followed her carefully, staying out of their boxes. Upon entering the classroom, they positioned themselves near the blackboard and the teacher's desk. That timeless sound was heard again from Zenovia's direction and she looked around again. Once again, she could feel an aura and the feeling that someone was following her was strong, but she couldn't find the individual and/or spy. She only found other strange boxes near the desk again, but for some reason, she ignored them again as she left the room. You see, I told you it's a great spy skill. Dante and Gasper whispered to each other again from inside their boxes. Yes, Dante-senpai, I didn't know a box could be useful like this. Chapter 16 Mission 16 Peace Treaty Part 2. Continuation of the previous chapter. My real name is Dante Sparta and this is the story of my past life and how I returned to this world. Sursich, answering the question you asked me a few days ago, yes, your suspicions were well founded, I already knew the story of Tegmi Nigru. No, in fact, I was there that day. But that said, the Sparta winked at the Crimson Satan, who paid close attention, well the only thought that crossed his mind at that moment was, could an apostrophe T it be him? On the other hand, the leader of the Grigori and the Demon Queen Leviathan didn't understand what he was referring to. Despite this, they decided to listen to him in confusion. However, Seraphral seemed to remember a tale that mentioned a tower called Tegmi Nigru. The half-breed spent a while talking about his real parents. About the fight he had with his brother in that tower, as a side note, I'm not mentioning his name. About the emperor of the demons and the devilish minions he had to face. About his death and how he was trapped in the depths of the demonic world until he was rescued by the biblical God who gave him the second life. Upon hearing all this, Irina and Zenobia, besides being incredulous, became furious. Curiously, Asia seemed happy, probably thinking thanks to the hunter and the fact that God did not hate all demons. The other kids didn't believe him either, they thought he had gone crazier than he already was. Although Riaz, despite still being somewhat annoyed, began to think that if all of this improbably came to be true, she understood why he had hidden it because it didn't sound credible at all. By the way, some of the Sparta's stories and information were very similar to that tale that her brother loved. And speaking of the aforementioned Sursich was apparently the only one besides Michael and Trish who seemed to be believing everything. He remained as attentive to the half-blood story as if it were a child watching his favorite movie. Wait, wasn't your father's name Sparta? And wasn't the name of the demon you fought at the end of the story supposed to be Argosax? When our hero finished telling all this, the first to say something was the Crimson Satan, who could be sworn had stars in his eyes when he questioned him. His name was not Sparta, but Sparta, and that demon was not called Argosax, but Argosax. Dante explained in a neutral tone as he took another sip of his tomato juice. I have no idea who have collected all that information, but some things and names in that story are wrong. Upon hearing this, Lucifer nodded his head seriously while repeatedly saying, I see. Apparently, he bought the whole story very easily, which displeased the other leaders. Oh, come on Sursich. How can you believe that? Mundus didn't create the demons, much less the first demon kings. It's just a story. Boy, you've really lost your mind. Seriously, Michael, why is he here? Respectively, the Leviathan said that in a tenderly annoyed manner while shaking her head and puffing out her cheeks, while the leader of the Grigori raised an eyebrow and questioned the leader of the angels with a tone full of disbelief. I know it's hard to believe, but what Dante says is true. All of this happened right when the current underworld was barely born. Azazel, one of the reasons you don't know about this is because this information is top secret. Michael calmly continued to clarify. We, heaven, have compiled all these events into a forbidden file, but only angels with the rank of seraphim have the right to see it. The few others who know this are the angels who survived the war between hell and heaven 12,000 years ago, but they have been asked to remain silent. For some reason, after hearing the word seraph, the fallen angel smiled lustfully for a moment as the name Gabriel came to mind. And after all, you were born after that time and could never reach the rank of seraphim because you fell too quickly. You didn't even last 500 years in God's grace. Seeing the angel's ironic smile as he said that last thing, the Grigori leader regained his composure and then clicked his tongue in disgust, however he did not feel sorry for having fallen. Well, before we get to that point, Dante-san, there's something I want you to know. Although we can't allow our believers to know that there were demons who helped us, we will always be indebted to you and your family for everything you did for the human world. With that, the leader of the angels bowed his head to the half-breed, giving a small bow of thanks, which almost made Zenobia and Irina faint. Please avoid bowing, Michael. It's not that big of a deal. And remember, just call me Dante. Despite all these years living on this island, I still can't get used to Japanese honorifics. When Rainer, along with almost everyone else, heard that the leader of the angels was confirming the information said by the half-breed, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets and their jaws almost fell to the floor, they could barely believe it. On the other hand, after her bewilderment passed, Riaz stopped being upset with Dante. If he had told her all of that before, she would never have believed him. She even began to feel sad for him because she understood that the world she knew no longer existed, along with her friends and family. Talking a little about the reactions of the church trio, Asia was quite happy to have confirmed that God did not hate all demons, while Irina and Zenobia, in addition to the great surprise they felt upon hearing that, almost fainted when they saw that Michael bowed to the half-breed. Returning to the conversation after listening to the hunter, the leader of the angels spoke again calmly. Understood. Dante smiled. In any case, that is why he is here. His influence in the world will be greater than that of the celestial dragons, so when it comes time to sign this peace treaty, all leaders should know it, especially since my father brought him back for a reason and even went so far as to give him a Longinus, despite him already possessing Sparta's blood. Hearing that last bit, the Grigori leader nearly spit out the saliva he was about to swallow. He immediately turned his eyes to stare at the half-breed with great interest, anxiously telling him how he was holding back the urge to take our hero to a research lab. Impossible. You already showed me before, and that sacred gear doesn't belong to any of the 13 Longinus. I couldn't have been wrong. Seeing him like that, the white-haired man smiled and responded casually. His response almost made Azazel fall off his chair. Ah. It's a new one created for me. I guess it's the 14th Longinus now. Hey. Unable to bear it any longer, Seraphol rose from his seat and banged the table to attract attention, puffing out his cheeks in a tenderly annoying way. Incidentally, he occasionally looked at Sparta with a very penetrating gaze, as if his face had somehow become too curious for him. Michael, unless you show that data, I still can't believe it. What do you mean Mundus created the first 4 demon kings, along with the traitorous blonde right next to him? Well, she can't be a traitor because first of all Trish was created to be almost identical to my mother but it came out of me. Dante quickly covered his mouth after that last thing escaped him, but it was too late because when his eyes nervously focused on the blonde, she raised one of her hands wrapped in yellow lightning, which she undoubtedly directed towards the half-breed while exclaiming the following with annoyance and shame. You didn't have to say that. Having done that, the archangel asked the blonde not to do that while she laughed subtly, as did Azazel. Well, everyone else. Oh. Their eyes practically popped out of their sockets upon receiving that information. As a side note, 2 of the 3 girls fighting for the hunter's heart would have spit it out if they'd had a drink when they remembered Dante telling them they'd kissed. I'm sorry, Seraphol, I can't show you that information. That file in heaven is sealed, only those I mentioned have access to it. However, that is the truth. The first demon kings were creations of Mundus. Later, Lucifer along with Lilith and the help of the other ancient demon kings created the demons that are now you. Well, without proof, I'm not going to believe this. Michael continued trying to get Seraphol to calm down and understand the truth as our hero shook off the electric shock while thinking about how much he hated those attacks. I'm sorry, it was unintentional. Moments later, Dante opened his mouth again to apologize to Trish and continue explaining to the Leviathan. What I wanted to say is that as you may have heard, Seraphol-chan, Trish is not a traitor because she never belonged to the 72 pillars. Wow, calm down a little if you want proof that all this is true, I'll show you some right now okay? By the way, can I keep calling you Seraphol-chan? What proof? Of course, I like being called that. With that, Seraphol stopped making faces of disgust and sat back down. There was something about Dante that made the Mayu calm down, sit down, and nod at him giving her the honorific Chan, which left Sona on the verge of fainting. An Iyrutra. After he exclaimed those names, 2 swords that we know very well appeared almost by magic in the hands of the mestizo, who began to address them. Hey you guys, I know you never listen to me, and you're always breaking our contract, but just for today I'm giving you permission to talk non-stop, go ahead, get stuck in. With that, Dante slammed the head-shaped hilts of those 2 swords together as he smiled at them, leaving the others, except for Trish, with confused faces. They wondered. Do those swords talk? After a few seconds of silence, the red sword, to everyone's surprise. Boss. What an honor that you called us back. We missed him. I speak enthusiastically, just like the other blue sword, which finished the sentences of its companion weapon and/or started them. They continued saying. Brother. I've noticed he's using us more often. After the fight with that crazy monkey and 2 other battles, they hadn't used us anymore. I want to cry. Me too, bro. The boss is being more kind. He even gave us permission to have. Rodra was interrupted as Dante again banged his head-shaped handles together, then placed them in the center of the table. Oh? Why are they talking? Everyone except Trish fell to the ground and got back up, with huge drops of water appearing on the back of their necks. They questioned each other in surprise, pointing at their swords. Incidentally, Volley was still annoyed, having no idea what they were talking about. He wondered why there were so many strange reactions on their faces all the time. Trish-san, I didn't know you could communicate. Even Michael was confused. He asked the blonde for an explanation behind her back. You never told me that. They never spoke in heaven. Do Dante's other demonic weapons speak too? I forgot. No, the other devil arms in the sky don't talk, these are the exception. They usually only talk to Dante. Yes. Sparta listened to their little conversation and now it was his turn to be confused. Hey, Trish, what do you mean my devil arms are in heaven? That was the surprise I had for you. I'm saving them there. The white-haired man could hardly believe it, so the leader of the angels intervened. Yes, Dante. Trish-san took them there because it was the safest place. We didn't know what would happen if someone discovered they could be used as a power source. They're in her house, in a room where she keeps them safely stored. Oh? Falling down unable to help themselves, Irina and Zenobia fainted upon hearing that a demon had opened the gates to heaven and even had a home there. The others were also dumbfounded. And even the Sparta couldn't help but fall off his chair comically for a moment. So not only do you keep devil arms there, but you also have a house on angelic grounds, ha. After all her contributions to the previous war, she was granted a home and explained how to enter heaven, smiled. Ironically, the system has never rejected her because she doesn't harbor impure thoughts like Azazel here on the side. It's too ironic that a demon can avoid falling from God's grace for longer than a 12-winged angel. Understand? Hahaha. Dante couldn't stand the irony of this matter any longer and burst out laughing, while Trish nodded happily to his questions while shrugging her shoulders. She seemed quite happy to have a condominium in the Heights. Then the Archangel explained the situation a little until he sarcastically stated that last thing, leaving the Grigori leader a little annoyed. By the way, talking a little about the reactions of the others. Most were still bewildered, except for Sursich, who continued with a look full of joy and fanaticism, and if Irina and Zenobia, who were still fainted, had heard that, they would have fallen to the ground again. Hey talking heads, don't you feel weird up there? Once his laughter stopped, our hero interrogated his demonic weapons. Yes boss, we feel strange in that place. But we ended up getting used to it. Chief, summon us more often. So many millennia away from you were very hard. Getting into the subject, both swords soon asked in a sad tone, almost as if crying, to be used more often. Hearing them, Seraphol began to feel sorry for them for what he said as he bowed his head. Dante-chan, why are you talking? You look so cute, I'd love to talk to you, smiled. Ara, did I hear wrong? Did you say millennia? Brother, the new generation devil called us tender. And he said he would talk to us. We like you. Brother, wait a minute. What does that word mean? What does tender mean? I don't know bro v. Hearing this, the two swords exclaimed in surprise and excitement until they eventually became confused. Seraphol smiled at their reactions and asked. Did they call me a new generation demon? Seraphol, answering your previous question, they talk because they're living weapons. Do you all remember how I just told you one of the ways a devil arm is created? The leaders nodded to that question. Well, sometimes, before I killed him, an ancient demon would end up giving me his power and becoming a demonic weapon. There were two demons I almost killed, but who decided to become those swords, only they never stopped talking, even though the contract for me to take them was that they wouldn't speak. They haven't learned even after millennia. Phew, sigh. We're sorry boss. We're just too excited for him to use us. Anyway, phew, sigh, stop rambling. I let you talk so you can tell Seraphol-chan and everyone else a little about Mundus, my father, and how you were born. So tell them a little about the matter. Understood. Of course, boss. Young demons and the rest of those present, my name is Anai. And I am Rudra. Did they just call us young? In unison, Sursich and Seraphol couldn't help but ask that at the same time. We were already alive long before we knew of your new existence. That's right, for us, you demons here present, you are young. We were created by Mundus along with the chief's father and the golden-haired demon who is back there, approximately 2,000 years before his birth. And then we were sealed in a part of the Tegmi Nigru Tower in order to protect it. We had heard rumors from some lesser demons of a new group of human-shaped demons inhabiting an area of hell. But we didn't believe it until we left that tower in our current form. Brother, now that I think about it, that day when the boss summoned us again after a long time was when we finally got to observe the new generation. That's right. In that fight with the crazy monkey, there was that young red-haired devil. Riaz was surprised when she was mentioned. We feel a slightly different demonic aura coming from you. When the chief told us that a large part of you have human form and a heart free from evil, we were truly surprised. That was very unusual in our time. I don't know how they were born or what causes this variation in their aura and behavior, but it seems that they are somewhat different from us. This conversation could last all night, it's already gone on too long, so I'm going to jump in. Young people, do you want another test? Just as Seraphol had almost believed the whole story, a voice from somewhere unknown suddenly echoed throughout the room, causing everyone to search for the source of the sound. Ah, hello Buddha, do you want to chat too? Sparta casually looked at his right hand, seeing how it was glowing with a faint golden sheen. When Azazel noticed this, he scratched his chin in interest as he thought what kind of entity could be in his sacred gear, until he heard our hero's phrase that left him and the others completely baffled for the umpteenth time that day, including Michael. They all asked the same question at the same time. Buddha. Yes, that is one of my names. I am also known by the names of my other incarnations such as Vajrapani, Narasimha, Amhitaba, etc. As the deity continued speaking, another small glow emerged from Sparta's right hand, and in the next instant, standing next to our hero, a large black-furred tiger appeared. It suddenly changed shape into that of a handsome green-haired man wearing a red Buddhist robe. A golden halo floated behind his back, while a faint divine aura unlike Michael's could be felt within the barrier placed by the leader of the angels. 2. By the way, when Drake noticed that first form of a tiger that had manifested at the beginning, he felt quite annoyed and at the same time, he wanted to go into battle. Although before becoming the first Buddha, I was a human being called Siddhartha Gautama. I would like to be called that 3. It just can't be. Describing the expressions of extreme shock on everyone's faces would be pointless. They tried to say something, but the words didn't come out after a brief moment, during which Azazel could only manage the last thing in a low voice. Huh? I didn't know you could leave your sacred gear. What's with that appearance? I thought you were stuck in that cat form. I merely split my consciousness and sent parts of it into your minds, so I could project the appearance of my true form or main incarnation, Buddha. I've already told you that the Narasimha form is just one of my incarnations. No, don't ask how an incarnation works. Explaining it to you would take a whole day. 4. Okay, so you really look like that. Dude, your hair is like a lettuce. Yes, I've been told. I don't know why, but I think you and the Jade Emperor would get along well. Dante tried to understand how the divinity of his sacred weapon had manifested, who explained a little about how it had done this. Later, Dante would also ask if thanks to that ability he was capable of performing illusions, but to his disappointment, the sending of Tsukayama-Uni's consciousness in such a limited state without a balance breaker only allowed him to communicate with others. As a side note, the divinity obviously did not send its consciousness to Vali, so he was unable to see this scene, nor did he feel the faint presence of divine aura, since the barrier placed by the leader of the angels prevented it. Michael soon interrupted the two when the words of surprise finally came out of his mouth. Gautama Buddha had been a close friend of the angel leader's father, so he had met him on previous occasions when he came to visit them in heaven. Siddhartha-sama. It is undoubtedly you. Hello Michael-kun, it's been a long time. I don't understand, why does it reside in a sacred gear? Before the deity could answer the archangel's question, the leader of the Grigori interrupted them. Certainly, many sacred gears possess reduced authorities of some gods, or even divine artifacts. Even, as in the case of Lycaon, the god of the harvest and wolves, it may be the case that a god is part of a sacred gear, but until now, everything related to the gods lost its divinity. How can it possibly retain it? And besides that, I don't believe the Agra's weapon system has the power to turn the first Buddha into a sacred gear. Azazel explained a little of what he knew about the sacred gears and then expressed his bewilderment to himself. He had entered a sort of self-meditation phase. With that last word, he began muttering to himself, his eyes filling with a desire for knowledge. Little Azazel, you're right, the sacred armament system couldn't have sealed me in a sacred gear if I hadn't wanted it that way. When my old friend Yav asked me for help, after listening to his reasons, I decided to become this new Longinus. You let yourself be sealed. What were those reasons? Wait a minute. Isn't your mythology neutral in conflicts? You rarely engage in battle with other mythologies or in wars within the human world. And you, Siddhartha Dono, are even rarer to have participated in any battles. I no longer remember all the details, I blocked some of my memories out of caution, it seems that a threat will soon loom over the world. But one thing I do know clearly is that I stopped being neutral because after the disaster that all my relatives caused in the previous war. The leaders felt bad hearing that comment. In addition to the last words that my old friend Yahweh gave me. Michael was saddened for a moment until he smiled again when he heard the determination of the Eastern divinity. I decided to help in this way. With the help of Sparta's blood. With the help of my colleague, Dante, I will eliminate the evil that will loom over the world. Siddhartha Dono, could we tell you a little more about how you ended up in your current state? And if you don't mind saying so, what capabilities does that sacred gear have? Extremely curious, Azazel tried to get more information from Tsukayama-Uni, who was willing to talk a little more. In the last talk I had with Michael's father before he died, Yahweh told me that he would create the structure of the Longinus, however, he lacked the strength to grant it his own power or abilities. He also lacked the strength to steal abilities or authorities from someone else. So, after hearing his proposal, we decided that I would grant my power and authorities to its wielder. However, some of my authorities have adapted to be able to fuse with Dante's power, although I still don't know how it's possible. If you want to know what I and this Longinus are capable of, well, you'll have to be there to observe it. With that said, it's time for me to say goodbye. I hope I've helped you stop doubting my colleague. Don't forget, knowing your origins is important, it helps you have a point to start from. And it will help you not make the mistakes of the past again. But that which left Azazel disappointed, Sparta's hand stopped glowing as Tsukayama-Uni's figure vanished into thin air as if he had never existed. Those who still doubted the information revealed by the hunter were once again left speechless as their minds tried to assimilate all the information, which they now believed without question. There was a brief moment of silence until the Crimson Satan said excitedly as stars formed in his eyes as he focused his eyes on Dante. Dante-sama. Huh? My lord. Yes, Amaya. The half-blood's expression turned bitter upon hearing how he had been referred to. While Grafia and Riaz couldn't help but express their surprise and embarrassment at hearing a demon king speaking that way to a 17-year-old boy and seeing him as if he were a rock star v. Sursich, what happened? Cautiously, our hero asked the Redeed as he moved away from him without leaving his chair. The way she looked at him began to unnerve him. "And please avoid calling me Sama, phew, sigh." "Understood." Amayu immediately nodded the order by giving a small bow as he lowered his head a little while smiling and thinking the following. The hero of my childhood exists. And in doing so, she again received complaints from her maid and her sister, who covered her face with both hands due to her shame. "My lord." The SSAMAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAA Satan, whose lowered head filled the half-breed with even more confusion. "Take it for granted." Just as the Redeed said that, he raised his head and revealed a smile before asking the next question. "Dante, may I take an eye and rudder for a moment?" "Sure, no problem." Without knowing what he wanted them for, our hero gave permission to the Crimson Satan, who immediately took the swords and then said with a smile in between, which focused on their head-shaped handles. "Hello Anai-sama and Rudra-sama, do you think you could tell me about everything Dante did in Tegmi Nigru?" "Brother," Sama told us. "That's how it was, brother. We really like you." Both heads on the handles almost seemed to be weeping tears of joy. "Sure, we'll tell you about everything the boss did there." "Brother, by the way. What does Sama mean?" I don't know bro." Dante interrupted his swords when he grew tired of listening to their nonsense. "Oh no. You guys are talking too much and there are things there I'm never going to tell you about." With that, Dante summoned his devil arms, which shouted boss. Before leaving, in a way that made it seem like they were about to cry. After that, a depressive aura enveloped the demon king Lucifer until our hero said something that made him smile. "Sursich, if you're so interested, I'll tell you about the adventures I had in Tegmi Nigru later. I don't see the problem sure if you buy me a few beers or a nice whiskey." "Dante, I'd love that." And could you also tell me about your other adventures? After everything I've heard, I have to update that story." Sure. Why not?" Dante took another sip of tomato juice as he watched Sursich's expression grow happier. He didn't understand the fan spirit in him. And then, suddenly, the Crimson Satan gave an order to his servant with extreme seriousness in his voice, but keeping a happy expression. "Brafia. Put this update on my to-do list. The whole story needs editing. Also, find out if any surviving members are related to the demonic Marbas family, so the author can be given the Best Writers Award posthumously." "Look, of course, my lord." The maid said what she felt was a bit out of place, all the while giving a small bow. SSAMAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAAA face was redder than her hair. Cough, cough. The leader of Grigori coughed forcefully a couple of times in order to start a new topic. Michael, what do we do with this information now? As I mentioned before, humans shouldn't know that there were demons who helped the human world in the angelic forces. In the seven heavens, most angels only know that Trish and Lucia were the only exceptions. The actions and history of Hay of Mundus RR. The leader of the angels let out a long, sorrowful sigh as his expression grew complicated for a moment, along with eyes filled with subtle rage. It also seemed for a moment that he was about to mention another name instead of Mundus, but for some reason he cut his words short and continued. Are a disgrace, which is why the higher-ups in heaven are keeping them secret, along with the story of Sparta's blood. I believe that how this information spreads within your factions is Dante's decision, of course, if he wants any aspects of this information to be divulged. Do what you want with it. I don't care. Before anyone could ask him, our hero casually stated, which made his friends' eyes water from their lack of interest in this important matter. Sursich, on the other hand, thought happily, perfect. Because he wanted to show the entire underworld that one of the heroes of his favorite storybook existed. Unable to understand the Sparta's lack of interest, the fallen angel at his side inquired the following. Boy. Well, you're not a boy anymore, how old are you? Thousands. What they heard made the three women fighting over the hunter a little nervous because they thought he was young and a virgin, and now they were realizing that he was an ancient being who had surely spent his life with many women. At this moment Riaz was a little sad because she understood the reason why he flirted so easily with everyone, despite having the appearance of a young man of only 17 years old. Returning to the conversation, Dante spoke while counting with his fingers. I think I'm 60 years old because when I died in the fight with Argosax, I was only 40 years old. And in that area of the demonic world my soul was trapped for 10 years or less, but time flows differently in that dimension in any case. I don't know a 40-year-old man with a spirit with 10 extra years and who has lived 7 years in the body of a teenager and who made a time jump of thousands of years. The mestizo's head began to hurt from thinking so much, so he held his forehead with one hand and said sarcastically. You know what? Just don't call me a kid and pretend I'm 20 and that's it. This is all very complicated. Besides, this is like my second life, so it's like I have a new body and age, smiled. The Grigori leader, along with the Leviathan, laughed out loud upon hearing that conclusion, which delighted the Crimson Satan, as it seemed extraordinary to him that he was so carefree. With that, his friends realized that despite being someone with so much power from many, many years ago, he was still the same person who had accompanied them until now. Furthermore, Riaz, Akeno, and Rainer were relieved to hear his conclusion about his second life, which is why they would try not to take into account the women he had been with in the past, and of course, they hoped that he would care about them, and that they weren't just another one. After finishing his laughter, Azazel continued talking with the hunter. Well, what I was getting at was this, Dante, don't you realize that you and almost your entire family are heroes to everyone here? Are you really not interested in what we do with this information? Heroes? Yes. If Mundus had carried out his plan, we don't know to what extent humanity would have been decimated and all factions would require humans, he smiled. Maybe my mother, my father, and my nephew are heroes, but I don't consider myself a hero, he scratched his cheek. I'm not an emissary of peace. I'm just a mercenary who likes to have fun and participate in crazy parties from time to time. In any case, all those events are things of the distant past, so I don't care what they do with that information, as long as my current family is protected and doesn't get mixed up in this matter. So if you want to share what you heard today among your factions, do so with pleasure. However, you would have to prevent your members from speaking about this with humans or low-ranking angels without the information leaking. I don't know how you would prevent it. But that said in a neutral tone, the Sparta took a last sip of the drink in his hands. Hearing this, his comrades could hardly believe that Dante could always be so irresponsible, carefree, and crazy, but they also realized that he had a serious and logical side that didn't come out very often. Hearing his decision, the leaders nodded in understanding, except for the Demon King Lucifer, who immediately took the opportunity to enthusiastically give his opinion. There's a very powerful spell that only demon lords can perform. I could place it on all the demons of the underworld and those in the human world. With this sealing magic, we would prevent the story from leaking. And I will have your family with the maximum protection. Of course, as long as there is the approval of the other demon lords. Ria's brother cut short his prayer full of emotion to see Seraphol with eyes that were almost begging him. Seeing him like that, after a few seconds she nodded, letting him know that she would not oppose. So, whatever and Sursich, thank you for the protection given to my family, smiled. The Crimson Satan smiled back at the half-breed and then said to the Grigori leader. Azazel, if you're interested, we could give you that spell. I don't know, I'll keep this information to myself for now. By the way, Dante, from what I understood, Mundus was an evil god that you were able to defeat. Does that mean your true strength is divine class? I still don't understand why God gave you a longinus if you already possess such an ability. With great interest, the fallen angel quickly moved on to a topic that kept bothering him. He asked while scratching his head. Divine class? I don't know that term, but you're wrong about the last part. I was only able to beat Mundus because I sealed him. Although probably with the strength I gain later I would have been able to beat him. Currently I haven't recovered that power, each day I recover a little, but to give you an idea of how strong I am, if I were at 100%, I would have roasted Kakabiel in less than 1 second. And why did he give me a longinus? Apparently because there were enemies that I would need it against. I didn't see the need for him to give it to me either, but oh well. At the end of his sentence, the half-breed shrugged. From what they heard, everyone understood that he was already incredibly strong, which surprised some, while the Demon King Lucifer's happiness increased. Michael spoke up as the Grigori leader began to mentally investigate how much potential the Sparta had. One of my father's many gifts and powers was clairvoyance. He must have foreseen something coming. A thoughtful expression crossed the angel's face before he continued. Since we don't know what it could be, it's best not to think about it for now, so let's move on to another topic. Trishan told me that you want the Force-Edge sword back. Do you already have the amulets your mother gave you? Yes, I have my brother's amulet and the one that belongs to me. Let's just say it's in the right place. Ria's eyes widened at that, and she blushed when the Sparta caught sight of her out of the corner of his eye. She had never expected that this amulet had been given to her by her biological mother when she was alive, so it was undoubtedly even more important than she had thought. Her sadness and annoyance at the beginning of this reunion eventually disappeared with that. Akeno and Rainer couldn't help but feel jealous, but they knew they shouldn't give up. Ria's eyes widened at that, and she blushed when the Sparta caught sight of her out of the corner of his eye. She had never expected that this amulet had been given to her by her biological mother when she was alive, so it was undoubtedly even more important than she had thought. Her sadness and annoyance at the beginning of this reunion eventually disappeared with that. Akeno and Rainer couldn't help but feel jealous, but they knew they shouldn't give up. I understand. It'll take a while to get it to you. It was sealed away far from Trishan's house. Michael continued with his speech, which suddenly took an unexpected turn when he remembered some angels who had recently fallen from God's grace, while out of the corner of his eye, he saw the golden-haired demon. By the way Trishan, since I'm talking about you, do you think you could stop tanning outside your house? You've been making a lot of angels fall lately. A nervous drop of sweat ran down the archangel's forehead when he finished that sentence, which made Azazel and Dante cover their mouths to avoid dying of laughter because they didn't want to receive an electric shock from the demoness. Well, the demon kings were confused by that statement. By the way, Issei couldn't help but imagine it with perversion. And on the other hand, everyone else avoided saying anything by rolling their eyes upwards, trying to forget what they heard as a precaution, because the golden-haired demoness was soon to complain in annoyance. And what's my fault if they get impure desires? They should control their emotions. It's my house and I'll do whatever I want in it. Trish turned her head to the side in indignation. With nothing he could do, Michael sighed sadly and dropped the subject. Suddenly the Leviathan puffed out her cheeks tenderly, and while looking at the Sparta, she tilted her head and asked. Dante, what is Force Edge? It's a sword that belonged to my father. When I combine the amulets on it, it transforms and becomes Sparta. Yes, I know that's my father's name, but I didn't choose that name for the sword. Dante smiled ironically and continued. When it becomes a Sparta, it becomes an incredibly powerful sword and also gives a great increase in strength to its user. Of course, as long as it has my father's blood. The others' faces filled with confusion upon hearing that a sword was named after its creator when amulets were placed on it. Amulets were a kind of key. They wondered. Azazel, for his part, thought that the way this power was unlocked bore a strong resemblance to the system of a sacred gear, albeit with more limitations. Noticing their confused expressions, our hero returned to the point. In simple words, it is a great sword with which I managed to face Mundus. Ooh. Dante, I'd like to see that sword in both forms when you get it. Circe's spirit couldn't help but be filled with passion when he heard this. Our hero saw no problem in showing it to him and told him that when he had it again, he would show it to him. He later commented that he had to seal Mundus and that now the seal must be somewhere in the demon world. 5. A short time later, Irina and Zenobia stood up. They were still bewildered by all that information. Later, they would be instructed not to speak about the subject of Mundus or the ancient demon's predecessors. A little later, Michael removed the barrier that prevented Vali from hearing them. By the way, the latter had a piercing gaze directed at the Sparta. Seconds later, as the faction leaders continued arguing, Dante stood up and walked toward his friends, who gave him a few smiles. This seemed odd to the hunter, as he thought they would be upset, especially Riaz, but there was nothing he could do. It wasn't as if they would have believed him or as if he wanted to reveal something that was already part of another era, so he wasn't that worried. Not knowing how to interact in these circumstances, I asked them the first thing that came to mind while scratching my cheek uncomfortably. Well, do you have anything to say? Or. Before continuing to speak, he was interrupted by Issei, Asia, Kiba and Rainer respectively. To be honest, I didn't quite understand, but don't worry, even if you're like a hero or something, you're still my best friend and the same lunatic you always were. Even though your past is different, Dante-san is still the same Dante-san, he's the one who saved my life and gave me the chance to have great friends. Everyone has their own past, although yours is quite complex, Asia is right. You're still the same Dante, the friend who helped me with my problems, and for that, I'll always be grateful. Deaf Dante, I don't care about your past. You're still the man who saved me, protected me, and gave me a new path. He smiled. Dante smiled subtly when he heard those sincere words from his companions, who in their own way put aside the mystery and thanked him for the help he'd received so far. Our hero also felt sorry for all that sentimental aura they radiated, so he rubbed the back of his neck for a moment, thinking. Well, it wasn't like they were getting so melodramatic. Moments later, the half-breed focused on the Gremory and Himejima at his side, who at first put on fake annoyed eyes, which in the next moment expressed joy, just as a smile appeared on their faces as they both took one of the hunter's forearms. Trembling, they seemed like they were going to tell him what they thought, however at that moment a tremor shook the entire academy, just as outside the academy and inside the barrier that protected the facilities, a strange giant magic circle appeared accompanied by strange presences. Seconds later, everyone felt a kind of sensitive attack, as if their body functions stopped for a moment. It was the sensation produced by Gasper's ability. When Dante realized it, the interior of the staff meeting room had changed slightly. All the structures, along with some people, were surrounded by a violet aura. Those wrapped in that aura were paralyzed. Looking around, the people were divided between those who could move and those who were immobilized. All the important people were moving. Circe, Seraphol, Graphia, Michael, Azazel, Trish, as well as the White Dragon and the Red Dragon, who seemed to be able to move. Zenobia, Irina and Kiba could also move, and for some strange reason their swords were slightly releasing their holy auras. Speaking of our hero, Dante's body took on a grayscale coloration, just like Akeno and Ria's, who were touching him. They, too, were able to move and watched in great confusion as everything around them had changed. At the same time, our hero's sacred gear gauntlet had manifested on his right hand against his will. Gasper must be involved. Something must have happened to him. Seriously, our hero told the leaders, after having deduced that fact. Azazel was the one who answered him, and then Volley would take the floor. That's right. We and the Heavenly Devil Thunder weren't affected due to our immense power. Someone is controlling that boy and using Balance Breaker. They might be enemies who infiltrated, as I've been sensing a strange presence for a moment. And we were not affected due to the power of the celestial dragons, and it seems they are being protected by the power of the sacred swords. The white dragon looked at Issei, who smiled superiorly as he continued speaking. He then glanced at those who were not affected by the temporal manipulation, however, when he saw the strange appearance of the Sparta, he was confused. Do you have any idea why you and they look like that? The Grigori leader questioned the hunter when he couldn't think of why his appearance had changed. I have an ability similar to Gasper's, which reverses when he uses it. He's protecting me, and apparently them too when they touched me. Hearing that, for the umpteenth time that day, almost everyone was surprised because it meant that he also had the ability to manipulate time. It's impressive. So, we're fine thanks to you. Dante, how many skills do you have? The good repertoire, wink. The Crimson Satan exclaimed happily as stars appeared in his eyes, while Riaz and Akeno said in unison as they smiled at feeling protected by our hero. The Grigori leader also inquired with great intrigue, as he was no stranger to the others' surprise. On the other hand, upon learning this, Volley became a little more enraged upon discovering that the annoying white-haired man possessed more abilities, however his battle spirit desired to fight the hunter soon. Moments later, the heiress of the Gremory house expressed her complaint seriously as she released the Sparta's shoulder. Using a member of my family as a terrorist is not something I will overlook. Shortly after, explosions began to be heard coming from outside. When those who could move looked through the windows, they noticed several human silhouettes that had arrived in the schoolyard as if in the sky, through a huge magic circle high above. Looking closely, they appeared to be mages dressed in black robes, launching attacks that were similar to magic bullets, aimed at the academy grounds, and the soldiers of the three factions gathered outside. Luckily, these attacks didn't seem to be doing any damage to the new school building, but there was also no sign that they would let up. Seeing the strangers, Azazel commented that they were terrorist mages who were transported here thanks to teleportation magic, and at the same time, they had released some kind of spell on the entire area that prevented the leaders gathered here from using their own teleportation magic. Afterwards, Sursich suggested that they should stop them soon or Gasper's power might start to affect them. At that moment, Riaz came up with the idea of using castling to transport herself to the place where Kaneko was, who should be next to the ex-vampire. Ria's brother agreed with her plan, so he would help her by sending someone else with her. At that moment, the Sparta said. Then there isn't much time. This reversed ability will weaken me little by little. I don't know how long I'll be able to hold out. In any case, to end this quickly, I'll take care of those mages. Dante sighed sadly at the thought of how annoying it was to face human beings, and then he continued. Perverted boy, Azazel mentioned before that your blood could help Gasper control himself, so it would be better if you went with Lady Butchu. He then scratched his head and thought as he focused his eyes for a moment on his gauntlet. How strange, why was my sacred gear activated? I did it. When you use it, the divine power possessed by the first phase of diabolic nirvana is protecting you, similar to the sacred weapons that restrain celestial dragons. With that, the energy consumption of your invested quicksilver should be reduced by 90%. But even with all this, you'd better hurry. Oh, I understand. Thank you. After Narasinja's quick explanation, the half-breed's attention returned to the group of companions who were preparing to leave. Having heard Dante, the Sekiraiite put on a determined look as he agreed to go with his president. Shine a few seconds later, when the Gremory created a magic circle in which she put the Sparta locket on her neck and was enveloped by the transportation light. Issei, take care of her. Dante said a few last words to the brown-haired boy before they left, to which the aforementioned nodded enthusiastically, saying that he would protect her, while the Redeed was left with a big smile, which soon faded when she exclaimed with concern. You too, be very careful. Don't worry, Lady Butchu. Those magicians will soon know the meaning of a crazy party. The Gremory calmed down a bit upon hearing those words, which brought a snap of her fingers after being mentioned. Finally, Azazel gave Issei 2 strange bracelets with which he would control his sacred weapon and Gasper's. But that done, Riaz and Issei left the room just as Volley finished expressing an opinion she was keeping while smiling shamelessly. Wouldn't it be easier to destroy the half-vampire? Azazel, if that's the case, I can do it if you want. Hearing that, the Sparta made a wry smile as he responded with mockery and sarcasm. You'd have to go through me first, and that won't be possible for someone who spends his time cleaning statues of fallen angels. Upon hearing this, the white dragon became slightly enraged, while also considering it a challenge, so he was about to start a fight with the Sparta. However, the leader of the Grigori calmed him down and then gave him the order to destroy the enemies that attacked them from outside. So reluctantly, Vali accepted, and after leaving through the roof after having put on his balance breaker armor, he began his carnage against the mages. As a side note, all the non-frozen members of the CIO felt very good, having noticed how the Sparta treated the Great Danger. I don't know why you sent him. There wasn't even a need for that clone to come out and fight. Dante said with more sarcasm to the fallen angel, and then looked at the Himejima next to him with a smile full of mystery in between. Akeno, do you know how to create magic shields and dance tango? Yes, I can do both. Despite being confused by the question, Akeno plastered on a smile and nodded affirmatively. Trish, on the other hand, covered her face with her hand, embarrassed at the thought of what her old colleague was planning. Perfect. With that, the white-haired man took one of the Himejima's hands as he looked at one of the windows. When we leave, create those shields while we dance a little tango. No, don't ask me the reason, it's simple, I have a special technique to take out multiple enemies while dancing. He understood Dante-san. The Himejima nodded despite still being perplexed because she didn't know that there was a dance technique with which one could kill people who possessed supernatural powers. Lucifer. Pandora. Then, our hero summoned those two devil arms. On his back appeared a strange backpack shaped like an insectoid metallic skull, with 3 blood-red symbols on its forehead, a rose in its jaws, and menacing glowing red eyes. It had a pair of needle-like plates next to 2 segmented wing covers with 3 claw-like tips at the end. At the same time, a black briefcase with golden lines drawn on its structure appeared in the Sparta's right hand, in the center of which was another metallic skull, whose eye sockets glowed golden. After the weapons appeared, Dante took Lucifer's rose and passed it to Akeno, who held it in one of her hands. Oh, that kind of weapon has my title. That's strange, that aura it has. No, I'm imagining things. Sursich was thrilled when he saw the 2 new demonic weapons appear, especially the one bearing the name of his title as Demon King. For a moment, he also thought he felt something familiar, but he dismissed the idea. On the other hand, Seraphol along with Azazel looked at the artifacts with curiosity while thinking the following. What strange weapons? Oh. A rose appears on one of them. It's very kawaii. Do I summon an office briefcase or am I imagining it? Lucifer and Pandora. So you're going to get this over with quickly, huh? Trish said that last bit while smiling confidently and adjusting her glasses. With Dante and Akeno. Once Dante considered that everything was ready, he kicked one of the walls of the room, destroying it on the spot, and then jumped down to the ground along with Himejima, with whom he was still holding hands. A large number of mages surrounded them from the front, either on the ground or floating in the heights. However, our hero was not fazed by them, so he walked together with the black-haired woman a few meters ahead of their original position. That done, Dante raised the strength of his aura while releasing Akeno's hand for a moment because there were a few magicians near them, so he was going to knock them out. Using his briefcase for this, he transformed Pandora into a kind of crossbow, which launched a large number of projectiles that were embedded in the limbs of those magicians, who immediately fell to the ground, writhing in pain and being unable to continue fighting. However, they were still alive. This form of Pandora was number 13, Epidemic. Later, he transformed Pandora into a bazooka whose missile hit a wall near other enemies, causing the resulting shock wave to end up sending them flying. When they fell to the ground again, they were unconscious. This was Pandora's form number 124, Hatred, which was engraved in the minds of her enemies because every time Dante changed the briefcase's shape and fired, he named the number and name of the transformation to have fun. Incidentally, as the wizards were defeated, the golden lines on the briefcase gradually grew brighter. On the other hand, Akeno left the rose she was carrying on the ground for a moment and then created a large defensive arcane circle with one hand, and with her other hand, she shot lightning bolts at several enemies. With her magic shield she protected herself from her enemies' mystical bullets while exterminating the mages who approached her, of which there weren't many, since the Sparta took care of most of them with Pandora. At some point during this brief fight, a dozen wizards above our hero tried to attack him with their blocks of magical power resembling yellow rays. However, the hunter transformed Pandora into her 398 form Revenge, which consisted of a bazooka, which the next moment expelled a laser that disintegrated the sorcerer's hands when the laser was directed from one wizard to another. Seconds later, Dante made a great leap and in midair, while being surrounded by another vast amount of wizards, he quickly turned his body as his demonic briefcase transformed into its 262 form jealousy, which was a machine gun, with which the Sparta directed lead to each of the limbs of his enemies in an instant. Upon receiving the bullets, they immediately fell to the ground with bleeding holes in their bodies. Once he finished sending lead into his enemies, the Sparta fell back to the ground and headed towards Akeno, when the area they were in was finally clear for a while. In the meeting room. Through the hole Dante created in one of the walls of this place, everyone still inside this room was watching from afar as the Sparta was finishing off those mages. When they heard him name the forms of his devil arm, their eyebrows raised widely in shock because from what they could understand, in theory, that briefcase could be turned into hundreds of weapons. They also realized that he wasn't killing the mages, so Trish explained to them that he doesn't kill humans, even though some are despicable. However, if someone else wanted to finish them off, he wouldn't stop them from being killed. How many shapes does that briefcase have, and how the heck does it transform? It almost looks like a sacred gear with too many uses. It has more than 600 forms. When Azazel asked intriguingly, Trish gave him a simple answer. Upon hearing this, some people comically fell to the ground and then quickly got up. The Grigori leader almost immediately after asked for an explanation again while slightly dumbfounded. What do you mean, more than 600? Haha, calm down, I just wanted to see their expressions. Actually, there are over 600 forms, but only 7 have been unlocked, so no more can be used. That demonic briefcase has always been a mystery, smiled. The blonde she-devil explained again, and as she did, the stars in Circe's eyes grew as he continued to watch the demon hunter fight. Ooh, I'm watching the son of Sparta fight. That was one of the thoughts of said demon king during the course of that fight. With Dante and Akeno. When the half-breed arrived back at the side of the Himejima, he took a look at his briefcase, which was shining brightly, and then said. The disaster level is almost at maximum, smiled, don't interrupt us. With that, he placed Pandora on the ground and then grabbed the rose that was lying beside him. He then took one of the brunette's arms and asked her to continue manifesting the defensive magic circle, as it was adequately defending them from the magic bullets thrown at them from afar by the few remaining mages in their area. As a side note, Volley was also unknowingly helping them when he disintegrated another vast number of sorcerers in the air. Ready for the dance, my lady? When Dante finished placing Akeno in a tango dance position, he asked her that while winking at her flirtatiously and then placing his rose in her mouth like a Don Juan v. SSSI. The black-haired girl responded with a smile and a blush. Her eyes still expressed confusion as she didn't understand how this dance could help in the battle. Moments later, Dante and Akeno began to dance the tango, only in a slightly different way than usual, because the Himejima had one of her hands busy manifesting her defensive arcane circle, and in addition to that, the Sparta was dancing very fast, at a speed greater than a normal human, while raising one of his arms upwards every so often. During the course of that strange dance for unknown purposes, several events occurred in the following locations. In the meeting room, a demonic terrorist named Kateria Leviathan suddenly appeared, exploding the room with her powers. The leaders managed to escape unharmed by creating a spherical magical barrier before receiving the attack. Afterward, they discussed matters we know very well until Azazel started fighting with Kateria. Meanwhile, Riaz and Issei managed to reach the place where Gasper and Kaneko were trapped, but not before observing the battle that the leader of the Grigori was having through a window. When they finally arrived at the ex-vampire's detention place, she and her servants had a brief fight with the kidnappers. When they finally won, Issei and Gasper put on the bracelets given by Azazel and headed with their mistress towards the main battlefield. Having summarized all of the above, let's return to the 3 faction leaders who were protecting themselves within that spherical barrier. Michael and Circe were responsible for continuing to demonstrate this protection as they continued to watch the events unfold around them. Trishan, I don't understand. Why is Sparta's son dancing at a time like this? When the leader of the angels focused his attention on the half-breed about 10 meters away from them, who continued dancing while avoiding the magic bullets and/or being protected by Akeno, he asked with great confusion to the demoness at his side, who with her arms crossed and with great sadness answered him. Because he's creating those red swords. He'll then direct those things toward the mages. The blonde pointed with her index finger at the large number of swords surrounded by a red aura, resembling thorns of the same color, that were manifesting above the Himejima and the white-haired man, which seemed to be suspended in the air. These swords formed every time our hero raised a hand upwards as he continued his dance. Ooh-oh. Hearing this, the demon king Lucifer finally noticed the sword suspended high above, which excited him even more than he already was. I understand. Michael understood what the blonde was saying and then nodded at what was next. Then dancing is necessary. No. But upon hearing this, the demoness denied his words while embarrassedly covering her face with both hands. So, unable to understand the situation, Michael innocently asked again. So why does he do that? Look, there are several theories about his behavior. The first is that he plays with his enemies when they bore him. The second is that he does it to be unpredictable. And the third, and most likely, is that he's simply crazy. Michael-san, even if your father were alive, he wouldn't have the answer to why he does these things. But that, an uncomfortable bead of sweat ran down the back of Trisha's neck while Michael's eyebrows raised in bewilderment at the statement. Moments later, the magic sphere protecting them was surrounded by sorcerers who continuously fired their arcane power bullets, gradually breaking the sphere. That's why Seraphol said that if this continued, the fight would become a battle of attrition. Hearing her, the holy sword bearers were going to leave the barrier and go out to help, however, before that happened, the limbs of each magician who surrounded them were pierced by a sword with a red aura while someone was heard in the distance saying the following word. Discipline. A few moments ago in time. Dante, who had seen the explosion in the meeting room out of the corner of one of his eyes, was pleased to see everyone unharmed, so he continued dancing with Himejima in a grassy area about 10 meters from where Sursich, Michael and the others were. Every time Akeno was gently but swiftly lowered to the ground during the tango dance, she watched in surprise as thorns and/or swords with a reddish aura formed above them, suspended in the air. They were created when the hunter moved one of his hands upward during the dance. At one point during the dance, Dante placed his rose in Akeno's mouth with one of his hands and then did a flip like a true dance master. As a side note, right before doing this and while the brunette was doing her flip, he said the following with a tone full of ulterior motives. First I spank her. Then I push her with great force. In all directions penetrate with great force. Needless to say, Himejima blushed even more than she already was. That done, before the somersault ended and Akeno returned to her hands, she moved her other arm up and then pointed a finger in the direction of the leaders as she finished the sentence. And in the end, we were both satisfied, he smiled, discipline. With that, Akeno finished spinning and finally returned to his arms so that later the rose held by her mouth was taken by the half-breed with his teeth, with which their lips joined for a moment that ended when they gave him another dance turn, in which our hero took the opportunity to applaud while winking at the black-haired girl when his momentum stopped and he stared at her for a moment. Applause. Once the applause was given, each of the swords that had just impaled the limbs of those mages exploded slightly, causing their limbs to disappear before they fell unconscious to the ground. Dante had avoided putting too much demonic power into those swords, otherwise, the resulting explosion would have turned them to ashes. Dante, why were you dancing with Akeno just now? Unexpectedly, shortly after that happened, the angry voice of a certain woman was heard. A few minutes back in time. Riaz along with her servants had just left one of the academy buildings and were now running towards the battle zone where the leaders of the three factions were located. But during the course of this journey, the Grimoire didn't overlook the Sparta and his dance, who was standing a dozen meters away with Akeno. When he saw this, he stopped and along with the rest of his entourage, they stood for a moment while they looked at those two with confusion. By Lucifer. Why is he dancing in the middle of a battle? That was Ria's initial thought filled with bewilderment, which soon turned into anger when her eyebrows sank into an annoyed expression. And he's dancing with Akeno. And to top it all off, it's tango. Iridide's jealousy surfaced so much that she briefly forgot about the battle. Soon after, she noticed the scene where those hundreds of swords floating in the air autonomously headed toward the mages surrounding her brother and the rest of the leaders, which impressed her despite still being jealous. But later. After Sparta defeated the sorcerers, he and Himejima headed to the spherical barrier protecting the leaders. Pandora had already returned to him, holding her in one hand and the rose in the other. When they finally approached Trish and the rest, they noticed how the holy sword users were confused as to how they had finished off the mages since they paid no attention to the creation of Lucifer's red thorns. Moments later, Riaz and her accompanying entourage caught up with them just as Zenobia, Irina, and Kiba left the protective sphere to help in the battle, while Gasper entered it on his master's orders. The Ante. At that moment, the Redide spoke angrily and glared at Sparta, who thought she was still angry at him for hiding the truth she just revealed. However. Why were you dancing with Akeno just now? His suspicions were unfounded. But you. Don't be jealous, it was part of her technique. With that dance she created those strange swords that defeated those magicians. Akeno, who was smiling a lot, explained with a bit of mischief in her voice. Realizing that the reasons for her anger were other, our hero shook off his nerves as he quickly took the Redide's hands while lowering her a little to the soft floor, but quickly, while placing the rose in Ria's mouth with the intention of flirting and embarrassing her at the same time. If you want, we can dance later. Dante said with a flirtatious tone as he winked at the Grimoire. But more enemies are approaching, so we won't have time today. At the end of his prayer, he took the rose from her mouth with his own lips and then gave the girl a dance spin, which slightly moved her away from him. If his body weren't colored in grayscale by the inversion of the Quicksilver skill, it would have been noticeable how his face and neck had turned from the position of his hair. Gorgeous. Ani-sama. From inside the spherical barrier, Sursich clapped and said excitedly after seeing that scene, and hearing it, his sister couldn't help but feel embarrassed. A second later, more terrorists approached them, but they were soon eliminated by the combined forces of all the allied forces present. Riaz, in particular, was the one who was most quickly wiping out the sorcerers with her power of destruction, while also covering herself with a large defensive magic circle. She seemed overly motivated, and the reason was because she was channeling her jealousy toward the terrorists. Only Riaz could create a defensive magic circle of that size, but it seems more intense than ever. Smiled. Will she be jealous of Dante-sama for the dance he had with Akeno? That was Sursich's thought as he watched his sister's power in this battle. And he wasn't far wrong, for Tango, it had to be Tango. Irideed's thought seemed to be going in that direction. Large blocks of the power of destruction continued to rapidly wipe out the mages, causing the Grimory's eyebrows to continue to sink. Dante observed that Riaz seemed overly motivated and with a decent increase in power, which made him a little nervous when he thought that at the end of this battle, he would probably have to escape that woman's wrath. Continuing the battle. Everyone was fighting with their own style. Speaking of Dante, he soon unsummoned Lucifer, switching to Pandora alone, using her bazooka, laser, crossbow, and machine gun forms against the mages in front of him. His shots always hit non-vital points, and he prevented the explosions from hitting the terrorists directly. However, even though he didn't kill any of them, leaving them in such poor condition made his friend's job easier. After a short while, Gasper could no longer bear the feeling of helplessness as he watched his companions struggle in battle. He began to cry as he watched them fight because he wanted to help them too. So it wasn't long before he shouted out what he felt. President. Issei-senpai. Dante-senpai. I also want to be a man like you. I want to live up to the president's expectations. That's why I will also fight for the sake of my friends. With that, the ex-vampire removed his bracelet as he knelt on the ground. Hearing this, Riaz became worried and told her brother to stop him, but there was no time for that as Gasper stood up and then his eyes released a purple glow of great intensity that threw a blinding energy of the same color that expanded everywhere while nullifying the spell that kept the others frozen in time. Dante smiled seeing that Gasper seemed to have become braver and continued fighting. As time returned to normal, the paralyzed people regained their mobility, the enemy's transportation magic circle in the skies disappeared, and those under Quicksilver's protection regained their normal skin color and clothing, all of this just as Gasper fell unconscious. Shortly after, as there were still many enemies flying around, the white-haired man leaped into the air, just as the glow of Pandora's golden lines had reached their maximum intensity. Having leaped, Dante was suspended in the air for a moment while being surrounded by a large number of sorcerers. Hey fourth-rate magicians, I present to you Form 594 argument. At the end of his exclamation, the Sparta was surrounded by a metallic sphere, which had a sort of chair in the middle where he sat. This sphere had a large number of cannons and seemed to be able to levitate. Once that new form manifested, the magicians continuously shot their magic bullets at it, which did no damage to the Pandora demonic metal. Milliseconds later, a large number of missiles that seemed to be capable of self-guiding were launched from the Devil Arms cannons as they went towards empty areas in the heights where they exploded, causing a shock wave that knocked down most of the sorcerers surrounding the Sparta. In the distance, everyone who saw this was amazed by Pandora's new form as they had never imagined that something that looked like a briefcase could transform into such a strange weapon. When the curtain of dust left by Pandora dissipated, Pandora returned to normal. That was the moment the half-breed decided to stop using her, so he unsummoned her and then leaped into the air using a red magic circle that appeared beneath his feet. This circle served as a platform, allowing him to reach another place in the heights infested with wizards, whom the white dragon was about to eliminate, but brainstorm. Before that could happen, the Sparta took his pistols while turning his body in the heights, while his head was placed downwards, while firing a large amount of shots loaded with a bit of demonic power in all directions, horizontally at a superhuman speed. Each shot of lead knocked out each of the terrorists, who eventually collapsed miserably to the ground. Their arms, legs, shoulders, and other non-lethal areas were riddled with bullet holes. As he completed that movement, before falling to the ground, Dante flipped in the air and landed on his feet in the rubble of a collapsed building. Volley was standing behind him, high above, a few dozen meters away, next to the only mage Dante hadn't shot. Since you took so long, I wanted to give you a hand. Bye. Before retreating from this area of the battlefield, the hunter gave his pistols a western twist before holstering them and said those mocking words to the white dragon without even seeing him as he walked forward, heading towards his comrades. Hearing this, Volley gritted his teeth in anger as he unleashed a powerful blast of excessively strong demonic power at the poor mage standing in front of him. Dante knew very well how to drive someone crazy, and it seemed that Volley was no exception. After killing the mage in that manner, he briefly continued to use his excessive power on the terrorists Dante had left alive but shot. Magnificent, the shots are beyond my imagination when I read the stories. Speaking a little about Sursich, he hadn't stopped paying attention to the fight, so he thought that with excitement when he saw that gunslinger style in action. A few blinks later, the hunter had returned to his comrade's side, continuing to help them end the battle, which Raynor and the rest of the people who had been paralyzed by Gasper's power had now joined. Moments later, they had finished off all the sorcerers. Almost at the same time, Azazel, who had used an artificial draconic sacred gear, had finished his battle with Kateria, who tried to use a suicidal technique to finish off the fallen angel. However, she only managed to finish off one of her arms when the black angel cut it off to avoid damage, but not before throwing a trident of golden light at her that ended up eliminating her. That done, the Grigori leader's armor disappeared and then he closed his wound with magic. Well, I guess you can use a grappling hook now. The half-breed had seen how the leader of the Grigori had cut off his arm, so he couldn't help but exclaim with a bit of sarcasm to lighten the scene. With Azazel's fight over, and with no enemies around, it seemed that everyone could finally calm down, but when the Sparta was about to ask Riaz what she thought about the story she had told a while ago, a new explosion echoed throughout the place at the same time as a white flash. When everyone turned to see what was happening, they found the Grigori leader emerging from a crater. He had apparently been severely attacked by an unknown individual. However, they soon learned the attacker's identity when Azazel opened his mouth again, his eyes focused upwards. "Looks like you hit me pretty good, huh?" "I did." Even flying through the air, Volley, who was still wearing his white dragon armor, was apparently the one who had launched that surprise attack at the Black Angel. "Sorry Azazel, but it seemed more fun from the side." Arrogantly, the Hakuryaku crossed his arms and answered the leader of Grigori. "Let me guess, you're the traitor. But what a surprise, I never expected it." Sarcastically, our hero said to Volley, who immediately responded with an annoyed tone. "Silence. You've had enough of me. After I finish off the red dragon, you'll be next." Hearing this, the white-haired man simply raised an eyebrow and smiled smugly. Azazel then flew to the same level as the white dragon and then spoke about the existence of an organization called the Chaos Brigade. Couldn't they have thought of a better name? Well, at least I guess it's less cliché than League of Villains. Being loose-mouthed, the Sparta threw another taunt, which further infuriated Volley, who was still talking to Azazel, who quickly mentioned that Office, the Dragon of Infinity, was involved, which left almost everyone else nervous, especially Riaz, who explained that it was a dragon with a power that is supposed to be infinite, which was even feared by God, and that it is supposed to be the strongest dragon in existence. Dante just thought with curiosity about how much power it would have above that of Mundus or Argosax, that Office. Returning to the conversation between Azazel and Volley. "Unlike Office, I have no plans for domination or interest in this world. The people who joined them only want to harness the power of the Infinity Dragon." "I see. And I thought you and Kateria had conspired to attack him. Considering you both tried to take the throne of the original Demon King." "How? What are you talking about?" Riaz and Seraphol questioned the Grigori leader with confusion, but before he could answer them, Volley clarified the situation by proudly stating his real name. "My name is Volley Lucifer." That surprised everyone except Sparta, for whom that surname had no meaning beyond having a devil arm with the same name. The white dragon then continued. "The blood of the deceased Demon King flows through my veins. I am his great-grandson and direct descendant, a mixed race of a pure demon and a human woman." And Azazel added. "Besides that, you were the host of the Vanishing Dragon by pure chance. Your existence is like a product of the whims of fate, though I've just learned of yet another whim." He glanced at Sparta out of the corner of his eye and was about to continue speaking, but was interrupted by Lucifer, who spoke again in an arrogant manner while showing his multiple demonic wings. "I think the word miracle was created to define me." Azazel's response was immediate. After smiling ironically as he glanced at the Sparta again, who shrugged upon noticing his gaze while smiling back, he said to Volley between bursts of laughter. "Ha ha ha. Volley, you may be the strongest white dragon that ever existed, but you're not the only miracle present. He's a bigger miracle than you. I wish you'd heard that conversation we had with Dante, ha ha ha. Kid, get lost. Because if you don't, you'll probably end up becoming another one of my devil arms. 2 weapons called Lucifer would be too much, I don't like repeating myself." Volley's anger towards the Sparta only increased after hearing Azazel and the Sparta speak. For a moment, he wondered what they had said to each other a while ago. However, he soon calmed down a bit when he considered all those words to be meaningless. Ah, that's absurd. The difference in our strength is like the distance between heaven and earth. Chapter 17 Mission 17 Peace Treaty Part 3. Continuation of the previous chapter. Hahaha. Volley, you may be the strongest white dragon that ever existed, but you're not the only miracle present. He's a bigger miracle than you. I wish you'd heard that conversation we had with Dante. Get lost. Because if you don't, you'll probably end up becoming another one of my devil arms. 2 weapons called Lucifer would be too much, I don't like repeating myself. Volley's anger toward the Sparta only increased after listening to Azazel and the hunter for a moment. He wondered what they had said to each other a moment ago. However, he soon calmed down a bit when he considered all those words meaningless. Ah, that's absurd. The difference in our strength is like the distance between heaven and earth. You're not qualified to defeat me, but I'll at least admit that you'd last longer in a fight with me than my unworthy rival. Volley said from above, still standing with his arms crossed. He continued to levitate using his armor. The rest of those present continued to listen to his arrogant words as they scattered across the rubble-strewn ground. Now Lucifer addressed a few words to the red dragon, with whom he decided to vent the rest of the fury that still remained inside his body, because after all, not only did the white-haired man have him quite annoyed, but also the presence of his rival, which seemed extremely disappointing to him. I do say, of all those present, your presence is the one that bothers me the most, even more than your partner's. You're a weak demon who is nothing without his sacred gear. You're so boring and pathetic that you make me laugh. Needless to say, the Sekirite immediately became enraged upon hearing this. Volley continued. What can I do to make this meeting more interesting? Oh yeah. How about this? I'll give you enough motivation to become stronger. I'll make you an avenger, that's why I'll kill your parents. If your parents are killed by someone like me, wouldn't it be fitting for you to get revenge on me? Oh yeah, that's what I am. Ooh. Hearing this, the brown-haired man became worried and was momentarily shocked. The rest of the audience had mixed reactions. Speaking of our hero, he simply raised an eyebrow, as if inviting him to try. The next moment, Issei's spirit was filled with rage as he trembled angrily as he said. I'm going to kill you, bastard. Why should my parents have to die on your whim? Issei. Rhea said this last bit in surprise, having not expected that reaction from her servant. She was also worried about what she already sensed was going to happen. Seconds later, after the bracelet given by Azazel fulfilled its function, Issei's power increased just as his gauntlet appeared on his left arm. Welsh Dragon Overboost. Which in the next instant wrapped him in that characteristic red armor, in which an intense aura emanated from his person, something that left everyone except Dante surprised. Finish it. Dante raised his thumb to the brown-haired boy and said, before he flew off to face Lucifer. You don't have to tell me. Volley, I'm not going to let my parents die at the hands of someone like you. Noticing the sudden increase in his opponent's strength, the Hakuryoku uncrossed his arms as he spoke with some interest. Look at Albion, Haidu Issei's power rose in a few seconds. But that said, Albion explained to his wearer that sacred gears are capable of taking the user's will and turning it into strength, and at that moment he was feeding off the user's rage towards him, which was one of the elements a dragon can draw energy from. That means that your compatibility with dragons is greater than mine. Despite saying that, a confident smile appeared on the gray-haired man's face, who then thought the following when he took another look at the Sparta. His appearance and his demonic power are too similar. No, I must be imagining things, there is no other like. However, his thoughts were interrupted when Issei finally ascended to the heights to confront him. Enough nonsense. After a short while of the fight between those two, Riaz couldn't help but feel dismayed for the safety of her servant. ISSEI. So she started running towards the brown-haired man, intending to stop them both. However, the Sparta stopped her run by grabbing one of her shoulders. Dante, let me go. I don't think so. No offense, but both of their powers are too much for you. If you get too close, those battle auras could hurt you. I also think Issei needs to let out a little steam, or at least try. Don't worry, if he can't beat him, I'll take care of it. The mestizo told him calmly as a confident smile appeared on his face. Hearing this, Riaz couldn't help but wrap him in a hug for a moment, which ended when she turned her attention back to the two fighting dragons. Another short time passed, and after Volley got angry at feeling that this fight was too easy, he tried to motivate the red dragon by attacking his companions on the ground with a sphere of demonic power, which our hero ended up blocking by using his demonic weapon Cerberus, with which he created a huge wall of ice between that attack and him and his friends. As the wall of ice shattered into 1,000 pieces and the resulting curtain of dust dissipated, a half-breed could be seen with a furrowed brow. Hey white lizard, if you play dirty again, you'll understand why I was known as the best demon hunter. With a bit of annoyance, the white-haired man said the above when he focused his attention on the white dragon, who was flying near where he was, closely accompanied by Issei in his red armor, who internally apologized for not being able to arrive in time to stop Volley's attack. Shortly after, the red dragon restarted the battle with Lucifer, which reached its climax when Volley used the ability of his sacred gear, Half Dimension, with the main building of the academy, which began to decrease in size. After witnessing this, not understanding what was happening, Riaz exclaimed in bewilderment the following. In a distorted dimension. That's absurd. Hearing her, the Grigori leader descended from the heights where he was flying and stood next to the Sparta and the Gremory when he said. Of course it's absurd as the existence of Dante or the rest of the dragon hosts. That power cuts everything in half. We must find a way to stop it. The half-breed scratched his chin thoughtfully upon hearing what the Black Angel had said and then suggested. Hey Azazel, remember how I told you that Issei managed to appear that armor for the first time? After about 2 blinks, the fallen angel seemed to remember something. Oh, that's right. Then, I think I'll try something that's just as absurd. Hey Sekiryuite. That power cuts everything around it in half. Perverted kid, do you know what that means? Azazel and Dante spoke the following words to the red dragon with a bit of mischief in their voices. Issei, who was a little far away from them and still flying close to Volley, was slow to get the message. Huh? In other words, your dear Asia's breasts will never reach their potential. The ex-nun blushed instantly after hearing that, and on the other hand. And Zenovia's will be like prepubescent as my friend, you must defeat him, because I couldn't imagine Lady Butchu, Akeno and Rainer without tight shirts. Zenovia didn't understand the half-breed's words, while the other 3 were almost as red-faced as Asia. As a side note, Trish covered her face after hearing Dante and Azazel talk about it, they almost look like father and son v. Finally, the leader of Grigori sentenced. And now imagine little Kanekos. When Issei finally understood what those 2 were trying to tell him, something inside him broke and then exploded. The fury inside him increased when he imagined those women's breasts being reduced. I can't forgive you, Valid. Huh? His scream full of rage was uttered just as he charged again towards Lucifer, who was bewildered by the sudden increase in power in his adversary's aura caused by such a ridiculous hypothetical situation, coupled with the fact that every time he was hit by the red dragon, he dedicated each blow to one of the breasts of the girl's present v. Azazel. Don't buck with me. It worked. Hahaha. As they continued watching the fight, Dante exclaimed in disbelief and laughter at how they had motivated Issei, who now had the advantage in the fight. Yes, Dante. This must be a joke. Her power went out of control just because we said her breasts would be reduced. Hahaha. I think it should be called Chichiryuite, hahaha. They continued laughing, while Trish covered her face with both hands again out of embarrassment at hearing them and at seeing someone gain power from such a thing. Coming to the end of the battle we all know so well. When the fight reached a climax where Issei managed to absorb one of the blue spheres from Volley's armor and then hit him multiple times until he sent him flying to a dusty area of the sports area. Bravo, bravo, I congratulate you. You may be worthy of witnessing my juggernaut drive. Volley said arrogantly to the red dragon in front of him, kneeling on one of his knees, because when Issei wanted to finish him off, exhaustion suddenly came to his body. Evaluate the situation, doing it here would not be a wise decision. Unexpectedly, one of the blue jewels on Volley's armor flashed, as Albion's voice spoke. Albion didn't seem to agree with what his wearer wanted to do, but the gray-haired man ignored him. It is time to wake up and overthrow everything, even the law of kings. Volley. Do you wish to be carried away by my power? I am the celestial dragon that covets infinity and contemplates it. Little by little, as Volley continued reciting some sort of incantation, a bright glow began to form from his armor. At that moment, when Issei tried to get back up, his red armor disappeared as the bracelet on his wrist turned to dust for some reason. As a side note, all of his companions and the faction leaders had already approached the brown-haired boy and were standing behind him, separated by several meters. Did he? Volley didn't continue his incantation and said with disgust at the loss of his rival's armor. A second later, he approached the Sekiryuite a little, extending one of his hands forward as sky-blue energy gathered in his palm. Apparently, he wanted to finish him off. I thought you'd be worthy of that form. I guess this is all you can give. It's a shame Drake has such a wielder. It's best if he finishes you off and waits for the boosted gear to appear on a better wielder. Rising Dragon. Huan the White Dragon didn't finish his sentence because he was interrupted by that phrase that was followed by a tremendous punch directed at his abdomen, which sank when the fist hit his armor, breaking it without problems and entering deep into his body. The resulting shock waves sent him flying a dozen meters back until he broke several trees while spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood. About 3 breaths later, when Volley was finally able to stand up again, he saw with annoyance that the culprit of causing that damage was our hero, who was now standing in front of Issei and was wearing the gauntlets and boots of the demonic weapon Gilgamesh while expelling a crimson aura from his body. Blue Eyes, I'm sorry to interrupt your meeting with Slifer, but my fist suddenly felt like hitting you, don't take it personally. Dante said sarcastically, throwing a smug smile at the white dragon as he helped Issei up. Though, despite his demeanor, there was a faint tinge of seriousness in his eyes. Issei, go with the others. Leave it to me. But. Relax, you did well for a pervert. If you want to stop feeling like this, start training harder. With that, the Sparta patted his friend on the shoulder, then turned his back on him as he said the following with a bit of mockery. I guess this will be the first time a dragon is my prey. I feel sorry for Drake, he'll be left without a rival. After heeding Dante's words, Issei shook his head, trying to deny the negative thoughts that were invading him as he approached the Grigori leader. Despite his disappointment in himself for his lack of strength, he couldn't help but smile at the thought of what awaited Volley. Sorry kid, but this was the limit of the bracelet. Well, there's nothing I can do now, but at least I was able to protect everyone's breasts for a moment he. Azazel tried to console the brown-haired boy a little, who disappointedly stated the above. On the other hand, the red-haired woman was quite worried about the Sparta. Dante. Wait. Even with the strength you used to defeat Kakabiel, you won't be able to defeat him. He's stronger than a demon king. She was about to head towards the white-haired man, but Trish stopped her by grabbing her arm and then said. Girl, strength isn't everything, and even if it depended on it, he still has 2 devil arms that make him stronger than a demon king in an instant. Don't underestimate him. Dante has more tricks up his sleeve. Can Dante become stronger than a demon king? There are weapons that strong. Issei and Riaz respectively could hardly believe the words of the blonde devil, as well as the other young people, who continued trying to make them understand. Eyes, it's clear you don't know much about devil arms. Each of those artifacts lends the power of the weaponized demon to the wielder they deem worthy. And if that demon was a very strong one, the devil trigger will also be stronger. If Dante used an Eye and Rudra in that battle, it's because he wanted to play with Kakabiel a little. Having fun? Did you consider that fight a game? He's crazy. Boy, that's what all of us who got to know him say in any case, if he uses any of the transformations I have in mind, those that are a little close to the strength he had, he shouldn't have any problems. Oh. Completely baffled by how strong the half-blood really was, Riaz, Issei, and the rest of the boys who managed to hear that were left speechless. With that, the blonde released the Grimory's arm, who was holding the amulet under her blouse with anguish, which was shared by Rainer, Akeno and the rest of the boys who appreciated the Sparta. As a side note, the blonde would later explain to them that the demonic suspension of a devil who reaches their adult and/or mature stage no longer changes form when using a devil arm. On the other hand, the faction leaders present were thoughtful by Trisha's words, well, all except the Crimson Satan who with eyes full of enthusiasm had just approached his servant to tell her the following in a whisper in her ear. Braphia, go to the underworld and bring a video camera that can capture rapid movements. Braphia obeyed and before going to hell through an arcane circle, she nodded to that order with a confused face. Not knowing why he had left, the other leaders asked Iridit in unison. Sursich, why did your queen leave? I asked him to bring something that will be necessary for this fight, smiled. I understand. Oh, I see. A little help wouldn't hurt. All the leaders and the youth group thought it was something that would help Dante, they couldn't have been more wrong. And while all this was happening, Sparta continued to face Volley in the middle of that dusty baseball field. Volley looked at him seriously, but Dante didn't seem to care about having angered the dragon. A second later, breaking the silence, our hero spoke with an air of smugness. Before I guide you to the other world, tell me, how does it feel to have your ass kicked by someone who just became a demon? I promise you'll regret having that loose mouth. Yeah, whatever. Let's end the staring match, shall we? With that, the hunter extended one of his hands in front of him with his palm open as if he were going to hold something, and then said to himself in the Hakuryuku. It's been a long time since I last used it, not even since I came back to this world, I guess I'll miss it. Your name was Volley, wasn't it? Volley, let me show you that I also know how to recite incantations. The white-haired man looked at Volley seriously for a moment before continuing. He was probably angry that she tried to hurt his companions, and perhaps that's why he decided to use a special friend for this encounter. The weak must surrender their hearts and swear eternal loyalty to me. One. In the distance, when Trish heard that sentence, she immediately warned everyone in a hurry. Damn, he wants to finish it quickly. Listen to me, make a barrier because the entire academy will be destroyed. The transformation he's about to use is above an ultimate class devil. Once again, the boys were surprised to hear the golden-haired demoness. What was she about to use? they thought, just as Azazel and Michael created the barrier she had asked for, a circular one like the one from a while ago, which protected those present. By the way, a short time later Greyfear returned and gave her king what he had asked for, a special camera with which she would record the fight. Returning to Dante. Once the white dragon was back on its feet, it rebuilt its armor completely and then waited for the Sparta to do what it had planned, since it was quite confident in being able to defeat it. It also felt impatient because despite how annoying the hunter seemed to it, it expected it to give it more of a fight than the red dragon. Sparkle 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 as Sparta recited his incantation, which he didn't really need to, since it was just another way to make fun of Lucifer. Little by little all the skies of this place wrapped by that isolation barrier were filled with storm clouds, which along with the sound of thunder, began to release blue-purple lightning in random areas of this place. Seeing this, Volley couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in slight surprise. For a moment, he wondered what the cause of this was, but his questions would be answered after Dante finished his sentence. Spirit of lightning, ancient demon owner of the storm, I who have tamed you, come to my call Alistair. But that last word, a small ash-colored dimensional hole opened in the ground in front of the half-breed, and from it slowly rose and emerged a sword the size of Rebellion. However, its hilt was dark and resembled the open mouth of a dragon with two bat wings on its sides. It almost seemed like its hilt was trying to eat the metal blade of the sword, which was wrapped in small blue lightning bolts. The sense of power that the sword gave off was overwhelming, and it wasn't lost on everyone else, as the young men felt the presence the weapon radiated was suffocating them. As Dante, who was still using Gilgamesh, grasped the sword from its hilt, the dimensional hole in the ground closed, and then the Sparta was immediately enveloped by the lightning from the blade of the weapon, as its demonic aura changed to a purplish blue color as it grew larger and stronger. So strong that it caused a hurricane-force wind to swirl around the half-breed. Your power increased in an instant with that strange sword, but it's still not enough. You're barely on par with the red dragon when it went crazy for breasts. How disappointing. Volley said with disdain as he stood with his arms crossed. But his disappointment would soon turn into another unpleasant feeling. Okay, power-addicted kid, let me finish first, don't be impatient. I assure you this is beyond your expectations. Devil Trigger. A blink later after finishing that sentence, when our hero placed his sword on his back, his body transformed into a new devilish form as his blue aura increased in size and strength, while large lightning bolts fell everywhere, destroying some of the surrounding buildings and/or the debris from the previous battle, leaving the academy facilities non-existent in a jiffy. The energy surge didn't seem to stop, as after the lightning appeared, tornado-like whirlwinds descended from the stormy clouds above, leaving the entire area in chaos. Incidentally, the barrier was already on the verge of shattering just from the change in weather caused by Alistair. On the other hand, the Sparta's appearance had changed. It now resembled a humanoid demon approximately 2.5 meters tall, its body mostly covered in black scales. A pair of enormous bat-like wings sprouted from its back. Claws replaced the nails on its devilish hands. Its humanoid face was too strange to describe. Its teeth had been replaced by fangs, and two large horns adorned the front of its head. His body wrapped in lightning exerted a great pressure that created a crater around the Sparta as the lightning bolts that shot out from his figure created channels in the earth or destroyed whatever they touched in their path. Volley sweated nervously for a moment, not only because of his opponent's strength, but also because of Dante's current appearance. For some reason, the image of a person he'd never been able to defeat appeared in his head. You have a demonic suspension. How is that possible? Only the master should be capable of something like that. Rising Dragon. Boom! With bewilderment, the Lucifer exclaimed after having witnessed the transformation of our hero, who interrupted his words saying the above in a higher tone of voice, while connecting a powerful hook with the Gilgamesh gauntlet on his helmet after having appeared in front of him in milliseconds, after having moved turning his body into a lightning. A movement that was almost identical to what Trish does. Volley's armor could not withstand the blow, as his helmet shattered into 1,000 pieces as he was sent flying upwards, while blood was spat from his mouth into the air like a bloody arrow. The next moment, the white dragon collided with a barrier that was still covering the academy. And after a sound similar to that of breaking glass, the entire barrier developed cracks throughout its entire length until it finally collapsed miserably. You'll regret this. Just come and hit me if you can. I don't need to hear your fourth-rate villain lines. Volley became enraged and after reconstructing the helmet of his armor, he charged from the sky towards his enemy, who was quick to mock his words, as he also flew towards Lucifer. Boom. In the next instant, their fists collided in the middle of the heights, causing a severe shockwave that spread in all directions. From afar, one could see how a sky blue aura collided with a lightning blue-purple aura. Crack immediately after the sound of a bone breaking was present when Volley's arm could not resist the strength of our hero, so small cracks opened in the bones of his forearm. Boom. Nevertheless, Volley endured the pain and threw more punches with his injured limb and his healthy one. Dante wasn't far behind, and in less than a blink of an eye, he returned each of the gray-haired man's blows. Boom. 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 Punching each other in the air as they constantly changed direction while flying high above, each impact resulting in shockwaves that swept away the terrain and surrounding storm clouds. Trees were sent flying like pieces of paper, along with the enormous concrete blocks of the now defunct academy. It can't be possible. Boom. 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 Although they seemed evenly matched, it didn't take long for Volley to realize that he wasn't causing any considerable damage to his opponent, to whom his blows barely caused any injuries or pain. And to top it all off, the wounds he managed to inflict recovered immediately. On the other hand, each blow from the Sparta destroyed his armor and inflicted considerable injuries when he managed to connect his fist with his flesh. Uhaya. Immediately afterward, a stifled scream was uttered by Lucifer when Sparta connected a hook to the liver that sent the dragon flying backwards, who immediately vomited a mouthful of blood as he tried to stop the momentum of the punch. Swoosh. In the next movement, Volley used all his skill to dodge the next blow from the Sparta, who passed by his opponent's body when he moved to the right to avoid it. Divide. And with that done, the white dragon immediately used his signature technique while Dante had his back turned, causing the Sparta's aura to decrease in size, indicative that his strength was diminishing, however, when he wanted to finish him off with a blow from his mace. But this you won't be so strong anymore. Lightning. Pew. With lightning speed, Dante turned around as he once again increased the strength of his aura just before throwing a huge lightning bolt from one of his hands and then giving him a sidekick enhanced with Gilgamesh's boot when Volley was paralyzed for a moment by the powerful electricity that flooded his body and charred pieces of his skin in multiple areas where his armor had broken. What the hell? I had used Divi. I felt like you were stealing my energy, but Pum. Did you really think I was fighting you for real? Kid, don't overestimate yourself. Pum. Some advice, it's not just about being stronger, you also have to have style. Divine Dragon. Pum. Uhaya. Boom. Before Volley could understand why his technique didn't quite work, he was attacked by a full-speed combo of punches and kicks from the Sparta that this time were being imbued with the power of lightning and the strength of Gilgamesh, making it so the white dragon didn't have a moment to breathe while the Sparta gave him a few words full of mockery and scorn just before finishing him off with a special blow from his right fist wrapped in the gauntlet of Gilgamesh, which at that instant was releasing steam as its metal had turned red due to the high friction of its mechanisms being used at full power, just as they hit the Lucifer's chest, who was miraculously sent flying down as the armor on his chest turned to dust while he expelled more bloody vomit from his throat just before touching some area of the ground of what was once the academy and generating an abysmal crater in practically its entire length. Immediately afterward, as debris and the remains of trees continued to be sent flying by the shockwave resulting from the birth of that crater with Volley in the middle, the hunter took Alistair from his back and then waited for the Lucifer to stand up. Perhaps as an act of courtesy or perhaps because he considered it not yet the time to kill him. In any case, when the Hakuryaku finally managed to stand up with difficulty, he looked up to focus on our hero as he quickly rebuilt his armor to protect his body full of injuries. That transformation is only supposed to belong to this should be impossible. As Volley muttered that to himself as he charged at full speed, flying upwards towards the Sparta, the latter had already taken Alistair from its back and lifted her up before swinging her down, just as the Lucifer was halfway there. Vortex. But that said by the hunter, once he swung his sword, violent gusts of wind filled with purple lightning were generated from its blade, which converged into an enormous electrifying tornado whose vortex enveloped the bearer of the divine dividing. Sparkle crash, sparkle sparkle crash, the tyrannical gusts of wind added to the lightning created from demonic power, not at all normal elements, ended up wreaking havoc on Lucifer's armor, who was forced to rebuild it a large number of times when these elements penetrated his defenses and injured his skin and internal organs. However, he refused to give up, so he used his signature ability Divide and reduced the force of the storm until it ended up being weak enough to allow him to escape. When he managed to escape, Volley didn't miss the opportunity to throw with everything he had a block of his demonic power at Sparta, who this time couldn't avoid being hit by his enemy's technique. The energy blast would end up sending him flying through the air backwards for about 24 meters until he managed to counteract the momentum just in time to block another enormous cannon of demonic power from the Lucifer by using another swing of Alistair, whose lightning bolts that were born from the blade nullified that energy after having come into contact and exploded simultaneously in the middle of a tremendous shock wave in the middle of the air. Immediately afterwards, both opponents charged forward and ended up hitting each other on the head at the same time with one of their fists. Volley was the one who ended up because after receiving the punch that destroyed his helmet's helm for the umpteenth time that day, he was knocked down when he was sent flying in a diagonal fall towards the ground until he ended up creating another large hole when his body made contact with the ground. He remained lying face up for a moment, only manifesting his wings of light in which he saw Sparta slowly descend, who was not greatly affected by his punch, as he only spat out a little blood when his feet touched solid ground. From a considerable distance and within the circular barrier created by the leaders, which fortunately had withstood all the devastation, some of the individuals witnessing this fight said a few words regarding what they were seeing. The first of them was the leader of the Grigori, who curiously asked the golden-haired demoness beside him while scratching her chin. "Hey Trish, no offense but those lightning bolts are embarrassing. Barakweel would be jealous too, what kind of sword is that?" Trish put on a somewhat nostalgic expression as she answered, as she began to reminisce about old times. After all, that sword held too many memories to share. "That's a demonic weapon, and not just any weapon, it's one of Dante's most powerful. It said that he was a demon who controlled lightning and storms, and that he was turned into that devil arm after his father defeated him. Dante obtained it on the island where he faced Mundus." "I see." They continued talking about the subject for a bit while they continued watching the battle. As a side note, no one present had yet noticed that there was a redeed with a strange camera recording all of this. Strangely, I was thinking about watching the recording at night while eating popcorn. Uok. I didn't need to know that. Returning with the hunter and the dragon. Standing several meters apart in that large crater that was once the grounds of the academy and its surroundings, the Sparta and the Lucifer exchanged a few words before resuming their confrontation. "You will definitely be worthy of seeing my juggernaut drive," Volley said with a strange smile whose corners were filled with blood as he cupped his sore, bruised abdomen. Despite the situation, he was glad to finally have met someone strong enough to unleash the fighting desires he had inside. Though for some reason, when he focused fully on our hero, his eyes grew hazy at times. "Whatever, you're not the only one who hasn't been fighting seriously. I just hope you're prepared for worse ass kickings than you've already received." Few. At the end of his sentence, the hunter sighed tiredly, not understanding the gray-haired man's behavior. He didn't consider him completely evil. That violent behavior and phrases said towards Issei had a hint of lies when he said them, which were added to the fact that when he fired his small block of demonic power at the girls, it hadn't been strong enough to kill them. And that's why he intended to give him a chance, because he seemed more like a retarded fighting maniac than a villain, but if he wasn't going to back down, he would have no choice but to eliminate him. It's time to wake up and overthrow everything, even the law of kings. A breath later, Lucifer with difficulty manifested his armor again and then began to recite the incantation that caused his armor to shine strangely, but before he reached the halfway point of the incantation. Slash. From one moment to the next, the sound of space tearing was heard, and subsequently, near where they were fighting, a crack appeared in space, which had a dark violet background. The way it manifested almost seemed like someone had cut space itself and thereby created a dimensional crack. "I am the celestial dragon who covets infinity and contemplates it." Enough. The gray-haired man continued with his spell, despite the manifestation of that dimensional crack, which neither Dante nor Lucifer realized existed until a man's voice was heard coming from some unknown direction. When they both turned their heads to try to find its origin, they finally noticed the strange phenomenon, which not only left Volley incredibly surprised, but also Dante and Trish, who couldn't help but exclaim with great confusion the following. "Is it a hell gate? Did someone just open a door to the sealed depths of hell?" A moment later, the unknown voice was heard again by everyone present, while footsteps could be heard coming from within that crack in space. "Stop, Volley. You could never beat him." Hearing the voice again, for some reason the gray-haired man began to sweat nervously and profusely, while Dante frowned and said with bewilderment mixed with a multitude of other feelings. Both pleasant and not so pleasant, in fact, the latter were the most prevalent. "You have got to be kidding." Footsteps. In a short time, a person came out of that dimensional crack who soon stood next to Lucifer as more sounds of footsteps coming from inside the opening in space continued to be heard. The stranger at Volley's side was a handsome young man with short black hair and a sort of Buddhist crown draped over his forehead. He wore a sort of red oriental armor, complemented by green shorts and metallic red boots. He held a staff in one hand, resting it on his shoulder. On the other hand, our hero deactivated his demonic suspension when he decided to unsummon Alistair and Gilgamesh for some reason, as the muscles in his body tensed, as if he expected something bad was about to happen. "Ult B Biku W, why did the teacher come?" After swallowing a little saliva while speaking nervously, the Lucifer, without taking his eyes off the dimensional rift, asked the strange man next to him, who was apparently called Biku. "You took too long, Volley. I came to remind you that the battle with some northern deities is about to begin," smiled. Meanwhile, the faction leaders deactivated the barrier that had been protecting them and then, together with the Gremory group, they approached a little towards where Sparta was since more enemies had appeared whose presences were felt quite strong. One coming from that stranger with the staff and another coming from the crack in space. Azazel, judging by your expression, it seems you already know that guy. Do you know who he is? Trish was quick to ask the Black Angel for an answer, who responded in a neutral tone while scratching his cheek in curiosity as he mentally wondered why Volley seemed to have been paralyzed because he hadn't moved an inch while sweating strangely. That's Biku, descendant of Sun Wukong, the famous monkey from the Western Journey. I never expected a relative of Son Goku to join the Chaos Brigade. The golden-haired devil nodded after understanding the fallen angel's words and then raised her voice to ask the half-breed, a few meters ahead, something that made her curious. Dante? Why did you stop using your devil trigger? Despite having heard her clearly, the white-haired man did not respond because at that moment he summoned his faithful sword Rebellion, which appeared on his back and was then held tightly by one of his hands from its hilt. A moment later, Sun Wukong's descendant opened his mouth again after having managed to hear the comments of the Grigori leader. Governor of the fallen angels, unlike my predecessor, I live as I please. Hahaha. Biku RRR, answer me. Why did the M come? Lucifer's nervous prayer was interrupted because at that moment, the footsteps from the dimensional rift finally stopped when another person emerged from said opening in space, which closed shortly after this other stranger left the interior of the rift. A moment later, that person looked coldly at the gray-haired man and at the same time addressed him with some severe words as he approached him while still observing Dante out of the corner of one of his eyes. Okay. I told you that at least for today you should refrain from provoking a fight that would lead to your death. My death. I know I could have beaten him. Shut up. Having to save you again has already pissed me off enough today. Do you think you could have beaten him? Not in your dreams. He's been toying with you since the fight started. And he's not the only one here who could have finished you off. Learn to recognize your lack of power. Near the end of his sentence, this man, whose words penetrated deeply into Volley for some reason, looked for a moment at Sursich, his eyes narrowing for a moment as if he knew some secret of the Crimson Satan. Why, you've been watching me? Since when? Since I know you are a disgrace who doesn't learn what I have taught you. Having said that last thing with words as cold as an iceberg, Volley lowered his head, feeling deeply bad about himself, and said with regret and shame the following, in which more drops of nervous sweat ran down his forehead and face as he deactivated his balance breaker. I'm sorry, teacher. But that last bit said, there was a silent pause until. Maestro. Practically everyone present, except Triss and Dante, exclaimed in surprise and bewilderment after being left open-mouthed by what they managed to hear and see, because seeing the white dragon act in that way was truly strange, and even more so when a few moments ago he was a rebellious and apparently incorrigible character. It can't be possible. With wide eyes, Trish said the above in great bewilderment when she was finally able to appreciate the full appearance of the stranger who had rebuked Lucifer. Okay, listen carefully because you should never confront that person again. The man who reprimanded Volley focused his gaze on our hero and continued looking at Dante with bitterness. He's the only one I can call a rival in this world, and he's also the annoying younger brother whose existence ruined my wishes. But that said, the man focused his gaze on our hero and smiled slightly ironically as he exclaimed. Dante, it's been a while, hasn't it? After saying that, in his usual cold demeanor, the white-haired man smiled smugly as he sent a challenging look to our hero, who was frowning and glaring at him as he stood a few meters away from him. Ever since Dante heard that voice and felt that diabolical aura, he could barely believe what was happening. However, his disbelief quickly vanished when he saw a middle-aged man walking towards Volley, his short white hair combed back. He was wearing an elegant shirt covered by an oriental blue trench coat whose tails were waving in the wind. His black pants matched the shirt, as did the brown leather boots he wore on his feet. Held in his left hand was a katana wrapped in a black sheath. Needless to say, his facial appearance was practically the same as our hero's, of course, except for his age, as Dante looked like a 17-18-year-old boy and that man dressed in blue clothes looked to be between 45-55 years old. As a side note, everyone present, except for Trish, Michael, and Grafia, shouted in unison in surprise the following. Brother. While the leader of the angels could not help but express his doubts. I don't understand what's going on here. Trish-san, didn't you tell me Virgil died a long time ago? The aforementioned responded with great confusion as she scratched her head for a moment. That's right, Michael-san. He should be dead. When I first met him as Nilo Angelo, Dante ended up defeating him. He left his lifeless body on Marlet Island. I also don't understand how he's even here, or if it's really him. 2. Is this the brother you told us about at the meeting a little while ago? With a face full of surprise, the Gremory who had heard them couldn't help but dig a little deeper into the matter when she asked Trish, who responded when she shrugged her shoulders. I think so. I see. They look almost identical. Well, his brother looks a little older. Irideed said this thoughtfully after nodding affirmatively. Trish, with lightness in her words, responded almost immediately. Oh. They're twins. Twins. Again, almost everyone exclaimed in surprise upon hearing the golden-haired she-devil. Returning with Vali. Having heard his master's last words, Vali again tried to explain when he raised his head for a moment while exclaiming in surprise when he shook off his nervousness a little. SS your brother? Did you have a brother? No, in fact did you just call him rival? SS if that's so, I'm sorry, I didn't know that. PP even though he has a devil trigger and look too much like you, sensei, he's too young and he never told me about him and I was. Okay, information has to be earned and you still haven't earned the right to know more about my life. In all these years, you've barely changed a bit. You're still the same reckless kid who doesn't follow orders. Hearing the comment full of disdain and coldness, Vali lowered his head again as he felt depressed. So you had the balls to come back. Despite being surprised and bewildered by his brother's return, our hero finally came out of the shock he was in, and unable to bear his presence any longer, he exclaimed the above in annoyance while at superhuman speed, he charged forward with the intention of slicing Virgil with rebellion. His presence and return could only mean trouble and danger for him, his acquaintances, and the world. Who knows what plans he already had in motion with the Chaos Brigade, who knows how many deaths there would be this time. Dante understood this very well and set out to nip the problem in the bud before it got worse and turned into a huge tree before his sword managed to touch Virgil's body, the latter moved faster than his congener and used Yamato's still sheath to hit Dante's abdomen strongly, who flew backwards while grabbing Yamato's sheath. Boom immediately after, he spat out a small mouthful of blood and before falling to the ground, Dante threw the sheath towards said sword with force and without Virgil expecting it, it was sheathed again after the white-haired man in the blue trench coat stepped back a little due to the force with which Dante threw it. Crash in the next blink of an eye, Dante finally fell to the ground a few dozen meters back, one knee on the ground. His boots dragged a little on the dusty ground as he stopped the momentum of that blow. Son of out of my way, you nuisance. Boom. In the next movement, Dante charged again at super speed towards Virgil, while shouting those words to Vali who was near them. 2v Virgil also charged forward as he unsheathed his sword on his own, and then in milliseconds, both of them covered the ground between them as their swords finally collided at the edge of their blades, releasing a powerful shockwave that swept through the surroundings. Flash sparks. The sound of clashing metal continued for a short while as the brothers competed to overcome each other's strength while the blades of both their swords turned red due to the extremely high friction as sparks of embers were released in all directions. In that brief moment when they tested each other's strength, they exchanged a few words while placing challenging glances in those characteristic expressions of each one. So you came back from the dead, huh? You just couldn't stay in the other world and stay away from trouble, right? Dante, although serious about the situation, maintained his joking expression. What can I say? It's not easy to finish me off. With his typical stoic and arrogant attitude, the older brother responded to the Sparta in the red trench coat, who took the opportunity to ask him a few questions he still had. Now I understand why I could never summon Yamato and why Beowulf refused to appear. You should never have put your hands on my weapons. How did you know where it was? Through another manifestation of power. Information. Rumors in the brigade about a demon hunter who dresses in red, plus the unwelcome stench you left behind in Beowulf. So you're actually in cahoots with them, aren't you? By the way, how long have you been walking among the living again? Your old face seems more annoying than before. It's ironic that someone who took more than 10,000 years to get out of that hellish zone would say that. Do you hide your age with your demonic power? How pathetic. Virgil's smug comment surprised Dante for a moment, causing him to exclaim as both of his eyebrows arched. How do you know I stayed there? I have my methods. Playing the deadlock between them finally ended when Virgil pushed harder while exclaiming that last thing, managing to make the demon hunter retreat a dozen steps back. Clang. Boom. Clang. Boom. Clang. Boom. Clang. Boom. Clang. Boom. Clang. Seconds later, the metal clashes between those two resounded with the same intensity as the thunder and storm that Alistair had brought moments ago. Dante and Virgil continued to clash the blades of Rebellion and Yamato respectively. As the two stood in one place, it was as if the space between them was nothing more than several flashes of light. This lasted for a brief moment until both of them began frantically changing direction across the entire expanse of what had once been the academy and its surroundings. For those whose eyes couldn't keep up with their divine speed, they simply watched as they appeared and disappeared, almost as if teleporting. They then watched as they clashed their sword blades once more, then reversed course and went through the same process an abysmal number of times. Each clash between them caused craters in the ground and hurricane-force shockwaves wherever they passed. Blood dripped from their swords, but their wounds healed fairly quickly. However, Dante seemed to be taking the most damage. At one point, Virgil swung in a vertical arc toward Dante, sending a wave of demonic power hurtling toward him. Dante rolled to avoid it as the wave sliced like butter straight through the last standing building of the academy, along with the entire ground and trees. The surrounding streets on the outskirts of the school grounds also divided by who knows how many meters in a straight line. Bang. 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 Once Dante stood up, he quickly revealed ebony and fired bullets filled with demonic power at his brother, who responded by spinning his sword at a rapid pace, so that when the magic bullets hit, they would turn into dust in less than a second. But nonsense. Don't you remember that it's useless against me? You still haven't learned. I just wanted to reminisce about the old days. What, I still haven't learned? Ha. I could say the same to you. You even have a power-obsessed disciple. You're infecting young minds. Disciple? I have no need for such a thing. He's just a child who hasn't stopped following me. Bang. 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 As the rain of lead continued, both brothers exchanged another round of words as they well know. As a side note, Volley felt offended by that final statement. Do you ever grow out of the power is everything stage? Man, it's a whole new era. Dedicate yourself to something else. Get a hobby. Bang. 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 Are you finished? Despite all the teasing and sarcasm, Virgil didn't really seem that bothered, he honestly seemed almost bored. Do you still believe that power isn't necessary? Perhaps you need a long reminder of how wrong you are. Bang. 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 Realizing that gunfire wouldn't get him anywhere unless he started firing actual blocks of demonic power from the barrels of his guns, which he chose not to do, he took a different approach as he roared with a battle cry, just like his brother. Quicksilver. Recognizing that Virgil was still the same unbeatable beast when it came to speed, Dante used his temporal slowing ability to disappear in an instant, while his body glowed cyan from his brother's perspective. With that, he charged forward, performing his signature thrust, intending to impale Virgil. He used that body movement where his sword seemed to propel him forward on its own. However, the older brother was barely affected by Quicksilver's slowing field, so to him, Dante had barely matched his speed. Swoosh. With the sound of the wind, the so-called Dark Assassin by the Chaos Brigade stepped aside and avoided the thrust by just a few centimeters, but… Cerberus. Then the hunter summoned another of his devil arms to help him in battle. Still using Quicksilver, with the other hand that wasn't holding Rebellion, he used his three-pronged nunchaku to further slow down his brother's movements by creating a layer of ice on the ground, which would end up sticking the Dark Assassin's boots to the ground for a moment by creating a thick layer of ice between his boots and the ground. Thanks to the above, the older brother couldn't react in time. So he immediately felt a strong force press against his ribcage when Dante slammed the flat of his sword into his chest to send him flying towards a previously collapsed structure, destroying it even more upon impact. Slash. 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 Taking advantage of the loss of his posture, the younger brother continued attacking with another thrust, followed by more swings of his sword, directed at all possible areas of Virgil's body, when in less than a thousandth of a second, he was again at one side of him, who finally received a decent amount of cuts all over his body. Slash. Slash. Boom. Boom. Crash. However, thanks to his ridiculous speed, Virgil managed to avoid all the attacks aimed at vital points and/or that were intended to impale him. And after 2 seconds, he counterattacked with just 2 swings of Yamato aimed at his younger brother's chest, plus a low kick aimed at Dante's feet that destabilized him enough so that in the next movement, he was sent flying by another kick from Virgil until he ended up crashing into a multiple amount of rubble. The Pelginger. Dante then got up as quickly as he could and headed back towards Virgil, continuing to use Quicksilver while also using his clone. With that, the battle tilted slightly towards the hunter's side again. Clang. Boom. Clang. Boom. Clang. Boom. Clang. Boom. Clang. The sound of metal colliding along with the sound produced by the breaking of the speed of sound was evoked again when the shower of sparks madly covered practically all areas of the terrain. Yamato and Rebellion, and the clone's copy of Rebellion, kept being used in movements that whoever was able to see them could say that they were unique and/or would never have thought that a sword could be used in that way. Summoned swords. Finding himself overwhelmed once again by the hunter after being knocked to the ground by a double roundhouse kick from Dante and his clone, Virgil sent a barrage of phantom blades straight at his brother, intending to stop him mid-stride. Dante and his clone blocked the torrential downpour of sharp objects by using Cerberus and the duplicate Cerberus to create a gigantic wall of ice, which held strong enough to allow only a third of the blades thrown by Virgil to pass through the icy barrier as it shattered after being destroyed by the barrage of blades. After the wall disintegrated, the half-blood clone vanished when he couldn't dodge all the remaining swords, while Dante blocked using the flat part of Rebellion. However, as this kept him distracted, Virgil had enough time to adopt one of his signature body postures for a certain technique. Judgment Cut. Whose name was pronounced after his blue aura rose 10 meters, while the ground trembled as he performed his stance, which consisted of introducing his katana back into its sheath while bending his body a little in an Edo stance to subsequently unsheathe the sword at lightning speed while swinging it a large number of times in the direction of his brother at a speed almost impossible to follow. 3. Um. 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 In the next instant, in who knows how much territory of this battle zone, an infinite number of dimensional distortions similar to bubbles appeared, which when bursting, produced the sound of space being cut. Virgil had just used Yamato's ability to cut space itself, with which the sword was able to ignore the distance between him and his target, so the hundreds of swings he made with his sword in less than a second before being sheathed again, became slashes in the space surrounding our hero, who, as best he could, tried to dodge them. Returning to the others for a moment. The rest of those present, associated with Dante, were watching the fratricidal fight from a safe place within another barrier created by Michael and Azazel, since it was not at all safe to be near the rivalry of those two. Eyes full of surprise and jaws half-dropped were being expressed by Rainer and the rest of the young people upon seeing a sword fight of such a level. The leaders were also a little surprised by such a duel, which although in terms of power was not that great, in terms of technique, they were already among the best swordsmen they had ever seen. When the fight reached a certain point where the amount of blood on the battlefield was already beginning to seem ridiculous, Riaz couldn't help but express her concern when she noticed how little by little, despite the use of unusual methods and movements, our hero was being overcome by his brother, something that had never happened before. Shouldn't we stop them? They're brothers and they're killing each other. Riaz said in dismay as she took a moment to pick up the red jewel under her blouse, which could be seen because her shirt had a tear in it. Chica, I don't think you have to worry so much. At least not today. Trish soon tried to calm the retreat a little, and the rest of Sparta's friends, who despite being impressed, also showed the anguish caused by the bloodshed. What are you talking about? Yeah. It doesn't look like a real fight. The golden-haired demoness scratched her chin in curiosity after hearing the Grimoire's confused question, her eyes still focused on the battle. Although Dante seems very annoyed by their presence, and Virgil very eager to show his supremacy, I get the impression more that they're testing each other. You could almost say it's a greeting. All the best. Who? Everyone except the leaders and/or Grafia raised their voices in bewilderment at the question, while Azazel and Michael raised their eyebrows in surprise at such an unusual comment that didn't seem to match what they were seeing in the battle zone. Seraphol, on the other hand, seemed both annoyed and sad at the same time. Trish continued explaining. They probably haven't noticed due to their lack of experience and because they can't follow them with their eyes, but despite appearances and initial rage, the killer instinct is absent in both of them. What kind of brothers greet each other like that? Issei and Riaz respectively asked in bewilderment to a golden-haired devil who couldn't help but smile ironically when she answered. Ha. I don't think those two have any other way of expressing hello, brother with their relationship. Now that I think about it, they remind me a lot of the red and white dragon. Every time they see each other, they'll end up fighting. Having heard all this, Rainer took the opportunity to ask anxiously. But didn't Dante's brother want to kill him in the past? Yes, but that happened because Dante was directly opposing her plans. And right now, there's no motivation for him to want it, I guess. She scratched her cheek hesitantly as she said that last thing and then continued speaking while shrugging her shoulders in the next sentence. I don't know what Virgil is planning. Maybe he came to warn him that he doesn't want him to interfere with his new plans, or maybe he just came to meet his rival again after a long time. What would I know? These are just guesses I have from watching them. The boys nodded, finally understanding what Trish wanted to convey to them, and then continued watching the bloodbath. On the other hand, Azazel also brought up one of his doubts. I just want to know something. How is he still alive? Has Yahweh revived him too? Trish shrugged again. You're asking the wrong person. I guess that will remain a mystery for now. But I highly doubt anyone in their right mind would want to revive Virgil. Oh, this is fantastic. Unable to contain his excitement any longer, a certain person enthusiastically exclaimed the above, completely changing the tense atmosphere that had formed after that conversation. When the others turned to see the source of the sound, their eyes became confused when they saw how Sursich was apparently recording the fight with a strange camera that seemed made for recording professional films. Sparta's two sons are fighting just like in the story. I'll have this recording as my favorite. Saying that with a big smile, Lucifer once again left the others baffled, except for Riaz and Graphia, who seemed embarrassed instead of confused. Both of them covered their faces to hide their embarrassed blushes. Yes, Amaya. Meanwhile, with Vali and Bhikkhu. They viewed the confrontation without the need for a barrier because they were strong enough to withstand the shock waves and fast enough to dodge stray attacks. Vali. Bhikkhu, who was standing next to his companion, called out to him at one point. Incidentally, the gray-haired man, whose skin was charred in some areas, was painfully clutching his abdomen and one of his shoulders, which were the areas of his body that hurt the most, although that didn't stop him from watching the battle with great emotion expressed in his eyes. What happened, Bhikkhu? Vali's concentration on his master's fight was momentarily lost when he was distracted by the monkey. I think we should tell Arthur that someone has surpassed his speed again. Virgil's brother isn't doing bad at all. I've never seen him occupy Yamato like that. Bhikkhu said the above in a neutral tone as he watched the beginning and end of the judgment cut of the brother wearing the blue trench coat. Well, I think Arthur will be happy to know there's another excellent swordsman in the world to face. Anyway, did you see? The master is even more amazing. For a moment Vali's eyes almost seemed to be those of a star and or the Wizard King when they get excited. By the way, Vali. Bhikkhu called him again, but this time he used a slightly playful voice while chuckling a few times. If Virgil hadn't appeared, it's very likely you'd already be dead. I was with him watching your fight, and he told me that his brother was just messing with you. If he had wanted to, he could have killed you before you used the Juggernaut drive. And even if you did use it, I don't think his brother's transformation has a time limit, just like Virgil's. TSK. The gray-haired man clicked his tongue in disgust, annoyed with himself for his weakness and with Dante for not showing him his true strength. He likes it when opponents go all out from the start. I understand, Bhikkhu, but… His anger was quickly forgotten when he thought. That means the master came to save me. Don't get too excited, dude. I highly doubt he came to prevent your death. I think he just came to check if the rumors he'd heard were true. The white dragon lowered his head and seemed to become depressed after listening to his companion, who, after laughing a little in his own way, tried to cheer him up, however. Oi. Don't be discouraged, I may have had that intention too. And? I don't know, who knows? You see that apart from you, he doesn't talk much with the rest of the team. Oh. He didn't do a great job of cheering her up. Back to the fight. After Dante escaped most of Yamato's lashes, he still suffered a large amount of injuries from those dimensional cuts caused by the judgment cut technique, so slowed by the pain, Dante was left open to receive an uppercut from his brother. Dante managed to block the blow by using the flat part of his sword's blade again, however, the resulting shock wave was still enough to send him flying almost 100 meters back in an instant. Crash. To counter the momentum of the blow, Dante plunged his sword into the ground, stopping its path through the air at ground level, leaving a wide channel in the earth that rebellion split as it stopped its momentum. As a side note, Dante was no longer using Quicksilver as it was consuming a large amount of his stamina. Swoosh. With that, Virgil suddenly disappeared from his current location and appeared in the air above the hunter, who had just gotten back up with the intention of giving him a mace kick right to the skull. Dante completely lost sight of him because he didn't move as he normally did, but instead teleported away. It looked like the kick would connect, but… As if I didn't expect you to show up there. Overdrive. Slash. The younger brother used his experience to predict where his older brother would appear by focusing more on his aura perception than his eyesight, so once Virgil reappeared, his stance and movement were already ready when the rebellion blade turned red. A millisecond later, he swung it multiple times towards Virgil, releasing massive waves of demonic power resembling crescent moons that seemed able to cut through everything in their path. Virgil teleported away several times, effectively avoiding most of the hunter's attacks, as the hunter continued to throw waves of slashing energy at him the instant he appeared on the battlefield. Boom. When Virgil grew tired of dodging the crescent moons of demonic power, he used his summoned swords as a defense. In the blink of an eye, spectral swords gathered around him, forming a wall of swords that he used as a barrier to take on Dante's wave of power. Red and blue converged for a moment as the two techniques collided, unleashing another devastating explosion on the already ruined ground they stood on. Clang. Boom. Clang. Boom. Clang. Boom. Clang. Boom. Clang. Clang an instant later, as the curtain of dust cleared, the blades of both brothers' swords collided an abysmal number of times amidst another barrage of sparks and hurricane force winds as they continued to move from one side to the other, devastating everything in their path. The fight seemed even and remained so for another minute, but little by little, it was noticeable that the older brother had the advantage since our hero had already used his best abilities, plus the speed and strength he possessed at this moment without his devil trigger at its maximum capacity. Virgil was demonstrating greater strength, endurance, and speed than Volley with his armor on, and for our hero who had not yet recovered his former strength, it would be very difficult to overcome without accessing his demonic form. Clang. Boom. Rebellion and Yamato made contact again when both brothers appeared next to each other right in the middle of the distance that separated them. The clash unleashed another tempest throughout the entire terrain, which had already been wrapped by the faction leaders in another barrier to prevent stray attacks from the white-haired men from ending up destroying the entire city. BZZZZZZT. Dante and Virgil had another struggle in which their swords tried to overcome each other while maintaining contact between their blades, which soon turned red when both brothers wanted to overcome the other's strength again. Buck. The hunter thought about the above with frustration when just one breath after having started the duel of strength, he was overcome by his brother, who was still pushing Yamato with one hand, while he had been forced to place his other hand on the flat part of the rebellion blade to give more support and strength to his push. Dante, I thought you were still holding back for some reason, but. In the middle of the duel, Virgil spoke up as he seemed bored with how easily he was beating his brother. After this little fight, I understand better now. You've lost your power, haven't you? Just as I thought. Our hero's pride prevented him from saying anything that showed weakness, especially with the person in front of him. However, his frustrated expression betrayed him, so his brother said in a tone full of disappointment, also shown on his face when he nodded affirmatively at the deductive thought he had come to after remembering when he saw from somewhere how Dante used the power of Alistair and transformed into the devilish form of that sword. Something that shouldn't happen if his own demonic transformation was in its adult stage. What if that's the case? What's the matter with that? I'm still going to kick your ass. Boom. Unable to ignore Virgil's contempt for his current power, Dante enunciated in annoyance until he was sent flying by a kick from his brother placed directly in his chest, with greater force and speed than he had used until now. At the same time that he hit his brother like he was garbage, Virgil used his free hand to grab the silver chain amulet that hung around our hero's neck, who saw how the chain was ripped off without being able to do anything to avoid it. Incidentally, the resulting shockwave made the entire area tremble, and even the newly formed barrier that covered it. It was not an exaggeration to say that it had been the strongest so far. Uhaya. But the thud, a large mouthful of blood resembling a bloody arrow, immediately shot out of Dante's mouth before falling to the ground, and. Pryayash. A second later, he fell to the ground at an inclined angle. The impact was so strong that when he fell into the rubble of what was once the old academy building, when he hit that rubble and then the ground with the tremendous momentum he carried, blocks of stone rose up, one on top of the other, as if they were mountains. Our hero almost lost consciousness as his body kicked up rocks and earth from below and behind. Who knows how many levels of the underground land of the school grounds were raised in that moment. If Dante didn't faint, it was because he bit his tongue with all his might, forcing himself to remain alert and forcing himself to continue holding rebellion in his trembling hand. And then I don't know. Standing up as quickly as he could from that huge crater surrounded by raised stone, a relief created by its impact, our hero said in a halting manner to his group of companions and the leaders of the factions in the distance, who at that moment deactivated the barrier that protected them and took a few steps towards where he was with the intention of helping him, because that blow had surpassed anything seen today. And added to the fact that Dante's chest was sunken in and with exposed rib fractures and in positions they shouldn't be, he urged them to help and or to worry severely for his safety, but. Don't interfere. This is between us. Finally summoning a complete sentence in the next breath, an already upright son of Sparta ended up shouting angrily at his comrades and the faction leaders, just as his healing factor had finished restoring his ribsage. If anyone could make him serious, it would be the Dark Assassin. As a side note, Riaz, who had teary eyes, had to be stopped by Trish as she didn't seem to care about Sparta. Bekendo and Rainer were also not at all calm, while the rest of their friends, aside from the above, were quite surprised to see that serious look and attitude. In the next moment, without waiting for them to agree or not, he continued to focus his attention on Virgil as he walked with normal steps towards him while exerting more strength in the grip of rebellion he had in one of his hands, preparing to face him with everything. Give that back. I didn't know you were a thief. As he approached his older brother, Dante urged him with a bit of mockery to give him the amulet he had just taken from him, which Virgil was looking at with a barely perceptible bit of nostalgia. "I don't think so. This one's mine. It belongs to me as much as the sword that should have been mine," the older brother said in a neutral tone, having just glanced at the amulet before putting it in a pouch in his trench coat, then glancing in the distance at Ria's, or rather, at the pendant she was wearing. Afterwards, unconcerned about why Dante had given it to that woman, he focused his attention back on his younger brother, but this time, his eyes no longer seemed to possess the motivation to continue the fight. They continued to express boredom. "So that's why you came? To take our father's sword again?" After spitting out another mouthful of blood as he continued walking, our hero finished his sentence by raising his voice. "You organized this whole dump too. Don't you dare put me on the same level as that scum." The older brother's brow furrowed slightly as he became a little angry at being framed as the mastermind behind the recent terrorist attack. "They're merely a means to an end. I'm not interested in peace between the different factions or what happens to this world. I only seek the power that's rightfully mine." "What an idiot brother I have. Your addiction to power is worse than heroin, you know." Anyway, I guess some things never change. If you want her, then keep fighting." But that said, the younger brother urged the older brother to continue fighting by challenging him to approach him with one hand while he adopted his classic combat stance with his sword. "The result will be the same as last time. One of the things I most desire is to defeat you." Tremor. 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 Virgil said in a whisper audible only to him, and then looked at Dante as his face adopted a furious expression as he took Yamato with one of his hands and placed it in front, ready to be used as his light blue aura seemed to connect heaven and earth as the increase in the strength of his aura caused a tremor that shook not only the academy grounds but all of Kuo City. Breaking at the same time the new barrier that the faction leaders had created as if it were a weak crystal. Seeing and feeling such a terrifying aura in their own flesh, Zenobia and the hunter's companions, Sona and Tsubaki, began to sweat profusely and nervously, as in all their lives, they had been faced with such a presence of abysmal power. At that moment, Michael, Azazel, Sursich and Grafia went on full alert, as Virgil's power was already far superior to a demon king. Even if Dante didn't want to, they would go help him, as they had no idea how he could face such a monster alone. Speaking of Dante, he frowned and his eyes grew resolute as he prepared to receive him, holding his sword in both hands. On the other hand, someone began to approach Virgil while all this happened. A black-haired devil moved away from the group she was with and, step by step, approached the older brother. A face that expressed diverse emotions such as sadness, doubt, and anger formed on her face. The faction leaders noticed this but let her approach, thinking she would begin to support Dante. "I want to beat you, but..." Aware of the woman approaching him, Virgil finished the sentence he had paused when he increased the power of his human form to the maximum with the intention of showing his brother. "Not like this." How weak she was before him. Tremble. Tremble. Virgil took a deep breath and calmed his fighting spirit, which had been offended by meeting Dante in such a condition. He had waited so long for this moment, he had investigated so much about the whereabouts of that sword, about that and more methods with which to obtain more power, and now his honor as a warrior was preventing him from taking what was so close to his reach. He felt frustrated in many ways. Trembling. His aura slowly decreased the intensity of its force until it became only a faint blue light that surrounded his body, just as he angrily stated the following. "Fighting you in a reduced state isn't worth it. It's pointless. I'm not motivated anymore." With that, Virgil swung his katana to the side of him and created a new portal, large enough for several people to pass through. He then focused that cold gaze on his younger brother one last time. "Dante, become strong, regain your power. And then we'll settle our business." At the end of his sentence, Virgil turned his head and then focused on Lucifer and Son Goku's descendant next to him, whom he invited to enter with a movement of his head into the hole in space. "It's time to go." They nodded and obeyed the order. In no time, they entered the portal, disappearing into its darkness. Incidentally, Volley never lost those fanboy eyes, whose excitement increased when Virgil became serious for a moment. "Brother, keep one thing in mind. Whatever plan you have, I'll stop it." Just as Biku and Volley left, and before Virgil left them, our hero gave a warning to his brother, who smiled wryly for a moment at his words. "You can try if you want. But you'll be crushed by this fist and then..." The eldest brother uttered that last sentence as he raised one of his fists in Dante's direction. He then raised that fist and closed it as he finished his sentence, which was interrupted when the woman who had been approaching him stood a dozen meters away from the Sparta, wearing the blue trench coat. "Hello, Virgil." Unexpectedly, Seraphol, who had approached the older brother, greeted him in a cheerful tone while enthusiastically waving her hand. However, the Demon Queen's joy seemed to disappear in the next instant as the rest of her sentence transformed into a sentence filled with a tone of uncertainty. I don't understand anything about what's been going on. Could you explain it to me? When I asked her, she smiled at him. It was a strange smile, though, forced and filled with a hint of anger and mystery, almost as if she'd sent him a passive-aggressive message demanding an explanation. It seemed like I had known him for a long time. Oh. The first to utter a bewildered gasp was our hero, who was followed the next moment by everyone else. Pretty. Sister. Who? Does Serafol know him? Anyone else know about that? From the expressions I see on everyone's faces. I highly doubted. Sighs, stifled cries, and bewildered prayers were uttered by both the young and old present. After hearing her, Virgil saw her out of the corner of one of his eyes. While he seemed uncomfortable for a moment, however, in the next blink he turned around and walked towards the portal he had opened with Yamato. You'll understand. Before entering the opening in space, Virgil said in a neutral tone, another whisper only audible to him and Serafol, who was now closest to him. She tilted her head to one side as she tried to comprehend the message he had left her. Having hoped for a better explanation, her lips quirked sadly for a moment. See you later, brother. Leaving her with her doubts, the dark assassin continued to ignore the Demon Queen and continued his way through the portal, but not before leaving one last message, just as the opening in space began to close after his body was completely inside. Shortly after Virgil disappeared along with his supposed disciple and bhikkhu, the group of people approached Dante, who after calming his fighting spirit, in turn had approached Serafol in search of some answer to what he had just heard. Dante? Are you okay? However, before reaching the Demon Queen's side, he was hugged by Riaz, who instantly wrapped him in a worried embrace, which was seen by the rest of his friends and/or suitors, who were also happy to see him okay, and/or that this whole fight hadn't led to an apocalyptic confrontation. Rainer and Akeno even ignored the jealousy they felt for a moment upon seeing him in good condition. Don't worry, Virgil isn't going to finish me off that easily. Dante rubbed the Grimory's head for a moment to comfort her when he said that, and then they both let go for a moment when she noticed how she had stained her clothes with all the blood on the Sparta's body and destroyed clothes. Oh, sorry about your blouse, I'll change. No, don't worry. It's okay. My shirt was already in bad shape after all. She tried to downplay the matter while our hero changed into the same set of clothes with the magic he had learned. I thought we wouldn't get out of this alive, phew. Exhausted by all the different stress he had experienced, the red dragon fell to the ground on his buttocks when he could no longer bear the exhaustion, just as he sighed, releasing the stress he had been carrying. The next to speak was the former blonde member of DMC, who was rubbing her forehead heavily, having uncertainties about the future and the past. Well, it looks like your brother's back from the dead and he's with the Chaos Brigade. Just what we needed. You can't even say it, phew. Like the blonde, the half-breed held the back of his head and rubbed it heavily as he listened to her. Then he sighed wearily as the anger left by his brother's return slowly subsided, turning into a feeling of nostalgia, combined with an unpleasant feeling that told him many unpleasant problems would arise from now on. Purely by any chance. Didn't he tell you how he's still alive? I highly doubt he ever told me about that. Don't you see what happens every time he shows up? In his defense, I'll say you started the fight. Trish brought up a question that had been bothering her, though it wasn't as if she expected Dante to have the answer. Hearing it, the hunter commented with a hint of sarcasm, which was followed by a tenderly annoyed sentence from an unexpected Leviathan Demon Queen, who was about to be questioned by the other faction leaders. However, upon hearing them speak ill of a certain person, it seemed to be in defense of the group of people surrounding Dante. She finished her sentence just as the eyes of everyone present focused on her in bewilderment again. I don't believe he's truly affiliated with the Chaos Brigade either. My Virgil isn't a terrorist. Hey. Calm down a bit, Serafol-chan. Wait, what did you say last time? Dante tried to calm the whining Demon Queen, who even raised her aura slightly in her tender but annoying tantrum. However, Dante couldn't help but ask that last question when he thought he'd misheard her sentence, but Serafol would confirm that her ears were sound. My Virgil is not with them. Your Virgil? 5. Everyone except Grafia and Sursich shouted that question in unison, their voices and facial expressions filled with confusion. Some of them's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. What the hell? Since when do you know my brother? I met him over 10 years ago. Now that I think about it, that's why I kept staring at you so much, Dante-chan. You have a face and a demonic aura very similar to his. I never expected him to be your brother. It's surprising. The black-haired girl sent a smile to the mixed-race girl at the end of her sentence, who was about to ask the next question asked by Trish. But they're twins. How could you not notice? It's just that their personalities are so different. Besides, he combs his hair back and his appearance is that of an adult. You almost look more like his son than his brother. Haha. That makes sense. Dante nodded affirmatively upon hearing her, as did Trish, who had forgotten that detail. Later our hero said again. In any case, better tell me how you met him. Oh, that's a great story. The first time I saw him was in southern Romania, in Wallachia. At that time, I had gone there with the intention of trying to make arrangements for a peace treaty with the vampire faction in southern Romania. Why are you looking at me like that? The Leviathan's initial anger quickly turned into joy when mental images brought by a confused Sparta's questions began to appear in her mind until she thoughtfully took one of her index fingers and looked strangely at how the others looked at her with those bewildered, confused, doubtful, impressed eyes. Serafol-chan, ignore our faces. Just keep talking. Okay. After I arrived in Romania, I stopped by a candy store in the capital of Wallachia, a traditional clothing store. Oh, now that I remember, that store had a lot of pretty things. Sona-chan, I have to take you there. There were blouses and pants from the time when Count Dracula invaded Europe before being killed by his son. Not to mention the delicious food. Blah blah blah. Did Dracula also exist? I had no idea. Leave that alone. He invaded Europe and his son killed him. Did you have a son? It seems so. WTF. Oh no. I know. Now he's talking about traditional Wallachian food. Where does that stand in the first place? Blah blah blah. Serafo was trying to tell them the story, but it seemed that there was too much useless information that the Demon Queen was bringing from her memories, which had lengthened her story for a whole minute, in which the others did nothing but listen about the clothes, sweets and food of a suburb of Wallachia. Meanwhile, Dante and Issei, who were the least informed about the current supernatural world, talked a little about the things that left them most confused about all that talk, something that the others seemed to be aware of. It is. Browse. Stop right there, Serafo. I want to know about it too, but before you continue, I just want to know. Approximately how long will it take you with this story? After that minute, the leader of the Grigori interrupted the Demon Queen and asked a question that many were asking themselves. Virgil didn't show up until the afternoon of that day, so I think it will take me more than a day. Dante face-palmed upon hearing the Demon Queen's happy prayer. It seemed that the Leviathan was one of those people who told stories without missing a single detail, and that due to their joy or personality, they tended to easily get lost in their stories. Once he slapped himself in the face, he inquired. Serafol-chan, can't you just get to the point? I don't think I have that much time. I don't think I can tell you the whole story of my life with Virgil in less time. If you don't have time, you can visit me at my house and I'll tell you in detail. Dante-chan, if you go, I can also show you the things I brought back from Wallachia that day. And you might even see my entourage. And. Yes, alright. I got it. That's it. Phew. For the sake of his own sanity and that of everyone else present, Dante gave up, choosing to leave that story for later as he sighed wearily. Serafol did a magical girl-style somersault, joyfully aware that she would have guests at her house sometime soon. More importantly, sister. What do you mean that terrorist is your Virgil? Unable to hold back what was inside her any longer, Sona angrily demanded from her sister the answer to the question that worried her most. Sona-chan, please don't talk about him like that. Virgil would never be a terrorist. When questioned by his sister, the Leviathan seemed to react better to the comment linking Sparta to terrorism. Are you sure we're talking about the same Virgil? Didn't you hear the summary of my story with him and Tegmi Nigru a while ago? Or what he just told me after the beating we gave each other? Yes. And I'm surprised he ever tried something like that. He never talks much about his past, after all. The Demon Queen seemed to become sad just as she reached the middle of her sentence, however she raised her face, and with tearful eyes in between, she spoke with a loud voice. But the person I know is someone different. You heard him. He said that organization was just a means to an end. So he must be using them to do something good. And if he wants that sword, it must be because he considers it better in his hands. I never saw him intending to kill you. He's someone who seeks power to protect. Damn, miss. Calm down, Serafol-chan, they were just questions. I'm not blaming you for anything. It seems we have different concepts about Virgil, and it also seems we met him again under different circumstances. It seems so, Dante-chan. I could never imagine him causing worldwide chaos just for his own benefit. You have to believe me. But I'll scold him when I see him for not telling me what he's planning. He's always too quiet. I understand. Phew. Dante scratched his head regretfully and sighed again as he saw the resolution of the Leviathan's words in her tearful eyes. It seemed she was speaking the truth, perhaps his older brother had changed after all this time. How had he revived? Since when had he returned to the world of the living? Since 100 years ago. 1,000. 10,000. Perhaps he had brainwashed Serafal. These and other questions invaded his and Trisha's heads, whom he observed for a moment when more doubts arose in her eyes. The blonde observed him in the same way as he shrugged, not knowing what to think. Whatever the case, perhaps he would have a better perspective on the matter if he listened to the story Serafal had to tell. So he decided to leave the matter of Virgil's true intentions for later and inquired about another of the things that also caught his attention. In any case, what kind of relationship do you have with my brother? That's. Hearing the question, Serafal's teary eyes and annoyed expression were almost immediately replaced by a big smile, accompanied by a blush on her cheeks and forehead that appeared just as she cut off her shaky statement. Oh. 000. Ooh. Why are you making those faces? I don't understand. Issei said that last thing after Dante expressed his uncertainty with that negative statement. Boy with a red dragon, you have to be truly idiot not to know what that expression and behavior means in a woman. That's what Trish thought upon hearing him. Serafal was finally able to finish speaking when he fled from the gazes of almost everyone except Grafia and Zenobia, who didn't seem to care about all this, by focusing his eyes elsewhere. That's complicated. I don't see him very often and he still hasn't fully paid attention to me. She seemed to slump for a moment, puffing out her reddened cheeks tenderly in annoyance. At the same time, Sona's face drained of color. She looked like she was about to faint. No longer knowing what to make of all of today's revelations, especially these last few, Dante blurted out the first sarcastic comment that came to mind as the corners of his lips parted in an amused smile. Ironically, this was the first time he'd smiled that way when thinking about his older brother as an adult. As a side note, at least he understood why he was so defensive of his brother. You know. I have no idea who the mother of the man who was once my nephew was or what happened to her. I've always wanted to hear that story. However, I'll jump to conclusions here. Dante extended one of his hands forward toward the Leviathan and then opened his palm as he finished his prayer. Sister-in-law. Do your best and bring my delinquent older brother to light. Take those 5. The Demon Queen nodded affirmatively at the half-breed's comment with joy and then clapped her hands with him before turning her body in the style of a magical girl. A moment later, a dull sound was heard. When everyone turned their heads to look at its source, they noticed that Sona had fallen to the ground and was unconscious. She was most likely unable to bear the shock of all this any longer. Little sister, what's wrong with you? Serafal said anxiously after approaching her sister and grabbing her in an attempt to wake her up while Tsubaki was giving her air. A few minutes later. As Serafal continued trying to get Sona to react and with no more questions or a source to answer them at the moment, the group of young people and leaders dispersed and started various conversations among themselves. Rainer chatted a bit with Azazel about her new job, Akeno asked Trish for some advice on how to better use the power of lightning. Issei, Zenobia, Irina, and Asia talked with Michael about the heaven system. Afterwards, the faction leaders conferred among themselves. The red-haired Demon King said that Kateria's matter was his responsibility. Azazel apologized for Vali. Serafal couldn't wake Sona, so she took her home using a magic circle to continue caring for her among other things. A little later, Trish said goodbye to Dante and returned through an arcane circle to heaven with the leader of the angels, leaving Irina and Zenobia in shock again. Before long, the other faction leaders also left, leaving only Grafia and Sursich. And speaking of that Demon King's younger sister, she approached our hero and handed him the locket she had given him at the beginning of the meeting. This is yours, please take it. Oh, did you open it? Dante took the object and put it in a pocket in his trench coat, nervously rubbing the back of his neck with his other hand. After all, he could understand if Riaz was upset for a while after learning how many things he had hidden from her, but he didn't worry about anything. What do you think about what you heard a while ago? Don't worry. No one would have believed such a thing. I'm actually surprised you're actually an old man. The white-haired man narrowed his eyes in annoyance and at the same time felt a little embarrassed by that sarcastic comment. Riaz continued, after laughing a little at his reaction. It's surprising you have such a past, but that's your past, not your present. You're the Dante from countless generations ago who saved the world, but you're also the Dante who lives in Japan and has a family. The Dante who infuriates me and who brightens my day in strange ways. I'm not a child, I know you don't have to tell me everything. For now, I just want you to know that if you need support or anything to talk about in the future, you can always count on me. But that, which left our hero quite thoughtful, Riaz smiled warmly and hugged him for a moment until she was interrupted by an inappropriate older brother. Dante. Hearing this, the young men separated when the Demon King was only a dozen steps away. Incidentally, Sursich had already stopped recording since Virgil unleashed that aura storm. Once near them, the Redeed asked with the enthusiasm of a Comic-Con fanboy. Would you take a picture with me? While taking out a camera to take pictures. Ani-sama. I have a bad feeling about all this. For the umpteenth time that day, the Redeed and her housemaid, who said that last bit in a whisper, were embarrassed by this Demon King's behavior. Of course Ursich. He smiled. Ignoring the reaction of the ladies accompanying them, the half-breed nodded affirmatively and then stood next to the Crimson Satan. Click, who immediately captured the moment with his camera by taking 2 photographs where they were smiling and holding each other's shoulders like friends. That done, when they separated, the Redeed said again. Hey Dante. Before I go, do you think you can show me Alistair up close? Sure, but be careful, don't touch it. Just let me grab it. Understood. Alistair. Said sword was summoned in an instant, being held from its hilt by our hero after its manifestation, which on this occasion did not cause stormy weather, since the Sparta was not extracting Alistair's power for itself. Spin sizzle, however, the next moment the sword unexpectedly seemed to take on a life of its own as it left the hunter's hands and then spun 360 degrees in the air as it levitated while releasing small rays from its blade and then headed on its own to our hero's chest and impale him. Oh come on Alistair, you're mature. I don't think you have much right to say that. Everyone's eyes were confused after seeing that. Incidentally, despite not knowing exactly what was happening, Riaz thought about that last thing. The next moment, Dante began to manually remove the sword embedded in his chest, with a little blood splattering here and there. Despite the gruesome scene, it seems everyone was already getting used to seeing our hero being pierced by weapons, as their reaction to it was no longer surprising. Once he finished removing the sword from his body, he showed it to the Demon King, who couldn't help but inquire with intrigue as follows. Why did he do that? Ah. That's her way of greeting me. This devil arm also has a life of its own, but unlike an eye and Rudra, it doesn't talk. It just keeps doing that all the time. Ironically, it's less annoying than listening to those 2 talking heads. His nonchalant comment brought nervous beads of sweat to the necks of almost everyone who managed to hear it. He seemed to have very different ideas than normal people about what they consider annoying. Be that as it may, Ursich wasn't without enthusiasm. He took a picture of the sword and a few seconds later, Dante summoned it. That done, Graphia and the Demon King said goodbye, but not before the latter told Sparta with a smile that he would soon go to the underworld so he could tell him the rest of his stories. The next day at the Occult Club, CIO, in the afternoon. From now on I will be an official advisor to the Occult Research Club. Before the sunset, at a certain point when everyone arrived at the CIO to carry out the various activities they had planned or to just hang out in Dante's case, they were surprised to find Azazel sitting in the chair behind Ria's desk. He said the above after seeing everyone's questioning faces. Sona and Tsubaki had also arrived shortly after. What does this mean? Riaz didn't seem to agree with what the leader of the Grigori said. I asked Ursich and he told me to talk to Seraphile's younger sister to arrange my new job. He threatened me, saying my sister would come in his place if I didn't agree. No. Forget what I said. He made a very sincere request. Although she hid it behind a serious attitude when it came to her glasses, Sona seemed truly uncomfortable at the thought of having Seraphile at school. Riaz smiled bitterly as she opened her mouth again. So you basically sold us out. I think it would be better if I went and left you with your new teacher. The Citri ignored her best friend and began walking with Tsubaki towards the club's exit while trying to get rid of the Grimory's anger, but before leaving, she received a sarcastic question from our hero, who was lying on one of the armchairs while eating a slice of pizza. Sona, how is my sister-in-law? Hearing this, Sona's face turned blue as if she had lost oxygen, and then she began to stagger, so Tsubaki had to support her in order to retreat while they heard a small laugh from Riaz in the distance. Hey, how come your left arm is back? Ah, this. At the Red Dragon's curious question, the fallen angel pointed to his left arm. It's something I made when I was researching sacred gears, it's a multi-purpose arm. With that, his arm turned into a saw and various other weapons. It even shot out like a rocket and returned to its original position on the metal stump that the Black Angel had assembled on what remained of his original arm. All of this happened while the voice of a woman of probable African American origin appeared in his head. Old man, your arm is trash. Why don't you just stop being cheap and buy me one of my babies? I'll give you a special price. Hearing such a voice in his head, for some reason Azazel clicked his tongue in disgust while thinking, I won't be outdone by you. Now you're some kind of cyber crow. What should I call you? Maybe Mega Azazel X? Having expressed his sarcasm, our hero laughed a little along with the rest of his friends who couldn't help but imagine the Black Angel as some kind of strange cyborg. In any case. Ignoring that comment that managed to offend him a little, the Black Angel returned to the main topic. In order to stay in this academy, I had to accept a request from Sursich, so I have to help properly develop the abilities of his sacred gears. The Black Angel stood up from his chair and pointed at the holy weapon users in the room. In short, the boosted gear, the sword birth, forbidden Baylor view and he scratched his head. Dante, what was yours called? According to the information that came to my head when I woke him up, it's called Royal Guard. But I also like to call it Diabolic Nirvana or Tiger's Revenge. Royal Guard. Like the martial art invented by Sakayamuni. The one that rivals Shotokan and Satsui no Heido and is practiced only by a few Buddhas. What capabilities does it have? The Black Angel entered his scientist mode, where he was filled with curiosity, as a twitch appeared on his eyelid due to the hunger for knowledge he felt regarding a new sacred gear. If he could have, he would have put Dante in a research lab. Well, I don't know if it's exactly the Royal Guard you've heard of, but if you know that martial art, I don't think it'll be too difficult for you to imagine what it does. You've got to be kidding. Almost as if he couldn't believe what the Sparta had revealed to him between the lines, Azazel said in a whisper what he imagined the capabilities he knew of the Royal Guard. The boys couldn't understand what they were talking about, so they soon put on confused faces, which brought Azazel back to reality later. He would try to get more information out of the white-haired man. Back to what I was trying to say. As your new teacher, I will use all the data from my research and lead you all in a different direction. From now on, you will call me Azazel-sensei. Oh no. I won't call you that. What are you going to be able to teach me? How to bet correctly in casinos or which whiskey hits harder? Hehehe. Hearing this, the Sparta made the young people giggle again, as they could only imagine the Black Angel as a bad influence at that moment. Dante, help me a little here. Azazel whispered, rubbing his head tiredly. After a few seconds, as he waited angrily for them to finish laughing, he regained his composure and walked over to a window, deciding his presentation was over for today. Anyway, that's all for today. It was a pleasure. Wait, I haven't agreed to this yet. Oh, that's right. Sursich left you a message. Smiling playfully for some reason, he stated with a bit of mischief in his voice. In the battle against Vali, he realized the importance of family and contact with women for the Sekiraiate, so I will repeat his words. In the name of the Demon King Sursich Lucifer, I order Zenobia to live in the House of the Red Dragon. As. In unison, Issei and Asia asked in bewilderment at the command that Zenobia didn't seem to mind. Oh. And there's another matter too. Before continuing speaking as he knows how, the Black Angel heard a voice from a memory in his head, which said the following. Jealousy seems to increase my sister's strength, and perhaps this will also benefit her queen, so make them live together. Ha. And then tell Dante to come see me soon. I want him to tell me all his stories, and at the same time I will take him to see the underworld. Sursich also said that Akeno Himejima, Ria's queen, must live in Sparta's son's house from now on. That. Dante and Riaz also couldn't help but express their surprise in their own way when he heard that. Dante even choked a little on his slice of pizza. On the other hand, Queen Riaz was smiling a lot. But you, I will take good care of Dante-san. Akeno. Seeing them exchange lightning flashes of glances, Dante thought the following with concern. There are no more guest rooms. If we share my room, one of them will kill me. As if you really didn't want it. Well, I can't deny that I didn't enjoy it when they stayed over that day, but the bed is too small. One day later. When Akeno arrived at Dante's house with her bags, she quickly wrapped our hero in a hug, which left her sister furious as she watched them from the kitchen. She quickly warned the new teenager and her brother that she would be watching them before going up to their room with annoyingly puffy cheeks. The half-breed's adoptive parents were convinced by being told that Akeno was new in town, something that wouldn't have worked at all if they hadn't been more lenient thanks to the enchantment created by Riaz, so they thought it wouldn't be bad to add another woman to turn Dante into a good man, thus stopping him from being a lazy bum. From the top of the stairs, Rainer and Riaz watched a half-blood wrapped in the Himejima's embrace, and they couldn't help but feel jealous. They could barely tolerate each other, so they couldn't imagine how they would coexist with a third woman in this house. Oof. A minute after taking a deep breath, they both sighed as they finally managed to calm down. Well, what can we do? It's my Ani-sama's and Azazel's orders. He's not just anyone, call him Azazel-sama. Gosh. Whatever. Tolerating each other as best they could, they said those words to each other when they resigned themselves to the orders of their superiors. A little while later, when Akeno finally stopped hugging the Sparta, Riaz seemed to have a revelation. I've decided. I'm going to ask my Ani-sama to renovate the house. Yes, we'll expand this home and make it more comfortable. You'll see. At first a half-blood was surprised by what the Grimoire had said, however, it didn't take long for him to start thinking about the renovation possibilities she could suggest. I could put in a strawberry ice cream machine, a pizza oven and a few barrels of tomato juice. I wish they were whiskey or beer. Yes, that sounds good, before they're remodeled, I'll tell Rias. I think it's a good idea. Dante, I haven't said this before, but your diet is terrible. If it weren't for your healing factor, you'd be sick by now. Don't judge me. I've been a long time without trying those delicacies. And I plan to make the most of it. Well, at least I'll admit that some of your thoughts are quite humble. Hahaha. And the next day. So Sparta truly existed and even had children who have returned. What would be the consequences of his influence on this world? And how will the celestial dragons be affected by them? Dante only desires to live as a human, girls, and the thrill of the hunt, while his friend the Red Dragon is only interested in women. On the other hand, his brother Virgil seeks power, just like the White Dragon who accompanies him. They all have simple and pure desires. The Grigori leader reflected on the events he experienced a few days ago from the roof of one of the academy buildings as he watched the members of the occult club enter the school accompanied by Dante. The world, despite not having God, continues to turn. Azazel said, smiling and taking a cigar from his suit pocket. He opened his mouth again as he took a drag on the cigar, his expression more serious as he thought about the different organizations he knew that were part of the Chaos Brigade. But how long can we keep it spinning? Chapter 18 Mission 18 Summer Vacation. The drunkenness and the meeting. Before the academy vacation began, Graphia, at the request of the Crimson Satan, had given another ticket for magical transportation, the same one he received on the day of Rhea's engagement party, to Sparta's son, so that he could visit him in the underworld and thus be able to tell him more of his adventures, with the intention of updating the book that fascinated him so much as a child. Days after the peace treaty was concluded, Dante made use of that transportation ticket and then, out of the blue, he arrived in the underworld at night just outside the main gate of a luxurious castle. He did the most sensible thing he could think of and knocked on the door, which was opened by some servants who invited him in after they learned his identity. He wandered through opulent hallways until he met Sursich, who greeted him with a smile and a cordial greeting before directing him to an ostentatious guest room. Elegant armchairs, rugs, Ultra HD televisions chandeliers, a small bar with a counter. The place had everything for maximum comfort. Naturally, what Sparta liked most of all was the bar and the abundant variety of intoxicating drinks it offered. He was indifferent to the rest of the luxuries. At the mongrel's request, they soon sat down on the bar's cushioned stools and began chatting while a generic-looking bartender served them beer. As a side note, Lucifer drank normal-strength beers, except for Sparta, who was consuming extra-strong Asgard beer so that his liver healing factor wouldn't prevent him from getting drunk tonight, something he'd been wanting to do with some good drinks for a while. At the beginning of the conversation, Rhea's brother told our hero that he had already created the information protection spell, with the approval of the other demon kings, who were baffled and extremely curious by its existence and what it entailed. He had also used the mass media to reveal that the tale was true, omitting certain details, such as the fact that Mundus was a god of hell, or that his brother was also alive. In short, the story told how Dante had returned from one of the sealed floors of the biblical hell. Floors that were supposedly other areas of the underworld that were believed to be a myth. The hunter had become trapped in one of those floors in his fight against Argosax, and after a long time trapped there, he managed to escape by breaking the seal of the dimension he was in. In the previous tale, it was related that the hero of the red trench coat had disappeared from the world after his fight with that demon, but not much was specified, and Sursich continued telling the Sparta all of this, but Dante wasn't interested in how the story would be taken by the civilization of hell, or anything else related to the current devilish society. He had come to have a good time with a devil that he could very well consider a friend, and to drink, mainly to drink. His new life hadn't given him many opportunities to do that hobby that he was good at. About 2 hours passed, during which our hero told the Demon King a lot of his adventures, who would use that information, recorded in his head, to later update the tale. Did you climb on a bazooka rocket and use it as a surfboard? That's nothing, I also use motorcycles as if they were swords. Sounds like a good use for a motorcycle. Hahaha. And it's also true that you were eaten by a, what did you say it was called? A leviathan. It's the same name as one of the founding demon kings or the dragon from the biblical myth. It seems they only have the name as something common, but they are not the same. In that story it is said that it was like a kind of flying whale that surrounded the tower, and more or less that's what it was. But that thing was an old jumbo-sized demon. And yes, the son of a bitch ate me. I had to make my way through his insides until I cut out his heart. I suppose that living through something like that must be like the movie Pinocchio and Geppetto, but with a lot more blood. Hahaha. Cheers to that. Health. Flash of jars. Sip sip. It's worth noting that throughout the entire conversation, they kept taking sips from their beer mugs. Or banging them together and then drinking. And what was Mundus like? It had two forms. One was a kind of living statue that resembled a giant angel, without a halo and with 3 eyes. And the other was forget it. Its other form is too complicated to describe. I don't know if it was a living spaghetti with arms or living arms wrapped in spaghetti. What? Forget it. There's no way I can describe that. I understand. Okay, so how was the fight? How powerful was he? It was a pretty close fight, but even though I kicked his ass pretty good, he's the only son of a bitch I couldn't defeat. I had to seal him at that time. I still didn't have the strength to overcome him. We fought in a strange dimension I had created. There we used massive techniques and powers that could have destroyed 2/3 of the world. Or maybe more, I'm not sure. Ooh. That's on the level of a divine king and a super demon. Super demonio? Re divino. They are classifications used to measure the strength of gods and demons. A divine king is a deity who has the power to destroy the world like Mundus, while a super demon are the devils who have surpassed the basic strength required to be a demon king, some of them being able to face or surpass divine kings. In the past, there were more super demons in hell, but currently there are only 3. I am one of them. That's an interesting ranking. And if that's the case, I guess I'm the current 4th super demon. Oh, something told me you're stronger than you look. Cheers to that. Health. Blinks jars. Sip sip. The conversation continued as the jars emptied, while Lucifer grew increasingly enthusiastic. Incidentally, on some occasions, Sparta would draw the Demon King beautifully with some pencils and paper he found, thus explaining in more detail the enemies he faced. His drawing lessons had been of some use after all. So you have a son who's a fan of mine and likes guns. Smiled. That's right. His name is Milikas, he's 13 years old. He loves stories. I'd like to introduce him to you, but he's already asleep. And you already know how to use the power of destruction. Quite a bit. He's even more skilled than Ria's at that age. I see. Well, if you want, I could teach him how to use firearms. Oh. I'd love to. But he's still too young, it would be dangerous. He doesn't have to start using the most lethal ones. They could make him some basic training pistols, with low power. I would teach him the basics safely and with someone you trust supervising us. I started using them a year after his age. I have to say it's the only art I'd want to teach someone, and if your son is a fan, why not? Eso no suena mal vale, lo hablar con mi esposa si Milikas estar seguro, tal vez acept. Sup. After a while. The alcohol took its toll on their bodies as their faces turned red as their words began to be slurred, with occasional hiccups coming out. Ishes that you had a place for your kargosh of casher demonish. Look, I'll make you a drawing. It looked mash or minish like this. It took Dante a few minutes to draw a few designs of his old place on some papers. Once done, he spoke again. The mab had that building, I like it sin Shiloh, hic hey, this beer isn't bad. Although I wish there was a tomato one as strong hic. Ibio, semper vivis deformis and silla pesha tu inens poter, esho tampacho estimal, hic creo que es genial. Vershai is. Hic I like you. Hiccup. Sip. Why to am I? Hip shimos amigos. Hip. I hit the jar again with the white-haired guy. Claro. Hic cheers. Health. Blinks jars. Sip. After another 4 liters their bodies could barely stay balanced on the stools. And Tofferdo Casvo, it's no longer a storybook, it's a true story of adventures. Don't worry, that book can't be taken out of the underworld. It has a strong seal from the 4 mashes. Hic. Shy like Shay, it doesn't matter hic. Both of them were already seeing blurry at this point, so Dante decided to end the meeting, thinking about possible dangers. Well, it's time for me to go. Your wife won't come and kill us for seeing you like this hic. I don't know why, but bad things always happen when I drink. Hic. It's fine before, we'll talk later then. By the way, can I introduce you to the underworld at an event that's happening soon hic. Claro, nuum forte cheers. Hip. Tocta taro sorbo. A moment later Dante had apparently summoned someone, because. What's going on here? Are you drunk? The door opened and then Graphia suddenly appeared, sensing the alcohol those two were exuding from miles away. She looked quite angry. Take this Dante and run. But that said, in a hurry, Sursich handed Sparta a piece of paper with a magic transportation circle on it as quickly as he could. Runs. Okay. Edgurga has broken here, so let's go to the Virga. With that, the Sparta took the paper with the magic circle, left the jar, and disappeared from the Crimson Satan's house as quickly as he could. Let's just say things didn't go so well for the Demon King that night. And so that conversation ended. Although that wasn't all they talked about, they also chatted about other things, like the entertainment that could be found in hell. Like mixed baths, or casinos, or exotic dancing, or brothels, or more bars, or drinks. I think you got the idea of what kind of conversation it was, right? Once Dante used the arcane magic circle, he directed his path to the human world with his thoughts through the magic of that paper, appearing after using it in his room, which was the desired destination at that time, although he could have also appeared in the middle of a seedy bar v. Zzzzzzzzz. Zzzzzzzzz. Ihulgi Chiquita ship. When they appeared in his room, those were his first words after seeing Rainer and Ria sleeping in his bed. It seemed like they'd been waiting for him for a long time. Seconds later, they woke up and after rubbing their eyes tiredly, they noticed the lack of balance, the red face, and the alcoholic stench that the white-haired man had released, staggering in the middle of the room. "Dante? Are you drunk? Where were you?" Noticing his condition, they stated in an annoyed tone that our hero didn't seem to mind. "Estaba con mi nivo mayo surshich, bebiendo Augusto hip. You were with my Ani Sama. Yeah, it has some good drinks." Saying that to an incredulous Riaz, the Sparta approached the bed and lay down face down right in the middle of the two of them when he could no longer stand the vertigo. "Augustin girls, shim for Q fuerte las proteger. Ara brasham y durman zzzzzzzzzzzzz. At that moment, the Sparta fell asleep as his snores were heard all around. The still open-mouthed Gremory could hardly believe she'd found herself drinking liquor with her older brother. Seconds later, they both blushed as they remembered the last words he'd spoken to them before leaving for Morpheus. "What just happened? How did he end up in hell with your brother?" "I have no idea." Rainer asked him what had her most confused, although it's not as if she had expected an answer from the retreat next to her later. They would sleep in the guest room because they couldn't tolerate the terrible cantina smell that the half-breed brought with him. 1 week before summer vacation. Without our hero even realizing it, because he didn't care, the updated book of the Sparta family's adventures was becoming a bestseller in hell among devils of all ages. Unfortunately, no portion of the sales would reach the pockets of this protagonist, since the copyright was held by the demonic family Marbas, so he remained penniless, although he was also without debts for the moment. Despite the above, Sursich decided that our hero deserved at least a gift for his current achievements, so remembering the drunken conversation they had days ago, he gave a detailed message to Riaz, who would then partially transmit it to Dante. "My Ani Sama says that he has a payment for all the help you have given during this time." The Gremory knew more or less what it was about, but lied to him so as not to ruin the surprise. So at this moment, in a certain seedy alley not too far but not too close to Kuo Academy, the Sparta, dressed in his school uniform, stood in front of a small building with the rest of his friends. Male tears were streaming from his eyes as he continued to stare at that structure. "Why did my Oni-sama build a small building that looks like it won't be long before it collapses?" With a confused expression, the Redeed said the above as she focused her attention on the construction site. Her brother had told her he had given our hero a large building as payment for his contributions, which wasn't true. It's beautiful. My home has returned." "Was this your house? Did you call this home?" "Yes. It's almost identical to the place where I lived. I lived in a similar building for most of my past life. It was my home. This is too Sursich." Buok smiled. "Ani-sama said that if you had charged for your work to stop Riser and Kakabiel, you would have been able to pay something like that, but I don't think it's too much. In fact, this building is very small." A wry smile spread across Ria's face as she whispered that last bit to herself. She thought her brother had better payment than these remains, but judging by the Sparta's reaction, it seemed he genuinely liked the decaying structure, so she avoided ruining his mood. Everyone had their own tastes after all, even if they were strange. "Well, he's right. If only I'd gotten paid for killing Kakabiel, I'd have saved up to build it myself." "Official Secretary Rainer, this is your place. From now on, it'll be our place. Devil May Cry is back, baby." With great enthusiasm the mestizo exclaimed to the Black Angel in his Yuma form, who, a little confused by something she heard, asked. "I'm not Rere anymore. Or Magpie Woman. No, I always call my colleagues at the store by their names." "Now then," smiled, "let's go in." Hearing this, the black-haired girl smiled very happily, while Riaz seemed to get upset for a moment for some reason, maybe because he always called her by a nickname too, or maybe because now she could spend more time alone with Rainer women. After our hero's enthusiastic exclamation, they entered the small two-story building they had seen in front of them, whose construction seemed to be very old and whose pink neon sign, which seemed to have a bad fuse because it turned on and off all the time, announced the name of the business. Dante kicked open the large metal entrance door and after a metallic screech, he was finally able to take a look at the interiors of the construction site. Whistle with a delighted whistle, our hero looked around the interior. There was an antique wooden desk with an old telephone next to a wooden chair. A cheap fan hanging from the ceiling. A worn sofa in the corner. A jukebox. A pool table. A bathroom behind the desk. Worn stairs led to a second floor filled with bedrooms, etc. It was very similar to the business he had long ago, although obviously not the same. His drawings would never have been enough to bring him back completely. Issei also took a look at the place and stated with great hesitation after having accidentally broken in half an unstable wooden board that was hanging from one of the corners of the walls. But are you sure this place wasn't built poorly? It's falling apart. It wasn't just the red dragon who had a nervous trickle running down his forehead to his cheeks as he looked around the facility. So did everyone else. I don't know. Ani-sama said he built a building for Dante just like he described it. Did you really live like that your whole past life? Dante-san, you lived very humbly, yufufufu. Akeno, humility is one thing, but this. Ria still couldn't believe that someone could live in a building in such a state, while Akeno found the whole situation funny, which had Ria's bewildered. Yes, that's how I lived. Esparta took a deep breath as he happily inhaled the full essence of this building, and then continued. Well, even though from what I see this site still needs some adjustments. Adjustments? Oh, I see, you're going to fix it. Dante nodded affirmatively to Grimmery's prayer, but his deduction was wrong when he noticed how thoughtfully the half-breed looked at the surroundings. He was thinking, it still looks very refined. Maybe I should break some walls, scratch the floor, dirty it, and get rid of this new smell. Curious. It also seems that Sursich put more rooms than it had. Some time passed, and they finally finished exploring the facilities. Since Riaz finally knew the truth about the half-breed, she knew school wasn't something he was interested in, so she told him that if he wanted, she could improve his grades, and with that, he could focus more on his life's work, something that left Sparta very grateful. We will miss you at school. Yes, they will be needed. Sona will no longer have anyone to scold, yufufufu. Yes, I take those faces off, Rainer, and I will stop by to visit you from time to time. The members of the occult club were quick to express their grievances, but Dante reassured them by telling them that when they got bored of being here, they would come to the school to visit them, or to sleep, since the classes were a good incentive for a good sleep. Riaz couldn't help but sigh with disappointment when she thought about the lack of motivation for education that the mestizo had when she heard that last thing from him. Ring ring ring. Before the boys left, the phone rang. Confused by this since he didn't know the number of this place, Dante approached the desk to answer it, but before doing so, he found a message on the table that would end up solving his doubts. Hello Dante, the phone number is linked to the same cell phone number you provide on your cards. I hope you like the building. I tried to make it as similar to the drawing and the details you gave me, sincerely. Sursich PS. My wife found out, but don't worry. I usually receive her discipline frequently. Ring ring ring. The phone continued to ring. Seeing that Dante was distracted by the message, Rainer tried to answer it, but the Sparta would end up stopping her when he said with a wink in between. No, the first call is mine. With that, he sat down in the chair and in his classic style, picked up the phone and answered it after giving the desk a classy kick. Hello, Devil May Cry. No, this isn't a dry cleaner. What kind of dry cleaner would be called Devil May Cry? Hang up apparently, judging by the loud bang he made when he picked up the phone, the number was very wrong. What does the devil have to do with a place where you leave soft clean clothes? No way. Hahaha. The boys couldn't help but burst out laughing at that. Shortly after the boys left Dante and Rainer alone, who had already magically put on clothes more appropriate for the place where she was, the two of them would begin to arrive at their parents' house at night due to the attention of the new place and the new jobs that came out. They would lie to them, saying that they had been recruited in a technology company as young apprentices due to a high level of knowledge they possessed, and that once they finished university they would join the company. And rise, of course, their parents would not have believed our hero if Yuma did not support him. They almost fainted from the emotion because they thought their son was a hopeless lazy person. However, now they believed that he was actually a genius who was bored with classes due to the simplicity of the subjects. They also thought that the women he lived with had already changed him for the better, which was not true. But oh well, at least you could say that Dante with his own business is already an entrepreneur. A few days later, after the premises reopened, Dante woke up this morning to two surprises. To her right was Ria sleeping as always, covered by a blue sheet. To her left Rainer, partially covered with another sheet of a different color, but with a clear difference in her appearance as her black hair was now shorter, reaching only to her shoulders. That's weird, when did he cut that hair? Well, it doesn't look bad, huh? What's this movement? The other difference from his usual mornings was a strange sensation that suddenly appeared under his sheets. At that moment he felt as if someone was under his sheets. The sensation of a strange, naked body slowly ascending those sleeping cloths grew stronger until he decided to clear his doubts when he lifted the sheet, revealing with it a smiling Akeno under those cloths. I'm here now. She made a playful face as she exclaimed that just before revealing that she was completely naked. Tell me, Dante-san. But that said in a provocative tone, the Himejima completely removed the sheet and then leaned her body against Sparta's, kissing his neck a few times before moving her lips to one of his ears. Naturally, our hero didn't complain at all. "Do you like my body?" At the woman's provocative question, our hero smiled with great happiness and said accurately, "It's excellent. You know what? You make me happy. I want to get to know you better. Know me all you want." Given the confidence that Sparta showed towards her, Akeno blushed and felt embarrassed, but that didn't stop her from bringing her lips closer to his to give him a passionate kiss, however before that could happen. "Akeno. When did you get into the room? Someone had to ruin it." Rias had woken up. "Ifufufufu. I'm just giving my cute Dante-san morning caresses." The Himejima shamelessly stated as she sensually touched our hero's chest with her index finger, who was thinking of a certain possibility as he looked at all the women present here. "I wonder if I'll get a quartet." "Oh, come on. Don't put those images in your head, I see them too. Back to the conversation. Since when did you take over Dante? He's my ally." Rias sat on the bed and angrily faced a smiling Akeno, who soon put on a challenging look. "Even so, he's also a very good friend of mine. So I must treat him very well, yufufufu." She kept groping the half-breed's chest, which indicated to Rias that she wouldn't give in. Dante at that moment had his imagination working intensely. Oil, 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 oil. And a small pool of mud for the fight. "So a very good friend, huh? I see. You come with that stuff." With that, the Redeed narrowed her eyes and then started a pillow fight with Akeno, all while Dante watched them with a smile in between, while one of his arms was hugged by Rainer, who until now was still asleep. Rias and Akeno continued to complain as the pillow fight continued. "You always try to have my important things. What's wrong? You're jealous. Hey, 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 I'm not anyone's property. Elmidazo mi entras nuestro hero pensaba con molestia, la guerra de almodas continua y empeoró, pues justo después de carreras de guerra lo siguiente, la rojo una almoda imbuida con poder demoníaco es su amiga. I recently remodeled this house, I won't let you get away with it." Lightning Akeno destroyed Ria's demonic-powered pillow by using her lightning. And then, they did the same thing, but with pillows imbued with demonic power, her lightning. And with all the noise, Rainer ended up waking up. She looked at them from behind, annoyed. "Calm down." He told them something, but they didn't listen. "Hey, calm down. Calm down already, cats. Crazy girls, calm down, I told you." And she repeated it, but was ignored again, so she increased the intensity of her aura and took her own pillow, to which she also applied fire magic. And faced with such a difficult situation, our hero could no longer continue doing nothing. "Oh no. Not a damn thing. This time I won't get caught in the middle of your ridiculous battle." Snap. Thinking this, the Sparta snapped his fingers as he used his Quicksilver ability, slowing down time. That done, he got up, got out of bed and saw, while he was adjusting his underwear, how they seemed almost frozen in time, about to throw pillows at each other with intense magic. Then a naughty idea occurred to him. He removed all the pillows and then brought Ria's body closer to Akeno's and then pressed their lips together. He then placed Rainer close to them and then took her arms, which he then wrapped around the other two in a hug while pressing his lips to Ria's neck. "Hey." After doing this, he finally realized, to his confusion, that not only was the bed bigger, but so was the rest of the room. Its dimensions were now easily 6 times larger, and its interiors were decorated with expensive accessories and fixtures. Rias mentioned the remodeling a moment ago. I remember you said a few days ago that you'd do it, but when did you actually do it? Yesterday my room wasn't like this. Dante, the academy was rebuilt in a day with restoration magic. Don't be surprised by this. Oh. You're right. I wonder if the whole house has changed too. It's likely. By the way, if they find out you did that, they'll kill you. Nah, I don't think they remember that I have this ability, I hope so. With that, he took one last look at his mischief as he ended up leaning against one of the walls of the room. Oh yeah. Now that's a good view. Snap. And then as he snapped his fingers again, time returned to normal. Rias y Akeno princiar en una palabra ahogada al no poder producer una oración completa al encontrar sus labios unidos en un beso. La vergüenza las invadió al instante a la par que sus horas de batalla descendían cuando se preguntaron con desconcierto que había pasado. En que momento me moví. Y por que estaba besándola. Eso fue lo que pensaron ambas. On the other hand, Rainer. What's going on here? Why am I hugging them? Why did I kiss Ria's neck? When did I move? Just a moment ago I was behind Akeno. I think the above. Seconds later, the three of them looked at each other with bewildered expressions. They probably wouldn't have noticed what had happened if the mongrel's mouth hadn't been so loose. Princesses, that is an excellent way to say good morning. Hearing that sarcastic voice, the three of them turned their heads until they found its source in the half-breed leaning against the wall, who a second ago was lying between them. After a few seconds, Riaz, despite still blushing with embarrassment, began to have suspicion. She frowned and questioned him with annoyance when she realized that the only one capable of doing something like that would be him. "What did you do?" "Me? Nothing. You guys suddenly acted like this, I guess you wanted to settle your differences with hugs and kisses." "Sure." Riaz narrowed her eyes and thought deeply for a moment. "Wait a minute, on the day of the peace treaty, he defended us from Gasper's power. Ah. That's right. I know what you did. You can also manipulate time like Gasper." "Buck." Dante's eyes widened, not having expected to be discovered so easily. "Underestimate your memory." "As?" Rainer's eyes filled with annoyance as she realized, along with Riaz, what Sparta had done. "If you you're too naughty, Dante-san." Bekeno, on the other hand, was calm and smiling. She didn't seem entirely displeased with the idea of kissing another woman. "No. You're wrong. You're the ones who started." Dante didn't finish his sentence as he was interrupted by a small block of power of destruction that would leave him stuck to the wall for a moment. "No one will believe anything you say. That's your punishment." But that, the Redeed, who was still upset and embarrassed at the same time, got out of bed and started getting dressed. Seconds later, Rainer in her uniform approached Dante, who was still stuck to the wall, and looked him in the face with her annoyed eyes. "Lady?" Focusing so closely on Rainer, Dante began to sweat nervously as he noticed the change in the color of the Black Angel's eyes. She now had one violet eye and the other light brown, which, combined with her short hair, managed to remind him of a certain friend from his past. And then, that memory gave way to another unpleasant one when he noticed her furious gaze. "Lady, no. Lady, stop. Please don't use the bazooka." "1. Lady? I'm no lady, whatever. You deserve this too." Gravity crush. Shine. When Rainer's eyes shone, the white-haired boy's body fell as he suddenly found himself extremely heavy, at the same time that there seemed to be a small, almost invisible and strange barrier around the Sparta that seemed to exert a kind of downward force. The other two girls noticed that and were surprised because it seemed to be some kind of strange magic that was managing to keep our hero on the ground while the ground around him was cracking. About 2 breaths later, Rainer's eyes stopped shining and then the half-breed felt light again. "Humph." Outraged, Rainer turned around and began to dress near the other two. Ria's curiosity got the better of her, so she asked for information when she was close to her, not without first thinking the following, as she continued focusing on the Sparta out of the corner of her eye. Curious, Dante mentioned a lady that involved a bazooka. "Oh yeah. That dream. It must have been one of the women from his past life, so that was true. He was shot with a bazooka in bed. Hahaha. He deserves it for being too smart." "Rainer, what did you do?" "Ah. That. It's an ability of my new sacred armament. Azazel-sama placed an artificial sacred gear on me." "Oh. And that's why your iris is a different color too?" "Yes. Since it's a copy of another original sacred gear, it hasn't been perfected yet. So my eyes didn't adapt perfectly to the sacred armament." The Himejima and the Gremory curiously observed the heterochromia of the Black Angel, who continued speaking with enthusiasm and anger. "I wanted to become stronger to support everyone." Smiled, and Dante, even though he's so unbearable sometimes. Bekeno and Ria smiled sincerely as they understood his determination. "That sounds great, but what does it do?" "It allows me to increase or decrease the gravity of whatever my eyes focus on, and I can also manipulate the gravity of certain objects I observe. Like my light lances." "Great. Will it last forever?" "In theory yes, but since it's a prototype I'll have to go to Grigori in a few months for another analysis and adjustments." Does he have balance breaker too?" "Not at the moment. As I was saying, it's imperfect. But it's already a help." At the end of their little chat, Riaz and Akeno smiled at him when they were happy for the effort the Black Angel had made, and then they forgot about the fight they had had between them. When they finished dressing, they walked out the door without saying a word to the white-haired man who was still lying pitifully face down on the floor. Ugh. When they left, Dante let out a gasp of pain as he finally managed to stand. "I told you, buddy. And I think you deserve it. And don't even tell me, I don't know if it's better or worse to have 3 women in this house shit. For a moment I thought I'd get bazookaed again. The good thing is that Rainer's face doesn't look like Lady's artificial sacred gear. Everything will be fine as long as you never get a bazooka." He thought and prayed to fate while scratching his head. Then he got dressed and went down to the first floor to have breakfast with the others, where Riaz along with her parents would explain the changes made to the home. Now the house had 6 upper floors and 3 underground floors plus an elevator. Dante's mother said that the Grimmery's father was in the construction business and had remodeled the house while they were sleeping. They either believed this tremendous bullshit or used magic to convince them. That's what Dante thought. On the other hand, his parents thought that surely their son was already engaged to Ria's because no one would give them something like that so easily, so they cried tears of joy, thinking that he would have a future outside of that home. The conversation continued, and it wasn't very different from what they already know until Dante remembered 3 things he had suggested to the Redeed about the remodeling. When he remembered them, he ran through the house until he found them in the kitchen. There was now a giant oven to make more than one pizza, along with a large amount of ingredients to make the same in the cupboard, plus a machine to make ice cream of all kinds. Finally, upon arriving at the cellar, he found a vast amount of barrels of tomato juice, making his eyes shine with happiness. Rias, Rainer, and Akeno were following him, and noticing his enthusiasm for those things, could not help but express their joy for him. Later that same day, Dante and Rainer met up with their friends at the Occult Research Club when they went to visit them before nightfall. Soon the Sparta lay down on a couch and then ate a slice of freshly cooked pizza, but not before taking a look at everyone present. Gasper was playing with his PSP, Issei was talking to Asia, Zenobia and Kiba were reading a book. Everyone seemed relaxed, except for Kaneko, who for some reason seemed quite uncomfortable. Minutes after the arrival of the DMC members, Rias along with Akeno also arrived at the club room, and after taking a seat, Rias told her entourage that they would be going on vacation to the underworld this summer and that they would leave tomorrow. "And would you like to join us? What do you say?" She also invited Dante and the Black Angel when she had the chance. Rainer, how many jobs did we have this week with the store already open? Just 3 Dante, just 3. Sospiro Rainer Igacho la cabeza apanatomy entras que Dante sospiro con frustración por el estado en el que se encontraba su negocio. Hahaha. And the others laughed a little at the sorry state of his business, which didn't improve Dante's spirits until he soon didn't care when he finished eating the pizza and nonchalantly exclaimed the following. "If so, let the regular customers know we'll be on vacation for a while. Are you in too?" Yes. Rainer nodded affirmatively with a bit of nervousness because she had never been to the area of the underworld belonging to the demons, which since the peace treaty had opened its doors to the other species. "Well, Lady Butchu, it seems we'll be going too. I've never had a vacation in hell. I hope it's worth it." "Excellent." The Grimmery was happy to hear that our hero would be going on the trip. "Your brother had already invited me previously, so I'll visit him again." Ria's face unexpectedly filled with embarrassment when she remembered the last time Dante visited her brother. What did the Demon King plan to do to him? Afterwards, they continued talking for a while about the things they had to fix before going to hell, until. "Hey Azazel, when are you going to tell them you're here?" Dante, who had been lying down to continue devouring pizza while he had his eyes closed while listening to the others' conversation, suddenly said the above without even opening his eyes. "Hey." Upon hearing the Sparta, everyone was bewildered. They looked around until they found the Grigori leader sitting in the chair behind Ria's desk. They never knew when he had arrived at the CIO facilities. "Azazel-sensei? Azazel-sama?" Issei and Rainer inquired with great confusion upon seeing him. "Oh, as I expected from the son of Sparta, I couldn't hide from you," Azazel stated jovially as he was watched by the others. Dante was quick to respond while smiling playfully. "Years of experience, son. Now it turns out you're older. When did you arrive?" The Black Angel's ironic comment was stopped by a bewildered Rias, who, when she came out of shock, had to ask for an explanation. "If you haven't picked up on my moves yet, you need to practice. I've been listening to you for a while. I came to tell you that I'll be with you too and that we'll have training sessions." When the confused faces continued to appear on the young people's expressions, the Black Angel explained to them again. "Yes, everyone needs to improve their skills. It's what I promised Sursich, that I would help them improve. Dante, you should also take advantage of this opportunity and train so you regain your true strength more quickly." I don't know. I want to have fun, so maybe I'll train, or maybe not." "Ook. Are you aware that you might face your brother again?" "Mia, no matter what happens I always kick his ass, so let's just let things happen." The Grigori leader and the rest felt a nervous tinge on their temples upon hearing such a careless statement. They couldn't tell if he was lying, being sarcastic, or just completely crazy. Later, Azazel would end up telling them what plans he had made for this vacation. The next day. After a night out, everyone gathered in the morning at a train station in the city. They were already prepared for a long journey, carrying large suitcases, except for our protagonist, who was dressed only in his classic clothes and nothing else. And that's why the Grimmery couldn't help but ask the following. "Really? Are you just going to wear those clothes again? You know, we're not just training, we're also going to important meetings. Don't you have anything formal to wear?" "Lady Butchu, this is my formal attire." If it gets dirty, I'll just magically change into another outfit. Hearing this, Riaz began to imagine future shame. Besides, Sursich said it was fine if I only saw this at that meeting. And in turn he began to think that Dante would be a very bad influence on his brother. Anyway, aside from my clothes, this is all I need. So I don't need any suitcases. In the middle of his prayer he summoned a bag of chips which he immediately opened to eat. By the way, why are we going to take the train to hell? I mean, that sounds great, after all it's a great AC/DC song, but I thought we'd use paper magic circles like that time I came to your party to make it better. If you use that form of travel more than once without having gone through the normal route to the underworld, you will be arrested. The Redeed said with a seriousness that our hero didn't seem to mind when he remembered. Oh? Well, I think your brothers made an exception for me because he told me to use them without any problem. What the hell is my Oni-sama doing? Has he corrupted him so soon? Whatever the case, this will be interesting to see. The other floors of the demon world were only accessible by opening a portal with strange artifacts. Never by train. Damn, hell has been updated too much. When they asked curiously, Dante explained to them a little about how a devil could go to or come from hell in his time as they followed Riaz to an elevator near the train station. From that elevator they then went down to a secret floor that appeared when using a special card which Gremory had with her on an elevator mechanism. And upon exiting the elevator, that secret floor was a kind of strange cave with some lamps and a train track in the middle of that cavern. Chuku shortly after, a devilish railroad owned by the Gremory family would appear. On the train. After entering and seeing the luxuries that the Gremory train had, Riaz started a small conversation and then went to the front of the train by herself for some reason. Most of the others stayed playing cards in a certain area of the railway, except for Kaneko who seemed to want to be alone, and Gasper who was in his cardboard box playing with his mini console. After playing cards for a while, our hero wanted to spend some time alone, admiring the strange landscape of hell that appeared outside the windows while reading a random magazine in a certain part of the train. Zzz. A short time later, as he was falling asleep on the couch, someone sat on his lap. You know, it's pretty lonely around here. Do you think it's a problem if there's any close contact? It was Akeno who said those provocative words with her lips inches from one of his ears. I like the sound of close contact. With a mischievous smile, Dante exclaimed lasciviously as Akeno took one of his hands and slowly guided it inside her skirt, passing over her thighs. Dante felt the softness of her skin. It seemed like there would be a note today when his fingers were millimeters away from her panties, however. Akeno. The close contact you're having with Dante is too much. Fate spat in his face when Riaz suddenly and wildly appeared from one moment to the next in that area of the train. Gulp, she enunciated angrily as a dangerous aura enveloped her. An aura that made our hero gulp nervously for a moment. Moments later, the white-haired man tried to remove his hand from the Himejima's skirt, but she brought his hand to her mouth and then sucked his finger erotically. At that moment, Dante didn't know whether to fear for his life or enjoy the moment. Once she sucked our hero's index finger, the black-haired girl looked at the Gremory with challenging eyes and a smile in between. You know Riaz. Stealing Dante-sen, it turns me on. Gulp. Although the half-blood smiled happily upon hearing that, he couldn't help but swallow a little more saliva upon seeing Riaz's dangerous aura grow. Akenu. How dare you? Princess Riaz, communication with your servants is fine, but perhaps an example of procedure would be good, don't you think? Unexpectedly, the redeed was interrupted when a rather old man appeared from behind her position and then stood beside her. He looked like a train conductor with a white beard. I am sorry. The ho-ho, I've lived a long life to see the little princess concerned about the issue of men and women. Hearing this, Ria's face turned as red as her hair. It seemed she knew that old man quite well. Geppetto, I must correct you. I'm not one of his servants, I'm just a good friend with benefits, I suppose. And an ally to his family. Dante, please have more rest. Oh, this is unexpected. I had been informed of the matter, but I didn't think you would be coming by train. Nice to meet you, Mr. Dante Sparta. The Gremory's annoyed cry was interrupted again by the old man, who, upon receiving a full view of the Sparta, seemed to recognize him. He greeted him while taking off his hat and bowing his head, something the half-breed didn't like. Too much formality, Geppetto, that greeting was enough, and just call me Dante, please. Huh? You already know him. Dante, please don't be stupid with him. The ho-ho, alright. Understood, Dante. The Gremory was confused, unaware that the information about the half-breed had already spread throughout her family and the underworld. She then tried to get the Sparta to be polite to the old man beside her, but he didn't seem to care and continued talking. But my name is not Geppetto, my name is Ronaldo, and I am the private driver of the Gremory family. Nice to meet you, smiled. By the way, I already introduced myself with the rest of your entourage, Princess Riaz. Knowing that her plans had already been ruined, Akeno returned to her seat after Ronaldo introduced himself, leaving the three alone. She seemed quite disappointed at being interrupted. "Ah, it's just that you look a little like anyway, same to Ronaldo." With that, the mestizo stood up and extended his hand to Ronaldo, who accepted the greeting. Then, as our hero sat back down, Ronaldo unexpectedly appeared, a pen and a book magically displayed. "This it makes me a little sad." With that, while nervously scratching the back of his neck with one hand, the old man handed the pen to Sparta and then opened the book. "But could you sign this book for me? It's the newest update. It would be an honor to have your signature. As a child, I was a huge fan of all these stories that now turn out to be true." Smiled. "Hey? I didn't think this would happen when I got drunk with Sursich. I hope it doesn't happen again. I'm not a big fan of fame. I hope when I get off this thing there won't be a line of fanboys and fangirls wanting more autographs." A drop of sweat slid down Sparta's cheek when he thought that, while Riaz remained confused and a little embarrassed by all of this. "Well, why not?" The white-haired man took the pen and wrote Dante in his own handwriting on one of the pages of the book. "There you go, but I don't have a signature, I just write my name, I hope that's enough." He handed the pen back to him and then Ronaldo smiled brightly. "The ho-ho, of course that's enough. Thank you very much." With that done, the driver vanished his book and pen and then took out a strange machine that captured the image of the half-breed while he made strange sounds. "What's that?" "It's just a machine used to verify your identity. Not that I'm doubting it, but I must follow the procedure. In your case, it's recognizing the ally seal on your body and your face. Once registered, the data is transmitted to the underworld." "Oh, okay." When the registration was over, Ronaldo politely said his goodbyes and then went to Azazel and performed the same procedure. Meanwhile, the half-blood, along with Riaz, who seemed to have forgotten about Akeno, went to the other kids who were playing cards. Zzzzzzzzz. It didn't take long for Dante to get bored playing cards after losing who knows how many times, so he fell asleep while the others continued playing. A short time later, the train passed through what appeared to be another dimensional hole, and then a large number of diverse landscapes began to be observed. The purple sky, strange cities, mountains, trees, rivers. Riaz explained to her entourage that all these places were part of the Gremory territory, which was a third of the size of Japan. "Hey Dante, look." "Dante?" "Zzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. Look." "Zzz huh? Oh yeah, trees, houses and rivers, there are already those where I live. Zzzzzzzzzzzzzzz." They all opened the window to peer in, trying to wake Dante. He opened his eyes for a moment, staring at the landscape without interest, only to fall back asleep. He didn't mind at all. It was basically like the human world, but in his own way. The Gremory group was a little surprised by her lack of interest, but they soon forgot about that when the CIO president appeared a map of the region that belonged to her family and then began to assign them parts of her territory. Unfortunately, since Rainer and Dante did not belong to her entourage, they did not get portions of land that Dante might have used to sell and pay for something that Trish would end up rubbing in his face in the future. A few minutes later, the train arrived at its destination, which was the main residential area of the Gremory family. And after another while in which opulent receptions were made for Riaz and her companions, they were finally found by Grafia, who took them in a carriage to the main residence, the Gremory castle. Now there, they woke the half-breed for the second time that day to set off towards the interior of the castle. The long red carpet and a large number of servants were the first things they saw when they passed through the main entrance hallway, until Riaz ni Sama. They met halfway, a boy we all know well. Once he said that, the little red-haired boy ran up to Riaz and hugged her. She reciprocated the gesture and then stroked his hair. "Milikas, you've grown quite a bit since last time. But do you know him?" "Yes, Issei. He is my nephew, he is the son of my Ani-sama. Military present with him please." "Hello everyone, I'm Milikas Gremory, nice to meet you," smiled. "Hello Milikas." Riaz and Rainer also showed up with the boy, who after hearing them approached our protagonist who was just about to greet him. "My father showed me pictures of you, sir. Are you really the legendary demon hunter? The son of Sparta? That Milika's guy?" The white-haired man bent down and took her head in his hand for a moment. "But just call me Dante. Your dad told me about you. He says you like guns." He smiled. "Oh yeah. I love them. I also really like reading about your adventures. My dad always read them to me." Hearing this, the others were left wondering when the demon king Lucifer had spoken to Sparta about Milikas. Even Riaz was stunned. "Haha, I might soon teach you how to use some guns." "Hey?" The others were left wondering, bewildered, the following question. Is he going to train someone of his own free will? "Would you really teach me how to use some?" "Sure, why not?" "Wow. Wait, Dante. You can't teach him that. He's just a kid." Relax, Lady Butchu. I already talked to Sursich about it. You don't have to worry. He and his wife will decide whether they want me to do it or not. Huh? The Gremory wondered if he had talked about this with his brother during that drunken stupor, while Dante continued talking to Milikas. In any case, whether it's possible or not, if you want I'll show you my guns later. Could I see Ebony and Ivory? The others didn't understand this because until now he hadn't told them the names of his pistols. Oh, you've read that thing, sure, I'll show you later, Milikas. With that, he ruffled the Redeed's hair and then the red dragon asked him curiously. Dante, what are Ebony and Ivory? Huh? Didn't I tell you? It's the name of the babies who made you run non-stop during that training session. With a nervous sweat in between, Issei nodded when he understood that she was referring to those demon guns. Later Milikas continued walking next to Riaz, who was glad that the Sparta treated her nephew well. They all continued walking until they reached what appeared to be an entrance hall where an elegant woman with brown hair was waiting for them, whom Milikas immediately greeted upon seeing her. Riaz was quick to tell them that she was their mother, Venelana Gremory. Once introduced, the lady greeted them all and made comments to those in the group that seemed most interesting to her. Riaz, that boy over there is Haidu Issei, the Red Emperor Dragon, right? The Redeed nodded when Issei was pointed at by Venelana's index finger. Nice to meet you. Issei presented himself with a stiff and nervous bow to the woman. And he is Dante Sparta, right? Yes, Grandma. Now she pointed at our hero as he approached her with Milikas. I didn't know he was already famous, pinch ouch. Why? Dante exclaimed sarcastically, pointing at himself. His attitude embarrassed Riaz, who pulled his cheek as she angrily whispered the following. Please, just this once. Introduce yourself respectfully. Hearing this, the Sparta gave a long sigh and nodded as he decided to avoid trouble at least for today. You're correct, Mrs. Venelana Gremory, that would be me. Pinch ouch. And now? Breed her properly. Oh. Alright. Riaz pinched him again because he was just waving his hand to greet her. Venelana laughed tenderly for a moment at that. That's my name, ma'am. It's a pleasure. Although calling me Dante would be enough. By the way, how do you know who I am? Once the brown-haired girl was in front of everyone, she answered the hunter. I couldn't just call you by your name, it wouldn't be right for me. Sigh as he listened to her, the Sparta let out a few tired sighs. It was going to be a long day. I saw your face at my daughter's engagement party, since I'm her mother and obviously, I was also present that day. Oh. The half-breed almost popped his eyes out of their sockets, while Riaz blushed intensely when they heard that part. And my son also told me about you. That's why I know who you are. Nice to meet you. I'm Riaz's mother, Venelana Gremory. Please treat me like that from now on, Dante Sparta-san. Sigh feeling defeated, the mestizo could do nothing but nod affirmatively to that sentence after having given another tired sigh. Several hours after the meeting in the entrance hall, everyone headed to a large dining room. It was evening and at a huge table filled with an immeasurable amount of dishes, it was decided that this would be the place to hold dinner. Already seated in their respective seats, they began to consume their food shortly after. All but one ate with proper etiquette because despite our hero's efforts, his inexperience in using the many spoons and forks used by the nobility was evident. Riaz mentally thanked him for his effort, glancing at him out of the corner of her eye. As a side note, Kaneko remained strange, as she didn't seem to have any appetite. By the way, Dante Sparta-san. Riaz's father, who was called Zeodicus, after having exclaimed a few words so that everyone felt comfortable, personally addressed the Sparta, who turned his head at that moment to pay attention to what he was thinking with annoyance the following. And now what? I'm not even going to ask them to call me just by my name. I want to use my hands. My goodness, I'm going to collapse from so many manners. Yes, Mr. Gremory. My son told me a little about the situation with your new family. It was a surprise, but I think it's fantastic that you have someone to share your current life with. I wanted to ask, are your parents okay? They are very well, Mr. Gremory, thank you for asking. Dante understood that Sursich must have told them something about why he was living with another family, although he doubted he would tell them the whole truth. Not wanting to delve into the matter due to the stress he felt at the moment from being so polite, he simply responded in the simplest way he could. I'm glad to hear it. The Redeed smiled at the end of his sentence, continued with his food and then started another conversation. Dante Sparta-san. Yes, Mr. Gremory. You can call me father from today on. Bloop. At the same time that his eyes almost seemed to pop out of their sockets, the Sparta choked on the food that was barely passing through his throat when he understood what Zeodicus meant. On the other hand, Riaz next to him turned completely red in the face. Narasimha, you were always right, you were always right. This is horrible. I told you so, cuckoo. But they're never going to make me get married. Never say never. I bet you already have an idea for the wedding. Hahaha. For a few seconds, a deathly awkward silence filled the room. Dante had no idea how to respond to the man without running away. The silence finally ceased when Venelana spoke. "Darling, you are being too hasty, you must love each other first, there is an order to everything," smiled. Uo the half-breed dropped the food he was holding in his mouth as his jaw nearly dropped to the ground upon hearing her. A fly could have easily entered and made its home in that place. On the other hand, Ria's entire body was now the color of her hair. "That's true, it seems I just tend to be too hasty, although I find white and red to be suitable." Zeodicus agreed with his wife. He smiled elegantly at the end of that sentence, which left our hero's skin paler than it had already become. Then Venelana asked him. "Dante Sparta-san, are you staying here for a while?" It took Dante a moment to return to reality after the shock that his head received. "SSS yes, until we all return." "I see, that's perfect, since you have to acquire chivalry as well. You'll study manners." Huh? He couldn't stand that any longer. Manners. Him. Not even in his dreams, not even if he liked the redeed so much when he regained his composure, our hero was spot on with Ria's mother. "With all due respect, Mrs. Venelana Gremory, but I'm sorry. That's not going to be possible." Sigh. After a long sigh, Dante summoned a pizza in one of his hands, which made Ria's prepare to be as embarrassed as possible. "I am the person I am. I'm too old to change. I'm not going to learn manners at this point in my life. And I wouldn't have learned them before either." Wow, what a daring boy. Dante didn't let the brown-haired girl speak furiously because her sarcastic and mocking sentence hadn't finished yet. "If you want me to learn something new, I'll give you a list of things I'd like to learn to do. Cook pizza, pasta, tacos, chimichangas, learn to distill liquors and be my own bartender. Become a fisherman, become a blacksmith, become a magician, turn stone into gold, ride a dolphin, ride a dragon, ride a kraken, be the master of blackjack, you know, the usual." The Redeed's mother frowned deeply as she finished listening to him. Her expression only worsened as she watched him eat the slice of pizza she'd just summoned like a starving animal. On the other hand, his father didn't seem to be offended by all this. He was peaceful, perhaps because he didn't understand that half of that entire sentence contained an exquisite mockery. "My dear, you're right. He's older than us and he's already set his own tastes. Some of them are quite interesting, ho ho. The important thing is that he cares about our daughter and wants to protect her. And Riser Phoenix wasn't much of a gentleman, either. Cheers to that last one, Mr. Gremory. That chicken looked like it came from an 80s crime district." "The ho-ho." Dante pointed with glee at Ria's father as he took a drink from the table, which he drank immediately, happy about what Zeodicus had said, who reacted with a slight noble laugh, amused by the derogatory comment towards the phoenix. "Oh, it seems that in this family there is someone who can reason. Thank you for defending me, Mr. Gremory, I was close to sending your wife to hell. Partner, I think you've made a powerful enemy. I've already defeated 2 kings of hell. What could she do to me? Fool. Even the gods have a taboo we must not touch. Fear the fury of women more than anything else, a dark future awaits you. Naya. Darling. Don't you realize that this boy is too rebellious? Father. Mother. I've been listening silently until now. What kind of things are you trying to advance while leaving me out of it?" Before Ria's mother could explode in rage at our hero, her daughter slammed the table in annoyance when she couldn't bear what she was hearing any longer. Despite being upset, she was still blushing profusely. Her mother narrowed her eyes even more at her daughter's words and said. "Shut up, Riaz. You've already cancelled your engagement with Riser once before. Remember? Just allowing it is special treatment. How much effort do you think your father and Sursich had to put in to take care of things with the high-class devils? You know how they told a noble my selfish daughter cancelled her engagement by using the son of a legendary devil? Well, that last one was more recent. Before, he was just considered a strange half-breed. You may be the Demon King's younger sister, but there are limits. Ani-sama has nothing to." Ria's face clouded with anger and she tried to speak, but her mother wouldn't let her. By the way, Dante had better stay quiet and eat his pizza. He wasn't going to get further involved in someone else's family fight. Although he did roll his eyes when he heard noble this, noble that. "You mean Sursich isn't related to that?" "Officially, it's true. However, everyone sees you as the Demon King's younger sister. You can't continue behaving selfishly like you have in the past. Above all, everyone is paying attention to you from now on. Riaz has put herself in this position. You know. There won't be a second chance for that kind of selfishness. Don't have any ulterior motives, do you understand?" Riaz seemed mortified by those words and did not reply again. Without taking her eyes off her mother and without being convinced, she sat down forcefully in her seat. After taking a single breath, Venelana calmed herself down as much as she could and turned to the Sparta and the others with a smile. Well, she seemed to give Dante a fake smile. I've shown something ugly to the members of Ria's nobility and to their friends, right? Back to the topic, Dante Sparta-san. In addition to that forced smile, she looked defiantly at our hero at that moment. Since you are the last drop of selfishness of my daughter, who is the next heir to the family to come, you could at least try some special training. Dante sighed tiredly again, but this time he didn't hide it from the woman. He let her see how much she was bothering him, but he decided to lie to her to avoid having to listen to her anymore. Are you an effort that will be in vain? Dante thought at the end of his prayer, his spirit fading as he gave Venelana the same bitter, feigned smile. For a moment, lightning flashed from their eyes as they competed to see who was more powerful. I don't know if she's dealing with an incorrigible pillar or you're dealing with an unstoppable force, hahaha. Shut up. I won't even go to that rubbish training. I already have a plan. Later that night. Our hero, tired of all the awkward moments he'd been through, headed listlessly to the room he'd been assigned. He lay down on the huge bed and thought about how annoying it would be to have Venelana around on these vacations. Shortly after, he'd be joined by Rainer, who felt extremely uncomfortable sleeping in such a big bed alone, so she went to Dante's room after asking him if it would be okay for her to sleep with him. Something similar would happen with Issei, only he'd wake up crooked because of Zenobia. The next day. Venelana had already told the half-blood that he had to go to the Gremory Castle library to meet with a tutor who would teach him the language and writing of the demons, as well as information about the underworld society, among other useless things that Dante wasn't interested in. It was assumed that Milikas would also be accompanying him, since that tutor was the one who gave him classes, but since the boy was also part of her plan, neither of them showed up at the library that day. The only message they gave the tutor about his absence was a letter that Sparta slipped under the library door before changing his fate. Before going to sleep yesterday, Dante managed to convince Ursich and his wife, so today, instead of wasting his time with that tutor, he would dedicate himself to teaching something useful to the son of the Demon King in a target shooting training camp that was created overnight in an improvised manner. In the middle of that outdoor shooting range located in a meadow somewhere in the Gremory territory, Dante showed off his firearms to the red-haired boy at his side. As a side note, there were several wooden humanoid figures with shooting circles drawn on them, scattered here and there. Nearby, the Demon King and his wife, along with generic servants, watched them, making sure nothing got out of hand. Okay Milikas, these are ebony and ivory. Wow. Can I touch them? Yes, but be careful. Once Milikas appreciated and touched the weapons, the white-haired man continued with his explanation. Well, now take one of your basic pistols and aim it at that circle. The little boy nodded and then took out some pistols that were in leather holsters hanging from his waist. They had made him small magical pistols that were low-powered, but durable enough to withstand the destructive power the boy could wield. Made. The little boy pointed the pistol in his right hand at one of the shooting circles. Good. Now hold the grip firmly and keep in mind the recoil along with everything I already explained. Ready? Yeah. Bang 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 bang. With that, they started firing lead into the target circles. Dante's shots always hit the red dot, while the redeeds sometimes hit part of the circle, other times just the humanoid figure, and other times nothing. That's how it was at first, but after a while in which the Sparta gave him more advice and a little help, Milikas' shots finally started hitting the targets near the center of the circle, which made the little one happy. See, it wasn't that difficult. When that shooting session ended, Dante spoke a little more with Milikas. Just because you teach me, Dante-sensei smiled. I won't argue with that. Now comes the trickiest part. Try to gather your demonic power within the barrel of the gun and pull the trigger when you feel you've had enough. Pay attention. Bang 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 bang. With that said, Milikas focused her concentration on the movements of the half-breed, who threw 5 shots loaded with demonic power towards the target shooting circles, which were not destroyed instantly, since they were reinforced with magic, except for the last shot in which Dante placed more power, destroying in the process one of those wooden humanoid figures plus his target. Great. So I can do that with my demonic power and the power of destruction? In theory, yes. After all, they were made for you so they could be compatible with your family's abilities. Now you try it, but use very little power at first, so nothing bad happens. As you get used to it, use more and more destructive power until you can make your shot stronger. Bang 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 bang. Milikas listened and tried to shoot this time at another of the circles. He imbued the pistols with his power on several occasions and fired, missing a large number of shots at first, until he quickly adapted to the power of his shots, also being able to destroy one of those humanoid figures on one occasion. Well done. Thank you. Pair of hands. Happy to have brought another gunslinger into the world and or for having skipped certain classes, Dante congratulated the little boy by high-fiving him. And then he concluded the session by leading him to his parents, who seemed quite proud. As the little boy gave his weapons to his mother and was then hugged by her, our hero said again. He has a lot of potential. I think he could make things difficult for Issei or Kiba in a fight. Milikas, keep practicing with someone. If you have any more questions and I'll come by to show you more moves. Thanks Dante. Thank you Dante-sensei. Sursich and Milikas thanked the Sparta with smiles in between, which Dante gladly accepted, thinking the following. Thanks to you guys who freed me from those shitty classes. I feel like someone must be pretty furious right now hahaha. Your future mother-in-law is going to kill you. She's not my mother-in-law. I'll never have a mother-in-law. We'll see. We'll see. Later, Milika's mother would also thank him for the classes he gave her son, however, for some reason she would not stop seeing him as if she were judging him. Meanwhile at Gremory Castle. Benelana had gone to the castle library before sunset with the intention of observing Milika's and Dante's progress, but she only found the tutor sitting alone in a chair, holding an envelope she found near the door. Said envelope was written, to Lady Venelana Gremory. When she opened the document she found a letter with a message written in black ink on a battered piece of paper that read the following. Hi, honestly speaking I'm terrible at learning new languages. I once got into Harmon Hall and failed, even though they assured you'd learn whatever they taught you. I'm also not particularly interested in learning noble manners. You know. I was born in England, what more do you want? Don't look for me in the castle, I went with Milikas to discuss more important matters with the Crimson Satan. Ah. I'll also be spending the next few days of this vacation with the other demon kings, it seems they want to get to know me. I'm like part of the nobility now, right? Anyway, I made a great effort to attend these classes, but due to these plans that suddenly arose, it will not be possible for me to receive the training that I desired, Mrs. Venelana Gremory with love, Dante. Once she read that, Venelana's eyebrows sank into a furious expression as she threw the letter into the nearest trash can she could find in the library. She then walked out, seemingly kicking the floor with every step of her rage. Hours after Sparta trained Milikas. After returning to the castle and being careful not to run into that brown-haired woman, our hero met up again with Riaz and the rest of his friends, who had gone out for a sightseeing tour in the Gremory territory adjacent to the castle. See how did the classes my mother suggested go? Oh? Excellent, you don't have to worry about that. I love learning new languages. When Riaz asked him with a little embarrassment about that intellectual training, our hero lied shamelessly and then accompanied them to their next destination for the day. They headed to the territories where the Crimson Satan was currently to participate in the Young Devils meeting that would be held at 10 p.m. in a certain building. By taking another train, they arrived at a modern hellish city where they would transfer to another train at a special station that would take them to their final destination. This city resembled New York in the human world. With skyscrapers and technology everywhere. By the book The Adventures of Sparta and His Family Now. And as they walked through some street similar to those in Times Square, they came across a giant screen hanging from a skyscraper that was broadcasting a strange audiovisual infomercial at that time. It's the update of those fable books that turned out to be true. It was confirmed by the 4 Demon Kings. It contains endless history, action and adventure. That voice of the announcement continued speaking in a strident volume as images from the book were shown along with a video showing Dante's fight against Vali. Watch the devil trigger in action. Watch as one of the characters from the book, Dante Sparta, tears the white dragon to pieces. When they finally realized the announcement, not only was Dante speechless and bewildered at the same time, but so was everyone else who made that muffled sound in unison. The legendary son of Sparta has returned after being trapped in an unknown floor of hell. He managed to escape after being locked there for a long time following his fight against the fearsome demon Argosax. Everyone's eyes were still quite puzzled as they looked at that advertisement. For countless generations, there have been theories about the existence of more floors of our hell. But the truth has finally been found. They exist, and they're sealed. No. Stop putting my face on it. The white-haired man started to complain when he saw his human face appearing in the video. He had a bad feeling about it being related to fans, since on the way to this place they had already had to escape from Ria's fanboys and fangirls, who, upon seeing her, wanted her autograph like crazy. It seemed like she was quite famous too. But even with their complaints, the infomercial continued. The 72 pillars were born from the goddess of hell Lilith. But before that, there were more demons born from darkness and myth like the current extra demon houses. Our hero turned his head at that moment and looked at Riaz looking for some explanation for that announcement, however she seemed as confused as he was. Mundus was one of these demons. As powerful as Lucifer himself. He ruled hell with tyranny and hatred before our civilization was born. But he was defeated by the legendary Dark Knight. His right-hand man. Sparta. Who rebelled against this tyrant who wanted to rule the human world. No. Damn it. Stop focusing on me. Once again, an image of Dante's face appeared in the video, only this time it was clear, so the mestizos' plaintive cries were not long in coming. And one of Sparta's sons has returned. Dante. The legendary demon hunter. Who also defeated Mundus 2000 years after his father. He's back. Now this hero has joined the peace treaty between the three biblical factions. And if you want to know more about him and his family, plus the lost history of the underworld, buy the book right now. You can call 5555 Lucifer to have the book shipped to your home or get it at authorized retailers. That was the end of the infomercial, which immediately rewound from the beginning. Buy the book The Adventures of Sparta and His Family now. Once they finished watching it for the first time, an awkward silence formed between Sparta and his friends until the former spoke again when he wanted to know what was going on. Hey, why am I in that ad? What are my picture and volleys doing there? Anyone have any idea? Riaz was the one who answered him after giving the matter some thought. She seemed embarrassed, covering her face for a moment. Ani-sama, he recorded your fight with the white dragon. I didn't know he'd lent that video to an advertisement. Should I record the fight? How the hell did he do it? It's one thing for the book to sell, and another for them to televise that with my face on. No, I don't want to be like Riaz running away from crazy fanboys. No, please. The worst thing is that they don't give me a cent for the book sales and for using my image. Damn, you sons of bitches. Dante's troubled thoughts were interrupted when the Grimoire answered him doubtfully. Rafia got him a camera. I think. The camera? Who's thinking of that at that moment? I think I get what's going on. This is too much, Sursich. Why did you record that? You're crazy. I don't think I should have ever told my stories. Why do bad things always happen when I get drunk? After thinking that, he smiled bitterly and continued talking to a confused Reed. That book in the ad, is it the book Ronaldo asked you to sign? Yes, that's the book. How did it update so quickly? Do you have any idea? The day I got drunk with your brother, I told him my adventures and a little of the old story of hell. The Reed covered her face with both hands as she was overcome with shame at the thought of her brother getting drunk next to the Sparta, who at this point no longer had much spirit to speak. Well, at least they didn't record when I went crazy with the breasts. With a wry smile, the brown-haired man made that comment when he became nervous at the thought of the possibility that someone had recorded him at that moment. Not wanting to spend any more time near that announcement, Dante and the rest of his friends continued walking to the train station they had planned to reach. Hiya, Princess Riaz. And upon arriving at the station, they were once again chased by crazy fans seeking Ria's autograph. Fucking hell. This horde is worse than Star Wars or Marvel fans. What did you give them, Lady Butchu? You're crazy. If that were the case, we wouldn't be able to escape them. There would be so many more of them. Ha ha ha. Shut up, just get on the train. Hey. 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 Mr. Driver. Mr. Driver. Start it up now. We'll get in as soon as it started. While being chased by that crowd, which seemed to be the most violent to date, Dante sarcastically stated to Grimoire, who seemed to know what he was talking about. When they finally had peace upon boarding the new super-fast railway, which started its journey just before their ascent, when Ria shouted to the driver from outside to hurry up, as if she were escaping from a horde of undead, Dante looked at the mob of madmen jumping from the station to the train tracks and running or flying along them, still trying to catch up with the train. Some of them were as fast as a speeding car. He looked at them from one of the train windows. What the hell? They look like damn zombies thirsty for autographs. Was what he said sarcastically and a little scared as he watched them walk away from them just before wishing that this advertisement wouldn't create these situations for him. By the way, Sursich still keeps the video of Dante's fight against his brother, but that belongs to his private collection V. After a while, they finally got off the train that saved their lives. Then they arrived at the building where the meeting of young devils of Ria's generation would be held. Taking the elevator, they soon found themselves in the building's hallways. As a side note, Riaz and Akeno wore elegant dresses, except for the others, who wore school uniforms and/or their classic outfits. Everyone, stay calm, don't start a fight. Aside from Dante and Rainer, these are our future rivals in the raiding games, so please, no violence, especially you. As they walked through the wide corridors, Riaz addressed everyone a few words and ended by saying something with annoyance and a blush as she focused her gaze on the Sparta. Until now, there hadn't been a meeting where he hadn't embarrassed her. I promised to make an effort. Sigh. Which will surely be in vain. But the tired sigh as he shrugged, Dante gave a very weak promise to the Grimoire at his side. Moments later, on their journey, they met a muscular man dressed in a black oriental suit and pants. Riaz greeted him upon seeing him and introduced them to everyone. It was her cousin Sarerg who greeted the group normally, except for Dante and Issei, to whom he gave a challenging look for a moment. Once introduced, they entered a large hall of peculiar architecture, filled with small round tables and chairs for the master and his servants and/or companions to gather. A good number of young demons of all races and hexes were already there, all appropriately dressed and having various conversations. At the back of the hall, there was a sort of platform box filled with long, straight tables where several high-class noble demons sat and mingled. They chatted among themselves while consuming a wide variety of foods. Behind and above them, on a separate platform box accessed by stairs, sat the current demon kings. Sursich, Seraphol, Ajuka, and Falbium. All of them dressed for the occasion. Seeing Dante and Sursich in the distance, the Redeed wanted to go greet him, but he had to maintain his composure in front of the others. The Sparta, on the other hand, wanted to complain about the video, but our hero's complaining thoughts were interrupted when he heard a loud crash coming from the hallways. Hearing it, Dante, Seraerg, Riaz, and the rest rushed out of the room to see what was going on. It seems you want to die, Zifredal. Outside, in another secluded area of the corridors, they saw two people up close, seemingly about to fight. The first, who had exclaimed the above in anger, was a woman with green hair and glasses. The second was a humanoid demon with pointy ears, who looked like a criminal. Behind each of them were their servants, who looked like they were about to kill each other. Incidentally, the criminal's servants also had pointy ears and looked like an orc, just like their master. Bitch. I just said you reek of virginity, and I want to take you somewhere private to get it off you. Doesn't Miss Sakvara Gares like being with outer guards anymore? That's why you're still a virgin, why you haven't let a man near you until now. Blah 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 blah. As the two continued to argue for a bit, Seraerg explained that there were always fights at young devil gatherings due to disputes between the nobility and other matters. He had also intended to interfere, but Dante got there first. He instantly appeared between the two and punched the demon who had been called Zifredal with one of his fists, sending the demon flying miserably until he crashed into one of the walls, where he was left unconscious. Lady, I'm sorry if I took away your chance to get even with the dark elf, but it's been a long time since I kicked a demon's ass so. A moment later, he focused his gaze on the green-haired woman in front of him and spoke with his typical sarcasm. Don't blame me for leaving the pig in a coma, it's my hunter's instinct. Heh. Hearing him, despite her surprise at not having been able to see him arrive, the young lady smiled for a moment. Seeing him, Riaz covered her face in embarrassment for the umpteenth time since she'd met him. But this time, she had to admit that she liked the way he stood up for Sakvara in the face of such filthy words, although she didn't know if he did it to defend her or to relieve some kind of strange tension related to his job. Hey. You better not even think about it, cheap serial characters, you're not going to be able to beat me. So it's better if you take him to the hospital so they can give him a really strong painkiller, and while they're at it, give him facial surgery. It was already ugly, and I think I'll make it worse. When Zifredal's group of servants took a few steps forward to confront him, our hero warned them in his own way to desist from it. Why did I bring him if I knew something like this would happen? Ah. But Oni-sama asked him to come, can't he stay without getting into trouble? Sigh. With comical tears welling up in her eyes and a long sigh in between, the Redeed thought the above while watching how Zifredal's nobility only felt more eager to finish it after having heard it. Uo. You took my ticket. On the other hand, given the abilities he managed to see in him so far, Seraerg smiled with satisfaction, remembering thanks to Riaz that this individual was the legendary demon hunter that all of hell was talking about. He wanted to face him soon, but for now, he decided to intervene before another fight broke out, since the other young demons still didn't seem to realize who they were facing. So, he immediately stood next to the half-breed when he saw them draw their weapons. Sorry kid, but I suddenly felt like hunting goblins. Ah ha ha. The black-haired man laughed with glee at the Sparta's audacity and then cracked his fists when he saw Zifredal's servants take another step forward. They understood that message and then stepped back, for they seemed to know who the black-haired young man was. Calm down now. Neither he nor I will be able to beat us, so take care of your master. The important function is about to begin, and you'll need to get him treated as quickly as possible so he can be there. Hearing the less serious words, Zifredal's servants finally came to their senses and took a step back after beads of nervous sweat appeared on their faces. Moments later, they rushed over to their master and carried him somewhere where they could provide him with first aid. The fight over, everyone returned to the main hall where they would meet Tsubaki, Sona and Saji, and well, you already know that, so let's skip ahead a bit. When the next heirs of the major demonic houses present were called to the front of the hall by the demon kings, they left their servants and/or companions on their assigned chairs and tables and then stood in a row at the front. They presented themselves to the leaders above them and in front of them. At that moment, Sursich, from his position at the highest level, addressed them with a few words. You six are all next-generation devils with the highest rank of nobility, and there's really no reason to object. Therefore, I want you to compete together before your debut and increase your power that way. Are we also going to fight the Chaos Brigade eventually? Seraerg suddenly asked him in a direct way. I don't know. However, I don't want to send the young demons away, if possible. The Baal raised his eyebrows in apparent incomprehension and sentenced. Why? Even though we're young, we're dedicated to carrying out some of the demons' responsibilities. If we simply receive the kindness of our predecessors, even at this age, and do nothing, we're bound to be the ones who do it. Sarerg, I acknowledge your bravery. However, you are reckless. I would like to avoid sending all of you, who are still developing, to the battlefield. Besides, it would be too great a loss to lose the next generation of demons. That's why I want you to experience important things step by step and grow. Sarerg nodded at Sursich's words as he finally seemed to agree. However, his expression seemed dissatisfied. After that, the conversation continued with difficult words from those above and about the young demon's upcoming games. It was all incomprehensible to Dante, who was so bored he almost fell off his chair as he fell asleep while sitting for a while. He woke up when the conversation had apparently reached its final point. Now then, I apologize for keeping you up with this long conversation. Well, to wrap things up, may we hear your respective goals for the future? The first to respond to the Crimson Sataness request was Sarerg. My dream is to become the Demon King. Oh. Not only the rest of the young people, but also the high commands of the nobility let out breaths of wonder at the black-haired man's goal. There is no precedent for a demon from the great king's family to be elected Demon King. The noble demon said that. Since the people of the underworld feel that there is no choice but to become a Demon King, I will become one. The Baal's statement, without any doubt, once again brought out surprised faces. Dante liked the boy's audacity. He wasn't interested in his dream, but he had balls, and he respected that. Riaz didn't have time to be surprised because she spoke later. I have many goals. But my goal for the near future of Hell is to live like the best leader the Gremory have ever had and win every rating game. Hearing her, the Sparta raised an eyebrow and nodded, considering such goals respectable. Although he would never be interested in things like nobility or leadership, one of the things he liked about her was that if she wanted something, she wouldn't be easily defeated. After Riaz came the other young people, until the last one left at the end was Sona Citri. I want to build a rating game school in the underworld. One that low-class devils and reincarnated devils can also attend without any distinction. Saji was proud to hear his president's dream, which left the higher demons thoughtful. It seemed like the noble demons took it seriously for a moment, however. Soon the laughter from above echoed in the auditorium. Issei, who also knew little about the Infernal Society, along with Dante, did not seem to understand the meaning of that laughter that made Ria's eyes narrow in front of her as her expression became serious. When the laughter of the superiors ended, they were soon exclaiming mockingly. That's impossible. This is just great. I see. So you're a dreamer. It's good to be young. However, for the next head of the Citri family to declare that his dream. I have to say, thank goodness you said that nonsense here in this place in your introduction before your debut. Seeing the doubts in the eyes of Sparta and the Sekiraiite, the Gremory Knight, Kiba explained to them in a low voice. Even though the current underworld has changed greatly since the discrimination of the past, there is still discrimination between high-class devils, low-class devils, and reincarnated devils. There are also still a lot of people who believe that this is natural. Despite the explanation, Issei still had more doubts that he was quick to express. What's up with that? But weren't we normally welcomed into Butchu's family? Kiba spoke softly upon hearing this. I see, Kun. The Gremories are a family that holds their servants in deep affection. They don't really discriminate against humans, half-breeds, or low-class devils, but please remember the Phoenix family. So that's what happens, huh? Ha. If someone had told me 10,000 years ago that man-eating demons would create a society of rich people, I would have thought they were the biggest lunatic on earth. Ironically, they're still called devils, but they look more human than anything else. With Kiba's words, Issei remembered Riser, while Dante couldn't help but notice the irony of it all, which left Udo with a wry smile and quite thoughtful about the underworld that didn't belong to the 72 pillars. In the midst of all this, Sona spoke frankly. I mean it. Hearing this, Seraphil also nodded her head in agreement. She almost seemed to be saying, well said. With her position as the Demon Queen, she couldn't help her younger sister, but she still seemed concerned for her. The senior officer spoke with cold words moments later. This Sona Citri. Low-class devils and reincarnated devils simply work for their high-class devil masters and are selected solely for their talent. Wouldn't building a training center cause the old families, who value tradition and pride, to lose their class? No matter how much people say the demon world has entered a period of change, change can be both good and bad. Something like mere teaching for low-class devils. There's really nothing of interest to them. The one who couldn't remain silent because of those words was Saji. Why do you belittle Kaichu Sona-sama's dream? Even though I've been listening silently, it's strange. Why do you all decide it won't come true? We're serious here. Be careful what you say, young reincarnated demon. Miss Sona, your servant has not been properly trained. One of the highest ranking demons said that. I apologize. I'll talk to him later. Asitri said that without changing her expression at all, but Saji didn't seem to be able to understand his master's reaction. Aichu? Why? These people made fun of you in our dream. Why remain silent? Saji, please be quiet. This isn't the place for such an attitude. I simply told you my goal for the future. That's all. She narrowed her eyes and scolded Saji. Saji also looked like he wanted to say something, but held his tongue. Look at having a servant without his proper training, what a disgrace. How dare you reply to us? You should be thankful just for being in our presence. The lower class will always be lower class, no matter how much time passes. Blah 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 blah. The hurtful and contemptuous comments from his superiors continued for a few seconds longer until the Sparta couldn't stand them anymore. If it had been anyone else they were talking to, he wouldn't have intervened at all, but it was Sona who, besides being the sister of his little sister-in-law, he'd known for quite some time, having been scolded by the student council every day of the week for his behavior. He decided to pay her back a little for all the times she'd had to put up with him as a student. So, after a grimace of disgust, he stood up from his chair as he magically summoned an old stereo later. Sweet dreams are made of this, who am I to disagree? Singing while theatrically jumping onto the table next to him. Incidentally, the background music on the stereo seemed to perfectly match the lyrics and tone of his singing. He was practically at the table in the middle of the room, so the rest of those present could see him clearly when he interrupted the high-class demons with a shrill sound. Riaz blushed deeply upon seeing him as she thought, no, please don't do anything right now. Stop, Dante, stop. The nobles stared at him in confusion for a moment. Then their brows furrowed in an annoyed expression. The rest of the youths also didn't understand what he was doing. On the other hand, the demon kings were also in the same situation, except for Sursich, who cracked a smile. Everybody's looking for something. 2. Dante continued the song after leaping into the air with a twist until he landed next to the next heirs at the front of the room. Some of them want to use you. Already in that area of the assembly hall, he turned his back on the nobles as he began to slide his feet on the floor like Michael Jackson as he walked around that area in that style, while being watched by the bewildered heirs, the nobles, and the demon kings. Some of them want to get used by you. At that moment, he focused his attention on Sona and pointed at her. She had a frozen expression on her face, while Riaz also wasn't at all calm. The redness on her face had increased and she seemed to be quite stiff. But the demon kings. On the other hand, one of the demon kings seemed like he was going to intervene. The initial bewilderment of the green-haired demon king, who is called Ajuka Beelzebub, quickly turned into annoyance. What's that kid thinking? This is a formal meeting. I'll stop him immediately. Hearing this, Sursich urged him to stop. Wait. Ajuka, he's the one I told you about. Seraphol and Falbium didn't participate in the conversation, as the latter seemed to be dying of sleep. Too tired to get angry or do anything besides constantly closing his eyes, while the Leviathan remained quite confused by how Dante danced and sang a melody related to dreams. With a bit of surprise, the green-haired boy continued the conversation. Sursich, is he Sparta's son? Why is he doing something so strange? I don't know. Maybe he's planning something interesting. Besides, I think it wouldn't hurt the noble demons to deal with him for a while. I want to see the surprise on their faces when they find out who he is, smiled. So, what do you say? Will you let him continue? He scratched his chin, okay, let's see what's up. Hopefully it's something interesting like you said. Seeing one of his abilities in person wouldn't be bad either. Are Falbium and Seraphol okay with that? Whatever, I just want to get to my bed. Asmodeus responded apathetically as he nodded sleepily, while the demon queen just nodded as she continued to stare in confusion at the Sparta down below. Returning with our hero. Dante continued dancing in the style of Michael Jackson while singing along to the tone of that electronic sound that his stereo was releasing in the distance, so when the bewilderment left their bodies, the higher demons finally became angry. Hey boy. How dare you interrupt this meeting? Stop turning your back on us and stop singing that horrible melody. Show us your face and tell us who you are. You will be reprimanded. Some of them want to abuse you. Some of them want to be abused. The screams fell on deaf ears as the white-haired man continued to turn his back on them in his dance and continued with his song while focusing his index finger and gaze on Sona, whose discomfort had surpassed universal levels. Low-class servant. Stop this. Bang, one of the higher-ups stood up and slammed his fists on the table in front of him before continuing. Or you will be severely punished. Our hero, little by little in his stylish dance, approached those noble demons, always turning his back on them because he was using the sliding steps of the king of pop. Oh. Ooh. The vast majority of the young devils had expressions that seemed to convey the following message. Have you lost your mind? Well, their friend seemed quite embarrassed. Ria's is out of the question. If it were up to her, she would be under a rock right now, wondering why she hadn't been arrested by the demon kings. Finally, one of the high-class demons stood up from his seat as he gathered in his hand a large amount of demonic power in the form of a sphere when he sculpted with great anger the following. Classless trash, I told you to stop. Sweet dreams are made of this. Who I am to disagree. But that part sung, Dante pointed at Sona one last time, then turned his body to focus on Seraphil, at whom he smiled mischievously, leaving her even more confused. Snap. With that done, he snapped his fingers and the world around him practically stopped moving, as time had just been slowed down, thanks to Quicksilver. No, not that character who also danced to that song in the same way, but his ability. I travel the world and the seven seas, everybody's looking for something. When he used his ability, Dante continued chanting a little longer as he looked around. The only ones who seemed unaffected by his ability were the Demon Kings and Seraerg, who were managing to move at half their normal speed, plus Gasper, whose sacred gear had protected him from the temporal manipulation. Whistling mischievously as he walked leisurely towards the nobles, Dante soon climbed onto that platform where the higher demons were located. And then, he set his creation in motion. Which consisted of ridiculing the demons who were members of the nobility, so when he went up to the place where they were, he performed his mischief aided by the food that was still on their tables. To the one who was fat, he stuck an apple in his mouth as if it were a roast pig. To another, he fixed his hair in a punk hairstyle when he used the saliva he put on his hands as a fixative. To a mustachioed man. He filled the hair on his face with food and then sprayed wine on his shirt while he placed one of his fingers in one of his nostrils. To another, he removed his upper clothes, leaving him naked from the middle of his body up. To the one who had that sphere of demonic power in his hand, he repositioned his hand in the direction of his face, and to the rest of the noble demons, also something similar happened. Having done this, he took several papers he found there, along with a pen, and then went up the stairs that led to the platform where the demon kings were. From the perspective of the demon kings. I feel a strange barrier around us. What's going on? The son of Sparta seems to be moving at great speed, but besides that, the others' movements are extremely slow, almost immobile. As he sat on his throne alongside the other demon kings, Beelzebub spoke with great vehemence just after the half-breed assumed his position. The four rulers of hell were capable of moving much faster than the rest of those present. From his perspective, Dante had become a reddish blur moving above the place of the noble demons. Haha. So I'm using that again. The next to speak was Crimson Satan, who exclaimed excitedly upon seeing the Sparta in action. He then explained to his companion. Ajuka, please keep this a secret. Dante is able to slow down time with an ability he calls Quicksilver. With it, he creates a sort of gigantic barrier that slows down the time of everyone inside except himself. Ooh. That surprised Ajuka a little. It wasn't as if she hadn't seen something like this in the past. Falbium, on the other hand, was still more interested in sleeping, while Seraphil had no reaction at all, having already seen that ability used against her brother. She was more curious about a certain person she saw in the distance, Gasper, who, for some reason afraid, perhaps fearing the punishment his friend would receive for that prank, hid under a table. His eyes glowed purple the entire time he moved normally. Yes, I had already used it that day in the peace treaty. Although I still don't understand why it manages to affect us when the Forbidden Valor view doesn't. Hey Sursich-chan, look at Gasper-chan, her eyes suddenly turned purple. Seraphil, from what I've understood from Dante, although his time manipulation ability only slows down time, it has a greater range of power than Gasper-kun's ability. It should also be remembered that Gasper-kun hasn't reached balance breaker yet. Quicksilver seems to be stronger, managing to affect existences as powerful as the Demon Kings. I see. Seraphil nodded, and then the Redeed continued speaking in a calmer tone of voice when he controlled his enthusiasm. However, even though Gasper-kun's power has not yet reached its full potential, it seems that his sacred gear makes him resistant against temporal manipulation exerted by another person. Ajuka held his chin thoughtfully before opening his mouth. That means this conversation, from the perspective of the son of Sparta, even though we're moving faster than the others, should still seem slowed down. On the other hand, the others shouldn't even be able to see the red flash he leaves behind when he moves. Interesting. The green-haired man smiled with considerable interest before continuing. But what would happen if I used Quicksilver on someone faster or stronger than a Demon King? That seems to be Quicksilver's limit. It barely affects extremely powerful, fast-moving existences or those with resistance to time manipulation. Dante told me that Mundus's most powerful generals were immune to this ability. But it's still somewhat surprising. Yes, that's quite an impressive skill. As powerful as the most powerful demons of the Aegir's family, and almost as good as that of the King Geryon in Thanato's possession. We're lucky that he's joined the new alliance that's been formed. Ajuka, he may be a demon hunter, and more recently, a hunter of other monsters. But he only kills those who pose a danger. When the conversation ended, the area where the noble demons were was a mess shortly after that red stain similar to the one Flash leaves when moving V passed near the four rulers of hell and left a message written on paper to Seraphil and the Crimson Satan and then headed towards where Riaz and the rest of the young heirs were. In Cirsich's hand appeared a note that read. Hey, I couldn't help but do this, it's just my nature. I know you should behave, but if you can, support me and calm down the demon lords, I don't know when I'm done with this. If I were to face them, I wouldn't want to get into debt for destroying this building, huh? Cirsich smiled wryly as he read it. And in Seraphil another note appeared in her hands that said. This is for my sister-in-law's sister. Later it will be your turn to defend her. The Leviathan puffed out her cheeks tenderly while smiling with joy when she read it. Returning to Dante. Once those notes were placed, the mestizo finished his act by placing a note in Sona's hands and then standing in the same place where he had been dancing just a moment ago. Snap, and then he snapped his fingers for the second time, thus ending his prank. Hold your head up, keep your head up, moving on, hold your head up, moving on, keep your head up, moving on, hold your head up, moving on, keep your head up, moving on. Dante continued dancing and singing with style as the weather returned to normal, returning the background music playing on his stereo to its normal speed. His gliding backstep soon turned into Michael Jackson-style spins that blended perfectly with the background music. And with time restored, the high-class demon that was about to attack Dante ended up hitting himself with his own fist imbued with demonic power after Dante had placed it in the direction of his face when he used Quicksilver. Sweet dreams are made of this. Who am I to disagree? Yeah. But that said, just as the melody ended, Dante pointed at Sona again with his index finger and ended his dance as he turned his body around to give a mocking theatrical bow to the noble demons in front of him, almost as if he was saying with his body, thank you for enjoying my act. Hey? Huh? What's going on here? Why is my shirt full of wine? Why are you kissing my neck? What the hell? Where are my pants? Blah 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 blah. At that moment, everyone stopped paying attention to Dante because the murmurs of the higher demons invaded the entire auditorium. They were quite bewildered by the state they were in. Shirts and faces stained with food and wine, apples in their mouths, half naked, strange hairstyles, strange body positions. An instant later, that noble demon who hit his face with his own fist flew miserably until he ended up crashing into another of his peers' tables, which he turned into an even bigger disaster than it already was, while knocking down more high-class demons with his momentum. Oh, this is a surprise. It seems they liked the music and dancing so much that they started to have a great time. Who would have thought? Dante said to those nobles with exquisite sarcasm and mockery, who did not know how to respond because the fury they had just a moment ago instantly turned into a confused shame due to their lamentable state. Anyway, pigs, I apologize for interrupting you. I know I was very disrespectful, but I couldn't hold back the urge to sing a song about dreams when I saw that you weren't taking Sona's dreams seriously. But that said, Sona finally noticed the note in her hands, which said, it's very likely that you're furious about what I did, right? But are you going to tell me that they didn't deserve it? If you have any complaints, send them to my store or yell at me like always at school. Sincerely, Dante, your brother-in-law's brother. P.S. Keep fighting with confusion. The Citri wondered when she had done all of that and how she had done it until she analyzed the situation and remembered her temporal manipulation ability shown in the peace treaty. Anger at the situation caused by the Sparta and discomfort from the word brother-in-law invaded her body, that is true. But, without knowing it at that moment, she smiled for a moment as a part of her thanked her upon observing again the state of those high-class demons. A breath later, Dante returned to ridiculing the high-class devils. Hey, don't you think you're all hypocrites? You talk about manners and status, but you eat like pigs and dress worse than death metal fans at a concert. I know my moves were cool, but it's not like you guys should get so crazy. Did you want to start a coven or something? You. Brat. Watch your mouth. The nobles stared at each other in confusion. They then tried to retort to the half-breed, but their shame overwhelmed the fury they felt at him for those words and the strange dance he had performed. Without any idea of what had happened, they didn't know what to do about the situation. Hahaha. The young devils laughed subtly after seeing and hearing all that. Some of them even felt admiration for Sparta as he had left the noble devils speechless. Saraerg remained serious, however another defiant smile emerged on his expression when he had the feeling that he had done all that. Now he was even more eager to face him, and speaking of Ria as well, her embarrassment hadn't diminished at all, but paradoxically, she was grateful that he was able to silence them by defending Sona. Not knowing what to do beyond cleaning up, dressing and avoiding the judging glances of everyone present, even with great shame the high-class demons, despite the annoyance they felt for the Sparta, finally decided to ignore him as they began to quickly get ready, in which an uncomfortable sepulchral silence invaded the entire auditorium for about 3 seconds, in which Dante returned to his seat, while Seraphol took the opportunity to speak, after having thought the following with happiness. Thank you, Dante-chan, none of the demon kings could intervene, but you do not belong to the devilish society. So you are an exception. Haha. Wow. That kid's right. How dare some classless old men join forces to torment my Sona-chan. Upon hearing this, the high-ranking officers were intimidated. They immediately sat down in their chairs, hoping no one else would see them in this state, which they had no idea how they had gotten into. Seraphol continued. In that case. If my Sona-chan wins magnificently in the games, you won't have any complaints, right? Since many things will be awarded for accumulating good results in the games. The Leviathan's annoyed voice grew louder until it angrily suggested the last thing, which surprised everyone. Even my patience has limits. If you bully my Sona-chan too much, I'll torment you. Seraphol spoke to the demons above with all the power of her voice, her eyes watering as her own. The higher-ups blinked at the furious demon queen and struggled to react. They felt worse off than they already were. Sona covered her face in apparent embarrassment at seeing her sister act that way. Alright then, let's play the games between these young people. Everyone paid attention to Lucifer's words that came moments later. Riaz, Sona, wouldn't you like to fight each other? All the young demons in the auditorium were quite surprised by this unexpected matter, leaving Riaz and Sona quite puzzled as they blinked several times as they looked at each other. Not caring about them, Sursich continued. Riaz's game was originally scheduled to take place in a few days. Azazel has gathered the rating game fans from each faction, also under the pretext of watching the juniors matches before their debut. That's why it's fine. We're going to keep the Riaz and Sona game going. With that, the Redeed let out a sigh and then showed a challenging smile to the student council president, who also began to show a rivalry smile. It may not be an official one, but it feels like fate gave me you as my first opponent in the rating games, Riaz. Now that we're competing against each other, I'm not going to lose, Sona. Sparks flew immediately, and everyone even forgot about the sorry state of the high-class devils, who kept cowering away to avoid attention. The match between Riaz-chan and Sona-chan. Yes, they'll be able to shoot things. Seraphol also seemed very happy about this event. The game date will be August 20th, human world date. Everyone can divide their time however they wish until then. Details will be shared later. The match had been decided, so the spirits of the competitors were filled with desire for victory when the Demon King made his decision. Before finishing. Antes de que la reunión fuera concluida, el Lucifer abrió la boca otra vez cuando la dirigió una mirada al Sparta en el fondo. El joven que bailó hace un momento, puedes venir aquí arriba un segundo. With a wry smile, Lucifer asked our hero to climb up to the king's platform, which he left. Bewildered virtually everyone else as they watched Dante nod at that request and walk up the stairs to the Satan's box. Seeing how Dante walked as if he were at home, Riaz blushed again when she thought the following. Brother, what are you going to do? Don't you see that he was almost about to ruin the meeting? Despite those thoughts, a small laugh escaped her when she saw again the state of the class demons, who at this moment had their eyes almost out of their sockets when they saw how one of the Mestizo's feet had just taken his first step on the first step towards the Satan's box. Unable to bear to see that any longer, the overweight superior demon who had hid himself asked in annoyance as he rubbed a huge bruise on his face. And who is he to go up there? He's just a Class B servant. I'm not a pot-bellied servant. I'm just a distinguished guest. I don't even belong to your devilish society, so shut your mouth and fix those hairs, hahaha. How dare you speak to me like that? What a child. Ahem. Silence, please. Stay calm. That demon, along with the rest of the others, were completely filled with rage, which they quickly expressed in phrases full of insults, which the red-haired demon king would have to calm down after having coughed falsely and then called for order. Members of the major noble houses, I ask that you stop your inappropriate behavior for today. You've already shown too much lack of class, don't lower yourselves to their level. That young man's devilish lineage doesn't belong to any of the 72 pillars, so you're mistaken. He's not a servant or a low-class demon. He's a mixed-blood friend I invited today to properly introduce him to the devils of the underworld. He's infamous and rebellious, that's true. But you haven't presented a very good image today either. So please just let him come up without further complaints. Doubts and more confusion appeared in the young demons present when they heard the words of the Demon King. Who is that devil? They all thought along with the upper class who also remained silent without the possibility of being able to say anything else because they had no way of alleging a defense against such a sentence that once again exposed their lamentable states. By the way, a smile formed on the face of Satan, owner of the title Lucifer, when he thought of the following, after saying that sentence, "Thank you, Dante. They deserved a lesson in humility. But I couldn't intervene unless they did something out of place." Though not for the exact reasons he'd intended, Sursich had to admit he enjoyed watching his childhood hero ridicule the unyielding high-class demons the underworld needed to change. That was something Sursich was mindful of. And he hoped that somehow, Dante would help with that as well, even if it meant using unconventional measures. When the white-haired man arrived at the Demon King's box, he waved to everyone and introduced himself to them. And once that was done, he asked Aridid in a whisper the following. "By the way, Sursich, why did you include that video in the book promotion? It was too much. And how did you get the camera?" "Sorry, Dante, but I couldn't resist the urge to make it a bestseller. Young people in today's underworld need good stories like that." "Oh. Is that it? Grafia brought me a special video camera, Those who saw how the white-haired man and the Demon King were whispering something to each other silently were intrigued. He must be a distinguished personality if he has that freedom with that Demon King, they thought. "You're drunk. Ah. I hope what happens to Rias on the streets doesn't happen to me. Ah. Anyway, what can I do now? A promise between drunks must be kept. Introduce me before I change my mind." The Demon King nodded, trying to hold back his laughter as he recalled that day. He was also a little embarrassed about having posted that video, but his fanboy spirit couldn't help but want the rest of his society to know that his childhood hero existed. When Sursich looked at those present again, he spoke seriously. "This half-devil here with us is a great ally of the recent alliance between the three biblical factions. His help against the Chaos Brigade or other enemies of hell will be crucial, so I took advantage of this meeting to introduce him. His name is Dante Sparta, the legendary warrior who recently returned. Dante, please say a few words to them." Smiled. "Oh. Duo. The legendary demon hunter. The most powerful gunman. The one who defeated Mundus. The son of the Dark Knight. Batman's son. No, idiot. Sparta's son. Holy shit, Batman. That's right. It's him. Blah 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 blah." Not only were his friends surprised by the sudden introduction they didn't know would happen, but the rest of the others were also dumbfounded when they finally realized that his face was exactly the same as the one in the promotional video for that book that many had already read. And even those who hadn't read the book or seen the video seemed to know quite a bit about his existence. Well, there were those who were confused. It didn't take long for them to let out phrases full of surprise that filled the entire event hall with multiple murmurs. Speaking of the high-class devils present, they could hardly believe that this young man who seemed to be a rebel without a cause was actually so important. With a little discomfort from the murmurs that I managed to hear, our hero greeted everyone from the box. "Hey guys, what's up? Just call me Dante, okay?" He casually waved his hand at them and continued. "I don't have much to say other than the fact that I'm a little surprised by the society you have. If you had told me 10,000 years ago that there would be a metropolis here, I would have sent you straight to the asylum. A good one. I never expected to find such an advanced society in hell. When I visited in the past, your ancestors were nothing more than cavemen eating each other. So it's a surprise to see that you even have casinos and bars now. Good for that. I think I have nothing more to say. Good luck with your goals." "Ah, yes. Lady Butchu and Sona, I expect a good show from your match. Give it your all. Now then, I'm speechless, Ursich, I'm hungry now. Is there a good pizza place around here? That's all I had to do, right?" Hahaha. There were many different types of reactions upon hearing this. All kinds. But one that never changed was Ria's embarrassed face upon hearing that last bit, which drew a chuckle from the Demon King Lucifer, who later whispered the location of a restaurant to her and then concluded today's meeting after giving a final eloquent speech to everyone present. "Okay, then I'm leaving. Thank you for coming, Dante." Once the meeting was over, our hero spoke one last time with Aridid. "See you Ajuka, Falbium." Beelzebub extended his hand and said goodbye, and Asmodeus did the same, finding his carefree manner curious. "See you later, sister-in-law." Finally, she said goodbye to Seraphol, who spun around and waved at her magical girl style. Sona almost fainted again at the sight and hearing of that. The white-haired boy then took a giant leap into the air. A second later, he landed stylishly next to the table where his friends were still sitting. And then, the tragedy he hoped with all his being wouldn't happen, happened when the eyes of practically all the other young demons focused on him with eyes full of fanboy madness. The young devils, including Sakvara, shouted in unison as they ran toward our hero like a massive stampede of zebras fleeing danger. While a large portion of the young devils refrained from screaming, they still joined in the stampede. "Give me your autograph." Shimmer, an incredible amount of the adventures of Sparta and his family books were summoned at the same time as saying that in unison through small magic circles in the hands of the demons. "Show me your devil triggers." Ki-I-I-I. The white-haired man stood still for a moment, not knowing what to do with the crowd approaching him, but in the next moment he began to trot while he saw the Crimson Satan in the distance with an annoyed face. "Sursich. You didn't tell me this was going to happen when I told you my stories. Hey. 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 Back off. I'm a demon hunter. You know. I hunt demons and other monsters. Why do you want my autograph? Damn it, get out." "Sorry Dante. I forgot to tell you, young demons can be very enthusiastic." With an uncomfortable drop on his neck, the Redhead apologized to the Sparta who was running away from that stampede. "Oh no. Screw it. I'm not going to be devoured by this horde of savage zombies. See you guys later." With that, he glanced for a moment at his companions as he continued running. Only you could turn a formal meeting into an irreparable disaster. The Grimoire slapped her face at that last thought after hearing him and seeing him run through the auditorium as if he was running for his life. Seconds later, as he turned into a certain wall, he briefly left the horde's sight, so he took advantage of the moment and used his doppelganger ability to manifest his clone made of darkness. "You might hate me for this, but still I'll leave you to it. Have fun." With that, he patted his copy on the back and continued running at top speed to the auditorium exit while his copy stayed inside. Immediately afterward, the young demons surrounded the copy, believing it to be the real Dante, who was already out of the auditorium and making his way from the corridors outside to the elevator. "Sign them. Sign them. Show me a transformation. Make me a son now. What do you think of a marriage contract? My family wants to meet him. Can I take him?" Faced with the various frantic requests from the male and female fans, the Sparta clone tilted his head in confusion from side to side as he continued to be squeezed by the crowd surrounding him. The clone, unsure of what to do since the orders his master gave him were unclear, ended up taking one of the books offered to him, and despite being almost expressionless, one could swear he sweated nervously for a moment. Some time later, the book in his hands would fall to the ground as he ended up disappearing in that grim manner. He also knows how to create illusions. The crowd thought what they had just witnessed was an illusion. Oh. And meanwhile, Riaz and company continued to wonder when all this had turned into madness. From the king's box, Ajuka's eyes widened with interest, having witnessed the clone's disappearance. "Interesting. That wasn't an illusion," he scratched his chin. "It had a physical form. It was a clone created from demonic power and darkness. Sursich, how many abilities does it have?" "As you would say, a good repertoire," he smiled. "But we'll talk about that later. We need to get this meeting in order." That said, the Demon Kings would have a bit of difficulty calming down the crazed fans incidentally, even Sakvara was reprimanded for behaving in that manner. And when peace finally came, the Grimoire group plus Raynor left the hall and walked down the corridor to head to the Redhead's castle. Some of them laughed a little when they thought about the chaos Dante was capable of causing, both intentionally and unintentionally. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.